Ivy Catter, belonging to a pureblood lineage, was endowed with an air of haughtiness due to her illustrious heritage. However, as her family faced decline, the Catter clan contemplated strategic alliances, ultimately selecting the naive yet affluent James as an engagement prospect. In a bid to sever the bond between Lily and James, Ivy found herself entwined with Severus. Chapter 1: The Threat. This was not Severus Snape's first encounter with Ivy Catter, yet it marked the inaugural conversation between them throughout their 4 years as classmates. Severus was well aware of the Catter name, a quintessential Slytherin and staunch supporter of pureblood supremacy. In the dimly lit corridor leading to the dungeon, a throng approached, with Ivy ensconced at its center, akin to a princess surrounded by adoring stars. Her inky curls cascaded gracefully, accentuating her porcelain complexion, rendering her impossible to overlook. Meanwhile, Severus found himself beleaguered by the taunts of several Slytherins. "Look at him, how does he even belong in Slytherin? He is a disgrace to our house," scoffed a senior Slytherin, preparing to unleash another hex, only to be restrained by those around him. "Someone's commengets Ivy Catter to this." The senior straightened his robes and muttered, "Consider yourself fortunate," before the group dispersed. Severus retrieved his wand, his expression shadowed, and collected the books littering the floor as he emerged from around the corner. Covered in the slime of a slug, he appeared disheveled, while the onlookers expressed a mix of derision and disdain. Ivy wrinkled her nose in distaste, covering it with her hand. Such scenes unfolded in the dungeon almost daily, with Severus seemingly beset by endless misfortunes. A girl beside Ivy tugged at her sleeve, exclaiming, "Oh Merlin, the air here is dreadful. I think we should head back, don't you, Ivy?" "You all may leave ahead of me, I have matters to attend to," Ivy replied, seeking to engage Severus, albeit unable to approach him in such a public setting. The girls nodded and turned to depart. As curfew approached, the remaining students scattered into the common room. "Severus Snape." Severus paid her no mind, intent on leaving with his books in hand. "Stop! Did you not hear me calling you?" Ivy stood her ground, visibly impatient. Yet, no one obeyed her command to halt. All petrified. Severus reacted swiftly, sidestepping the incantation, then turned to face Ivy, his gaze icy. Ivy swallowed hard, seemingly intimidated by his glare, yet defiantly stated, "What? Jealous of my spellcasting prowess? Ahem, I need to discuss something with Utes regarding Evans." Ivy, with a haughty demeanor, lifted her chin and stepped closer to Severus. "However, let's postpone this for today. Tomorrow at noon, I shall await you in the common room. But could you possibly clean up first? You smell atrocious." With that, Ivy pivoted and departed with an elegant stride, muttering to herself, "I hope that odor doesn't cling to my skin. I'll need several bottles of beauty potions upon my return." "Lily, what has transpired?" Severus pondered Ivy's retreating figure. The following day, during the potions class shared by Slytherin and Gryffindor, Severus finally encountered Lily, who appeared untroubled, behaving as she usually did. "Lily, are you well?" "I'm perfectly fine, Severus. What's the matter?" "Nothing." Soon at noon, as everyone dined in the great hall, Severus returned to the common room. Ivy was seated on the sofa, evidently having skipped class. "Class is over? Fifi, bring me an extra lunch," Ivy commanded, and as her words faded, a house elf appeared before Severus, presenting him with a sumptuous meal. "What do you want from me?" Severus inquired, not yet touching his lunch. To this, Ivy set down her utensils and dabbed her lips with a napkin. "In that case, I shall speak plainly. You must be aware that James has been relentlessly pursuing Evans lately, and I presume you are suffering from it as well. And I can assist you. Of course, I have my reasons. Lily's lineage is not suitable for a pureblood family, yet you two would make a fitting pair." Ivy appraised Severus, noting that he was not lacking in physique or appearance, though his attire was rather shabby. Severus chuckled softly. "Miss Catter, I believe you are overthinking this. Lily would never fall for that arrogant fool. Oh, is that so? Then who would she fancy? You? Not to belittle you, Severus, but look at yourself from head to toe. How do you even compare to James? Lily will never like him." Severus stood, asserting this to Ivy, though it felt like a reassurance to himself. "It seems today's discussion has not been particularly pleasant. I shall seek you out again. I advise you, if you wish to prevent your beloved Lily from being taken by another, collaborating with me is your best option." Ivy rose, adjusted her robes, and offered Severus a strained semblance of a smile. In the ensuing days, Ivy did not return as promised to seek Severus. However, one day, he received a parcel from an owl in the great Hallen envelope bearing Ivy's signature. Upon returning to his dormitory, Severus opened the envelope to find several photographs. One showcased Lily and her friends frolicking during a picnic, and another captured a candid moment of Potter and Lily alone together. He stared at the latter, bewildered, questioning how Lily had become so close to the marauder. Then he noticed the handwriting on the back of the photograph. "I hope this brings you joy. Sincerely wishing that Mr. Snape will consider collaborating with me, lest I find myself troubled by the idea of directly confronting the naive and kind-hearted Miss Evans. Ivy Catter. Upon reading, Severus clenched the photograph tightly, as if he could perceive Ivy's triumphant expression through it. Why would she target Lily? Because of Potter? Severus scoffed, yet acknowledged Ivy's point. If she truly wished to harm Lily, the latter would likely be outmatched. The photographs alone illustrated this predicament. With this thought, Severus waved his wand, and the photographs ignited, disappearing without a trace. On a day off at the library, Ivy, a newcomer to this realm, awaited with her two cohorts, Eve and Sunny. Ivy, do you think Severus will actually come here? I mean, who in their right mind would arrive at the library so early on a Saturday? Sunny yawned, questioning Ivy. Ivy, flipping through a book, seemed to bear the fatigue of a sleepless night, her tone curt. Didn't Eve bribe his roommate? Surely the information is accurate? No sooner had she spoken than Severus, clad in his robes, entered the library, momentarily leaving Ivy speechless. As he passed by, Ivy regained her composure. Had Severus just walked past her without acknowledgement? Rising gracefully, she approached his table and seated herself opposite him. Mr. Snape, have you given any thought to my proposal? Ivy inquired, a coy smile gracing her lips. Ha, what is there to consider? Severus's gaze shifted from his book to Ivy. I assumed you had seen those photographs, Ivy replied, perplexed by Severus's indifference. Whom Lily chooses to be with is her own affair. Severus paused before adding, I do despise Potter, but I am not particularly inclined to disrupt their relationship. Is that so? Then I presume you would not be interested in knowing what your beloved Lily might endure next, Ivy remarked, evidently taken aback by Severus's reaction. According to her intelligence, Evans ought to be a significant figure in Snape's life. They were childhood companions, one hailing from Slytherin and the other from Gryffindor. What type of friendship, aside from love, could endure for 4 long years? Ivy found it hard to believe that Snape would remain indifferent to Evans's safety. I would posit that Miss Cattermole's ability to perceive my affection for Miss Evans is far less acute than her comprehension of this potion book before us, Snape replied, his tone as frigid as ever. His words astonished Ivy. How could someone so close for 4 years, a childhood companion, be so utterly unmoved? Could human emotions truly be so desolate? Regaining her composure, Ivy continued, I sincerely hope you are as indifferent to Evans as you claim. Chapter 2, Public Opinion. It is unclear when the gossip regarding Lily began circulating within the hallowed halls of Hogwarts. Initially, the whispers were harmless, merely insinuating that Lily's private life was less than decorous. But soon they escalated into a cacophony of unfounded accusations. Adolescent boys possess an inexplicable yearning for the opposite sex. And given that Evans is a renowned figure in Gryffindor, her fiery red hair and striking blue eyes rendering her a goddess in the eyes of many, these rumors dragged her divine image into the mire. A multitude of boys, emboldened by the salacious tales, began to revel in the scandal. Older students even recounted lurid tales of how Lily allegedly seduced them, the vitriol of their words surpassing even that of their male counterparts. It seemed the female students were even more fervent in their condemnation. Within mere days, these rumors had isolated Lily from her fellow Gryffindors, with some girls resorting to extreme measures against her, leaving the marauders with little time to confront Snape. Why do you speak of me in such a manner? I have never seduced anyone. Your cruelty knows no bounds, Lily exclaimed, her cheeks aflame with indignation, grappling with the futility of defending herself against actions she had never committed. Professor McGonagall intervened, reprimanding several girls who had harassed Lily, and attempting to clarify the situation. Yet it appeared that the storm had not subsided as Lily had hoped. No one believes me, Severus. No one will listen to my side of the story, Lily lamented, resting her head on Snape's shoulder as tears streamed down her face. In truth, James and Lupin still held faith in her. Yet even Sirius had begun to subtly inquire regarding her situation, and former close friends now avoided her, fearful of being branded as promiscuous. Lily, this too shall pass, Snape murmured, fully aware of the orchestrator behind this malicious campaign. Yet he had not anticipated Ivy cults resorting to such despicable tactics. The following morning, Severus made his way to the Great Hall, certain that Ivy would be present. She never missed breakfast. Should he commend this noble lady for her healthy habits? At the very least, he intended to locate her before matters worsened. We should converse elsewhere, Ivy remarked, frowning as she spotted Severus, rising from her seat. She detested the sensation of being looked down upon, particularly amidst the scrutinizing gaze of Slytherin. Follow me, Severus instructed, leading Ivy through a labyrinthine path to the entrance of an abandoned classroom. Ivy hesitated at the threshold, her expression betraying unease upon witnessing the dust that had accumulated over the years. The dust-laden old classroom would undoubtedly tarnish Miss Colt's delicate feet. If you don't mind, we may converse in the corridor, Severus suggested, a hint of sarcasm lacing his words, sensing her reluctance. Oh, I do not expect you, Mr. Snape, to comprehend the significance of cleanliness and hygiene, Ivy retorted, lifting her chin defiantly as she stepped inside. Summoning her wand to clean the room with a flick of her wrist, contemplating how, were it not for her impending engagement to James, she would never entertain dealings with someone like Snape. Have you come to your senses, Mr. Snape? Are you prepared to assist me in liberating the unfortunate Miss Evans from her plight? Ivy inquired, her tone laced with mockery. But I cannot help but feel you ought to reconsider. Considering you so resolutely declined my previous proposal last week, she added with a sweet smile. What must you do to spare Lily? Snape's gaze bore into Ivy's. If looks could kill, she would have perished several times over. Yet it was precisely such defiance that intrigued her. You shall serve me for a week, and in return, I will let Lily go, Ivy proposed, stepping closer. Her eyes fixed on his. Severus's eyes were as dark as obsidian, contrasting sharply with her own gray irises. If you refuse, then so be it, Ivy remarked. Her demeanor composed as she awaited his response. Severus regarded her, a tumult of emotions flickering in his eyes before he finally spoke. Only if you first resolve the matter concerning Lily. Evans truly means a great deal to you. Very well, I consent. I shall not exacerbate the situation further. Ivy replied. But that alone will not suffice, Ivy called. I require you to restore Lily's reputation. Upon hearing this, Ivy furrowed her brow. Resolving this matter would not be simple. Yet upon meeting Severus's intense gaze, she found herself inexplicably agreeing. Perhaps we need a minor contractual spell, Ivy suggested. Extending her hand toward Severus, not wishing to expend her efforts on dispelling the rumors without assurance of his commitment. Severus grasped her hand, releasing it immediately as if it bore some taint. Though it feels as good as it looks, many would covet the opportunity to grasp it. Yet you seem intent on avoiding it. Truly unappreciative, Ivy quipped, disregarding Severus's reaction as she exited the potions classroom. At the long table during lunch, Lily sat awkwardly at the Gryffindor table, struggling to ignore the surrounding whispers. Each laugh seemed to mock her. Fortunately, Ivy did not renege on her word. Shortly thereafter, a Ravenclaw boy stood up, approached Gryffindor's table, and loudly apologized to Lily, claiming he had been possessed by madness, attempting to ruin her out of unrequited affection. He continued to self-reflect for over a minute, nearly prompting Lily to brandish her wand, while James leapt up to deliver a punch. Amidst the spectacle that held the hall's attention, Severus turned his gaze toward Ivy, who merely raised her chin slightly and smiled, as if inquiring, "How did I perform?" Severus glanced at her before averting his eyes. Though she appeared unchanged, exuding confidence and radiance, he sensed something unsettling within himself. Her beauty was beguiling. Yet he must not be deceived by her charms. From a distance, Lily surmised that Severus was aiding her and instinctively glanced in his direction, only to find him focused elsewhere, despite the fact that everyone's eyes were fixed on the Ravenclaw boy and James's scuffle. Following Severus's gaze, she beheld Ivy smiling at him. Did they know each other? Why had Severus never mentioned this? Having vented his frustration, James ceased his assault, but soon another Gryffindor boy stood, repeating the prior performance, infuriating James further. He could not fathom how anyone could harbor such malice toward a girl as kind as Lily. Yet the spectacle was not over. Throughout the lunch hour, 5 or 6 individuals rose to apologize to Lily, both male and female, citing love and jealousy as their reasons. The students in the hall, witnessing the parade of apologies, lost any appetite for gossip, with the more rational students wishing for the farce to conclude swiftly. Ultimately, a jealous girl confessed her feelings to the beaten Ravenclaw boy, culminating in a dramatic embrace that left many students reflective, particularly touched by her declaration that he had done nothing wrong, merely loving the wrong person. Severus scowled as he observed the scene, utterly flabbergasted. Yet, despite its melodramatic nature, the outcome proved beneficial. Lily garnered sympathy and concern from the Gryffindor cohort, now perceived as a victim. At the Slytherin table, Ivy gestured for Severus to exit the hall with her. Severus tightened his grip on his knife and fork before abruptly releasing them and rising to leave. It has only been a week. There is no need for such a dire demeanor. I have just resolved a dilemma for Evans. You ought to be grateful, he retorted. Severus, since we now share a secret, I believe it is permissible to address one another by our first names. You may call me Ivy. Chapter 3. The Importance of Fruits. So, what prompted you to summon me? Is it not permissible to invite you out without a specific reason? Ivy replied. Severus, do not forget that you are now my servant, and servants must be at their master's beck and call. With that, Ivy produced a pristine box and placed it in Severus's hands. Inside lay a dual-sided mirror, the latest design from the ink and stationery shop. Severus exhibited little reaction, for according to the terms of the contract, he was obliged to comply with Ivy's directives for the duration of 7 days. After curfew that evening, Snape heard Ivy calling him from the enchanted mirror in the dormitory. Upon exiting the room, he found Ivy's words succinct. "Miss Cart, might I inquire the time? Have you not checked the hour? Did I not instruct you to be at my beck and call?" Observing Severus's response, Ivy raised an eyebrow. Scowling, Severus stowed the mirror and stepped out of the dormitory. Upon his exit, he discovered Ivy seated alone on the sofa in the common room, beside a rather large chest. "You're here, let us depart," she stated. "What is this?" he questioned. "Items we shall require shortly. You intend for me to carry this chest while we roam the castle at night? Why not employ a shrinking charm?" "I did." Severus regarded Ivy with a hint of exasperation. It was common knowledge that her academic performance was lacking. Ultimately, Severus reduced the chest's size and stowed it in his pocket. Carrying such a cumbersome object during a nocturnal excursion would surely attract unwanted attention. Upon exiting the common room, Ivy was about to cast a disillusionment charm upon herself when she noticed Severus had already rendered her invisible, subsequently casting the charm upon himself. It was a silent spell. Severus's abilities exceeded Ivy's expectations, a rather ominous development, as it implied he possessed the means to elude her control. Frowning beneath her invisibility, Ivy grasped Severus's sleeve, urging him to follow. "The 8th floor houses the room of requirement. Provide me with a space akin to my bedroom," she murmured, pacing before the door. Soon a smooth door manifested upon the wall, and Ivy pushed it open, leading them inside. "A room of requirement? Such a place exists within Hogwarts?" Severus inquired. "Indeed, my grandmother informed me of its existence. I too found it incredulous upon first learning." With Severus's assistance, Ivy opened the enormous chest, revealing an array of exquisite bottles and jars, surpassing even Professor Slugghorn's collection of potions. The chest also contained several elegant garments hanging on racks. Ivy instructed Severus to stand before the mirror, holding up various colors of clothing against him. "Ivy, if you roused me in the dead of night merely to engage in this tedious dress-up game, you might as well seek out Senior Malfoy, who would undoubtedly relish the diversion. Malfoy does possess a commendable taste, yet he has no need." "He has Narcissa," Ivy replied, suddenly realizing the impropriety of her words. Refraining from further comment, Narcissa was Malfoy's fiancée and bore no relation to Severus. Severus turned to leave, but halted at the sound behind him. "Were it not for your pursuit of Evans's affections, do you think I would expend such effort? If you depart from here, I shall seek out Lily." Was Severus truly threatened? Of course, for it was Lily. In the ensuing moments, Severus resembled a marionette, allowing Ivy to manipulate him in silence, save for her occasional musings. "This piece is splendid. It complements you well." Once she had selected the colors, she measured Severus's dimensions with a ruler, and chose a dozen or so outfits, ranging from casual wear to formal attire, including several school uniforms. "Now, I shall escort you to the bathroom for a bath," Ivy declared, tugging at Severus's sleeve as she led him towards the bathroom, treating him as if he were indeed a puppet. "You've lost your senses, Ivy. Should I remind you that I am a man? I had presumed you would continue to play the part of a puppet," she retorted, unperturbed, as she entered the bathroom, filling the tub with water, and adding 2 bottles of an unknown liquid. Bubbles frothy and abundant soon adorned the surface, and the water began to swirl autonomously as Severus entered to witness this spectacle. "One for cleansing, the other for massage. You need only soak for 30 minutes, she explained, observing Severus's expression, as if a thought had crossed his mind. Yes, we must also add a hydrating and whitening treatment." Ivy stepped out, retrieving a jar, only to hear the bathroom door shut firmly behind her. After a while, conjecturing that Severus had succumbed to the bath, Ivy re-entered. "Indeed, he has fainted. Even the finest of potions cannot compare," Ivy mused, gently cupping Severus's face for inspection. His brow was acceptable, needing but a slight trim, and with a facial mask applied, she turned her attention to his hair. After several wand movements, she organized her supplies before placing the new attire in the bathroom. The ensemble consisted of a school uniform-style coat, a white shirt, black undergarments, and conventional black trousers, styles that would likely be acceptable to Severus. Emerging from the bathroom, Ivy settled on the nearby sofa, contemplating. Given Severus's temperament, persuading him to pursue Evans was out of the question. Instead, she resolved to adopt a different approach. If she could incite Evans's affection for Severus, it would surely lead to a natural progression between them. After close observation, Ivy concluded that Severus was undoubtedly malnourished. To be fair, Severus was not unattractive. He possessed a prominent nose and deep-set eyes, yet had allowed himself to deteriorate thus. Ivy had noted his gauntness while measuring his clothing. Hogwarts's meal seemed adequate. What could be the reason for this? When Severus awoke, he found new garments on the rack and his own clothing missing, a flicker of confusion crossing his eyes. He was unaware of Ivy's intentions and donned the attire she had prepared before stepping outside. Upon exiting, he discovered Ivy curled upon the sofa, asleep. Her raven hair tousled yet possessing a peculiar allure as she murmured, "You must eat more fruit." Severus found himself unable to awaken her, instead draping a blanket over Ivy before departing the room of requirement. Had Ivy been awake, she would have undoubtedly marveled at her masterpiece. The satisfaction derived from styling a girl was nothing compared to this accomplishment. On the morning following the activation of the contract, Severus's roommate awoke to find him still in the dormitory, a rather unusual occurrence, as Severus typically ventured to the library at dawn. Observing Severus dressing beside him, his roommate questioned whether he had risen too early. Once Severus exited the dormitory, his roommate's voice echoed behind him, "You're late, we're doomed." Their first class was potions, attended by both Slytherin and Gryffindor. As usual, Severus settled beside Lily, indifferent to the whispers and murmurs from the surrounding girls. "Severus, have you washed your hair?" Lily inquired, astonished, struggling to articulate her thoughts. She perceived no change in Severus aside from his hair, yet overall he appeared more handsome. Severus remained silent, and Lily shifted the conversation. "Did you not visit the library this morning? You've been calling me to join you there for days. I expected the same today and waited for you. Apologies, I overslept yesterday. I assumed that matter had concluded and you no longer required my company." "Not at all, Severus. You need not apologize. In fact, I owe you my gratitude for dispelling those rumors. I do not know how you accomplished it, but it must have been arduous." Just as Severus was about to clarify that he had not been responsible, he was interrupted by James's mocking voice. "Lily, do not be deceived by him. I suspect he orchestrated those rumors himself." "Oh, I hope you can employ the little intellect you possess to ponder this. Those were all students from Gryffindor and Ravenclaw." "Indeed. Not a single Slytherin among them. Does that not strike you as odd?" "Even if it were not you, it was certainly another Slytherin," Sirius Black proclaimed loudly, drawing glares from the Slytherin students. Severus, however, remained silent, unable to refute Sirius's claims. "Enough, James. When will you mature? Must you persist in this manner until graduation? Severus is my friend. If you cannot extend him respect, then do not seek me out in the future." "Lily, James, wish to convey something. But Professor Slugghorn has already entered the classroom, leaving me only to whisper an apology to Lily." Chapter 4, Ivy's Secret. Upon entering the classroom, Professor Slugghorn surveyed the room and inquired, "Eve, could you enlighten me as to Ivy's whereabouts?" "I'm afraid, Professor, that Ivy is unwell," Eve responded awkwardly. Had it not been for Severus's knowledge of Ivy's location, he too might have been deceived by her. "Very well, let us commence the lesson. Today, we shall brew a potion to enhance intelligence. Make your preparations." Following potions class, Transfiguration awaited, and Professor McGonagall would likely not be swayed by Eve and Sunny's explanations. Yet, this was of no concern to Severus. However, before long, he heard Ivy's voice emanating from his two-way mirror, causing his stirring fingers to pause. Fortunately, without attracting Professor Slughorn's attention. "What troubles you, Severus?" Lily, who was engaged in potion preparation, inquired. "Nothing," he replied, shaking his head as he retrieved the mirror from the other side, revealing Ivy lounging in the room of requirement, her face partially obscured. "I'm in class." "What is it?" "I'm hungry. For breakfast, I desire oatmeal, eggs, bacon, and orange juice." In deference to Professor Slughorn, Ivy's voice was hushed, yet it left Severus speechless. "I understand. I knew you would acquiesce. I shall await your arrival." With that, Ivy ended the communication. "Severus, are you conversing with someone?" Lily, having heard a female voice, received no response from him. Instead, she resumed her focus on Professor Slughorn's lecture. The morning comprised 2 consecutive potions classes, separated by a 15-minute intermission. As the first class concluded, Lily intended to speak with Severus, only to observe him departing his seat and exiting the potions classroom. Severus made his way to the Hufflepuff common room, startling a group of younger badgers who pressed against the wall in fright. "Where is the Hogwarts kitchen?" Severus inquired of a few students. "Over there, just scratch that pair," one of the badgers pointed out before they all hastily retreated. The subsequent events unfolded smoothly, as the house elves in the kitchen warmly prepared the food Severus requested, serving it promptly. "Still warm. I never expected you to show such kindness, Severus." "I thought you might poison me," Ivy remarked, seated at the dining table in her silken nightgown, delicately sipping her oatmeal. In contrast to her buoyant mood, Severus's demeanor was somewhat complex. He was uncertain of Ivy's true intentions. Given my generosity, might I leave now? I am in danger of being late for potions class. I stated that you may depart only after finishing the fried egg, bacon, and this glass of orange juice before you. Heeding Ivy's words, Severus refrained from arguing and continued to eat the food before him. Severus arrived punctually, entering the potions classroom ahead of Professor Slugghorn. Severus, did you have something urgent to attend to? You appeared rather rushed, Lily quietly inquired as he resumed his seat. Nothing of consequence, I merely had breakfast. With Severus's reply, Lily nodded, refraining from further questioning, and the two focused intently on brewing their potions. Meanwhile, Ivy, in the room of requirement, was tidying her hair while conversing with her grandmother through the two-way mirror. I encountered Malfoy during my time at school. I can assure you that Snape's potions and spells are exceptionally proficient. However, he is a half-blood and has offended James Potter and Sirius Black, making his school life rather challenging. Perhaps Malfoy's motivations stem from sympathy. That cannot be. The Malfoy family harbors no excess compassion, Ivy. You must proceed as you see fit. The priority remains the union with the Potter family. Otherwise, I am aware, grandmother. Please, take care of yourself. Ivy interjected, severing the conversation. All of this stemmed from her father, who squandered the Caro family fortune and caused her grandfather's demise. Presently, the Caro family could barely sustain the facade of being a pureblood family, without the aid of their maternal lineage. In simpler terms, she required a substantial amount of money, and the Potters were wealthy. Should the Caros and Potters unite, the Potters' monopolized market would yield a portion to the Caro family, revitalizing their finances. With the Caro family's influence, the Potters would gain access to the pureblood circles that the Caros frequented. This was a transaction, one beneficial to all involved, though only James remained oblivious. Mrs. Potter indulged James immensely, aware that he opposed the union, yet she frequently corresponded with Ivy, hinting that Ivy might convert the union into a campus romance. The astute Mrs. Potter, who clearly did not wish for her son to be with Evans, refrained from pressuring him, instead writing to Ivy, all the while attempting to dismantle the bond between James and Evans. After changing into her school robes, Ivy picked up her Transfiguration textbook and exited the room of requirement, heading towards the classroom where other students were already seated, with Severus alone in the front row. Ivy, I hope you are feeling better, several Slytherin classmates greeted her. Yes, I am much improved, Ivy replied, nodding with a faint smile. She was aware that James despised this aristocratic demeanor, yet it was a habit ingrained within her. She could not simply alter it at will. She hoped for greater assistance from Severus. With this thought, Ivy glanced toward Severus in the front row, scribbling something on a piece of paper and transforming it into a paper crane, sending it soaring towards him. The crane alighted beside Severus's hand, gently nudging it before unfolding. Room of requirement, tonight, were the only two words on the paper, yet Severus comprehended Ivy's intent, waving his wand to dispose of the note. After class, most students would head to the Great Hall for a meal, and Ivy followed the crowd, only to see Severus walking in the opposite direction. Is he not joining for dinner? That's Snape, Sunny remarked, following Ivy's gaze. It seems he has not dined in the hall since first year. I rarely see him there. Eve replied. You all go ahead. I have matters to attend to. With that, Ivy turned and departed. Is she seeking Snape? Sunny inquired, observing Ivy's retreating figure. I believe so, Eve nodded. What are you doing following me? I recall our appointment was for the evening, in a secluded corner outside the castle. Severus slowly lowered his wand, addressing Ivy. Because I suddenly wished to change the time, Ivy leaned against the wall, gazing up at Severus, reveling in his exasperation. Ivy Caro, understand this. I am not your plaything. How striking, even when angry. Did Lily not compliment you this morning? Just as Ivy's hand neared Severus's face, he turned away, evading her touch. Ivy's hand slowly descended, only to be grasped by Severus's firm hold on her wrist, bringing them close together. Ivy, what is it that you truly desire? The pressure Severus exuded did not intimidate Ivy. For reasons unknown, she found herself profoundly intrigued by him. My request has remained singular from the outset. I wish for you to pursue Evans, to make her fall for you, thus disheartening James. What say you? I believe you need not seek distant solutions. James Potter is a fool, and trust me, you possess the capability to thwart him in any endeavor. Severus released Ivy's wrist, stepping back. That may be true, but Severus, you misunderstand love entirely. Couples often grow fonder amidst adversity, and every means carries risks. I do not wish for any unforeseen complications arising from a mere half-blood like Lily and James. Thus, I prefer to pursue a more distant approach. Even if James's pursuit of Lily is merely a fleeting fancy, you stand to lose nothing, do you, Severus? Especially when the ultimate reward is Lily. Chapter 5, Jealousy. That evening, Severus did not arrive at the come-and-seek room as promised to meet Ivy. The two-way mirror remained silent. Ivy suddenly realized that something might have happened to Severus. Being a Slytherin herself, she understood the brutal nature of bloodline disputes. She knew she could not assist Severus, and he did not require her aid. Ivy had thought she would not see Severus that night. Yet he appeared in the come-and-seek room, his attire stained with blood, fresh and perhaps still warm, though it likely was not his own. "Sit, Severus, and join me for dinner," Ivy remarked, observing him as he entered, seemingly oblivious to the bloodstains that adorned him. Severus offered no explanation. He simply took a seat across from Ivy, consuming the food laid before him, his demeanor surprisingly cheerful. Ivy nibbled sparingly, choosing instead to watch Severus. His dark eyes perpetually exuded an air of indifference, perhaps even mystery. "Would you care to hear my story, Severus? I have always felt we are of the same ilk. Many believe I was born with a silver spoon in the Caro family, but in truth, I was born in Nocturne Alley." Severus may not have anticipated Ivy confiding such a secret, and he glanced at her. She remained averted, lost in some reverie. "Very well. I shall exchange a secret of mine for one of yours, Severus. Malfoy has been courting you of late, has he not? That matter is of no concern to you." "Ivy, I believe I already know the answer. Go to the bathroom and change your soiled clothes. The smell of blood is making it difficult for me to eat." "That's new." Ivy waved her wand, and a set of clothes soared into the air. "I trust one need not prepare your bath this time, Severus. Everything is in the bathroom." Ivy stepped forward to hand him the clothing. Severus merely raised an eyebrow at her, displaying less discontent than before, and accepted the garments before heading to the bathroom. When Severus emerged, he found Ivy waiting for him, wrapped in a blanket. "Come, accompany me to a place." As they stepped outside, they encountered James and his companions midway, who were preparing to hex Mrs. Norris, Filch's cat. "Stop. What are you doing? Release Mrs. Norris." Ivy swiftly drew her wand, quicker than Severus. "Tarantaligra." Ivy cast the spell at Sirius, who was grasping Mrs. Norris, and the events unfolded so rapidly that by the time James registered what was happening, Mrs. Norris had already darted to Ivy's feet while Sirius began dancing uncontrollably. "It's all right, Mrs. Norris." Ivy gently petted the cat, who then scampered away. "James, you have gone too far. You would treat a cat in such a manner?" Ivy's anger was palpable, and she found herself wishing to cast several curses on the group. "Ivy, that's Filch's cat," James began, but upon noticing someone standing beside Ivy he halted. "Wait, is that Snape? Ivy, how could you be with him?" Severus stood beside Ivy. Their height difference and matching black hair stirred a sense of jealousy in James, particularly since his mother had always told him that Ivy would be his betrothed. Ivy seemed taken aback by James's reaction. Was there a hint of jealousy in his tone? Such inexplicable possessiveness. "There's a reason for it, Severus. Let us go." With that, Ivy tugged at Severus's wrist, not sparing a glance at James as they departed. Ivy led Severus to the Ollery, where she produced some rat meat from her pocket, placing generous portions in each nest. He stood guard for her, observing her tender interactions with the owls. As a few young owls tangled in her hair, she remained unperturbed, her smile radiating a different warmth than her usual demeanor. "I had no idea you shared such a fondness for creatures, akin to Hagrid. Animals are delightful, and Hagrid is endearing as well. Sometimes, interacting with people can be exhausting. Yet we are compelled to navigate through it," Ivy said, gazing at the moonlight as she spoke to Severus. The evening breeze tousled Ivy's long hair as she strolled ahead, with Severus trailing behind. He recalled first learning of Ivy through her reputation in Slytherin. They described her as malicious, a toxic ivy, aptly named for the climbing plant. Ivy brought Severus to the astronomy classroom. "I wished to do this since my first year, but regrettably, the opportunity did not arise." Wrapped in a blanket, Ivy leaned against Severus's shoulder, admiring the starlit ceiling of the classroom. Severus found it impossible to associate the girl resting against him with the cruelty attributed to her. Yet Ivy's past actions towards Lily seemed to cast a shadow upon her innocence. "Why did you spare Lily during that incident?" "Oh, Severus, do you not understand? Because that was merely a rumor, a falsehood. No fiction can ever transform into truth. Had I truly harmed Lily, I fear, we are both Slytherins. So you ought to comprehend that my sparing of Lily was not due to kindness, but because I am aware that past actions leave traces. Moreover, you were aware it was I who did it at that time. Do you truly believe I would err so grievously? That is who I am, Severus. Innocence is true, and malice is true as well. Do not rush to contradict. I do not perceive you as kind. I am merely surprised you would spare Lily. To me, there is nothing astonishing about it. Rather, I find solace in my decision that day. Severus, you are willing to be my servant for Lily's sake. Know that had you not been handsome, you would surely have endured my torment. You must have heard the rumors about me in Slytherin. Yet despite this you agreed. You harbor feelings for Lily, deep feelings. I do not understand why you do not choose to pursue her. It would save me some trouble. Pursue? Like that foolish Potter? Trust me, Severus, if you pursued her, I believe Evans would certainly accept. Ivy ignored Severus's sarcasm, speaking earnestly. She deserves better than someone like me. Do you know what I think, Severus? I believe you are more than sufficient. As she spoke, Ivy's arms encircled Severus's neck, leaning into his embrace, closing her eyes. Severus pondered Ivy's earlier words, feeling somewhat uncomfortable, yet he did not mind her actions. Bound by their contract, he could neither refuse her nor act against her. It was as though she regarded him merely as a tool. On the third day of the contract's enactment, Ivy exited her dormitory to hear Sunny and Eve whispering about the major event that transpired yesterday. An internal conflict within Slytherin. A fifth year lost an eye, and the other two suffered severed limbs. Now 3 of them lie in the infirmary, utterly miserable. The winds of Slytherin seemed to have shifted. No one dared to trouble Severus anymore. Though the reasons remained unclear, it was evident that it was not due to newfound restraint. The fear evident in the faces of those Slytherins spoke volumes about what Severus had done. Ivy recalled Severus from yesterday, wearing clothes stained with fresh blood while calmly slicing steak. She understood his strength and ambition, but had not expected him to employ such a swift and direct method to intimidate them. The means seemed excessively drastic. Did he not worry about the repercussions from Professor Dumbledore? Chapter 6, The Infirmary. Perhaps out of concern, Ivy sought Severus in the library. It was Saturday, and it was only logical he would be there. However, it was evident that he was not alone. His red-haired childhood friend was also present. The two appeared to be embroiled in a dispute, and Ivy casually approached the bookshelves behind them to eavesdrop on their conversation. I saw it. Severus. You walk alongside that group of individuals. Surely you are more cognizant of their identities than I am. Why do you associate with them? They delve into the dark arts, which are inherently malevolent. I shudder to think of the malice harbored by those who practice such magic. Thus, you must distance yourself from them. They will lead you astray. Lily articulated, inadvertently eliciting a laugh from Ivy, who was concealed behind a bookshelf. Lily had not considered that it was Severus who might lead others into darkness. My apologies. I did not intend to eavesdrop on your conversation, Ivy interjected, stifling her laughter as she emerged from behind the shelf, clutching a book. I am Ivy Carter. Oh. I am Lily Evans. You may call me Lily, she replied. Very well, Lily. I shall not intrude upon your discussion any further, Ivy said, striding over to a long table to peruse the recently acquired tome, Fantastic Beasts, The Crimes of Grindelwald. Ivy is truly beautiful. She is also a Slytherin. Severus. Do you know her? Lily inquired, seemingly having forgotten their previous debate regarding dark magic. I do, Severus replied curtly, then redirected his gaze back to his book. Lily and Severus exchanged occasional words, creating a harmonious atmosphere. Ivy spent the entire morning in the library, engrossed not only in her reading but also in the furtive glances from Severus. However, as she concluded her book, she knew it was time to depart. Severus suspected Ivy might have something to discuss with him, yet she remained silent, and he would not initiate an inquiry. That evening, the marauders, having not encountered Severus for several days, once again obstructed his path. James, look who it is, Sirius exclaimed, pointing his wand at Severus, who was soon joined by James. You gloomy bat, today Lily is not here, so let me teach you a lesson, James declared, displaying an intensified disdain for Severus. He could not fathom why both Lily, whom he adored, and Ivy, who fancied him, would associate with Severus. Before James could finish, Severus levitated him upside down. As if most of the spells he had devised were now aimed at the Marauders' quartet. Damn it, Snape, put me down. A brawl ensued. A ritual they had maintained for 4 years, continuing until one side was vanquished. However, the Marauders numbered 4, while Severus stood alone. Ultimately, Ivy visited the hospital wing to check on Severus, as the aftermath of their scuffle rendered the wing particularly bustling that day. Upon her arrival, she found several occupants already present. James Sirius Black and Remus Lupin lay on the left side, each ensconced in bandages, while the remaining Peter Pettigrew sat unscathed at Sirius's bedside. Severus lay on a cot on the right, accompanied by 3 other Slytherins. James and Severus continued their verbal sparring, while Lily and her roommate Anna stood in the middle mediating. As Ivy entered the hospital wing, All eyes turned to her, placing her in a quandary. Reason urged her to check on James. However, she found herself more drawn to Severus, who despite his silent suffering, exuded a certain allure. Severus, are you all right? Ivy inquired, placing a parchment bag beside her as she settled at his bedside. Without a moment's hesitation, Ivy approached Severus's bed, prompting even him to raise an eyebrow in surprise. James fell silent, eyes wide in disbelief that Ivy would show concern for Severus. My shoulder is merely injured, Severus replied, noting the bloodstains seeping through the bandages. What brings you here? I was initially worried about you and meant to ask how you managed with those three over there. But since you've landed yourself in the hospital wing, it seems my concerns were unfounded. Ivy glanced at the three Slytherins beside Severus, indicating with a nod. I left no evidence. They do not dare to speak out, Severus chuckled lightly, seemingly mocking the trio. The Gryffindors were left in confusion, unable to decipher the unspoken exchanges between Ivy and Severus until Lily approached, greeting Ivy. Hello, Ivy. It's nice to see you again. Hello, Lily. Ivy. Are you friends with Severus? Lily inquired. Why? Do I not appear to be a friend of Severus? Ivy replied, smiling at Lily, whose discomfort was palpable. It was clear to Ivy that Lily loathed her, resenting the facade of virtue she presented, while all were inherently selfish. Why, after all, did both James and Severus revolve around her? No, that is not what I meant, Ivy. Lily stammered. I was merely jesting, Lily. Why the tension? One might assume I am bullying you, Ivy said, rising from her seat to tuck a strand of hair behind Lily's ear, revealing her entire face. Though Ivy smiled, her feminine intuition signaled to Lily that perhaps Ivy did not harbor genuine fondness for her. Severus, here are some fruits. Remember to consume them. I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Ivy gestured to the parchment bag she had brought and exited the hospital wing. Once Ivy departed, Lily seemed to exhale in relief, settling beside Severus's bed, disregarding Anna, who sat by James. Severus, do you wish to eat the fruits Ivy brought you now? Yes. Please hand them to me, Severus replied, understanding Ivy's intentions. Oh, how surprising. I expected you to refuse, given your character, Lily remarked, slightly taken aback by Severus's compliance. Wow. There are so many fruits, all neatly cut. Ivy truly is meticulous, Lily marveled, retrieving a large bowl filled with sliced fruits, complete with a delicate fork, seemingly preserved by a freshness charm. These were prepared by a house elf, Severus observed, recognizing the familiar assortment of fruits Ivy often enjoyed. Severus, you are mistaken. Even house elves cannot execute such attentiveness without guidance, Lily asserted, offering the bowl to Severus. The marauders across the way felt a pang of jealousy, particularly James, who was incensed that Ivy had prepared fruits for Severus, but not for him. Severus, seemingly relishing in James's irritation, savored the fruit, finding it remarkably delightful, enhanced by James's sour expression. Hey Snape, did you slip Ivy a love potion? A cunning Slytherin would resort to such underhanded tactics, James scoffed. Please, arrogant Potter. You likely do not even know how to spell love potion while pursuing Lily and neglecting others, Severus retorted. Lily, do not heed the words of that sniveling coward. My affections lie solely with you. Enough. Silence yourself, James. Lily snapped in anger. Lily, James has a point. We have known Snivellus for quite some time now. Besides you, he has never been seen close to any girl. Perhaps he truly has bewitched Ivy, Sirius chimed in, feeling triumphant. Sirius, had you paid attention in potions class, you would know the effects of a love potion. Ivy's demeanor hardly suggests she has been enchanted, Lily countered, frowning. That is precisely what I mean. Perhaps Snivellus has concocted his own version of the love potion, as he is capable of such feats, Sirius argued, causing Lily to waver in her confidence. Severus, you silence. Black. Do you presume everyone's mind is as filled with nonsense as yours? If I were to develop such a potion, I would ensure you fell in love with the most unseemly creature in Hogwarts, Severus shot back. Then how do you explain Ivy Carter? She is not one to deliver fruits to just anyone, Sirius boasted, feeling assured of his point. Ha! Why should I explain myself to you? Are you not merely envious? Black. Severus replied, his tone dripping with disdain. You insufferable little brat. Were it not for Peter restraining him, fearing that Sirius's wound might reopen, I dare say he would leap from the bed to deliver a punch to Severus. Chapter 7, Choices. The fourth day since the contract came into effect. It is a Sunday, and the skies outside are dreary, foretelling impending rain. At the Slytherin table in the Great Hall, Ivy has declined the invitation from Sunny and Eve to visit Hogsmeade. Regulus Black, a third year, has been particularly lively of late, and I find myself almost impatient while seated here. Ivy gazes at the cluster of Slytherin boys engaged in conversation. her expression inscrutable. I've also heard that Regulus was rebuffed by Snape. Ivy, what do you think he intends to do? Eve inquires. What does he intend? Recently, Severus has been making quite a name for himself. He likely wishes to emulate Malfoy in courting Severus. Despite the fact that he ought to consider that if Severus were so easily manipulated, why would it be his turn? Ivy scoffs, bemused by the audacity to target Severus. After breakfast, Ivy proceeds to the hospital wing to visit Severus. Upon entering, she immediately spots Madame Pomfrey tending to Severus's wounds. The bandages are stained crimson. And despite the pain, he remains silent, staring vacantly at the ceiling, lost in thought. It seems Severus has long been a frequent visitor to the hospital wing. The mere thought of Severus, once lying alone in such a place, stirs a profound empathy within Ivy. Miss Colt, good day, Madame Pomfrey greets, and Ivy replies, hello. Madame Pomfrey, I've come to see Severus. I see. Since you are here for that purpose, I'll ensure Severus is settled before speaking with you. Once she has attended to Severus, Madame Pomfrey beckons Ivy aside, handing her 2 vials of potion, advising her to ensure Severus consumes them, acutely aware of his tendencies. She cautions Ivy about his disregard for his own health before turning to tend to James and the others. Ivy takes a seat beside Severus's bed, preparing to quietly accompany him for a while. Amidst the distant cries, she hears James's derisive remarks. Poor little Snevelis, resorting to such tactics to win a girl's affection. James and Sirius are making faces at Severus. With Madame Pomfrey still present, they dare not be too outrageous. What are they doing? Ivy inquires, perplexed. They believe I've slipped you a love potion, Severus replies, his tone dry. How could they think that? I recall doing nothing of the sort yesterday. Did they perhaps witness me embracing you in the astronomy classroom? Ivy teases quietly. Mind your words, Ivy, Severus replies, exasperation etched on his brow at her occasional irreverence. James, observing their exchange, seems ready to explode with jealousy. Hey James, don't look so furious. One might think you've fallen for Colt, Sirius whispers, tugging at James's sleeve. I'm simply frustrated. Even if Ivy no longer likes me, she shouldn't take a liking to that little snot. James whispers back to Sirius. Honestly, you should discuss this with Colt. Sirius shrugs, lacking any useful advice on the matter. Drink up, you may proceed. Ivy hands the potion to Severus, who sits up and drinks it down with surprising ease. Noticing his relaxed demeanor, Ivy cannot help but discreetly sniff the potion bottle, which remains as bitter as ever. I truly do not understand how you managed to consume such a foul potion. Very well, I must attend to other matters. Do take care, Severus. Ivy departs without exchanging many words, as she typically has a tutoring session with Professor Slugghorn on her days off. Ivy strides out briskly, leaving Severus to contemplate her retreating figure, which starkly contrasts with the rumors he has heard. Professor Slughorn's office. Grandfather, am I not to practice dark arts or defensive spells today? Ivy sits opposite Professor Slugghorn, her tone casual. Not today, due to the recent surge in Death Eater activities. Your instructors are preoccupied. I am considering assigning you a different teacher. I called you here to inquire about your future plans and to offer some guidance. As he speaks, Professor Slughorn casts a protective charm around them to prevent eavesdropping. Ivy bit her lip, choosing silence. Her grandfather wishes her to leave Hogwarts. Yet if she departs, what will become of the Colt family? What of her grandmother? She knows the kind of man her grandfather is. She once aspired to be like him. Yet when faced with the reality of choice, she finds herself torn. Ivy, you possess great intelligence, but your strength does not safeguard your clever mind. You and I are quite alike. I can even forewarn you that a war is on the horizon. Within a few years, the Death Eaters will sweep through the wizarding world, and I too will be planning my escape. I understand that your grandmother has been pressing you regarding the Colt family. She seeks to align with the Potters swiftly, but I must say, this is a futile endeavor. What if the Colt family falls? In the coming years, how many families can claim to stand unscathed? Ivy, do not be blinded by current glory. Think long-term. You are the sole heir of the Colt family. You must realize that only your survival will ensure its legacy. Do not let the Colt family become a burden. His words resonate with piercing clarity, addressing Ivy's internal conflict. With such ambition and the Death Eater's ruthlessness, the war he speaks of seems all too plausible. Grandfather, what do you believe I should do? Ivy, you ought not to ask me what to do. Rather, you should tell me what you wish to do. Go on, when you have made up your mind. Come find me in my office. Ivy bids farewell to Professor Slughorn and exits his office, recalling their conversation from years past. Grandfather, is it true that only by growing stronger can one change their destiny? Merely growing stronger is insufficient, Ivy. It will only make you a tool in others' hands, to be used and deceived. What of possessing a sharp intellect? Great strength and keen intellect may elevate you to lofty heights, yet they may also plunge you into profound depths. You will still find yourself unable to alter your fate. Ivy, we are ultimately at the mercy of destiny. Fortunately, both fortune and misfortune have their limits. Remember, some things must be proven precious through loss. Back then, she did not comprehend. Now she does. But how does one emulate her grandfather, letting go of everything yet still cherishing the memories? Rubbing her temples, Ivy wishes to cease her musings. All she desires now is to return to her dormitory for a bath and then a good sleep. The gloomy weather is perfect for slumber, is it not? However, upon entering the Slytherin common room, the previously lively conversation seemed to halt, all eyes turning towards her. Regulus, seated centrally on the sofa, is flanked by some who stand and others who sit. Ivy maintains her composure, her wand discreetly sliding into her sleeve. Colt, I was just hoping to speak with you, Regulus announces, rising as those around him part to make way. He approaches Ivy with a slow, graceful stride, though his height diminishes his intimidating presence. We are discussing whether Slytherin needs only one voice. I would like to hear your thoughts, Colt. Slytherin indeed requires but one voice, however. I doubt you wish to imply that voice belongs to you, which is utterly laughable. Ivy retorts with a smirk. With the current state of the Colt family, you should be more aware than I. And what of it? Do you wish to sever ties between the Black family and the Colt family? TSK, how unfortunate. I can represent the Colt family, but you cannot represent the Blacks. Now step aside. Regulus bore a grim expression, his fingers tightly clutching his wand as he reluctantly made way for Ivy, followed by the others behind him who also parted. Ivy was taken aback by Regulus's impatience. But upon reflection, it was not difficult to deduce. Like Bellatrix, Regulus idolized the Dark Lord, thus his eagerness to achieve something noteworthy. Chapter 8. How could you understand? The water in the bathtub had turned cold by the time Ivy finally stood up. With only 3 days remaining until her contract with Severus expired, she realized that although Regulus lacked the ability to sway Severus, the long-standing legacy of the Black family could lead to unexpected alliances. Ivy did not believe that Severus would show her any mercy in such a scenario. What a nuisance! Ivy muttered under her breath and then summoned Eve. You've previously interacted with Severus's roommate. Bring him to me, I have inquiries. All right, still in the dormitory? Do you have a better place? No, I don't. Eve shook her head. Sunny stood nearby, relishing the unfolding drama. Looks like someone is in for a rough time. Before long, Eve returned with a boy named Adams, wand in hand. Before he could fully grasp the situation, Sunny struck him with a spell aimed at his knee, causing him to stumble and fall forward onto the ground. Adams. Eve seated herself beside Ivy and announced his name. Adams then raised his gaze to assess Ivy, who was clad in a black dress, her damp hair cascading down beside her ears, looking at him with a bemused expression. Adams, a commendable name. I summoned you to share what you know about your roommate. Severus. Speak freely. Ivy picked up a cup nearby and took a sip of water, showing no intention of allowing him to rise. What? You're referring to Snape? Just share what you know. Ivy's tone was icy. I'm not sure about anything. We don't converse. Adams attempted to struggle to his feet. It seems someone is having difficulty comprehending my words. Cruciatus. Ivy's curse struck his left leg just as he attempted to stand. Adams cried out in agony, clutching his leg, which was now contorted in a way that suggested a fracture. Meanwhile, Eve silently cast a spell, and the three of them watched as Adams writhed on the floor, seemingly unfazed. He would eventually cease his struggles. Can we continue now? Ivy coldly regarded the sweating Adams on the ground. Clearly this time was proving to be significantly more fruitful. Ultimately, Eve administered a bone-replenishing potion and a pain relief potion to Adams, allowing him to leave. Mr. Adams, barging into the girls' dormitory is hardly a commendable habit. Refrain from doing so in the future, or I shall have to involve the professors. Yes, yes. With that, Adams scurried away. Ivy gleaned limited information from Adams. Although it consumed considerable time, it was not entirely fruitless. At the very least, she learned that Severus had a penchant for delving into dark magic, brewing potions, and inventing spells, details she was already aware of. The sole valuable tidbit Adams provided was that Severus had been engrossed in books concerning animagi recently. But why would Severus suddenly take an interest in animagi? Later that evening, in the hospital wing, Severus had already been discharged before James and the others. Thoroughly weary of the bickering with the highwayman, particularly as Lily had been involved, exacerbating matters further after yet another argument regarding dark magic. Upon returning to the dormitory, he found Adams nearby, who appeared noticeably flustered upon seeing him, yet feigned calmness by avoiding eye contact. Something felt amiss, Severus mused, but he had no inclination to inquire. A legilimency spell would suffice. Severus then delved into Adams's memories, glimpsing Ivy in her black dress, her demeanor cold and indifferent. The Ivy in Adams's memory seemed quite different from the one he knew. And why was Ivy investigating him? Having acquired the desired information, Severus concluded the legilimency, and Adams remained completely unaware. Meanwhile, Ivy was in her dormitory applying a beauty potion when she suddenly heard Severus calling her through the two-way mirror. It was worth noting that Severus had never before contacted her directly. Odd as it was, Ivy hurriedly removed her beauty potion and opened the mirror. "What is it, Severus?" "Oh, you've been discharged? I need to speak with you." Severus's words were succinct. "You actually have something to discuss with me? Very well, where shall we meet?" Ivy's smile in the mirror was sweet, a stark contrast to the one in Adams's memory. "By the Black Lake." Severus ended the call, aware of their existing contract which prevented him from using any aggressive magic against her. He would have to tread carefully. Ivy arrived fashionably late, showing no signs of remorse. "So Severus, you may speak." They stood beneath the light, Ivy's face appearing as if illuminated by a soft glow. Just as Severus opened his mouth to speak, a voice interrupted them. "Ivy, so this is where you are." A boy clad in Gryffindor robes approached, breathless and carrying a strawberry cake. Ivy's expression showed clear irritation. "I thought I made myself clear, Mr. Thomas. I have no interest in you whatsoever. Continuing this pursuit will only bring you misfortune. Ivy, do you not understand my feelings? Your current disinterest is merely a fleeting notion. You may soon recognize my charm. Rest assured, I shall give you time to fall in love with me. Look, I even brought you strawberry cake." Ivy felt an overwhelming urge to raise her wand and deliver an Avada Kedavra to this loathsome man, but Severus stood nearby, and evidently, the infatuated Gryffindor was oblivious to Severus's presence. "How about this, Mr. Thomas? Why don't you wait for me by the woods? I will join you shortly to discuss our matters." "All right, I'll wait there for you to come have cake." The boy named Thomas seemed momentarily entranced by Ivy's smile before departing. He had laced the cake with a love potion. Once Thomas was out of earshot, Severus quietly remarked to Ivy, "Are you concerned for my well-being?" Ivy stepped closer, positioning herself directly before Severus. "Severus, do you have any knowledge about animagi?" Severus's expression remained largely unchanged, though there was a glimmer of curiosity in his gaze. "I don't, Severus. Why are you interested in studying this?" "Never mind. If you're unfamiliar, it's of no consequence. I shall inquire with others another day." Severus showed no regret for not obtaining an answer, instead fixating on Ivy as if seeking to unravel her essence. "Wait, Severus, how did you know there was a love potion in the cake? What do you know? Perhaps you are aware of the legilimency spell. Ivy, why are you investigating me?" "I fear you might assist Regulus in dealing with me," Ivy replied, having known Severus for a brief time, but feeling she understood him well enough to be honest in this context. "Ha, you believe I would aid Regulus against you?" Severus seemed taken aback by Ivy's conclusion. "Then would you?" Ivy met his gaze. Just as Severus was about to respond, a voice called out from behind. "Suf, I knew I'd find you here." It was Lily. Every time Lily and Severus quarreled over dark magic, Severus would typically apologize, but this time he remained silent, prompting Lily to seek him out. As she approached, she noticed Ivy standing opposite Severus. "Lily, what do you need?" Severus frowned, feeling the timing was inappropriate. "Suf, I didn't expect to find you here with Ivy." Lily initially sought to reconcile with Severus. However, Ivy's presence rendered her words unspoken. "Since everything is resolved, I shall take my leave now, Severus," Ivy declared, stepping back to adjust her robe, neglecting Lily entirely as she turned to depart. Severus sensed Ivy's potential irritation and, casting a glance at her retreating figure, finally directed his attention back to Lily. "Severus, can we make amends? As long as you promise me to forsake the study of dark arts and distance yourself from that group of Slytherins. My pursuits are my prerogative. I am unsure when you began to resemble Potter, Lily. Do remember, I am also a Slytherin." "Very well, Severus. Let us set aside the debate of Gryffindor versus Slytherin, and focus solely on the matter of dark arts. They are malevolent. As my friend, I cannot stand idly by while you delve into them. Lily, I comprehend your perspective, but you have always been shielded. Your greatest tribulations likely involve mere quarrels with your sister. You have never encountered the darker facets of this world, nor have you faced loathsome individuals or events. Your innocence and kindness stem from this ignorance, compelling you to believe you can guide me toward redemption. But have you ever considered how fundamentally different we are?" Severus gazed at Lily, unable to continue, captivated by her goodness and beauty. qualities he had never possessed. Severus. I still cannot fathom why you feel the need to study dark arts. Indeed, how could you? Lily, if I were to tell you that Lupin is a werewolf, would you distance yourself from him and the group? Lupin is a werewolf. Severus, do you realize the gravity of what you are saying? That is a serious accusation. How could Remus possibly be a werewolf? Lily's reaction seemed to align with Severus's expectations. He merely told her he would procure evidence before departing. Watching him leave, Lily felt a profound sense of loss. Something had undeniably changed. Severus had never before left her standing alone. Chapter 9 Progress. On the 5th day following the activation of the contract, the weather remained dreary. Ivy received yet another letter from Mrs. Potter, who appeared quite pleased, writing that she was delighted to hear about the progress between Ivy and James. The cause for her joy was James's invitation for her to visit Hogsmeade on Saturday. Additionally, Mrs. Potter promised her grandmother shares in a forthcoming best-selling shampoo venture, set to commence collaboration soon. Ivy anticipated feeling as elated as Mrs. Potter. Yet an emptiness lingered within her. Perhaps she had grown numb. She had known since the age of 10 that her future lay in marrying James. For 5 years, she had endeavored to become the kind of person the Potters would favor, even memorizing their family rules. She concealed her true self, masquerading as the gentle girl James desired, convinced that she could win his heart willingly. She believed that marrying into the Potter family would yield a favorable outcome for her life. Yet she could not fathom why she remained discontent. At noon, Severus visited the potions office to deliver prepared potion ingredients to Professor Slugghorn, only to unexpectedly find Ivy there, seemingly under reprimand. Severus, you're here. Please wait just a moment, she said. Ivy, if you possessed even half of Severus's grades, I wouldn't be so irate today, Professor Slugghorn exclaimed, handing Ivy a piece of parchment marked with a large O. Look here, this is Severus's assignment. Now compare it with yours. He then presented Ivy with another parchment adorned with elegant calligraphy, displaying a large P. Her performance was dismal, starkly contrasting Severus's perfect Os. She had only achieved OS in defense against the dark arts and transfiguration, and she held no interest in the bizarre potion ingredients. Perhaps if you devoted some of your party time to tutoring me in potions, my grades wouldn't be so dismal, Ivy quipped to her grandfather, who sat behind the desk. Ivy, you should exhibit some support for a professor's hobbies, especially since I am your grandfather, Professor Slugghorn replied, his gaze drifting to Severus, who stood quietly beside Ivy. Suddenly, he had a brilliant idea. Since you are interested in tutoring, why not have Severus assist you? As my assistant, I can vouch for his potions expertise. Severus, do you find this agreeable? I can advance you 100 galleons as compensation. Professor Slughorn's rationale was simple. Ivy's struggles in potions could benefit from having a master of the craft as a friend. Severus, taken aback, glanced at Ivy, who appeared impassive and seemingly unwilling to voice her thoughts. I have no objections, Professor. Splendid. Ivy, you may return for now. I have matters to discuss with Severus. Farewell. Professor. Once Ivy exited and closed the door, Professor Slughorn began conversing with Severus. I know you have a wonderful female friend in Gryffindor, Lily. However, Ivy may differ from her. She can be rather headstrong, so please be patient with her. Should any issues arise, do not hesitate to approach me. As long as it ensures her success in the upcoming 5th year OWLs. This is 100 galleons. If Ivy passes, I shall provide you with another 100. This is a personal agreement for you to tutor Ivy. There is no need for any reservations, Severus. You have earned it. Professor Slughorn, perceptive of Severus's hesitations, stepped forward to pat his shoulder, handing him a bag of galleons. He was never one to withhold support from promising young individuals. Severus did not decline, nodding as he handed over the prepared potion ingredients to Professor Slughorn. Their conversation concluded amid the professor's praises. As Severus pushed open the office door, he found Ivy leaning against the wall outside. Finished? Come dine with me, she stated, her expression devoid of emotion as she walked ahead. Ivy, what is troubling you? Severus grasped her wrist. Why do you ask? Ivy seemed to realize something, turning back with a radiant smile that met Severus's gaze. Yet, she herself was uncertain of her feelings, simply unable to find joy. Severus wished to speak further, but was drawn forward as Ivy held his hand, leading him onward. Come now, I have a Muggle Studies elective soon. If I am late, I shall miss lunch. At the Slytherin table in the Great Hall, the room was sparsely populated, most having finished their meals and departed. Please slice my steak, Severus. Ivy, have you truly become incapable of self-sufficiency? Severus raised his eyes to her. But I am feeling rather low today, and your steak looks more appetizing when you cut it. Reluctantly, Severus took the steak before her. Although he could not quite grasp the correlation between her mood and his cutting her steak. You are the best, Severus. Hearing Ivy's words, Severus glanced at her before continuing to slice the steak. In recent days, not only had Ivy come to understand him, but he too had begun to comprehend Ivy. She excelled in dark arts and defense against the dark arts, unlike other pureblood heirs who were often naive. Her appearance was deceptively alluring. Severus frequently saw her languidly slumped in a chair in the room of requirement, with sultry eyes and her long, jet-black hair cascading in soft curls, exuding a certain languor and rebelliousness. Her fair complexion and graceful figure, coupled with a delicate waist, made her resemble a rose in a greenhouse, especially when resting her chin in her hand, lost in thought. Many within Slytherin perceived her as aloof. It was said she harbored a strong aversion to those who admired her, and disliked any form of physical contact from others. Severus handed the neatly sliced steak to Ivy, convinced that he maintained an unwavering vigilance towards her. Despite being fully aware of her icy demeanor, he found himself irresistibly drawn to her. Just as Severus and Ivy were departing the great hall, Lily suddenly approached them. Sev, I need to speak with you. Lily glanced at Ivy, her expression a tapestry of complexity. Ivy, however, merely smiled, well aware of Lily's motives for seeking Severus. She had caught a glimpse of red hair behind the bushes as she confronted Thomas yesterday. But what of it? Since Lily has something to discuss with you, I shall take my leave for class, Ivy said with a smile, bidding farewell. Sev, let's talk over there, Lily urged, leading him to a quieter corridor. Sev, do you truly know what kind of person Ivy is? Lily's tone was grave. What do you mean, Lily? She is utterly terrifying. I witnessed her tormenting someone with dark magic yesterday, and that very person even delivered a cake to her. Ah, I presume that individual must be Thomas? Severus replied, intrigued. You know? Then why do you associate with Ivy? Lily's voice rose in disbelief. Do you think Thomas is a good person? He laced the cake with a love potion. But Ivy never consumed the cake, did she? Instead, she nearly killed that poor soul, employing a memory charm. Lily, forget this matter. They are all of dubious character. Do not concern yourself with it. Moreover, this is what I wish to convey to you. Keep your distance from Ivy. Do not trust anything she says, understand? Is something troubling you? We are friends. I can assist you, Lily responded with keen intelligence, quickly grasping the situation. It's nothing. Just remember, if I am not present, avoid any contact with Ivy. Later, in the abandoned potions classroom, Ivy perched at the table, propping her chin on her hand, observing Severus with keen interest. I have promised Professor Slugghorn to tutor you in potions. Indeed, then Professor Snape, shall we first familiarize ourselves with one another? If understanding you aids in passing the OWLs for your 5th year, I am more than willing to discuss that. However, for now, I expect you to prepare the cauldron immediately, Ivy. Chapter 10. The Scent of the Love Potion. Severus sat opposite Ivy, assisting her in opening her book. Ivy's book appeared pristine, as though untouched by time. Today we shall brew the shrinking solution, also known as the shrinking potion. This has been a recurring topic in the OWLs for 2 consecutive years. It has the capability to reduce objects in size, allowing individuals or animals to revert to their juvenile forms with but a few drops. For instance, a frog can transform back into a tadpole. It is crucial to ensure that the roots of the daisies are evenly sliced beforehand, as many have faltered in this step, resulting in a potion of inferior quality. Ivy, you must jot these notes down rather than fixate on me, Severus remarked, a hint of exasperation tinging his voice. Severus, has anyone ever told you that your voice is quite melodious? Ivy inquired, picking up her quill to transcribe his words. Ignoring her compliment, Severus continued. In addition to the daisy roots, we will require wrinkle figs, which must be peeled, thinly sliced caterpillars, a drop of leech juice, and a mouse's spleen. Adding excessive mouse spleen will cause the potion to turn a sickly orange instead of the desired bright green, rendering it toxic. I have found that a small amount of bezoar can neutralize the potion. Severus, your instructions seem to differ slightly from the book, Ivy observed. The text is not always entirely accurate. This is my revised recipe, sufficient for your OWL's preparation. Once you have finished writing, we shall proceed to handle the materials. With that, Severus rose from his seat, using the levitation charm to retrieve several boxes from the shelf. Am I required to manage all of this? Ivy gasped, eyeing the wriggling caterpillars with a shiver. This is merely for practice. The caterpillars must be sliced to the appropriate thickness, and the daisy roots require careful handling. Without ample practice, you will not succeed. Severus replied matter-of-factly. Noting Ivy's trepidation, he stepped closer. Allow me to demonstrate. Observe closely. Relieved by his offer, Ivy quickly positioned herself behind Severus, distancing herself from the squirming caterpillars. Ivy, you must remember you are a witch. There is nothing to fear. I am not afraid. Merely repulsed by their appearance. Severus explained, demonstrating the proper technique while instructing her simultaneously. His earnest demeanor sparked Ivy's focus. Severus was undeniably skilled in potions, and his seriousness was captivating. What she had initially perceived as daunting materials became manageable under his guidance. However, when it came time for Ivy to attempt it herself, the task proved far more challenging. Ivy, perhaps you are aware of the meaning of slices? Severus quipped without mercy. Unfortunately, Ivy inadvertently cut her hand, thus concluding their material handling practice. Severus treated her wound with a white flower before directing her to commence brewing the potion. Ivy, when stirring, ensure your hand remains steady. Do not rush, neither should you proceed so slowly. Severus, unable to contain himself, approached Ivy and grasped her hand, guiding her through the motions. As he stood behind her, Ivy's heart raced uncontrollably, and it was only when Severus stepped away that she regained her composure. Acutely aware that her cheeks were likely flushed. Ultimately, Ivy completed the shrinking solution just before curfew, and without dwelling on the incidents along the way, they returned together to the Slytherin common room. Good night, Severus, Ivy said hurriedly as she entered the dormitory, leaning against the door and exhaling deeply. Ivy, you cannot harbor feelings for Snape. 5 years of effort, and you cannot bear to let it all slip away. You must take action. You cannot allow yourself to remain in this state. What troubles you, Ivy? I have never seen you wear such an expression, Eve remarked, emerging from the room, prompting Sunny to turn in her seat at the sound of Eve's voice. I think I may have developed feelings for Severus. How is that possible? I thought you despised boys. Realizing her words were perhaps misguided, Eve inquired further, what about James? I do not know. All I understand is that I cannot relinquish my feelings for James. A tinge of sorrow washed over Ivy at this thought. Ivy, listen, this is not your fault. You cannot control whom you fall for. Yes, I understand. Ivy concealed her emotions, recognizing that if one individual could influence her feelings, the fault lay not with them but with her own inability to master her sentiments. Perhaps she needed to learn the art of mental occlusion, a skill that could purge her mind of thoughts and emotions, as well as guard against invasive spells. On the 6th day following the contract's activation, and the 7th day thereafter, Ivy dedicated herself to practicing mental occlusion in the library, seizing the advantage of her natural aptitude for disguise. Her progress in mastering the mental occlusion techniques accelerated rapidly, her gray eyes growing increasingly cold and hollow. Severus sought out Ivy, but she deftly fended him off with excuses. On Saturday, she planned to visit Hogsmeade with James, determined to avoid excessive interaction with Severus until she had sufficiently honed her mental occlusion skills. She reminded herself that after the contract concluded, Severus would return to Lily, and there was no need for her concern. Moreover, James was handsome, genuine, and deeply affectionate, a worthy object of her affections. Ivy had repeated such affirmations to herself countless times. After all, to deceive others, one must first deceive oneself. She could not afford failure. She must be thoroughly prepared before re-emerging. On the evening of the contract's conclusion, after the curfew, Ivy entered the common room only to be confronted by Severus, who was the sole occupant of the space at such a late hour. Severus, what are you doing here? Ivy inquired, her brow furrowing with confusion. Ivy, you should know that if I wish to ascertain your whereabouts, it is not a difficult task. Why resort to deceit? I inquired with Professor Slugghorn, and you have not visited him at all. Severus, seated on the sofa, directed his gaze toward the entrance where Ivy stood. He was acutely aware that Ivy was evading him, yet he could not fathom the reason behind her actions. Ivy, I don't know what's wrong with me, she stammered, her eyes welling with tears at the sight of Severus. She turned her back to him, employing a mental blocking charm to clear her mind, burying her tumultuous emotions deep within. She had underestimated her feelings for Severus, but now she comprehended their depth. What is troubling you, Ivy? Severus approached her, noting only the redness at the corners of her eyes. I'm fine, Severus. I'm just a bit tired. I'll head back now, Ivy declared, attempting to slip past him. However, Severus grasped her wrist, halting her departure. Severus? He remained silent, merely gazing at her, before suddenly releasing her and exiting the common room. Wait, Severus. Where are you going at this hour? Ivy called out, wanting to follow him but ultimately retreating back to her dormitory. Emerging from the bathroom, Ivy lay on her bed but found sleep elusive, her thoughts consumed by Severus's recent expression. It felt as if he were opposing her. Outside, thunder rumbled, and the gloomy weather culminated in rain. Rising from her bed, Ivy donned her robe, took her wand, and exited the dormitory, suspecting Severus might be in the potions classroom. Her intuition proved correct. Severus was indeed brewing a potion. "What are you making, Severus?" Ivy asked, observing him. If she wasn't mistaken, he was concocting a love potion. It shimmered with the luster of mother of pearl, the steam spiraling upwards, its scent varying according to one's preferences. "Why are you brewing this at such a late hour?" "I recall this being a 6th-year lesson," Ivy queried, perplexed by his choice of potion. Severus was unlike someone like Thomas. "I wish to clarify something," Severus stated, his expression serious as he returned his focus to the potion before him. Ivy stood beside him, watching intently. Before long, she noticed the spiraling steam Severus had mentioned. He inhaled deeply, and something seemed to dawn upon him as he glanced at Ivy. "Is this the steam you spoke of? May I have a whiff?" Severus nodded, and Ivy leaned closer to inhale, only to suddenly scrunch her brow in distaste. "Did you catch an unpleasant scent?" Severus inquired. It smells like books and blood." "Severus, didn't you say the aroma changes based on individual preferences? Why would I ever fancy the scent of blood or potion ingredients?" "Perhaps there was an error in the brewing process," Severus replied, swiftly utilizing a cleaning charm to empty the cauldron. Before Ivy could react, he seized her wrist and led her out of the potions classroom. "It's quite late. We should return." "Yes, it is late, but why so abruptly? I mean, that potion," Ivy pressed as they walked through the castle corridors. "It's nothing. The love potion holds little utility for me," he replied dismissively. On Saturday, Ivy met James as planned. He had even made preparations. Had she not seen him exchanging smirks with Black, she might have thought this was merely a typical date. "Let us go, Ivy." As they made their way to Hogsmeade, James frequently glanced back. "James, what's the matter?" "I was just wondering why you asked me to come to Hogsmeade," he replied with a chuckle. "Given our relationship, James, isn't it only natural?" Ivy offered a polite smile, choosing not to delve deeper into his evasive responses. James, on the other hand, played the part of a reliable companion, eagerly taking Ivy around the sweet shop and purchasing numerous candies for her, until they could carry no more. Eventually, they entered the Three Broomsticks, where James notably pulled out a chair for her. As they settled in, Ivy spotted Lily entering, her fiery red hair impossible to overlook, followed closely by Severus. Ivy glanced at James, who was fixated on Lily, seemingly poised to rise but appearing as if something was pinning him to his seat. Ivy suspected it was Sirius, cloaked in invisibility, urging him to remain seated. "See, Ivy? Lily can effortlessly obtain everything you scheme to achieve." Ivy felt an urge to abandon her pretense at that moment. She looked up to find James had regained his composure, no longer gazing at Lily but rather at her, perhaps influenced by some ill-conceived suggestion from Sirius. "James, with that expression, one might think you wish to propose to me," Ivy remarked, smirking at his clumsy facade. "In any case, we are bound to become engaged. You know my family would never consent to my marrying Lily, and she doesn't harbor any affection for me. As long as you assure me to steer clear of Snape, I could write to my family immediately. What do you say?" "But I no longer wish to be engaged to you, James," Ivy stated, fully aware of the ramifications of her words, yet she spoke them nonetheless. "Why? Haven't you always liked me? Is it because of that snot-nosed brat?" James appeared incredulous, rising from his seat and pointing accusatorily at Severus, his voice rising above the murmurs of the bar. Lily and Severus, still awaiting their butterbeers, were clearly taken aback by James's sudden confrontation. Ivy stood up, casting a spell aside, which caused Sirius, still cloaked, to yelp as he stumbled into view, seemingly flustered. "James, I despise feigning gentleness. I prefer luxurious things, beautiful clothes and shoes. I have no fondness for the candies that children adore, nor do I care for Quidditch matches. I possess no qualities associated with kindness. I have no interest in helping others. I am not kind nor gentle. I am the wicked Slytherin you speak of. And this is the true me. Moreover, I no longer have feelings for you." With that declaration, Ivy turned to leave, only to hear James call out, "I can't believe it. Were you merely putting on an elaborate act all this time? Fine, even if you were, you've pretended for years for my sake. Are you truly willing to let all that effort go to waste? Do not forget who you represent, the House of Catter." James seemed incensed by Ivy's words, unable to comprehend her stance. He was naive but not foolish, having always understood what Ivy desired. Indeed, I hadn't anticipated this deviation from the expected course. But such is the nature of emotions. How can one plan for them? "James, you know I spent 5 years planning for our engagement, making sacrifices. What have I received in return? Your threats? For 5 years I have known you entirely. I even understand the implications of your subconscious gestures. So, have you fallen for me? Do you know my preferences? Have you ever truly understood me? My disguise is hardly effective. Even your friend Black is aware of my reputation in Slytherin. Yet you remain oblivious. How ludicrous, James, that you would come to me today to speak of engagement. Tears streamed down Ivy's cheeks, falling onto the table, but she made no attempt to wipe them away as all eyes in the bar turned towards her and James. Unfazed, she cast one last glance at James, who appeared as if petrified, before pushing through the door and stepping outside. After Ivy departed, James was nudged back to reality by Sirius, who encouraged him to pursue her. However, he couldn't resist casting a glance in Lily's direction. Brother, it is hardly gentlemanly to let a lady leave in tears, Sirius remarked, sharing his own astonishment at Ivy's reaction. In truth, he and James had intended merely to tease Ivy today, hoping to rekindle her affection for James and distance her from that Severus. Of course, the engagement was a mere charade. Sirius now realized the impropriety of their actions, and James seemed to grasp something profound as well. James, a Quidditch star at Hogwarts and a wealthy young man with countless admirers, harbored affection solely for Lily, aware that her disdain for him was merely superficial. As for Ivy, she was simply the choice arranged by his family, a shield against his other suitors. Keep an eye on Snape for me. I shall return shortly, James declared, stamping his foot in frustration before dashing after Ivy. With James's departure, the farce concluded, leaving Sirius to retrieve the invisibility cloak from the ground. He approached the table where Lily and Severus sat, pulling out a chair and sitting down with casual nonchalance. Lily had witnessed the entire spectacle, her heart a tumult of emotions. Though James was somewhat arrogant, as a prominent figure in Gryffindor, he had always revolved around her, his gaze fixed solely upon her. How could she not be moved? Yet, she had never realized the depth of the connection between James and Ivy. After searching high and low for Ivy to no avail, James assumed she had returned to Hogwarts and made his way back to the Three Broomsticks, for Lily remained there. In reality, Ivy had merely cast a disillusionment charm, and stood not far from the tavern, finding it amusing to watch James circle back. Just as she contemplated leaving for Hogwarts, she noticed Severus emerging from the Three Broomsticks, glancing around before he too chose the path back to Hogwarts. Ivy, Severus said, as Ivy dispelled her charm, and called out to him. He offered no more than a terse, "Let us go. I'll escort you back," which seemed to irritate Ivy. "Who asked for your company, Severus? Have you forgotten our pact has concluded? Do not presume that tutoring me in potions grants you the right to meddle in my affairs. I have no need for your pity." With that, she turned away, leaving him in silence. Upon returning to Hogwarts, Ivy headed straight for Professor Slughorn's office, feeling significantly calmer after the journey from Hogsmeade. With the union between the Cattermoles and the Potters now concluded, she was left to navigate the arrangements her grandfather had in store for her. Undoubtedly, her grandmother's shrill letters would soon arrive at the school, and it seemed unlikely she would return home during the summer. Perhaps this was for the best, a twist of fate in her favor. Professor Slughorn smiled, as if to convey that she should have taken this step long ago. "Grandfather, there is one more matter. I do not wish for Severus to tutor me," Ivy stated. "Severus excels in potions, and unless you provide a valid reason, I will not consent. My potions grades cannot be improved by anyone, I assure you," she asserted confidently. "You wretched girl, do you truly believe Severus's tutoring is solely for your grades? Am I unaware of your character?" Slughorn gazed at her knowingly. "What other reason could there be? It is so you may have a potions master as a friend in your future." Slughorn replied with an expression that suggested he saw right through her. "But grandfather, you are still here, are you not? Do you expect me to rely on you for potions for a lifetime? In any case, Severus's tutoring is non-negotiable. Do not always expect to lean on me," he insisted. Chapter 12, Animagus. Emerging from Professor Slughorn's office, Ivy felt an unprecedented lightness, as if she had shed years of burdensome weight. Perhaps by next year or the year after, her grandfather would arrange for her transfer to another school. That evening, at the long table in the Great Hall, an owl flew towards Severus, delivering a large parcel. The packaging indicated it was sent from a bespoke clothing shop. Severus glanced towards the center of the table, where Ivy sat. Just as he had first known her, at the heart of Slytherin's long table, engaged in conversation with her peers, her lips curving in a reserved smile, her demeanor tinged with disdain. Though the parcel bore no name, it could only have come from her. After dinner, Severus thought he would miss the chance to see Ivy. Having completed his work with Lily in the library, he prepared to brew potions for Lucius when, to his surprise, he found Ivy seated where she had been that day, perusing her potions book, parchment beside her, likely filled with her recent assignments. Hearing the door creak, she lifted her gaze to meet his. Weren't you supposed to tutor me? Ivy tilted her head, studying Severus, who took a moment before responding. I recall you possess a two-way mirror. Would you have waited indefinitely had I not come? Severus questioned, unsure of Ivy's thoughts. Were you not with Lily in the library? I merely feared interrupting you, he replied, dismissing her comment as he sat beside her to review her work. After only a brief glance, his brow furrowed in disapproval. Ivy mused that if Severus were her potions professor, she would likely receive a T for this assignment. Here, all of this requires revision. Your reasoning is entirely flawed. The mandrake in the revulsion potion serves to counter petrification, while the dung bomb possesses detoxifying properties, Severus explained patiently, observing Ivy's pristine workbook. He handed her his own textbook while he brewed potions nearby. There was something undeniably pleasing about watching Severus at work, not merely due to his striking looks, but because of his composed mastery over the potions. It was only when she had thoroughly observed him that Ivy shifted her focus to Severus's textbook. Disarming charm? Used against adversaries. Is this one of Severus's original spells? Ivy marveled at his exceptional talent in both charms and potions. She began to understand why Lucius had lowered himself to befriend a half-blood. An astute mind paired with formidable magic, complemented by his expertise in potion-making. It was clear why she had developed feelings for Severus. Severus, could you explain this section to me? She inquired, smiling at him as he bottled the potion. As curfew approached, the two finally exited the potions classroom, where Severus handed Ivy the parcel. Did you purchase this? Yes, I ordered it many days ago. Did it just arrive today? That makes sense as it contains shoes, which take longer to make. Ivy nodded. Why send me these? Naturally. I wish to see you wear them. You are striking, Severus, tall and handsome. They would suit you well. Ivy spoke lightly, yet she did not wish to dwell on the topic, so she redirected the conversation. Severus, may I ask why you are studying animagi? Severus seemed taken aback by Ivy's question but answered nonetheless. Are you familiar with Remus Lupin from the Marauders? Of course, due to James. I know quite a bit about them. Remus values his friendship with James, making him easy to manipulate, Ivy replied, appearing unimpressed. Manipulate? Ivy. Perhaps you do not realize how dangerous he is. He harbors secrets that the quartet strives to conceal. Have you investigated him? Severus probed. Certainly. But he is merely a poor, sickly fellow. Ivy lifted her chin defiantly, having certainly looked into Remus, being one of James's closest associates. Sickly? What illness only manifests on the 15th of every month? Severus smirked sarcastically. Are you implying that Lupin is a werewolf? Ivy's eyes widened as she processed this revelation. I have no evidence, but Potter and the others have consistently shielded Lupin, especially near the Whomping Willow. Additionally, James and Black are likely animagi. I suspect they utilize this to avoid alarming the Willow. So it is, fortunately, I no longer have any ties with James. I can assist you, Severus, as an Animagus. Alright, I confess I previously misled you. In truth, I too am an unregistered Animagus. Ivy gazed at Severus with a hint of exasperation. Must I transform before you will believe me? Come, let us proceed to the room of requirement. The transformation into an Animagus is intricate, and hinges on a stroke of luck for success, so it is understandable that Severus harbored doubts. The room of requirement. I am about to transform, do not be startled. With the intent to surprise Severus, Ivy refrained from revealing what creature she would become. She transformed into a large white serpent, the size of a small leg, flicking her tongue towards him. Yet instead of fear, Severus found the gray snake's eyes somewhat endearing. Well, do you believe me now? Ivy reverted to her original form. Severus nodded, and the two sat together to discuss animagi. Generally speaking, animagi, much like patronuses, adhere to certain norms, though exceptions abound. Patronuses can change due to love, while animagi remain constant, tied solely to one's personality and appearance. Severus. You might consider practicing your Patronus first, Ivy suggested. My Patronus likely won't aid your Animagus practice, Severus replied, for his Patronus had always mirrored Lily's, remaining unchanged. As it was his sole cherished memory, a fact he preferred Ivy remain oblivious to. Noticing Severus's complex expression, Ivy revised her approach. The currently popular method for transforming into an Animagus involves using a single leaf of mandrake. The entire process is time-consuming and intricate, but if you trust me, Severus, you can attempt transformation using my method. You have an alternative method? Of course, after all, the Carters are an ancient family with some heritage. It is an ancient potion formula left by Salazar Slytherin. Once prepared, during a storm, drink the potion. Then point your wand at your heart, and recite the incantation to transform successfully. However, there is a drawback. The likelihood of becoming a serpent is somewhat high. As was the case with me, though Sunny and Eve are different. Severus appeared intrigued by Ivy's mention of the ancient potion formula. She agreed to lend him the book, provided he helped her retrieve it. How am I to assist you? It is in my grandfather's office. That book contains many rare potion formulas. Tomorrow is Sunday, and my grandfather will surely not be in his office. Shall we go now? Severus acquiesced, only to discover that Ivy intended to sneak in to steal the book. Are you certain about this, Ivy? At that moment, Ivy expertly unlocked Professor Slugghorn's office door with a spell. Of course. How else would I lend it to you? I have already promised you, Severus. Ivy closed the door and waved her wand, uttering Lumos. Here, Severus, but my grandfather has placed protective charms on it, which I cannot break. I will need your assistance, Ivy informed him. I will give it a try. Ivy stepped aside to let Severus approach. The bookshelf held merely a few tomes. The protective charm was not overly complex, and after a short while he had dispelled it. Impressive, Severus, Ivy exclaimed, entirely unaware that Professor Slugghorn had observed everything from his bedroom. Chapter 13 Ancestry. Professor Slugghorn discerned the books the two had taken and, rather than reproach Ivy, found himself admiring her cleverness. After all, to befriend someone, one must cater to their interests and understand their needs to strike a chord. Other items merely serve as embellishments. Attempting to impress with them alone could backfire. The following day, Ivy was unusually absent from the Great Hall, instead seeking Severus's help via the two-way mirror to bring her breakfast, as she remained in a room within the room of requirement, identical to her own bedroom. Oh, why are you hiding here so early? Severus sat opposite her as before, watching her eat. After what I said to James yesterday, I might receive a howler from my grandmother today. I refuse to be embarrassed in front of everyone. Ivy, you know you cannot hide here forever. For now. I still haven't figured out what to do. By the way, Severus, did anything happen after I left yesterday? James didn't mention writing to his mother, did he? Even if Potter didn't say anything, with so many people in the pub that day, those who needed to know surely did. I didn't hear Potter or Black say anything. After you left, Lily came to find me, and then they all emerged and we had a fight. You weren't hurt. Were you? Ivy realized she had reacted a bit too strongly, and cleared her throat discreetly before adding, with Lily around, surely you couldn't have come to blows. I did say we fought. You heard me correctly, but I was not the one who was injured. They should still be in the hospital wing. How could that be? They attacked me with a spell of my own invention. Naturally, I was not the one to sustain injuries. You mean Lily didn't stop them? Severus remained silent, and Ivy understood he did not wish to elaborate. Do not overthink it, Ivy. Besides, what they did was indeed excessive. Lily agrees they got what they deserved, Severus explained, observing Ivy's expression. True, had Lily intended to intervene, she wouldn't have gone to the library with you yesterday, but instead would have gone to the hospital wing. What a shame about the butterbeer on the table. I haven't had a sip yet. Although Ivy's tone was lighthearted, she felt a pang of sadness. Despite her disdain for Lily, she had to acknowledge that Lily indeed deserved everyone's affection. Actually, you needn't worry about the howler. In other words, I believe your objective has been achieved. Severus hesitated, pondering whether to continue. What do you mean? After yesterday's events, Lily perceives James as rather irresponsible regarding emotions, especially since he threatened you. Thus, Lily has decided to distance herself from James. To put it simply, you have effectively torn them apart. Severus, do you believe I said those things solely to break them up? Ivy suddenly released her spoon, letting it clatter into her bowl. That was not my intention. Regardless of the circumstances, this outcome is beneficial for you. Severus remained his usual composed self. Perhaps it is more advantageous for you, Severus. I never intended this. I have already resolved to distance myself from James Potter. Perhaps in the 5th or 6th year, I will transfer to another school. Ivy picked up her spoon again, sipping from her bowl of milk, seemingly indifferent to her impending departure. You wish to transfer? All because of James Potter? Before Severus could fully process his surprise, Ivy stirred her milk with her spoon, sharing her story. Yes, if I do not wish to be betrothed to Potter, I must leave. Otherwise, my grandmother will not relent. She would gladly bind me up and sell me off to the Potter family for a handsome sum of galleons. Ever since I was 10, when my grandmother and father retrieved me from Nocturnally, I have known I was destined to marry into the Potter family. I had no choice. At that age, I could not remain in Nocturnally. Ivy recounted her memories. In a dilapidated magical furniture shop in Nocturne Alley, two individuals, strikingly out of place in their finery, awaited someone, Elvis Carter, Ivy's father, and her grandmother. Before long, A woman descended the staircase, clad in a black dress, her only semblance of vitality emanating from a sardonic smile on her face. By any measure, she could hardly be deemed an amiable person. In her grasp, she held the hand of a little girl, leading her before Elvis Carlt. Unlike the dark-clad woman, the girl was rosy-cheeked and beamed with a smile, evidently well cared for. This was Ivy Carlt. As if struck by a thought, she displayed a peculiar grin and looked up at Elvis Carlt, exuding an innocent charm. She was aware that this smile could garner her favor from many, ensuring her endeavors would flourish, just as her mother had said. Your smile is more potent than any charm, my dear. Of course, Miss Slugghorn, but I believe it prudent to first cast a small spell. A bloodline enchantment will ascertain whether she is indeed a true Carlt. By all means, Mr. Carlt. Elvis, though somewhat taken aback, maintained his composure, as impeccable manners were ingrained in him. Layla Slugghorn had indeed undergone a remarkable transformation. The Layla he remembered was not like this. A woman who regarded love as the essence of life, akin to a resplendent red rose, in stark contrast to the acerbic woman before him. They had once shared a romance that, in retrospect, seemed profoundly beautiful. Due to parental opposition, Layla severed ties with her father for his sake. Yet he lacked the courage to part ways with the Carlt legacy. His mother had compelled him with her very life. All he could manage was to refrain from marrying another woman, and nothing more. Ultimately, Layla was left with this dilapidated shop, which led to the present moment, where Ivy, the little girl named Ivy, now appeared before Elvis. His thoughts drifted back to the dismal shop as the bloodline enchantment concluded. It was evident that Ivy was indeed a Carlt. Goodbye, mother. Ivy turned to board the carriage emblematic of the Carlt family, where silence enveloped the occupants. Mr. Elvis Carlt appeared to be on the verge of speaking, yet was silenced by his grandmother's disapproving gaze. Ivy feigned ignorance, gazing out at the passing scenery. The recollections faded. Do not frown so often, Severus. I do not require your sympathy. At least, I previously believed that marrying James would be quite agreeable. Then what has prompted this change of heart? Severus regarded Ivy, as though he anticipated the answer. Naturally, it is due to my desire not to settle. James treats Lily with such kindness, yet he is unkind to me, which naturally breeds my disfavor. Ivy felt a twinge of anxiety. Could it be that Severus had discerned her burgeoning affection for him? That should not be the case. Her recent practice of clemency had been commendable, and he should not be able to perceive her thoughts. I recall your potion assignment remains uncorrected. Seemingly sensing Ivy's unease, Severus deftly shifted the conversation. Very well, Professor Snape, I shall join you for tutoring once I finish my milk. As they exited the room of requirement and made their way to the library, a girl clad in Hufflepuff robes suddenly blocked Ivy and Severus's path, in stark contrast to the quaking Hufflepuff beside her. Ah, you must be Severus Snape. Then, the one beside you must be Lily, she exclaimed. Wait. Isn't Lily supposed to have red hair? She gazed at Ivy, whose meticulously styled hair left her puzzled. Ivy's expression turned impatient, especially upon hearing Lily's name. It was surprising that anyone would mistake her for Lily. Was her countenance so imbued with innocence and kindness? Before Ivy could respond, Severus interjected with a curt command to step aside, his tone far from amiable, for Slytherins held a contemptuous equality towards all students outside their house. The girl, startled by his tone, quickly moved aside. As they passed, Ivy overheard her muttering to herself, I never expected Snape to be so handsome in his youth. No wonder he is Professor Snape, exuding such authority even as a child. Ivy found herself puzzled by this remark, but thought little of it. Who could fathom what occupied a Hufflepuff's mind daily? Chapter 14 Toys. Ivy did not receive a scolding letter from her grandmother. Instead, she received a simple note. Upon reading its contents, Ivy could no longer contain her tears, sobbing at her desk. Her grandmother expressed no reproach, but rather inquired if anything was amiss. Yet Ivy felt compelled to abandon her. Although her grandmother was strict, there was no denying the affection the stern old lady held for her. Ivy had always been oblivious to the concept of love, believing herself incapable of understanding it. All the tomes on dark magic conveyed that the unleashing of such magic required a malevolent intent, a genuine desire to inflict suffering, to wield true potency. Ivy, no. It is not mere anger. You must realize that most emotions can hardly unleash the full might of a curse. You must genuinely wish to cause pain, to torment the other, and revel in that sensation, her mother had once told her. Yet Ivy did not comprehend. She merely manipulated her emotions as her mother instructed her to do. Her grandmother had labeled her a demon spawned by her mother. Yet she had never given up on her. A serious old woman patiently guiding her to become a worthy individual, purchasing lovely dresses for her, planning her future. and informing her that the Carlt family would not have a second heir. Ivy opened a two-way mirror, calling for her grandmother, and an image appeared within. Why are you crying? How many times have I told you, Ivy? Even if you must weep, do so without letting your heart be swayed. Just shed tears. You must care for those eyes of yours. I shall send you some restorative potions. A beautiful woman's tears evoke sympathy, but one must not appear unseemly. Ivy intended to respond, I understand, grandmother, but after a moment's reflection, she altered her words. Grandmother, I believe I shall not become engaged to James. Ivy, you know perfectly well that I shall not consent. This is not solely your affair. It concerns both the Carlt and Potter families. And you previously showed no aversion to it, did you? You are well aware of how desperately the Carlt family requires the support of the Potter family. Ivy, you must ensure that James Potter marries you, understand? However, do not place undue pressure on yourself. That would be counterproductive. After all, you have 3 years until graduation. And I shall handle matters with Mrs. Potter. Grandmother, I have fallen for someone else. Silence. Ivy, do you comprehend what love is? Love is a luxury. A perishable one at that. Without galleons, how can you love another? What can you offer that will ensure another's continued affection for you? Her grandmother appeared utterly incensed. Her usual demeanor faltering. I am unafraid of unrequited love. Every choice I make is in accordance with my true self. Why should I conceal whom I have grown fond of? Even if he does not reciprocate, I shall not cower. She had always known the world's ugliness. Yet her affection for Severus had never been predicated on galleons. It was simply that she cherished being in his presence. For no gaze compared to his unique allure, because he was he. Moreover, the current circumstances were such that her grandmother would never accept. The era of pureblood families had long passed, yet her grandmother's mindset remained entrenched in the past. Now was the time of the Dark Lord and the White Lord. The Potters, affluent during the war, were a significant prize at the heart of the vortex. Her grandfather had kept her away from James for this reason. He did not want her to choose sides, be it Death Eaters or the Order of the Phoenix. In such tumultuous times, making a choice was exceedingly unwise. Yet her grandmother remained obstinately fixated on galleons and the illusory dignity of the Carlt name. Ultimately, Ivy's conversation with her grandmother ended on a sour note. She felt as though her grandmother was blinded by love, unwilling to acknowledge the present reality, rejecting the decline of pureblood families, preferring to close her eyes and block her ears. For the first time, Ivy found communicating with her grandmother to be utterly exhausting. Grabbing a morsel of rat meat sent by the house elf, Ivy resolved to visit the Ollery to restore her mood, only to unexpectedly encounter Remus Lupin there. Lupin? What brings you here? Ivy suddenly recalled Severus's words. The Lupin before her was, after all, a werewolf. Perhaps for the same reason as you. Lupin pointed at the bag in Ivy's hand and smiled at her. Indeed, he was a rather mild-mannered werewolf. Ivy felt no aversion towards Lupin. Yet she was reluctant to engage too closely. Since someone had already fed her, she could always return another time. As she turned to leave, Lupin did not feel awkward. Instead, he gently patted the head of the owl beside him. Upon returning to the castle, Ivy found herself at a loss for where to go. Perhaps it was due to the impending summer break, but Severus had been tutoring her every evening for the past 8 or 9 days, and he was quite stringent. With no elective classes today, she decided to head to the potions classroom early. Ivy assumed Severus would not be there, but to her surprise he was. He was brewing potions, and a Hufflepuff girl occupied Ivy's usual seat, chattering away with Severus, so much so that he did not notice Ivy's entrance. Severus, I like you. Would you go on a date with me? Ivy approached and saw the girl suddenly stand up from her seat to directly address Severus. Severus was momentarily at a loss for words. Ivy looked at the girl before her, feeling both astonished and furious. If it were Lily, it would be one thing since Severus had feelings for her. Ivy appraised the girl, short and with unremarkable features, the only commendable aspect being her cute hairstyle. Such an unremarkable girl had uttered the words Ivy had not dared to say. Severus, is this your new friend? Ha, I had no idea your taste had changed. Ivy remarked nonchalantly, a smile gracing her face as she attempted to extricate Severus from the awkward situation. Do you even realize what you're saying? Leave now. Or I won't ask you again, Severus replied coldly, his tone tinged with disdain directed at the Hufflepuff girl. Severus, I truly leave. Regardless, I will not give up, Severus. The Hufflepuff girl exited, her back seemingly stubborn. Quite adorable, Ivy commented with a smile, then retrieved her book from her previous spot, and seated herself at a distance from Severus. She's a new friend of Lily's, I don't know her, Severus explained, observing Ivy's movements. You needn't explain anything to me, Severus. I mean, I don't mind, I simply dislike sitting in someone else's warm seat. Don't misunderstand. I genuinely think she is rather cute. As Severus gazed at her, Ivy continued to clarify, though inwardly she pondered, if that girl confessed. Severus's reaction would hardly be any better than just now. Ivy did not seek trouble with the Hufflepuff girl nor investigate her, only to be unexpectedly approached by her later. Clumsily tailing Ivy, she was discovered at the edge of the Forbidden Forest, where Ivy ensnared her with a leg-locking curse. Eve and Sunny bound her to a tree, and the girl had yet to comprehend what had occurred. You captured me? Oh, now it all makes sense. You ought to know that as the antagonist. Doing this to me serves you no benefit. Your enemy is not me. What are you talking about? Ivy thought the girl might have been stunned into silence. Seeing how attractive you are, I wouldn't want you to be a mere pawn. Let me clarify. If this world were a book, it would have protagonists and antagonists. Based on my observations and analyses, James is the male lead, the young and wealthy hero, while Lily is the beautiful and kind heroine. As for you, you are the wealthy and powerful female antagonist, and Severus is the quietly infatuated male supporting character. Do you understand now? Her eyes sparkled with pride, and even bound. Her superiority radiated from her. So, Ivy narrowed her eyes, contemplating whether to administer a truth serum. She recalled that her grandfather had some stock. So, you are destined to be a mere pawn, paving the way for James and Lily, and your family will fall, leaving you with nothing, utterly miserable. Ivy remained silent, reflecting that while the girl's logic was somewhat fanciful, it did hold a kernel of truth. The Catta family would indeed face downfall. Yet Ivy did not believe her own fate would be so dire. What about Severus? Will he also suffer? Yes, he will be wretched beyond measure. That is why I seek to save him. She sighed, as if Severus's plight mattered more to her than her current predicament. Are you some sort of seer, able to predict the future? Ivy, perceiving the girl's certainty, jested, though her expression was earnest. Why not collaborate with me? I find you far easier to communicate with than Lily. I can ensure you aren't cast aside. As I said, I have expertise in divination, and can help you navigate risks. She puffed out her chest. Oh, but I prefer to maintain control, Ivy replied with a bold smile. Feeling she had discovered an intriguing plaything. Chapter 15 Injured. Falling unconscious. Ivy observed the girl before her, who seemed about to say something, and uttered a spell, causing her to collapse, her body leaning forward, yet supported by the ropes binding her to the tree. Sunny, let us go, Ivy called to Sunny, who was still observing the girl. The three of them exited the Forbidden Forest, Ivy toying with a wand that clearly did not belong to her. Her own wand was made of acacia wood, with a serpent as heartstring, measuring 11 inches, while this one was of white poplar. Are we just leaving her here? Shouldn't we return her wand? Eve inquired. Why should we return it? If she is truly adept in divination, she ought to have foreseen the outcome before approaching me. Right. That is a fair point, but this is the Forbidden Forest. What if something goes awry and someone gets hurt? If something goes awry in the Forbidden Forest, what concern is it of ours? Ivy shot Eve a glance, and upon seeing Ivy's expression, Eve quickly closed her mouth, not daring to say more. By the way, let us not rush to investigate her background once we return. We can do that after we safely emerged, to avoid giving anyone leverage against us. Understood. Having not visited the club in a long time, Ivy decided today would be a good time to check it out. She looked at the wand in her hand, suddenly curious about its feel. The Aurora Club, as the name suggests, symbolized the aurora in darkness, a testament to the high reverence for the creator of the Avada Kedavra curse. It served as a gathering place for dark wizards and a breeding ground for Death Eaters, essentially an internal club for Slytherin, often referred to as the Dark Arts Club by students from other houses. The three descended to the underground, where the Slytherin common room was diagonally opposite. Sunny placed her wand atop it, and the door in the wall slowly creaked open. The room was not dim. It was filled with people, yet the noise was not overwhelming. There were few younger students, mostly those in their third year and above, and numerous dueling platforms occupied by those who came to duel. The stands above, however, were sparsely populated. Ivy had tied her hair into a ponytail and changed into a shorter robe, while Eve and Sunny also dressed smartly. One had to be cautious in such a place, or they might get hurt. Isn't this Miss Cato? Long time no see. We were worried you might be devastated by the Potter affair. A girl approached Ivy, Annie Taylor, a third year, standing beside Regulus Black. You may provoke me if you wish. Let us take it to the dueling platform. Ivy sidestepped her, and ascended onto an adjacent empty dueling stage. Upon hearing Ivy's words, Annie turned back to see Regulus nodding, and she followed suit onto the dueling platform. Ivy, wielding the white poplar wand, bowed to Annie, then took 3 steps forward, turned, and cast a bone-breaking curse. Annie was swiftly defeated. Carried away by Regulus's companions without having cast a single protective charm, Regulus, astonished, rose from the couch, unaware of Ivy's prowess. As he had just joined the club this year, and Ivy had rarely made an appearance, the students who subsequently dueled Ivy were all in their 6th or 7th years. Ivy relished the duels, aware that injuries were an inevitable part of the experience. After yet another duel, Ivy gathered her long hair into a bun. During the intense skirmish, a stray spell had severed a lock of her meticulously cared for tresses. In the club, support for Regulus was rampant, leaving no room for mercy towards her. She bore some injuries herself, yet the thrill of the encounter invigorated her spirit. Conversely, Regulus was incensed. He felt compelled to strike Ivy if he were to maintain his followers' loyalty, especially after they had suffered so much today. "Do not fret, Regulus," remarked Bentley Jones from the 7th year. "In a battle of attrition, she will soon falter." "This is unsporting," Regulus replied gravely. "You must challenge Calt. Whether you win or lose, it must come to an end. Her magic is nearly exhausted. Do not tell me you still lack confidence in your victory." "Of course. I shall prevail," Bentley replied with a devil-may-care demeanor. Ivy triumphed once more, panting on stage as Bentley approached her. With a customary bow he said, "Ivy, you know my nature. Unlike your other suitors, I shall not hold back." Almost immediately, as if to validate Bentley's words, Ivy was struck on the shoulder by his spell, drawing blood, only to be hit again by his disarming charm. Just as Bentley prepared to taunt Ivy, he heard her incantation, Disintegration. He narrowly evaded her spell as she summoned her white willow wand back into her pocket. "You can perform wandless magic?" Ivy certainly could not. But today she possessed 2 wands. In the end, Ivy emerged with a bittersweet victory. Her thigh and arm bore lacerations. The injury to her back was the most severe, and blood trickled down as she descended from the dueling platform. "Ouch, that really hurts. How did I not notice during the duel?" Ivy pondered, as Sunny and Eve assisted her down. Though her shoulder injury was manageable, the wounds on her back and leg required treatment that could only await her return to the dormitory. As the trio made their way toward the exit, Ivy spotted Severus standing before her. "Severus, what a coincidence," she said, attempting to muster a smile despite her disheveled appearance. Severus nodded at Ivy and walked past her, a flicker of concern evident in his gaze, perhaps even an unacknowledged pang of sorrow. Yet he continued on his way. "Did he just walk away?" Sunny asked incredulously, turning to Ivy for clarification. Ivy shrugged it off, understanding Severus's predicament. His current status was sensitive, and it was best for neither of them to reveal any connection to Cult, which would be detrimental for both parties. She was aware that Severus was destined to become a Death Eater, having already allied himself with Malfoy. Lucius had even written to her, stating, "Ivy, Severus is someone I will certainly recommend to that esteemed individual. His name has long been on the list. So whatever plans you may have, do not involve Severus if you wish for the Cult family to prosper." Due to her grandfather's influence, Ivy knew Lucius spoke the truth. Her grandfather had founded the infamous Slug Club, where that esteemed individual had met Severus during his return to Hogwarts to apply for the defense against the dark arts position, reportedly giving Severus high praise at the time. Ivy cleared her mind of such thoughts, realizing it was premature to dwell on them. They were only in their 4th year, and even if Severus were to become a Death Eater, that would not occur until after graduation, would it? In the dormitory, Eve applied a healing ointment on Ivy, and her injuries healed considerably, leaving no trace, though a faint ache remained. Ivy did not attend her tutoring session. She understood why Severus was ignoring her, yet she still felt a pang of disappointment. Perhaps Severus believed Ivy needed rest due to her injuries, as he did not summon her for tutoring via the two-way mirror as he usually did, leaving her feeling somewhat forlorn. She waited until late before heading to the bathroom. Upon exiting, she inquired with Sunny and Eve if her mirror had signaled. Seeing them exchange knowing glances and shake their heads in unison, she sensed their shared disappointment for her. "Ivy, I feel like you might be getting a bit too deep into this. You become a different person when it comes to Severus," Eve remarked. "Indeed, Ivy, even if Severus is somewhat handsome, it shouldn't affect you this way," Sunny added. "I have no remedies. I've even studied the brain-blocking charm, yet it remains ineffective," Ivy replied nonchalantly, lying on her bed. Were it not for her concern that Severus might be troubled, she would certainly confide in him. Chapter 16. What does this constitute as affection? 2 days later, Ivy received a report regarding Mia Fing. Mia Fing, a 5th-year Hufflepuff. She's already in 5th year. "Eve, where did you hear about this?" This time it was Sunny who gathered the information. Mia Fing is quite well known in Hufflepuff, and establishing a rapport with them is relatively easy, Eve shrugged. The gossip from Hufflepuff poses no challenge. Who rescued her? Ivy inquired. Hagrid, he asked the keeper of keys and grounds. It took him 2 days to find her, dehydrated and half-starved. This incident has stirred the professors, Eve explained. What if she reports us? Ivy fretted. Relax, Eve. This matter has nothing to do with us, Ivy reassured her friend. Eve, being a half-blood without any powerful connections, tended to be timid and overly cautious. Exactly, Eve. She has no evidence, and besides, we have the headmaster on our side. What is there to fear? Sunny added, reclining on her bed while munching on grapes, utterly unconcerned. During Charms class, Professor McGonagall entered, interrupting the lesson. Phileas, I apologize for disrupting your class, but Miss Colt, would you be so kind as to step outside with me? Professor McGonagall's expression was grave. Not a word was spoken by Professor McGonagall during their journey, nor did Ivy inquire until they arrived at the hospital wing. Professor McGonagall, why have you brought me to the hospital wing during class? Ivy was well aware, though she maintained a composed facade. Miss Fing claims that you bound her in the Forbidden Forest, and she wishes to confront you directly. I regret, Colt. But I cannot deny the request of an injured student. Weak and angered, Mia sat up in bed as Ivy walked in. Professor, it was she who used the stunning spell on me and bound me in the Forbidden Forest. Mia exclaimed, her agitation palpable. Professor, I am unaware of what this student is alleging. I do not even know her, Ivy retorted, glancing back at Professor McGonagall with an expression of innocence. Miss Colt, I trust you will not mind if we inspect your wand. Of course, I have no objections. However, if I am innocent, I hope for an explanation. As I do not wish to be falsely accused, Ivy replied, presenting her wand. Professor McGonagall performed a retroactive charm, and found only a few spells. All simple ones from class, with the sole offensive spell being a leglocker curse. Professor, this is incorrect. I clearly saw her cast the stunning spell on me. It must be her accomplice. Mia insisted, remaining relatively composed. Student, I empathize with your predicament, but casting baseless accusations is never prudent. Ivy then turned to Professor McGonagall and asked, May I return to class now, Professor? Her smile was imbued with a sense of triumph. Professor McGonagall could only nod, allowing Ivy to leave, though she harbored substantial trust for the Hufflepuff student. Having misjudged once, she could not summon students repeatedly for wand inspections without any evidence. It would be absurd. As Mia watched Ivy's retreating figure, she felt a surge of frustration, cursing her ignorance of the intricate plot. After all, what was there to be proud of in the role of a mere supporting character? No matter what, how could she ever compete with the protagonist? In the afternoon after class, Lily visited Mia. What happened? Mia, I did not mean for you to seek out Professor McGonagall. She is the most unyielding of professors, and regardless of Ivy's background, Professor McGonagall will ensure justice is served. Lily clasped Mia's hand reassuringly, her expression resolute. But Ivy is far too cunning. I have no evidence, and even Professor McGonagall would be at a loss. Tears streamed down Mia's face as she spoke to Lily. You must help me, for you are my only hope. Mia, if you say you need my assistance, I will undoubtedly lend my support, Lily replied, squeezing Mia's hand firmly. Although her acquaintance with Mia was relatively brief, she had already considered her a close friend. Let us confront Ivy together. I do not even know where my wand has ended up, and I do not dare face her alone. Mia appeared particularly pitiful. Confront Ivy. Suddenly, Lily recalled Severus's warning against engaging with Ivy. What is it, Lily? Do you too think I am fabricating stories? Mia's astonishment was palpable. Did Lily also hesitate to assist her? Not at all, Mia. I believe you, rest assured. I will certainly help you. Setting that aside for now, Lily. Does Ivy have any acquaintance with Severus? Yes, they are indeed acquainted, though I cannot shake the feeling that their relationship is rather complex. Severus has not shared anything with me. Why do you ask, Mia? Lily, did I not mention to you that I have feelings for Severus? Is it true? Have you genuinely confessed your feelings to Severus? Lily exclaimed, her hands covering her mouth in surprise. In her heart, she had always perceived Mia as different from others. She was bold in her affections and possessed many intriguing ideas. When Lily met her, she instinctively felt that Mia belonged in Gryffindor. I had intended to confess. But then Ivy barged in, and Severus subsequently dismissed me, Mia recounted candidly, revealing no inclination to conceal the truth. My goodness, Severus, are you all right? Mia. Severus's nature can be somewhat peculiar. Please do not take it to heart. Lily observed Mia's pale complexion, almost lamenting for Severus. For Mia was indeed a good girl. It is fine, Lily. I was somewhat prepared for this outcome. After all, it is Severus we are discussing. Mia shook her head dismissively, If Professor Snape were so easily won over, he would not be Professor Snape. She was far more curious about the nature of Ivy's relationship with Severus, having gleaned very little information from Hufflepuff, leaving her entirely in the dark regarding Slytherin matters. Do not worry, Mia. You are such a wonderful person. Severus will eventually realize that. Lily departed the hospital wing and returned to the library, where Severus still resided. Severus, you ought not to treat Mia in such a manner. She genuinely cares for you, Lily began, but before she could finish her sentence, Ivy returned with a book and took a seat beside Severus. What does she genuinely care for? Ivy asked, a smile gracing her lips. Nothing of consequence, Lily replied. Severus, I merely hope you will show Mia more kindness. You cannot possibly be unaware of how deeply she likes you. Lily seemed to grow agitated at Ivy's presence and promptly left the scene. Ivy tightened her grip on the quill Severus held, pausing for a moment before continuing her writing. Severus must be feeling quite heartbroken, for it is one thing to be rejected by the girl he likes, and quite another to have that girl push towards another. Mia certainly knew how to strike at Severus's vulnerabilities, hitting him where it hurt most. This thought made Ivy quite irate, and she promptly exited the library, determined to confront Mia in the hospital wing regarding what she deemed a questionable display of affection. Though uncertain of Ivy's motives, Severus followed her out of concern. Upon entering the hospital wing, Severus noticed Ivy lingered inside for quite some time. It was only when he reached the door that he overheard Ivy's voice. So, you are aware that Severus has feelings for Lily? You like Severus yet want Lily to assist you in pursuing him? You are tormenting Severus, using that knife named Lily to strike at his vulnerabilities. Ivy rarely exhibited such impulsiveness, and Mia had been startled by Ivy's sudden appearance. However, after exchanging a few words, she regained her composure, reasoning that Ivy would not dare cast a spell on her within these confines. But Lily will never end up with Severus. I am merely assisting him in forgetting her entirely, Mia explained, convinced that only by forgetting Lily could Severus avoid a life of despair. Do you not find your reasoning utterly absurd? By your logic, I should inflict upon you a curse that would help you forget Severus, Ivy retorted, brandishing her wand as if she truly intended to cast a spell. Wait, Ivy, calm down, this is the hospital wing, Mia exclaimed, rising from her bed as panic set in, unable to predict Ivy's intentions. Are all supporting characters so deranged? Ivy. Severus's voice rang out as he rushed into the room. Ivy, what brings you here? She turned to find Severus standing at the doorway, and with that, she put away her wand. Mia exhaled deeply, relieved to see Severus. Chapter 17. An unexpected departure. The Cruciatus Curse? Do you wish to end up in Azkaban? Severus questioned Ivy, swiftly grasping her wrist, which still held her wand. I was merely jesting with her, right, Mia? Ivy shot a glance at Mia. Indeed, Severus, we were merely joking, Mia affirmed, nodding decisively. At that moment, she realized if she remained unaware of the relationship between Severus and Ivy, she would not deserve the title of time traveler. Their postures, their stances, even their hair color, seemed so perfectly matched. Glancing at her own red hair, akin to Lily's, she thought, well, red hair can be quite beautiful too. Ivy was escorted away by Severus. But before leaving, she tossed Mia's wand back to her. Mia shrugged, wondering if Ivy's actions stemmed from her own perceptiveness. Truly, she was quite prideful. Ivy possessed a striking beauty, exuding an air that made her seem unapproachable. She could easily be likened to a femme fatale. In contrast, Lily radiated beauty, while also being approachable. As Mia contemplated her feelings, she realized that if Professor Snape was fated to be unattainable, she preferred him with Ivy instead. After all, Ivy's recent inquiries only confirmed her feelings for Severus, presuming Ivy was not a time traveler. It seemed she would have to confirm this with Ivy, despite the trepidation that coursed through her at the thought of Ivy's piercing gaze. What should she do? Mia buried her head under her blanket, determined to devise a plan. Ivy trailed behind Severus, uncertain of how much he had overheard, hesitant to speak out of turn. You need not do this for me. I am indifferent. Severus murmured to himself, then halted, turning to face Ivy, who met his gaze. Ivy, listen to me. There is no one more important than yourself in this world. Do not act on fleeting affections that you may later regret. Do you understand? Severus's eyes held a depth Ivy could not decipher. Severus, you forget it. Just remember what I said. As Ivy saw his demeanor shift to one of cold detachment, she turned and walked away, her black robe swirling around her. Initially, Ivy had assumed Severus was preoccupied with the potions Malfoy had assigned him, until she spotted that book on Professor Slughorn's desk. Grandfather, how did this book end up here? Ivy stood, clutching the book in her hands, a reminder of that time she and Severus had stolen it together. Oh, Severus delivered it. He could no longer assist you with your studies for certain reasons, and returned the book alongside your galleons. Did he not inform you? Upon hearing this, Ivy sank back into her chair, reflecting on Severus's words, a sense of melancholy washing over her. Severus must have known her feelings. That was why he had drawn a line between them. Her secret affection had come to an end, leaving her heartbroken. Ivy, what is it, grandfather? I was referring to your transfer to another school. Transferring in the 5th grade does not seem to be a prudent decision. I was thinking it might be best to wait until you have completed your OWLs at Hogwarts before making such a choice. What are your thoughts on this? I am amenable to it. Moreover, during the summer, you need not worry about your grandmother imposing difficulties upon you. I shall write to one of my students, Lindsay Hall, an exceptional which currently residing in the Muggle world. I will send you to her during the summer. The Muggle realm is relatively safer now. Although the Death Eaters are vociferously clamoring to eradicate Muggles, ironically, none of them possess a true understanding of Muggles. I understand, grandfather. Ivy, are you feeling downcast? Is it because of Severus? Professor Slugghorn, with an air of keen perception, teased Ivy with a smile. I assumed you were already aware of his affections for that Gryffindor. Lily, I knew all along, but it is impossible to avoid feeling disheartened, especially given his abrupt departure. Listening to her grandfather's playful jibes, Ivy found herself less constrained than before. Ivy, you may have heard your Muggle Studies professor discuss the research on memory, stating that a person's recollection of another lasts approximately 120 days. I believe that once this period has elapsed, you will feel better. Trust me. Time has a way of soothing all wounds. Thank you, grandfather. Well then, off you go. For several consecutive days, Ivy, whenever she was free from classes, would find herself in the potions classroom. Regrettably, Severus had yet to make an appearance. Today was no exception. However, Ivy encountered another person. Ivy, I am so glad you finally arrived. It was Mia, who seemed genuinely surprised, and her eyes sparkled upon seeing Ivy approach. What brings you here? Ivy's wand instinctively hovered near her sleeve. Do not be hasty, Ivy. I genuinely have something important to discuss with you. Mia quickly raised her hands in a placating manner. What is it? Seeing Mia's flustered demeanor, Ivy lowered her wand. Mia then pulled Ivy aside, noting her impatient expression and her expensive attire. Mia kindly brushed off Ivy's chair before urging her to sit down. Ivy, whether or not you choose to believe me, Severus is in trouble, and you are currently his most likely savior. Mia, unless you clarify the situation, I fear I will be of no assistance to him. Ivy frowned as she listened to Mia's disjointed account. Excellent. I knew you would believe me. Let me explain from the beginning. Today Lily, Severus, and I encountered highwaymen, and Severus got into a heated argument with Sirius Black. Of course, that is not the crux of the matter. The focus lies in the content of their quarrel. Sirius continually provokes Severus to investigate Lupin's situation. You know I excel in divination. I can assure you, Severus will undoubtedly fall into the trap, especially with your 5th year approaching. This will occur during your 5th year, although I cannot ascertain the exact timing. It should be on the night of the full moon each month. In any case, Sirius will deliberately inform Severus of how to enter the Shrieking Shack, intending to teach him a lesson. Severus will follow Sirius's instructions to enter the passageway, at which point Remus Lupin will coincidentally transform into a werewolf in the Shrieking Shack. If Severus arrives there, he will surely meet his demise. Of course, Severus will not die. He will be saved at a critical moment by James, which is the most appalling aspect of the entire situation. Subsequently, the events will be polished by Professor Dumbledore, who will claim that James, out of camaraderie and Gryffindor's sense of justice, intervened to prevent Severus from being killed by the werewolf Lupin, thereby allowing James to escape any pangs of conscience. Mia concluded, licking her lips, parched from her urgent narrative. She was anxious, fearing the events might unfold prematurely. Lily and Severus would surely not believe her claims. Lily would not accept that Lupin is a werewolf, and Severus would dismiss her entirely, let alone her. The situation with Severus was even more precarious, compelling her to seek out Ivy. Is everything you said true? Although it sounded like a question, Ivy found herself believing most of it. Given Severus's nature, even if he knew it was a trap set by Sirius, he would still walk into it. It is all true, I swear. Otherwise, you may use Veritaserum on me. Why are you so anxious? It's not until next semester. Because Sirius brought it up today, it could very well happen sooner. Mia's anxiety stemmed from her own butterfly effect. Ivy pondered for a moment, using her wand to flip to the page on werewolves in her Defense Against the Dark Arts textbook, studying the description. Werewolves. A werewolf is a magical affliction, also known as lycanthropy, which, upon transformation, spreads through saliva and blood contact among individuals, leading to infection. Lycanthropy is a fatal condition, and no cure has yet been discovered. However, the invention of wolfsbane potion can significantly alleviate the suffering of werewolves, allowing them to retain their human rationality during the full moon, and preventing them from committing actions they would regret for a lifetime. Nonetheless, the preparation of the wolfsbane potion is exceedingly complex, achievable only by the most skilled potion masters, and the ingredients are quite costly. Thus, most werewolves live in poverty, unable to afford the potion, leading many victims who have been bitten to prefer death over enduring the torment of transformation. Furthermore, merely being scratched by a werewolf does not result in transformation, but it leaves an everlasting scar that cannot heal. Most transformed werewolves are wizards, while ordinary muggles find it exceedingly difficult to survive a werewolf attack, with only a scant few survivors becoming werewolves themselves. Chapter 18. How to kill a werewolf. Being saved by James would likely be the most humiliating aspect for Severus. Alas, we have no means to kill a werewolf. Could we not use poison to test it on Lupin first? Ivy closed the book and inquired of Mia. Poison Lupin? Wouldn't he that be a bit cruel? Considering he has already suffered enough? Is there a gentler method? At this point, Mia had completely dismissed her concerns regarding Ivy being a time traveler. If Ivy were a time traveler, she would likely share her sentiment towards Lupin, much like Mia did. He is a werewolf. Allowing his existence to persist is the true cruelty. Ivy glanced at Mia before averting her gaze. Mia was perplexed, as she wished to save Severus while simultaneously avoiding conflict with the quartet. In any case, I will handle this matter. You need not worry. Ivy continued conversing with Mia, contemplating the rare poisons in her grandfather's collection. Would snake venom or toad venom be more suitable? Do you not require my assistance? Just reach out to me if you need anything. After saying this, Ivy clutched the book on the table and departed. She felt uneasy entrusting such matters to someone as overly sentimental as Mia. Farewell, Ivy. Mia stood, smiling as she waved goodbye, feeling considerably reassured. Her inquiries into Ivy's affairs had not been in vain. Given that Ivy could easily outshine her in both cunning and magic, she resolved to firmly attach herself to Ivy's side. Observing Mia's carefree smile, Ivy unconsciously quickened her pace. In truth, Mia had been in this world for quite some time, yet it seemed she had altered nothing. She could neither thwart Voldemort nor confide in Dumbledore completely. Unlike other time travelers, she lacked multitude talents and did not possess any exaggerated advantages. Fortunately, Ivy was the granddaughter of Professor Slugghorn, a figure capable of preserving life amidst the war. Aligning herself with this faction assured her safety. Perfect. Ivy initially intended to discreetly procure some items from her grandfather's collection, but reconsidered and decided to write to her mother, Layla Slugghorn. Ivy's mother still resided in Nocturne Alley, and over the past 5 years, their correspondence had been sporadic. She recounted the situation regarding Lupin to her mother, and soon received a reply. Ivy, perhaps you truly have been attentive in class. Both magic and potions are ineffective against werewolves, as they possess significant resistance inherent in their blood. Compared to poison, wolfsbane is undoubtedly the most effective means to confront him. Consider this. A rational werewolf would neither harm you nor escape the expulsion from Hogwarts. How tragically ironic. Yet, if you aspire to utterly obliterate or even terminate a lycanthrope, psychological warfare is paramount, Ivy. Nothing torments the heart more than the human psyche, elevated high, only to cast it down violently. One may not perish, yet they succumb to despair. A mocking tone from her mother echoed through the letter, always providing Ivy with pragmatic strategies. Ivy leaned towards the latter approach, ensuring no incriminating evidence could be traced back to her. But whom could she enlist for this endeavor? Certainly not herself. Given her past with James, and considering Lupin's character, the bond of brotherhood between James and him would take precedence. It seemed she needed to select a target for her plan. Eve Sunny, who among us has fallen victim to the Gryffindor marauders' pranks? Ivy turned to the two as she held the letter, her mind already teeming with potential candidates, eager for their suggestions. They reminisced and offered a few names. Ultimately, Ivy chose an unexpected individual. Anna Brine of Gryffindor, Lily's roommate, who surprisingly agreed to meet with Ivy. I detest them, was Anna's first utterance upon entering, her voice resonating with bitterness. Simply because I am Lily's roommate and distanced myself when the rumors swirled around her, they have turned me into a laughingstock at school. Everyone feels entitled to trample on me, to hurl insults, and I have no privacy. Why should I endure this? Anna's forehead bore bruises, her hair disheveled. It was evident she had not fared well. She had to cling to Lily daily just to avoid bullying, and now, ironically, Lily had cast her aside. Offending the quartet at Hogwarts guarantees an arduous existence. Naturally, they wouldn't physically confront a girl, but they spread rumors that Anna was relentlessly pursuing James and Sirius, resulting in severe beatings from their admirers, with insults even more malicious than those directed at Lily at the time. My dear, it seems you have truly endured a great deal of injustice. Ivy refrained from interrupting Anna, wishing to amplify her animosity. You will assist me, won't you? As you mentioned in your letter. Indeed, I shall help you. Let the quartet be disgraced. Just follow my directions, all right? Ivy replied, and Anna nodded vigorously. I believe we require a minor binding contract, ensuring that our secrets remain concealed, and that the wicked receive their just deserts. With a smile, Ivy raised her wand. On a moonlit night, Lupin, as per usual, ventured to the Ollery to send a letter, only to find a girl seated there, seemingly in tears. Her tear-streaked face, however, still bore an unusual beauty. It's you. Upon seeing Lupin, the girl recoiled in fright, inadvertently colliding with the Ollery's shelves and fainting. Lupin glanced down at himself. Thankfully, he wore his school uniform and had not transformed into a wolf. How could she? He had no time to send his letter. Hurriedly scooping her up and rushing to the infirmary, Ivy observed as Lupin hastily departed, chuckling softly, then retrieved a strip of rat meat from her pocket to feed the owl before her. Anna's acting skills were commendable, truly a testament to the efficacy of the potion she had provided. In the library, Severus remained as usual, seated across from Lily and Mia. Lily, I thought it was just us two, Severus remarked, casting a discontented glance at Mia, who had followed Lily. It's not as you think, Severus. I requested Lily's help in finding some potion reference books for the upcoming OWLs. Nothing more, Mia interjected hastily, sensing the tension. Ah. So some still remember they have exams to prepare for, Severus quipped sarcastically, resuming his essay. Such is Professor Snape's style, Mia mused to herself, unfazed. Lily too felt an uncomfortable shift in her relationship with Severus, as if an unseen barrier had arisen between them. Perceiving the atmosphere, Mia reflected silently before flipping through the books Lily had borrowed. Abruptly, a crumpled piece of paper landed on her book, startling her. Mia discreetly picked up the paper and quietly exited the library. Sunny awaited her at the door, and then led her to Ivy. I refuse to use poison any longer. I have devised a new plan that requires your cooperation. Already? Tell me how I can assist you, Ivy. Mia replied, her enthusiasm palpable. Ivy initially intended to bind her with a magical contract but reconsidered, deeming it unnecessary. I plan to directly approach Lupin, assigning someone to his side, a woman he cannot refuse. This way, we shall remain privy to the quartet's movements and intentions. However, executing this plan is no simple task. I require you to instigate discord between Lily and Anna. Ivy, could you elaborate on what you need me to do? Mia inquired, apologetically smiling at Ivy. Your task is quite straightforward. The individual I have in mind is Anna Brine, Lily's roommate. Simply encourage Lily to maintain her friendship with Anna, especially in the presence of others. Ensure that Anna appears understanding and amiable. Do you comprehend? Chapter 19. The White Rose Blooms. Ivy observed as Mia nodded in affirmation. Though she sensed Mia might not be as reliable as she claimed, nonetheless, the success largely hinged on Anna, so perhaps there was no need for excessive concern. A month swiftly passed and Anna made commendable progress. Hogwarts had also commenced its summer break. After sending off a letter to her grandmother at the Ollery, Ivy gathered her belongings and alongside Eve and Sunny, boarded the Hogwarts Express. Her grandfather had mentioned that a witch named Lindsay Hall would be waiting for her at the platform. Ivy eagerly anticipated her summer in the Muggle world. Enchanted by its novel wonders and fashionable attire, even if she could never outwardly express such enthusiasm. Excuse me. Ivy noticed Severus approaching and uttered just those two words, treating him as a stranger, her demeanor unchanged. Severus, along with Lily and Mia, stepped aside to allow Ivy and her companions to pass. Mia regarded Ivy with curiosity until Ivy entered the compartment, at which point she averted her gaze. Severus, have you had a quarrel with Ivy? Mia inquired once seated, feeling she had grown familiar with Severus over time. Yet Severus merely turned his gaze to the scenery outside, offering no response. Mia, if Severus prefers silence. We ought not to pry, Lily interjected, tugging at Mia's robe. Lily, you're curious too, aren't you? What's so difficult to discuss, Severus? It's essential to address issues promptly. I'm well versed in matters of the heart. Share your concerns, and I shall provide analysis, Mia teased, raising an eyebrow at him. We haven't quarreled. We've merely grown apart. That was the case from the outset. Just as Mia believed Severus would remain silent, he spoke, leaving her feeling somewhat melancholic. Was it time to revert everything to its original state? No. She couldn't allow the ship she had so ardently supported to sink before her eyes. Such matters were within her small butterfly wings to influence. Severus. Your words are too abstract. I'll go ask Ivy, Mia declared, dashing out of the compartment. Hey, Mia? Lily called after her, but Mia was already far ahead. Upon entering Ivy's compartment, Mia felt enveloped by the fragrance of flowers and fresh grass. Her eyes met with an array of blossoms as the three were engaged in floral arrangements. Wow, how beautiful! Ivy, your compartment is simply exquisite. Floral arrangements, whose idea was this? It's marvelous, Mia exclaimed, picking up a sunflower in admiration. I am learning the art of Muggle floral arrangement, adapting to local customs as a gift for Mrs. Hall. Ivy responded, gracefully accepting Mia's compliments, yet refrained from elucidating who Mrs. Hall was. She almost forgot the purpose of her visit. After a considerable pause, Mia finally recalled the reason for her presence. Ivy, have you and Severus had a quarrel? Ivy's hands, which had been arranging flowers, momentarily halted, and her expression lost the tranquility it had previously held. Sunny, sitting beside her, shot Mia a warning glance, as if to say, hey, don't drag us into this. Severus? I have no connection with him. How could we possibly argue? Ivy's voice was low, mirroring her subdued emotions. Severus spent his days in the company of Lily, and despite the jealousy that gnawed at Ivy's heart, she could only feign indifference. But I knew better. Mia pouted, clutching the sunflower she had wrapped in her hands, and rose to leave. Wait, since I am somewhat acquainted with Severus, could you bring him a bouquet as well? Ivy took a bundle of flowers, simply bound with green vines, and handed it to Mia. White roses. Why not red ones? Mia indicated the red roses visible through the window. Red roses are too intense. White roses are just right. Embracing the flowers, Mia returned to the compartment occupied by Lily and Severus. What beautiful flowers, Mia, Lily remarked. As flowers were a shared passion among women, and she was no exception. These are from Ivy. She chose them for you, Severus. Mia winked at Severus, and before he could react, she thrust the bouquet into his arms, the fragrance wafting gently towards his nose. Ivy mentioned that red roses would be too overwhelming for you. White roses are just perfect. Upon hearing this, Severus seemed lost in thought, choosing not to dismiss the flowers, instead continuing to gaze out the window. The scent of the white roses was unique, reminiscent of human emotions. When one was joyful, the fragrance was sweet, but when sorrowful, it became cold. He had experienced this scent before. Before long, Severus overheard Mia and Lily animatedly discussing the meanings of various flowers, creating quite a lively atmosphere. Severus, are you interested in the language of flowers as well? Lily inquired, mistaking his gaze for curiosity. Do you know what the white rose symbolizes? Mia asked with a mischievous grin. Severus chose to turn away, and Mia refrained from revealing the meaning of the white rose, believing that some things were far more intriguing when left for Severus to decipher. Soon after, the train arrived at its destination, and Ivy encountered Lindsay Hall. Throughout the journey, Ivy perceived Lindsay as a statuesque witch, her movements exuding an effortless elegance that starkly contrasted with the rigid etiquette Ivy had learned in her youth. Ivy mused that someone like Lindsay might not require formal training in manners. Even the most ungraceful gestures would appear charming in her hands. When they crossed the street, Lindsay even encouraged Ivy to run alongside her, the bouquet cradled in her arms, her skirt billowing with grace. What a captivating woman. Upon hearing Ivy's compliments, Lindsay laughed openly. Thank you for your praise. Perhaps after a summer together, I can help you become like me. Professor Slugghorn has entrusted me with more than just your care. I will also serve as your mentor. Are you going to teach me defense against the dark arts? Ivy inquired. In a manner of speaking. Lindsay replied with a mysterious smile. Before long, Ivy discovered the true nature of Lindsay's tutoring. At that moment, she found herself awkwardly sprawled on the ground, crying out in distress, her sweat soaking her hair. I didn't realize your muscles were this tense, Ivy. But you're still young. Endure a few days, and it will pass. A witch's body recovers faster than that of a mere mortal, and your physical capabilities can be expanded significantly, Lindsay remarked, but Ivy was too pained to listen. All she could feel was discomfort. Once the training concluded, Lindsay handed her a large cup containing a transparent potion of deep purple hue. This will aid your recovery. Such training allows you to gain a deeper understanding of your own body, enabling better control. Ivy, you must understand that combat does not rely solely on your wand. You must fully command your body to evade each attack. Exhausted, Ivy could scarcely speak and merely nodded, feeling the lightness in her body. We shall end for today. This afternoon, I will take you shopping. I can manage, Ivy protested. No, you require ample rest to assist your body's recovery. Lindsay firmly rejected Ivy's suggestion. And their afternoon shopping trip was thus settled. In the clothing store, Ivy sifted through many garments, and after checkout, she instinctively reached for a shrinking spell, only to have her hand grasped by Lindsay, who reminded her of the situation. Darling, this is not the appropriate place for incantations. Then how shall we carry this back? Ivy lamented, gazing at the multitude of bags on the floor, regretting her excessive purchases. Ultimately, Ivy returned some items, and the two emerged from the store, laden with bags. As they stepped outside, a familiar figure caught Ivy's eye. Chapter 20. A War and an Opportunity. It was Severus. Ivy observed him from across the street, but dared not approach. Lindsay, may I go find my classmate? Ivy sought an excuse to linger. Of course. Just remember to return early, Lindsay replied, taking the items from Ivy's hands and with a wave of her wand, shrinking them without drawing attention. The disillusionment charm was the most commonly utilized spell in this environment, but Lindsay noted that Ivy had indeed purchased an excessive amount, which was difficult to overlook. With that, Lindsay departed smiling. Ivy, clad in her newly bought white dress and wearing a simple sun hat that obscured much of her face, felt no apprehension of being recognized by Severus. She boldly gazed across the street once more. Severus was dressed in ordinary attire, a black t-shirt and black trousers, busily lifting crates of beverages across the street. The heavy boxes appeared deceptively light in his hands. Once he finished, a patron exited the tavern, and Ivy watched as Severus exchanged a few words with him. Receiving some money in return, she observed clearly that the sum seemed insufficient even to purchase the hat she wore. A sudden realization struck Ivy. Her grandfather's 100 galleons meant a great deal to Severus, yet he had so resolutely refused it, returning every single galleon to her grandfather. Did she truly evoke such dislike in him? As Severus turned to walk away, Ivy, standing across the street, felt compelled to follow. She longed to inquire whether he truly harbored such disdain for her, yet after standing for a while, her legs ached painfully, and she struggled to maintain her balance. Meanwhile, Severus strode purposefully towards the next block. Separated by a mere street, the two sides of the road appeared entirely different. The buildings were dark and foreboding, as if the sunlight could not penetrate. The wind seemed to pick up, and the area lacked any semblance of care or maintenance, with pedestrians hurrying along. Severus vanished into an alleyway, and Ivy paused to rest, contemplating whether it was time for her to leave. The wind intensified, and in a moment of distraction, Ivy's hat was whisked away to the center of the road. Her long hair, freed from its confines, became disheveled in the gusts. She hurried to retrieve her hat, but a passing vehicle sent it flying farther across the street, where it ultimately settled at the mouth of an alley. Ignoring the ache in her legs, Ivy hastened across the street, bent down to pick up her hat, and upon standing, noticed some peculiar plants in a dilapidated yard ahead. Beautiful blue flowers. Could they be wolfsbane? How could such a plant exist in the Muggle world? Ivy approached, bending down to fan the air, and catch a whiff of the scent. Ivy. The sound of the familiar voice halted her in her tracks. She knew it was Severus. Wolfsbane. She should have anticipated this was his doing. Ivy straightened up, glanced at Severus, then quickly averted her gaze, unsure of where to place her hands. Apologies. Ivy murmured softly as she retreated a couple of steps, seeking a direction to depart, yearning only to escape Severus's gaze. She could conjure a myriad of reasons to engage in conversation with him, yet she lacked the identity that would justify such an encounter. Severus watched Ivy's retreating figure, contemplating whether to caution her about the lack of safety in the vicinity, but then he remembered that she was Ivy, and thus presumed she would be fine. Ultimately, he refrained from calling out to her. It was only when Ivy's silhouette vanished around the corner that he cursed under his breath and resignedly pursued her. Ivy did not walk briskly, allowing Severus to catch up swiftly. Severus, what are you doing? Ivy exclaimed, taken aback by his actions, instinctively halting her steps. The area is unsafe. Allow me to escort you back, Severus replied as he materialized beside her, and the malevolent gazes surrounding them gradually dissipated. Ivy was not oblivious. Her wand had already been discreetly drawn from beneath her hat, and was now stealthily tucked back into the pocket of her skirt. As Severus and Ivy walked side by side, he refrained from inquiring why she was present in such a place, thereby alleviating Ivy's awkwardness. Thank you. For what? Severus casually responded, leaving Ivy uncertain as to how to reply. She was unsure whether he meant that she need not express her gratitude, or if he sought a more detailed account of her circumstances. Where are you residing now? I shall escort you home. Ivy provided her address, and they ambled along the path. Severus, why did you leave without a word? It makes me feel as though you dislike me. Ivy, not lacking in insight, recognized that Severus's concern for her safety indicated he harbored no disdain for her. I do not harbor any dislike for you. It is merely that many eyes at Hogwarts are upon me at present, and I wish to avoid involving you, Severus elucidated. Those affiliated with Malfoy, and Black as well? Ivy inquired of Severus. Not merely them, one must also consider the quartet. James has already negotiated terms with Dumbledore, and upon their graduation, they shall join the Order of the Phoenix, armed with substantial resources from his family. I, however, have no choice but to align myself with the Death Eaters. This is the path that seems best for me, Severus stated with an air of nonchalance. Yet Ivy felt a pang of discomfort upon hearing him. He was to confront the grim reality of choosing sides in a war even before graduation. The war is perilous. Severus. Ivy, while war may be perilous for everyone, for me, it paradoxically represents a form of fairness. It is both warfare and opportunity, Severus smiled at Ivy, at that moment epitomizing the ambition of a Slytherin. From what you say, I ought to feel sympathy for the Order of the Phoenix that James belongs to. Upon hearing Severus's words, Ivy responded with a smile, then added earnestly, I believe in you, Severus, if it is you. Ivy's residence was not far, and in a matter of moments, they entered a neighborhood, pausing before a building. Will you be staying here throughout the summer? Severus turned to inquire. Will you come to find me, Severus? Upon realizing that Severus did not harbor any animosity toward her, Ivy felt compelled to act. She could not believe she was truly inferior to Lily. I shall visit you when time permits. Do not return to Spinner's End, Severus replied. Then you must definitely come to see me when you have the chance. Do not deceive me. Indeed, I will not deceive you, Severus spoke gently, his affection for Ivy evident. Yet he was acutely aware that only by surviving could he truly afford to entertain such emotions, especially as he currently possessed nothing. He had always believed his love was for Lily, as everything around him suggested, such as the scent of lilies in Amortentia, and the Patronus that mirrored lilies. This led him to believe that love was a gradual emotional evolution, especially since he and Lily had always been together, until Ivy's arrival illuminated the truth. Love could strike suddenly. Ivy, is this your classmate? Lindsay emerged from the door, greeting the two standing at the entrance. Yes. This is Severus Snape. Hello Severus, I am Lindsay Hall. It is a pleasure to meet you, and thank you for escorting Ivy home. I was just worried she might lose her way. Not at all. I shall take my leave now. Goodbye, Severus. Once Severus had walked away, Lindsay and Ivy entered the house. Lindsay had prepared dinner, which was rather bland. Poached chicken breast, eggs, corn and broccoli all boiled. Anyone enduring such meals thrice daily would likely feel trepidation. Yet only Lindsay could consume it without batting an eye. Maintaining one's figure relies on daily habits, Ivy. Otherwise, one may find it challenging to reverse the consequences, you know? This was Lindsay's exact phrase, and Ivy internally concurred, despite her longing for delectable foods. Sometimes beauty demands a price, and that price could sustain her health and enhance her combat prowess, which was not without its merits. Lindsay was particularly vigilant about Ivy's sugar intake. No sweets would grace their dining table, and much of the fruit Ivy loved was now off limits, replaced by an array of vegetables. Ivy obediently adhered to this regimen. Lindsay had proclaimed her to be the student with the strongest willpower she had ever taught, never once succumbing to the temptation of snacks or desserts. She had also remarked that the cravings of the palate are among the most base desires, easily satiated, merely a matter of enjoying a good meal. However, only by overcoming such desires can one truly achieve higher aspirations, such as improving one's physique or beauty. Chapter 21. The sun was somewhat blinding. Ivy's summer was fulfilling, thanks to Lindsay. Despite being considerably older than Ivy, Lindsay possessed a vivacious spirit, and her experiences fascinated Ivy, leading to frequent conversations between them. Only when you recount these experiences do I truly feel that you are but 14, Ivy. Why do you say that? Lindsay. Because you exhibit a maturity beyond your years, knowing precisely what you desire and weighing the pros and cons. You lack the innocence one should possess. You see, while obedient and compliant individuals may be liked, it is often the lively and mischievous children who receive more affection. Lindsay looked at Ivy with a hint of compassion. I shall take it as you caring for me, Ivy said, casting her gaze downward. At times, she found Lindsay's bluntness rather off-putting. No, Ivy, you completely misunderstand. While rationality has its merits, it is only effective in minor decisions. When it comes to matters that can alter your life, you must take risks. You must acknowledge that significant events tend to occur by chance, such as falling in love, unexpected opportunities, or the path to success. Only trivial matters warrant meticulous planning. At that moment, Ivy remained unaware that Lindsay's words would prove prophetic. She simply listened thoughtfully. Around noon, after several days apart, Severus finally sought Ivy out. Lily invited me to study together, and we might have a picnic. Would you like to join? Severus asked Ivy. Of course, but Severus, could you take me directly there? It might not be agreeable with Lily. Ivy replied with a smile, though her heart was somewhat untroubled. She will be bringing her sister as well. I am not particularly fond of her sister, so this works out perfectly. Severus appeared entirely unfazed by Lily's feelings, which struck Ivy as curious. Since it is a picnic. Severus, please wait while I prepare. With that, Ivy ascended the stairs and entered the kitchen. With no house elf present and Lindsay out shopping, Ivy prepared a simple meal of boiled vegetables and eggs, arranged them in a box, placed them in a basket, and added a few large green-skinned oranges, completing her preparations. Descending the stairs with her basket, Ivy wore a white off-the-shoulder top, her long hair cascading naturally, her lovely collarbone subtly visible. The white fabric glowed softly under the light, complementing her skin without being revealing. The lake blue fitted trousers accentuated her elongated legs, exuding both elegance and grace, momentarily captivating Severus. Severus, shall we go? I hope Lily isn't growing impatient. No, it hasn't been long. The appearance of Ivy left Lily and Petunia momentarily stunned on the grassy knoll. Ascending the slope, Ivy felt her body aching from the morning's training, struggling to cope with the elevation. She instinctively grasped Severus's hand for support. One could not help but admire the elegance of his muscular form, distinctly different from the physique James had developed during Quidditch practice. Severus, as always, seemed unfazed by Ivy's subtle gesture. Hello, Lily. Ah, you must be Lily's sister. How do you do? Ivy greeted them with a warm smile, her other hand still firmly clasping Severus's. Hello, Ivy. I didn't expect to see you here, Lily said, consciously redirecting her gaze from Ivy and Severus's joined hands, while Petunia scrutinized the pair with keen interest. Well, I hope my unexpected visit isn't an imposition, Ivy remarked with an effortless charm, inadvertently making Lily feel a twinge of embarrassment. Not at all, Ivy. We welcome your presence. This is my sister, Petunia Evans. Severus should have informed me sooner. I could have prepared some sandwiches for you. Lily remained enthusiastic, though Petunia sensed an unusual tension stemming from Ivy's presence. Ivy followed Lily's lead and seated herself across from her, with Severus positioned between them. The four of them engaged in reading, snacking, and light conversation. Much of the dialogue revolved around potions, as Severus and Lily delved into discussions, leaving Ivy and Petunia on the periphery. Ivy found herself more captivated by the novel Petunia had brought along, and it seemed that Petunia finally discovered a kindred spirit, eagerly sharing her treasured collection. In previous gatherings, Petunia often felt isolated, especially as their parents insisted she keep an eye on Lily. Though Petunia was a muggle, Ivy found her quite likable, perhaps due to their shared disdain for Lily. As Petunia spoke animatedly, Ivy offered her a green tangerine from her lunchbox. How sour, Ivy? There's no helping it, you know. Sour is preferable to sweet when it comes to maintaining one's figure. Petunia, upon hearing Ivy's reasoning and glancing at her physique, promptly finished the tangerine and sought out beauty tips from her. Petunia, how much longer do you think they will discuss potions? Based on your experience? Ivy inquired. But just as Petunia was about to respond, Severus's gaze turned toward them. What is it? Severus set his book aside. It's just the sunlight is a bit glaring, Ivy replied, taken aback by Severus's question. She had intended to suggest to Petunia that they move to the shade nearby. Severus, perhaps we have overlooked Ivy and Petunia. It might be time to eat something. Shall we move to that shaded area? Lily proposed, and no one opposed the idea. They made their way to the trees, where Lily arranged the lunch she and Petunia had brought, and Ivy did likewise. Ivy, what are these? Oh, that's chicken breast eggs, along with broccoli and tomatoes. Ivy explained each item to Petunia, her earnestness endearing. I can certainly tell, Ivy. They look quite similar to their unprocessed forms, Petunia quipped. Now Petunia, don't say that. Perhaps this is Ivy's first attempt at cooking, and I rather enjoy tomatoes. Ivy, you should try my sandwiches. Lily offered a sandwich to Ivy, completely oblivious to Petunia's displeased expression. Thank you, Lily, but I need to watch my weight. I can only eat these. Would you like to try, Petunia? You just mentioned wanting to maintain your figure. Of course, of course. I think it's time I steered clear of sandwiches to avoid gaining too much weight, Petunia retorted, shooting Lily a glare, leaving Lily puzzled. Though one could not deny that Petunia had a talent for sarcasm. The group enjoyed a pleasant lunch, which eventually led to their parting. Ivy, I may have misjudged you before, but your amiable interaction with Petunia indicates you are unlike those who subscribe to blood purity. I believe an apology is in order, Lily said earnestly to Ivy. Lily, do you realize how peculiar that sounds? Nevertheless, I accept your apology, Ivy replied, casting a glance at Petunia, whose discontent was palpable. Thankfully, she did not have such a troublesome sister. Severus accompanied Ivy back, and she could not help but ask him, Severus, have Lily and Petunia always interacted this way? I am uncertain. When we are together, she rarely speaks, Severus replied. Ivy, she is merely a muggle. There is no need to engage her extensively. She will only feel envious of others. I beg to differ, Ivy retorted, unwilling to pursue the matter further. As Severus's heart seemed lost in another realm. Soon, Petunia's birthday approached, and Lily wrote to Ivy, inviting her to the celebration. In a house across the street from Spinner's End, laughter and merriment filled the air as Ivy and Severus were also invited to join Lily and Petunia, along with some of their friends from the Muggle world. Ivy and Severus remained quietly seated, showing no inclination to join in. Fortunately, the revelry did not last long, as Petunia soon erupted in a quarrel with Lily. It was, after all, Petunia's birthday, yet she appeared far from content. Ivy speculated it might be due to Lily's perfection. Who could dislike Lily? In contrast, Petunia was of ordinary appearance and often made Lily, who sought to mend their relationship, feel disheartened. All their friends turned against Petunia, and in the shadow of Lily's brilliance, it seemed Petunia could do nothing right. Surrounded by her friends, she was constantly compared to Lily and forced to wear a forced smile, something Ivy believed she could not endure, and neither could Petunia. Petunia, you cannot keep lashing out at me every time. Your friends said that, and I was only trying to defend you. Yes, everyone prefers you. Why must you always showcase yourself like this? You always do. Petunia exclaimed before storming upstairs. Lily, are you alright? Many people have left. Ivy finally addressed Lily. I'm sorry for letting you and Severus witness that. I even brought her a magical cloak from Hogsmeade, and she treats me this way, Lily lamented, leaning against the sofa, facing Ivy. Lily, I've told you before, you need not concern yourself with her. She is jealous of you, Severus advised, though such counsel only intensified their discord. Severus could see the essence of the situation clearly. Petunia was indeed envious of Lily, but he lacked insight into the intricacies of a girl's heart. That cannot be entirely true, Severus. Petunia may be overly sensitive, but I don't believe Lily is without fault, Ivy interjected, sitting beside Lily. Ivy, Petunia will always treat me this poorly. Is it still my fault? Lily looked at Ivy in surprise, tears almost spilling from her eyes. Consider this, Lily. If someone suddenly appeared, taking everything from you, and then said, let us reconcile. I have what you desire, and if we make amends, I'll share it with you. How would you feel? I would find that person utterly despicable, Lily replied, her understanding dawning, though she managed to stifle her tears. Precisely. In Petunia's eyes, you are that despicable person. It is not a fault of yours that you excel in so many areas compared to her, but she is your sister. Since you live together, you must be mindful of her sensitive feelings if you truly wish to mend your relationship. Continually assuming you are being kind to her will only serve to gratify your own self. Gifting her a magical cloak? That is not a wise choice. Are you certain you are not provoking her? However, if you genuinely dislike Petunia, then disregard my words. Lily found herself at a loss for words. Chapter 22. Are we friends? Please help me give this gift to Petunia, Lily. I think I should take my leave now. Severus, would you like to join me? I believe Lily could use some time alone, Ivy said, handing a gift box to Lily, containing a blemish-removing potion for Petunia, before rising to signal Severus. Severus and Ivy ventured out together, Ivy still grappling with disbelief. How could Severus so easily abandon Lily, who was still grieving? Was it truly that simple? She had yet to deploy several of her carefully crafted arguments. Aren't you concerned, Severus? Concerned about what? The confusion etched on Severus's face was genuine, not feigned. About Lily? He scoffed. Indeed, a few sharp words exchanged at a birthday party are truly worrisome. Please, Ivy. Understand that I am not Lily's guardian, and have no obligation to mediate her sisterly disputes. Severus found Ivy's rationale somewhat perplexing. You do make a valid point, Ivy conceded, suppressing a laugh and nodding in agreement. Severus, do you have some time to spare? I need to head to Diagon Alley shortly to procure some potion ingredients. Potion ingredients? Severus raised an eyebrow. Have you truly mastered the art of brewing wolfsbane? Actually, I can't take full credit. I harvested the wolfsbane in the Forbidden Forest before the break. I merely intend to experiment with it. Success is not guaranteed. Are you planning to deal with Lupin? Ivy remarked, impressed. Only you, Severus, would conceive of using wolfsbane against him. My mother was right. My own studies pale in comparison to yours. I don't know, Ivy. I simply wish to validate my thoughts. However, I encountered Professor Dumbledore before the break, and after our conversation, I believe if Lupin were indeed a threat, Dumbledore would certainly be aware. I cannot convince myself that Dumbledore would allow a werewolf in the school. Perhaps my suspicions are unfounded, and Lupin is not a werewolf, merely another of the Marauder's tricks. Severus's tone was tinged with frustration. Ivy surmised that perhaps Dumbledore had sown doubt in Severus's mind regarding his judgment. Yet Severus's instincts were correct. The Marauders were indeed concealing a werewolf. One could not deny Dumbledore's favoritism towards them, even aiding in their deceptions. Thankfully, Ivy had learned of Mia's prophecy beforehand. Otherwise, Severus would undoubtedly have suffered the unjust treatment Mia had foretold. You must trust your judgment, Severus. Isn't there a saying that goes, once you eliminate the impossible, whatever remains, no matter how improbable, must be the truth? Regardless of whether it's the truth, I will learn it eventually, won't I? Severus replied with a smile before striding ahead, his style unchanged despite his lack of a black robe. We should be friends now, shouldn't we, Severus? Ivy stood rooted, watching him as the wind gently lifted the hem of her dress, swaying gracefully. Severus merely cast a fleeting glance back at Ivy before continuing on his way. The look she recognized as his universal expression of disdain for others' intellect, signaling rejection and negation, with an underlying "are you alright?" sentiment. Alright then. I shall act as if I never asked. Ivy employed a mental blocking spell to recall Severus's reaction on the day Mia confessed, feeling much better afterward. She then drew her wand, preparing to apparate back, despite the short distance, for she was unwilling to walk. It wasn't that she didn't want to accompany Severus to Diagon Alley. Ivy was acutely aware that he would not invite her along. In truth, once they returned to the wizarding world, they would become strangers again. As the summer days in the Muggle world passed, Ivy's control over her body improved, prompting Lindsay to incorporate practical training into their regimen. Initially resembling the dueling Ivy was familiar with, it gradually evolved into something more intense. When struck by a disarming spell, you must immediately seek cover. If none is available, rush towards your opponent and find an opportunity to attack their throat. Understood? Again, Ivy, aside from offensive spells, defensive ones are equally vital. They can save your life in battle. Your spell work must be sharpened. Let's start with a weather charm and see how you fare. With potion making, herbology, and physical training occupying her every moment, Ivy scarcely had time to venture outside. Lindsay possessed a commendable disposition, but exhibited an almost pathological strictness toward training. Ivy often sustained injuries during duels, but that was not the most alarming aspect. Lindsay's medical skills and potion making were exceptional. No matter how severe the injury, she would heal it within 2 days, leaving no scar behind, rendering Ivy's hopes of resting due to illness a mere fantasy. Ivy, while we both know that sustaining injuries can be beneficial, you cannot continue without making progress, Lindsay insisted. Whenever Ivy could finally defeat her in a duel, she would earn a reprieve. Ivy, possessing a stubborn spirit, found herself defeated each time she felt victory was within reach. One day, Severus sought out Ivy, placing her in a quandary. Glancing at Lindsay, who stood behind her, Ivy was about to decline Severus's invitation when Lindsay's voice broke through her hesitation, seemingly aware of her conflict. How about this, Ivy? You can go with Severus, but if you defeat me, you can take the day off. Ivy and Severus exchanged glances, remaining silent. Silence implies consent, so off we go to the basement, Lindsay declared, leading the way. Severus, here is your wand. Though it may not be the best, it is what we have to use outside of school. And remember, during the duel, do not hold back, unless you wish to spend 2 days lying in this room. Ivy cautioned Severus earnestly. He tested the wand's feel before following her into the basement. It was a vast open space, approximately the size of a Quidditch pitch, likely enhanced by an extension charm. The dim lighting cast shadows on the many towering stone walls, which appeared incomplete, and water stains marred the floor. Lindsay should be somewhere in the center. We must be cautious from here on out. Just as Ivy finished speaking, a spell whizzed past them. A red light visible in the gloom, and they barely evaded it. Come forward when you're ready, Ivy. Severus, Lindsay called from a distance. Expelliarmus. Sandstorm. Excellent disarming charm, Severus. Lindsay remarked as she blocked his spell, though the wind and sand obscured her vision. Ivy and Severus unleashed their spells in quick succession, but Lindsay had vanished from sight. Protego. Ivy quickly cast the shield charm as Lindsay reappeared, narrowly deflecting her attack. Lindsay seemed to have deciphered Severus's style of attack, directing the brunt of her efforts toward him while occasionally launching spells at Ivy, as if testing the attentiveness of a student who had not been paying attention in class. Time dragged on, and while Lindsay remained composed, Severus gradually faltered. After all, they were at a distinct disadvantage compared to an adult wizard's power. Lindsay then shifted her focus to Ivy, suddenly appearing before her, and placing a hand around her neck. In a flash, Ivy transformed into her Animagus form, a white snake, coiling around Lindsay's arm. In response, Lindsay morphed into a white owl, deftly escaping, and the two quickly reverted to their original forms. The battle continued unabated. Ivy and Severus struggling against Lindsay's speed, which allowed her to evade most of their spells. Only Severus's stunning spell managed to strike her twice. Ultimately, Lindsay employed 2 disarming spells, effectively concluding the duel, and Severus cast a counter-spell on her bleeding arm. Well done, Ivy. Although you lost, your performance was commendable. So I believe I can grant you half a day off. And Severus, that stunning spell. Did you create it yourself? I must say, you are quite the genius. Ivy, you should learn from Severus, Lindsay concluded, allowing the two to sit and rest while she retreated to fetch them each a potion for replenishing their magic. Chapter 23. Number 19, Spinner's End. After consuming the potion Lindsay provided, Severus treated the abrasions on his arm with a healing balm, while Ivy used a cleaning charm to rid her clothes of the dust. Avery, I must step out for a while. You shall entertain Severus by yourself. Do have fun. Lindsay remarked as she hurriedly made her way to the door, balancing her high heels in hand before pushing it open. This was a familiar routine for her. As an Auror currently on leave, Lindsay found it difficult to escape her responsibilities, even during vacation. Avery proceeded to explain the situation to Severus. Or, indeed, they are the sworn adversaries of Death Eaters, Avery mused, reclining on the sofa and toying with her hair in a nonchalant manner. How about it, Severus? Feeling the pressure? As adversaries, Lindsay could indeed be formidable. Yet that was not Avery's concern, especially since not all Aurors possessed her caliber. It appears my appointment with Lily has long since passed. Do you have any other plans, Severus? I have some work to attend to shortly. Severus was perpetually busy. Avery was well aware that when he wasn't toiling at the fast food establishment, he was unloading shipments at the pub, occasionally aiding elderly residents in rescuing their pets from rooftops, or engaging in other arduous tasks, all of course for a fee. Well then, would you accompany me for lunch? You know I detest dining alone, Severus. Avery, adept at leveraging her beauty, feigned a hint of disappointment, confident that Severus would not decline. Upon receiving his assent, she ventured into the kitchen to retrieve the bento that Lindsay had prepared. Ample portions, much to her relief, as Severus was rather indifferent to the flavor of his food, willing to share these unappetizing offerings with her. The following day, as Avery descended the stairs, she overheard Lindsay on the phone. I distinctly recall our agreement of a 2-month holiday. You had better truly handle this. After a moment, she concluded the call upon noticing Avery. Hey Avery, I think it's time you underwent some practical training. In the afternoon, Lindsay reappeared, dragging a trunk from some unknown origin, beckoning Avery to join her in the basement. Upon opening the trunk, a pallid man emerged, his movements rigid. Unlike a duel, Lindsay instructed her to eliminate the target by any means necessary. Just a reminder, Avery. With your current magical power, the killing curse would only inflict minimal harm. Now you may begin. With a clap of her hands, the man became animated, charging at Avery with remarkable speed. After casting a few spells, Avery soon realized that this adversary possessed an exceptionally high magical resistance, relentlessly pursuing her without fatigue. Several times, she found herself unable to cast a spell in time, feeling as though she were battling a lunatic. She blasted the creature's leg with a spell, only to have it seize her ankle as it collapsed. Ultimately, Avery drove her wand into its eye, bringing the skirmish to an end. Well done. The eye is indeed its weak point. An astute observation, Lindsay remarked, waving her wand to return the corpse to the trunk. Avery believed the ordeal concluded until the next day, when another figure appeared before her in the basement. What is this? Avery inquired of Lindsay, facing a well-dressed male wizard wielding a wand. Just like yesterday, Avery, your task is to kill him. With a clap of her hands, the wizard unleashed a spell at Avery. This is truly bizarre, she thought as she dodged his incantations, mercilessly casting the shattering curse. Unlike her previous attempts, her current version had evolved into a true art of explosion. The spell struck, but merely with a knockback effect. Employing dark magic, she managed to inflict some damage, having been well versed in the craft through her mother's influence. Uncertain of his nature, she found him to be a formidable spellcaster, akin to a spell-launching machine. Avery employed the soul-sucking curse to seize control of him, compelling him to drive his wand into his own neck with utmost urgency. For the ensuing month, Avery engaged in daily killings, or rather, the termination of monstrous beings resembling humanity, both male and female, young and old. They often exhibited emotions, anger, sorrow, desperate pleas, but Avery never faltered, adhering strictly to Lindsay's mandate. Eliminate them without mercy. Isn't there any training today, Lindsay? Where are the creatures? Avery emerged from the basement, seeking clarification. If emotions are involved. I believe you are the true monster, Avery, Lindsay teased. Honestly, after your graduation, you ought to become an Auror. Your rationality is commendable. That is only because I recognize them for what they are, Lindsay. Say what you will, but there will be no training today. I believe you are entirely prepared. Now, you may ascend to gather your belongings. Once you're ready, we shall depart for Scotland to track down a ring of illegal magical creature smugglers. Avery nodded and ascended the stairs. By the way, an owl delivered a letter this morning. It is for you. Lindsay handed Avery a letter from her grandmother, which relayed that her cousin Gilderoy Lockhart would soon be enrolling, and expressed a desire for Avery to return to the estate before the term commenced. It seemed her grandmother missed her but lacked the courage to articulate it, thus using her cousin as a pretext. Avery penned a reply, acquiescing to her grandmother's request, and dispatched it via Lindsay's owl. Upon arriving in Scotland, Lindsay and Avery transformed their appearances, with Lindsay donning a pink coat as a wealthy matron and Avery, her obedient daughter, also a buyer in the magical creature smuggling trade. The investigation unfolded with less drama than one might expect from a film. Before Avery grasped the situation, they found themselves confronting the smugglers face to face, around 7 or 8 of them. Avery wielded only the wand Lindsay had provided, which proved formidable. The smugglers were caught off guard. Spare some alive, Avery, Lindsay instructed, approaching to administer potions to the incapacitated, confiscating their wands. What a facile skirmish. I never anticipated those who had trafficked dragons to be so inept, Lindsay remarked as she summoned her Patronus, presumably to relay a message to the Ministry of Magic. Avery had expected this to be a prolonged endeavor, yet it concluded in merely 3 days. They lingered for an additional day to explore Scotland before returning home. Upon their return, Lindsay resumed teaching Avery combat techniques, alongside theoretical knowledge in herbology and potion making, not merely the textbook material for examinations, but rather practical and applicable wisdom. As Avery prepared for her imminent return to school, she made her way to Spinner's End to bid farewell to Severus a week in advance of her departure for Cauldron Manor. If memory served her correctly, number 19 Spinner's End was where she sought him. Having never heard Severus speak of his parents, she brought along a bottle of Scotch whiskey, a gift likely appreciated by middle-aged individuals. As Avery strolled through the alley, it was Severus who noticed her first. Swiftly opening the window, scaling the nearby wall, and nimbly leaping down. What brings you here? I came to say goodbye. You never sought me out, so. Before Avery could finish, loud shouting erupted from the floor above, followed by the sound of shattering glass and a woman's piercing scream. A man stumbled out the door, reeking of alcohol, followed closely by a woman who trailed after him. They are my parents, Severus explained, noticing Avery's puzzled expression as he ushered her into the house. The living room was in disarray, littered with empty bottles, shattered glass, and traces of blood on the floor. Severus led Avery to the attic, his bedroom, likely the only room in the house that was still furnished and intact, providing at least a place for her to sit. Has it always been like this, Severus? I mean, regarding your parents? Severus did not exhibit much sorrow, yet Ivy felt an overwhelming empathy for him. From the fragmented tales of Lily and her understanding of Severus, Ivy sensed that his parents were perhaps less than competent. An unfortunate reality far worse than she had initially imagined. Since my earliest memories, I have grown accustomed to this. There was nothing more to say. As Severus gazed at Ivy, he chose not to continue his thoughts. Meeting his eyes, Ivy suddenly realized her vision was slightly blurred, tears cascading down her cheeks. Severus gently wiped them away with his hand. Why are you crying? Did you not say you wished to bid me farewell? Yes. I must return to Cult Manor ahead of schedule, and so I wanted to say goodbye. Ivy ceased her tears, though her eyes remained faintly reddened. Chapter 24, Apologies. Severus regarded Ivy, who, when returning his gaze, found his attention inadvertently averted as he looked out the window. It seemed Ivy had a sudden epiphany, recalling the moments shared with Severus. Severus, do you have feelings for me? Your eyes seem to convey love. The furrow in Ivy's brow gradually relaxed, her eyes sparkling with a glimmer of hope, and in an instant, her smile radiated warmth. Severus once again looked at Ivy, his demeanor no longer evasive, appearing rather as an unspoken acknowledgement. Ivy observed him with earnestness, momentarily forgetting their identities, their families, and everything else. I like you, but it can only ever be that. What if we disregard the future? Upon uttering these words, Ivy seemed to realize her own speechlessness. I apologize. I merely wish to express that there is someone in this world who loves you, and I am one of them. Perhaps there will be others in the future. I do not know, but I simply wanted you to know. Ivy. Originally intended as a gift for a visit, it now seemed rather inappropriate. Yet it would be illogical to take it back. Ivy retrieved the bottle of wine from the basket and handed it to Severus. Severus, I must take my leave. Will you see me off? Severus escorted Ivy out of Spinner's End, and they exchanged no words. Ivy was uncertain of Severus's thoughts. She only knew he had his own path to tread, being a Slytherin, unwilling to settle for mediocrity. In truth, Ivy understood that she and Severus would ultimately return to their starting point. His future would never encompass her. She believed she could come to terms with this. For unlike Lily, she could neither persuade Severus to choose righteousness, nor ensure that the Gryffindors of the Order treated him kindly. She could not prevent Severus from joining the Death Eaters. All she could do was facilitate his ambitions and quietly depart during the war. Perhaps she would never see Severus one last time. Perhaps he would not have her by his side when he needed her most. That apology implied, I am sorry for harboring unwarranted hopes for our future. Lindsay dropped Ivy off at Colt Manor and then left. Ivy entered the estate alone, her hair elegantly styled in a lovely updo adorned with 2 sparkling hairpieces, while a vintage gown accentuated her slender waist. The greenery surrounding Colt Manor's castle was lush, climbing vines gracefully draping over the structure. Her grandmother was sipping tea at a white outdoor table, accompanied by a refined lady bearing a striking resemblance to her grandmother, Aunt. Ivy approached, greeting them with a gentle smile. Ivy, you are becoming increasingly beautiful, remarked the woman Ivy referred to as her aunt, scrutinizing her as if appraising her worth. Ivy understood she was being evaluated as a suitable candidate for marriage, yet her grandmother abruptly interrupted her aunt. Since you have returned, go rest for now. As soon as Ivy stepped through the door, a house elf appeared, and Jadoro sat upright on the sofa, greeting Ivy politely. Cousin Ivy. She merely acknowledged him and ascended the stairs. The atmosphere here was familiar, allowing her to relax. The dim lighting and the ancient castle, where sunlight scarcely penetrated, did not feel oppressive to her. This was the finest place of all. That evening, Ivy's father had yet to return. Her grandmother was in the study, vociferously chastising her only son, and Ivy knew she was conversing with the portrait of her late grandfather. He will sooner or later die at the hands of a woman. Her grandmother's sharp voice echoed from the study. Much later, her grandmother called for Ivy. Ivy, let us put an end to your engagement with the Potter family from now on. There is no rush for the betrothal. Let your aunt take her time in finding a suitable match for you, and you may inform me if you come across someone appropriate. Ivy found her grandmother's change of heart perplexing. What could have prompted such a shift? May I inquire about the reason? It is no secret. The Potters have aligned themselves with Dumbledore, just as you mentioned. Her grandmother seemed to have lost her usual vigor. Yet even so, grandmother, you have not changed your mind. Ivy's tone was not particularly cordial, but she was not reprimanded. Likely, her grandmother had exhausted her energy for scolding, casually inquiring about Ivy before retreating to her room. Thus, Ivy lingered in the castle for several days in a lackluster manner. During this time, her mental barriers seemed to have progressed, and when school commenced, she boarded the Hogwarts Express alongside Jadoro. Here, Ivy. This is Sunny. Having been largely out of communication over the summer, Ivy had not seen Sunny or Eve, and they encountered each other on the train. This is my cousin, Jadoro Lockhart. Hello, Jadoro greeted them with a bright smile, exuding an aura of warmth that starkly contrasted with Ivy's cold aloofness. During the sorting ceremony, Jadoro was placed in Ravenclaw. Ravenclaw is quite admirable, Sunny remarked to Ivy, who was less than enthusiastic about conversing, likely due to the long train ride. When the food was served at the table, Ivy lacked an appetite and only sipped a glass of milk. It was not until the following morning that Eve entered, informing her that Anna was looking for her, prompting Ivy to perk up. Ivy met Anna by the lake, where she learned that Anna had news concerning James. Tragically, James's parents had passed away before the start of school, succumbing to dragonpox, a difficult ailment to discuss. Well done. Did Lupin share this with you? Ivy smiled, while Anna seemed puzzled by Ivy's focus. I thought you would be concerned about James, perhaps feeling sympathetic. It appears I was mistaken. Anna smiled faintly, reassured by Ivy's response. I will not forget our objective. You need not worry. However, you, Anna, must be cautious not to become too entangled. Ivy's words were laden with meaning. Of course. I shall take my leave then. Anna hurriedly departed, her demeanor appearing somewhat flustered. With summer just having ended, and surrounded by numerous onlookers, Anna vanished into the crowd. Left alone, Ivy sighed, lamenting the unfortunate fate of the Potters. who had allied themselves with Dumbledore for the sake of their son, only to receive no protection in return. Succumbing to such an unglamorous affliction, Ivy was certain it was the work of the Dark Lord, for Lucius's father, the elder Malfoy, had also perished from dragon pox. The public speculated that the elder Malfoy's chaotic personal life had led to his illness. In truth, he had merely died for opposing the Dark Lord, and if such was the fate of a former ally, how much more perilous would it be for the Potters, who had chosen their side so early? War is imminent. Ivy raised her hand to the sky, knowing it would not be long before this azure expanse was shrouded in darkness. Notably, at the outset of 5th year, James was exceptionally appointed by Dumbledore as the president of the Hogwarts Student Council, the only 5th-year student to hold such a position, perhaps to temper his character. If he remained as arrogant as before, he would surely prove to be of little use. Perhaps this was Dumbledore's way of atoning for the deceased Potters, seeking to cultivate James, who was prone to mischief, into a man of substance, for at heart, James was not inherently bad. The demise of his parents seemingly catalyzed a significant maturation in James. He generously bequeathed the majority of the Potter family's fortune to the Order of the Phoenix, while Dumbledore extended his protective embrace over James. James harbored the belief that the esteemed White Wizard could furnish him with absolute safety. However, Ivy perceived that he remained oblivious to the truth. Often he could rely solely on himself, for whatever grants protection also imposes constraints. Chapter 25. A sense of participation. As the new term commenced, James became the object of collective concern. Lily, who had previously distanced herself from him, found her demeanor shifting due to James's unfortunate circumstances, and they appeared to reconcile as if nothing had transpired. The quartet, now accompanied by Lily, Anna, and Mia, gathered together, each offering solace to James. "You need not be so concerned. I am perfectly fine," James asserted, wishing to alleviate the somber atmosphere that his plight had cast upon them. Each individual harbored their own thoughts, uncertain of what to articulate. Particularly Anna, who held a secret she had not disclosed to Ivy. She had lied to Ivy. In truth, she harbored feelings for Sirius, yet was met with a heartless rejection. James's casual words of comfort lingered in her mind. Not mere gossip disseminated by the quartet, but genuine sentiments. She had indeed liked both Sirius and James. Nevertheless, the reality of her bullying was undeniable, and her resentment towards the quartet had taken root. Clutching the notion of destruction as a means of coping with unattainable desires, she now found herself conflicted, for Remus had committed no wrongdoing. Remus lightly nudged Anna's arm, prompting her to regain her focus. "What is it, Remus?" Anna inquired softly. She devoted herself wholeheartedly to Remus, mirroring Ivy's approach, and within a mere month, she reaped substantial rewards. Not only had she escaped her tormentors, but she had also been accepted into the quartet. Remarkably, Sirius, who once derided her, had begun to engage with her on equal footing. It was indeed astonishing that someone as haughty as Sirius could learn to show respect. Anna pondered how Remus had accomplished such a feat. "It's nothing. I simply noticed you were lost in thought and was curious about what occupied your mind." Anna's cheeks flushed as she cast her gaze downward, remaining silent. She sensed Remus's affection for her, but was reluctant to acknowledge it. Memories of Ivy's words surfaced in her mind. Would this make Remus like me? How could that be? At most he would only feel touched. It depends on how far you are willing to go. Trust me, Anna, Remus values every sincere emotion immensely. With Ivy yet to reveal the next steps, Anna hesitated to inquire, fearful of jeopardizing the progress she had made. In contrast to Anna, Mia had seamlessly integrated into the group, her vivacious nature earning her the affection of many. At that moment, she was elucidating the rules of the card game Werewolf to the assembly, and James, having received a killer card, protested loudly to exchange it, thereby invigorating the atmosphere. "James, if you continue to reveal your identity like that, we simply want to include you." All right, one more round. I promise to abide by the rules." In potions class, Mia meticulously recounted the day's events to Ivy. "You get along so well with them, yet you betray them without a second thought. I wonder what you are thinking," Ivy teased. "I possess a vision that reaches far beyond the present. I have many I wish to save, and I genuinely consider them friends. Yet in comparison, Severus remains the priority." Leaning against the wall, Mia adopted a somewhat cynical demeanor. "It's almost a month. I can now execute my plan. I shall make it known that Severus is not at fault." Ivy, with her back to Mia, toyed with a vial of potion, the Wolf's Bane. Before long, Anna received Ivy's instructions, delivered on the eve of the full moon. "What's wrong? Do I seem displeased to you, Anna?" "No, not at all. I merely..." "Rest assured, the task I assign you will not jeopardize Remus. It is solely directed at James or Sirius." Anna, remember their grotesque sides, alright? Do not soften merely because of a few words from Remus, understand? Understood. How should I proceed? Anna nodded. Quite simply, deliver this to Remus and say, I am aware of the secrets you've concealed, yet I still wish to be with you. Then arrange to meet him by Hagrid's hut tomorrow afternoon. If you cannot find him, do not return. Ivy produced a transparent package, revealing a vial of potion that appeared quite valuable. Just like that? Just like that. Ivy. Do you know of the secrets Remus is hiding? Anna questioned, her anxiety palpable. She sensed Remus had been withholding something from her. Yet she had never confided this to Ivy. Anna, you truly are naive. Did you think that by remaining silent, I would remain unaware? Apologies. So you do know of Remus as hidden truths? I believe it is more appropriate for Remus to disclose this to you himself. In any case, follow my instructions, and you will eventually learn the truth. Ivy smiled at her. After Anna departed, Mia emerged from a nearby cupboard, dust still clinging to her hair. Ahem, Ivy. You are truly born to be a villain, leaving no room for the virtuous. This is a heartless betrayal. Anna is clearly enamored with Remus. Oh, the irony. I warned you not to follow me, yet you insisted on lamenting your lack of involvement. Ivy shot a glance at Mia. Moreover, weren't we originally focused on Remus? When did James and Sirius enter the equation? I deceived her. But what if Remus fails to show up? He will appear. My wolfsbane is not given away for free, and besides, it's merely a meeting in the afternoon, not at night. What's the significance of it being in the afternoon? Simply delay until nightfall. Oh, I see. But how do we delay? Mia observed Ivy's piercing gaze and quelled her inquiry, rubbing her nose. She was certain that if she dared to press further, Ivy would unleash a curse upon her. Shall I regale you with tales of Severus's current situation? Sure. Mia employed Severus to break the tension, a tactic that had proven effective time and again. Though Mia had not spent much time with Severus, she knew him well, or so Ivy believed. Mia seemed to understand Severus better than Ivy herself. Even being aware of his home circumstances, including his parents' names and temperament. Mia, don't you also harbor feelings for Severus? You ought to be my rival. You misunderstand. My love is a grand one. He is far better suited to you. You are significantly more intelligent than I, and I believe you can bring happiness to Severus. Which is why I generously relinquish him to you. Mia proclaimed as she sat on the table, sipping juice with a carefree attitude. Mia's casual remarks left Ivy somewhat at a loss. Why do you feel that way? Ivy inquired. Look at your hair color. Your heights are well matched. And you are both Slytherins. I am not referring to that, Mia. I wish to know why you believe I can bring happiness to Severus? Ivy hastily interrupted any impending discourse on her compatibility with Severus. You like him? Mia replied, her expression suggesting that this was an obvious conclusion. Mia's words rendered Ivy silent, leaving her momentarily at a loss for words. To be honest, Mia, I understand why I am drawn to Severus. Yet I remain uncertain about your reasons. What is it that you find appealing about him? Listening to Mia's question, Ivy reminisced about her interactions with Severus. She cherished the way he gazed at her as if she were the only one, enjoyed hearing him unveil his ambitions and dreams, and relished the nuances of his silence. Then she recalled Severus's sentiment. I like you, but it can only be that. Simply liking someone is insufficient. With that thought, Ivy departed the potions classroom. Mia could only sigh in resignation. Both Ivy and Severus were Slytherins, their thoughts inscrutable to her. She resolved to inquire with Ivy, then with Severus, and subsequently with Lily. Mia was engaged in a quest for information about Severus during the summer with Lily, when unexpectedly, Lily bestowed upon her a delightful surprise. Is it true? Did they really hold hands? Mia couldn't help but raise her voice, only to remember they were in the library, promptly covering her mouth. You are being overly dramatic, Mia. No, Lily. I can't help but feel excited. Please tell me more about what happened. Mia, when Severus is ready to share, he will do so. We mustn't gossip about others' private affairs. Chapter 26, Substitution. Lily, aren't you even a little curious? Gossip is an inherent trait of humanity. Mia expressed her disbelief, unable to fathom Lily's lack of interest. Look, Severus is coming. If you're curious, ask him yourself, Lily teased Mia, well aware that only Severus could handle her inquisitive nature. Good afternoon, Severus, Mia awkwardly greeted as he approached, receiving a polite good afternoon in return. He took a seat across from Mia, not averse to her presence, for she was the only one willing to discuss Ivy and keep him informed of her well-being. Severus, Lily and I were just talking about your picnic together this summer. How enviable. Mia's playful banter showed no signs of retreat despite Lily's teasing. It wasn't precisely a picnic, merely a discussion on potions. Well, It seems I'm not going to get much out of you. I find conversing with Lily more enjoyable, Mia sighed, returning to her assignments. Ivy's plan was progressing smoothly, and Anna had successfully detained Lupin. A piercing scream shattered the stillness of the night, followed by a roar, causing several owls to flap their wings and fly away. It was Anna. She had witnessed Remus transform into a werewolf right before her eyes. Terrified, she collapsed to the ground, paralyzed with fear. Run, Remus. Quickly. Flee into the forbidden forest. It's a trap. As Anna observed that the werewolf did not harm her, she regained her composure. Remus, having retained his sanity in his wolf form, dashed into the forbidden forest. Ivy then revealed herself, approaching from a distance. Perhaps she had underestimated Anna's feelings for Remus. It was astonishing that Anna could accept a werewolf. Ivy retrieved a pre-prepared magical camera from a tree, containing evidence of Remus's transformation. It's too late, Anna. The camera has already captured it, Ivy remarked, lightly tapping the enchanted camera in her hand with her wand, smiling at the stunned Anna. Unfortunately, Anna, the footage of you being frightened is hardly flattering. But you need not worry, for compared to you, Remus is far more captivating. Ivy approached Anna, looking down at her, reveling in her shock and fear. You deceived me. You intended to deal with Remus from the start, didn't you? Anna, sitting on the ground and pointing at Ivy, spoke with agitation, her earlier fear of Remus's transformation rendering her incapable of standing. Smack. Ivy slapped Anna, then lifted her chin with her wand. Do not forget who helped you escape your torment, who provided you with the conveniences you enjoy. Yet you dare to defy me. It seems the comforts of your current life have made you forget your past sufferings. Shall I assist you in recalling? No, please, Ivy. Spare me, I beg you. The shock had rendered Anna exceedingly sensitive, and she sank to her knees at Ivy's feet, trembling and sobbing. I may spare you, Anna. But what shall you offer me in return? Perhaps a memory? Ivy leaned down, whispering softly in Anna's ear. After a moment, Anna, in a daze, grasped her wand and extracted the memory of Remus transforming before her. Ivy produced a small vial to contain the memory. Stay here, Anna. Perhaps your werewolf boyfriend will return to find you soon. We must depart. Ivy simply tugged her robes behind her and prepared to leave when suddenly, an attack occurred. Specifically, the glass vial in Ivy's hand was struck, shattering and cutting her hand. It was James, Sirius, and Peter, all brandishing their wands. Caught off guard, Ivy immediately instructed Eve to flee with the camera, while she and Sunny positioned themselves between the trio and their escape route. James, we must stop her. Remus has been captured. Sirius exclaimed, his tone urgent as he watched Eve retreat. Ivy, step aside. Don't force me to harm you, James warned, pointing his wand at her. Ivy, clutching her injured hand, stood her ground, ignoring James's command. After planning for so long, she would not surrender even amidst complications. James exchanged a few words with the others, and Sirius transformed into a large black dog, leaping past Ivy to pursue Eve's fleeing figure, while Peter transformed into a rat, disappearing into the night. Sunny, go help Eve. But Ivy, your hand, go, don't worry about me. The camera is far more important, Ivy insisted, and Sunny rushed off to assist Eve. James and Ivy faced off, both intent on reaching the unconscious Anna. After a tense standoff, the werewolf Lupin suddenly burst forth from the forbidden forest, momentarily startling them. Fortunately, James quickly reacted, transforming into a stag to shield Ivy, kicking Lupin away. Ivy realized this was due to her wolfsbane potion losing its efficacy. The potion she had given Anna was diluted, insufficient to ensure her safety from the werewolf, allowing her to retrieve Anna's memory. After Ivy's departure, Anna would be left vulnerable to the returning Lupin, which would spell disaster for the quartet. Unfortunately, this plan had been thwarted by James's unexpected arrival. At that moment, James was pulling Ivy toward the Whomping Willow, pursued by the werewolf. Ivy's mind still lingered on Mia's prophecy, which foretold Severus being saved by James, who would become a hero at Hogwarts, while Severus would be the ungrateful one saved. Now, that ungrateful savior was Ivy herself. Ivy felt no fear of the werewolf behind her. She too could transform into an Animagus. But now was not the time for such a transformation. If James was destined to be a hero, he must endure some injuries. After all, scars are the finest badges of honor for a hero, are they not? Ivy contemplated allowing Lupin to claw James, but at the critical moment, she softened, pushing James aside and transforming into a white snake, escaping with him to safety. Who would have thought you were also an Animagus, Ivy? James exclaimed, lying on the grass, his voice infused with exhilaration from their narrow escape. He straightforwardly believed that Ivy had saved him in the end, thus she could not be a villain, and he unilaterally categorized her as a close friend, oblivious to the implications. Later, Ivy discovered that Eve, Sunny, and Anna seemed to have undergone a memory charm, recalling nothing of the events, and the magical camera had been destroyed by Sirius. Initially, Ivy suspected the quartet was responsible, until a meeting with Professor Dumbledore in his office revealed the truth. This was all orchestrated by the greatest white wizard. In the office, Ivy entered to find James already seated. "Welcome, Miss Carter. Please take a seat," Dumbledore greeted Ivy with a gentle smile, his kind eyes appearing to see through to her very soul. "Thank you, Professor Dumbledore." Ivy complied and sat down, surmising the purpose of Dumbledore's summons was likely to ensure she kept Lupin secret. Dumbledore dared to use a memory charm on Eve and the others, but refrained from doing so with Ivy, owing to her surname, and the fact that Professor Slugghorn was her grandfather. "First and foremost, I must extend my sincerest apologies, my dear child, for my inability to satisfy everyone, and for relegating you to that unfortunate role of a sacrifice." "Sacrifice? I do not perceive it thus, Headmaster. It is merely a price I must pay, one I willingly accept." Ivy was taken aback by Dumbledore's apology. In her eyes, a figure of his stature should never need to apologize for any action, even if it involved coercing her into silence. She would acquiesce without hesitation. "So, would you be willing to keep Lupin's secret?" "I would, Headmaster." After a moment's contemplation, Ivy realized that her prompt agreement might arouse Dumbledore's suspicion, and thus added, "After all, James did save me, did he not?" "I thank you for your kindness on behalf of James, Ivy." Dumbledore seemed to reassess the young woman before him, as he had anticipated a more arduous conversation. Ivy took her leave, and upon reaching the door, she overheard James conversing with Dumbledore. "Headmaster, you see, I told you Ivy is a good person." During lunch the following day, Dumbledore publicly announced James's heroic act of rescuing Ivy from a perilous creature, awarding 50 points to Gryffindor. Ivy understood that Dumbledore was attempting to bolster James's reputation, much like Mia's prophecy had foretold. After their meal, Mia eagerly approached Ivy, and Ivy recounted the recent events. "So that is how it is. It seems prophecies cannot be altered, but one person may indeed substitute for another." "Not necessarily. We must ensure that Severus does not find himself in peril." Chapter 27 Gossip. That evening in potions class. "Ivy, do you not feel any resentment? You have been planning for so long." Mia observed Ivy diligently working on her potions assignment, appearing quite earnest. "What use is resentment?" Ivy appeared indifferent to her recent failure. Yet the troubles it had wrought were far more significant than she had anticipated. Ivy had unwittingly become a stepping stone for Gryffindor, breaching a grave taboo in the current Slytherin environment, where tensions between the Death Eaters and the Order of the Phoenix were palpable. The Pureblood factions that once supported her now regarded her with scrutiny, and some impulsive individuals had begun to mock her actions behind her back. To avoid unnecessary conflict, Ivy had taken to frequently leaving early and returning late. With Bentley Jones's graduation, the position of Slytherin prefect had become vacant, and although she might be outmatched by Regulus, she felt compelled to try. "It has barely been a day, and already the gossip surrounding you and James is rampant." The power of Hogwarts gossip is not to be underestimated. "Perhaps Severus will seek you out soon," Mia remarked, seated beside Ivy, her tone grave. "He would not come looking for me. He would avoid me at all costs. You are blinded by the situation. I assure you, Severus is indeed concerned for you. Whenever I mention you, he pauses in his writing, sometimes even making mistakes. Rather absurd, is it not?" Indeed it is absurd. I have never seen him make a mistake in writing." Ivy's tone was dismissive, and Mia's attempt to prove Severus's affections only made Ivy feel somewhat pitiable. "You know I am not referring to that, Ivy." "Stop, Mia. I shall reiterate, Severus and I are simply not meant to be. Affection alone does not guarantee a union." "Why not?" "Because each individual has their own life, their own cherished pursuits. Time, place, and the serendipity of encounters are all vital. Unfortunately, in all these aspects, Severus and I are at odds," Ivy remarked, as though counseling Mia while simultaneously advising herself. "Ivy, do not be so fixated on gains and losses, on costs. Sometimes, matters of the heart do not require such meticulous contemplation. Otherwise, should you miss your chance with Severus, you shall surely regret it," Mia countered, her expression one of disapproval. "I must consider the implications. War is imminent, and survival is my utmost priority. Nothing holds greater significance than living, not even Severus. Only by surviving can one truly contemplate love. Even if I come to regret today's choice and endure anguish, I would still make the same decision," Ivy concluded, knowing Mia would never comprehend her reasoning, instead condemning her perceived selfishness and emotional detachment. "Indeed, the war looms. The Death Eaters are becoming increasingly unhinged. Remaining at school feels like a distant concern, and it occurs to me that I am now in my 6th year. Mia paused, then continued, her response not aligning with Ivy's expectations. I shall be leaving England next semester. Would you care to join me in fleeing from the war? Mia's prophetic abilities would certainly prove advantageous. Even if they do not, it is better than nothing. Really? Ivy, you would take me with you? Mia's spirits lifted from despondency to elation in an instant. Of course, it requires your parents' consent. They will undoubtedly agree. After all, my life holds greater importance. In this peculiar regard, Mia and Ivy found common ground. Ivy then returned her focus to her essay, and after a brief while, Mia took her leave. In the library, Severus did not attend the Great Hall that afternoon. Thus he learned of James's chivalrous deed from Lily. Lily confided in Severus her frustrations concerning James. Severus, I think I may have developed feelings for James. Is that not a good thing? That arrogant fellow seems to have feelings for you as well. Severus was puzzled by Lily's demeanor. Given his understanding of her simple emotions, she should have been elated. Severus, you cannot possibly be unaware of the recent rumors. Oh, right. You missed the Great Hall that day. No wonder you are uninformed, Lily replied, realization dawning upon her as she explained her turmoil. A few days ago, Ivy encountered a dark creature in the Forbidden Forest, and was subsequently rescued by James. For this, Dumbledore commended James and awarded our house 50 points. Upon hearing of Ivy's peril, Severus felt an immediate urge to inquire about her well-being, yet he refrained, knowing it would be too obvious. And so this is the source of your distress? Severus asked Lily, his tone tinged with resignation. Yes, after all, Ivy seemed to have harbored feelings for James. And while his act of heroism was commendable, I cannot shake this sense of discomfort. Severus remained silent. He was ill-equipped to assist her with such matters. Lily, do you think I should confront James directly? Lily, such matters are for you to determine. I have other matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Severus avoided looking at Lily's reaction, gathering the book he intended to borrow before seeking out Madame Pants. Upon exiting the library, Severus cast an invisibility charm upon himself, and made his way to the potions classroom, where Ivy resided. However, Severus possessed a knack for remaining undetected by Ivy, and this time proved no different, even easier than before, for Ivy had fallen asleep, curled up on the couch much as he had first encountered her, swathed in a thick blanket. Yet her hair, unlike before, was neatly arranged, and unfinished assignments lay scattered upon the table. She knows how to indulge herself, he mused. Recognizing that she seemed unharmed, merely a victim of Dumbledore's embellishments to elevate Potter's standing, Severus harbored the same thoughts as Lily, perhaps even more intensely, and he despised this unaccountable possessiveness. With a furrowed brow, he prepared to depart, casting additional layers of privacy charms and repelling spells upon the door before leaving. In the dim light of a small chamber in Nocturne Alley, Ivy dreamt of returning to this place, witnessing her younger self lying in bed, eyes shut, evidently in great distress, an echo of her reaction to the Cruciatus curse, during which she had suffered from insomnia for several days. This punishment from her mother was for what? Exactly? Now she could scarcely recall, perhaps a mispronounced incantation, or a button left undone on her clothing, or simply her mother's ill temper. You should despise me, Ivy. I should never have used the Cruciatus curse on you. Yet I could not help myself, her mother lamented. Ivy was bewildered, believing this to be the norm of the world. Mothers were simply meant to behave this way. The scene then shifts to a wizarding literacy school, where Ivy struggles to adapt. Despite her outward charm and cuteness, she often inadvertently harms her peers, leading her teacher to deem her a perilous child. Consequently, Ivy begins to grow reclusive and is ultimately taken back to Carlt Manor by her grandmother, who decides to instruct her personally. Remember, Ivy, no matter the severity of your mistakes or the depth of your unacceptable errors, as long as you persevere, opportunities for change will arise. This period may be painful and arduous, perhaps even making you wish for an end, but if you endure, transformation will come. Therefore, never relinquish hope in yourself. Only you can save yourself. In the morning, within the Great Hall, Ivy receives 2 letters delivered almost simultaneously by owls. One from Bentley Jones and the other from her grandmother. As she peruses them casually, it appears her grandmother has arranged another match for her. Bentley, with his persuasive prowess, recognizes that Carlt requires galleons and has directly offered assistance, showcasing both wealth and the ability to win hearts, unlike the Potters, who are miserly when they see no benefit. Ivy is displeased by the assertive tone of Bentley's letter, but is soon struck by her grandmother's missive, which insists she return home over Christmas to become engaged to Bentley Jones. Chapter 28, Misunderstanding. Ivy, if we cannot reach an agreement, I will initiate your expulsion. After all, I am still your guardian. Your grandfather is merely a nominal guardian, and his power to intervene is limited, as you well know. I have been exceedingly lenient with you. When will you understand that I am your grandmother, and have no intention of harming you? After reading her grandmother's letter, Ivy is incensed by the threat. What is it? Ivy. Nothing. Folding the letter, she resumes her meal of broccoli and eggs. As her grandfather finishes and departs, Ivy follows suit. Professor, there is something I need to discuss. What is it, Ivy? My grandmother wrote to me, insisting that I return home for Christmas to become engaged to Bentley Jones, or else face expulsion. I am at a loss for what to do. Bentley Jones? The one who graduated last year? TSK, he is hardly a suitable choice. Professor Slugghorn shakes his head. After a brief exchange, Ivy accompanies Professor Slugghorn to the potions office. As far as I know, the Jones family is in commerce? Yes. While they may not possess the financial might of the Potters, they are also not as influential. My grandmother believes that by associating with them, we can gain leverage. However, I have learned they are currently seeking ties with the Black family, suggesting they lean more in that direction. Hence my assertion that he is not a suitable choice. Grandfather, you must help me. Do not be alarmed. It is merely an engagement, not a marriage. Besides, marriage requires a certain age. Once you come of age, your grandmother's influence will wane. But I detest that Jones. Ivy's face contorts with distaste. Unable to conceive a better alternative, Professor Slugghorn remarks, "We cannot allow your grandmother to truly expel you. I am already in contact with Ilvermorny School of Witchcraft and Wizardry in America. It is quite liberal, and I believe you would enjoy it." Ultimately, Ivy writes back to her grandmother, acquiescing to the engagement proposal. Subsequently, her grandmother frequently sends packages filled with peculiar beauty products, dresses, and jewelry. Bentley too sends gems, flowers, and confections in an ostentatious manner. And speculating what Bentley Jones might send has become a staple topic of dinner conversations at Hogwarts, placing Ivy at the center of gossip and entertainment. Consequently, the chief candidacy for Slytherin suffers as a result. That evening in the Great Hall, another bouquet of roses arrives via owl, instantly robbing Ivy of her appetite. "Help me write a reply expressing my gratitude," she instructs Eve, tossing the letter to her before departing the hall with the flowers. She finds herself disinterested in Bentley's overly sentimental words, and does not wish to remain in the hall as an object of scrutiny. Clutching the flowers, she retreats to a dimly lit corner by the Black Lake. Shattered, Ivy vents her frustration upon the flowers until they are reduced to tiny fragments. Feeling somewhat relieved thereafter, Severus observes from a distance, waiting until Ivy sets down her wand before approaching her. Reason tells him to refrain from entangling himself with Ivy at this moment, yet he feels compelled to follow. "Ivy, are you truly to be engaged to Jones? You've heard, I suppose. That fellow is eager for all of Hogwarts to know, so it is no surprise you would too." Ivy lowers her gaze, appearing somewhat despondent. "If you dislike him, why acquiesce?" Severus glances at the scattered petals on the ground before focusing on Ivy. "It is not merely Jones, there will be others. After all, it's just an engagement. Severus, you need not worry about me. I am fine. Let them mock, I do not care. Recently, all the gossip revolves around me." Ivy's words are cut short as Severus envelopes her in an embrace, leaving her feeling disoriented, unsure of where to place her hands, ultimately resting them gently on his back. This embrace may symbolize Severus's unspoken words, and Ivy's eyes brim with tears, the weight of her recent misfortunes overwhelming her. "Ivy, is that you?" Eve's voice calls from the light, waving at the silhouette ahead. Upon hearing Eve, Ivy hastily extricates herself from Severus's hold, only to be drawn back again. "Severus. Jones is seeking contact with the Black family, hoping to connect with the Dark Lord. This implies Bentley could become a Death Eater. If he can, could you perhaps wait for me?" Ivy then realizes that Severus's visit may not solely be for consolation. He might have misunderstood, believing Ivy chose Bentley Jones after James, unaware that her compliance was not voluntary, as Bentley is unlike James. Ivy's thoughts swirl in confusion. Does Severus believe she has chosen war, or that she wishes to be embroiled in it? Thus, Severus assumes this is why she has not transferred schools this year. Very well. Fast forward 2 months since her encounter with Severus, it is now Halloween, and only a month remains until Ivy's engagement. Throughout these 2 months, she has exhausted every possible avenue. Her grandmother's responses have amassed into a thick stack, and she has even resorted to curses aimed at Bentley, all in vain. Her grandmother's stance remains unwavering, and Bentley continues to send parcels to Hogwarts. This leaves Ivy hesitant to meet Severus, even avoiding eye contact, as she fears she might have to break her promise to him. The Halloween ball is lively, with attendees donning masks and diverse attire. The Slytherins have largely chosen to dress as ethereal beings or vampires, and Ivy, adorned as an elf, searches the crowd for Severus. She yearns to explain her situation, fearing that the longer she delays, the more he will think she is toying with his feelings. Spotting Lily with her striking red hair, Ivy initially assumes Severus might be with her, but ultimately finds him seated beside Regulus, engaged in conversation with a group of Slytherins. Without needing to see their faces, Ivy can ascertain they will likely become Death Eaters, forming a small assembly led by Severus. Watching from a distance, Ivy is jolted to clarity by Severus's demeanor. What good would an explanation do? The misunderstanding is already in place. Christmas break awaits. Gunter Manor, the stronghold of the Death Eaters, starkly contrasts with the masked figures clad in dark robes outside. Here resides the core of the Death Eater faction, comprising notable figures such as Malfoy, Black, Lestrange, Crabbe Goyle, and others, approximately 30 in total, seated at a long table. At the head of the table, Voldemort's presence looms, his scarlet eyes instilling a sense of dread that deters direct gaze. Gradually, several youthful individuals enter. Young Barty Crouch, Avery Mulciber, Evan Rosier Wilkes, Regulus Black, and Severus Snape. Thank you for your efforts, Lucius. You know this is my duty. Master, for our grand cause, Lucius responds, kneeling to kiss Voldemort's hem before retreating to his position. I believe we should extend a warm welcome. Voldemort raises his goblet, prompting others to do the same, as they partake in a feast to celebrate the induction of fresh blood into the ranks of the Death Eaters, who are about to be marked. Severus, I recall your potions are quite commendable. It is my honor. I did not expect you to remember me, Severus replies, slightly taken aback by Voldemort's initial address. Step forward, Severus. There is no need for false modesty. Know that you are here due to your considerable talent. Unlike those behind you, Voldemort's gaze sweeps over the others, and his words elicit varied reactions. Bellatrix Lestrange, seated nearby, emits a derisive chuckle, while Regulus, standing behind Severus, clenches his fists, his face flushed, acutely aware of his black lineage. Before Severus can respond, Voldemort's legilimency penetrates his consciousness. Severus hastily invokes his mental barriers, and Voldemort peruses Severus's mind for an extended duration before finally withdrawing. Severus collapses to the ground, overwhelmed by intense dizziness. Yet he knows he has succeeded in concealing his memories from the Dark Lord. Welcome to my ranks, Severus. Enduring the sharp pain in his wrist, Severus mimics Lucius, kissing Voldemort's robe before stepping aside, observing as others are sequentially marked until the procedure concludes. I recall you were responsible for liaising with the Jones family, Orin. What is the outcome? The head of the Jones family desires assurances of greater privileges and elevated status from you. Master, Orin Black hesitates, failing to continue. Oh, who emboldened them to be so insatiable? Voldemort's tone betrays no emotion, yet it sends a chill down Orin's spine. The Jones family, merchants by trade, are accustomed to pursuing their self-interest. But they are not negotiating with a businessman, they are dealing with the Dark Lord. A lesson in bargaining that must be mindful of the counterpart involved. Perhaps due to their engagement with the Cattermole family, the betrothal feast is tomorrow, and they have sent an invitation. The Cattermoles? An ancient lineage indeed. Yet the current head of the family seems to attract attention only through frivolous gossip. What significance does their alliance hold? The Jones family may find themselves unable to digest the Cattermoles. Master, shall we terminate them? Since they have extended an invitation, it would be remiss not to attend. It presents an opportunity for these newcomers to witness bloodshed. Yes, Master. Chapter 29, The Task. The betrothal feast is to be held at the Jones residence, and the Jones family appears rather impatient about the occasion. During the Christmas holiday, Ivy was whisked away by her grandmother to the Jones estate. Without even spending a day at Cattermole Manor, many are preoccupied with preparations for the engagement, as it is rumored that significant figures will attend. Hence the event is arranged with utmost grandeur. From the libations to Ivy's gown, everything is extravagantly lavish, disregarding taste. The Jones family has indeed spared no expense for this occasion. Ivy muses that she might be merely another opulent item procured by the Jones family, akin to the ornate tableware that merely requires her to be placed next to the Bentley, standing quietly. Her grandmother meticulously selects her attire, deeming it a grave faux pas to don the same dress as any other young lady or matron at such an event. I cannot commend the taste of the Jones family. Not every gemstone needs to be encrusted in a gown to showcase its worth. Her grandmother remarks as she sifts through garments. Just an engagement. I do not wish for it to be overly ostentatious, grandmother. To be honest, I share your sentiments, Ivy. Ultimately, Ivy selects a simple red velvet dress, her long hair fastened with a modest wooden hairpin, while tendrils of hair frame her face, imbuing her expression with sweetness even in repose. This will suffice. The banquet commences in the evening. Perhaps I can ask Bentley to take you for a stroll nearby. The local shops are quite charming, her grandmother suggests. As she speaks, Bentley knocks and enters, momentarily transfixed by Ivy's appearance. Ahem. It is quite impolite to stare at a lady so intently, her grandmother chides, draping a wizarding robe over Ivy's shoulders. Only because Ivy looks exceptionally beautiful today. You arrive at an opportune moment. You may escort Ivy for a walk. Ivy readily complies, rising to exit, with Bentley hastily following suit. Though they are said to be wandering together, Ivy meanders through the shops alone, merely browsing, while Bentley engages in a monologue beside her. Ivy, growing weary of his incessant chatter, fails to notice a tavern nearby, where several patrons observe them through the glass. They are the newly marked Death Eaters. Discussing Bentley and the impending fate of the Jones family, Severus sits by the window, refraining from conversation. Since Voldemort's remarks yesterday, he has been subtly isolated by the others. Is that Bentley's fiancée? She is stunning. I wonder if Bentley will meet his demise before her eyes tonight. Evan Rosier muses, raising an eyebrow. Enough. The Cattermoles are hardly demure debutantes. My mother mentioned she committed murder before she turned 10, and advised me against associating with her, young Barty Crouch adds, sipping his butterbeer. Bentley has long harbored affections for Cattermole, yet her suitors have not met favorable ends. During that time, she was infatuated with Potter. I presumed Bentley had relinquished his hopes. Yet it appears he has not. By the way, Severus, I heard from my brother that you know Cattermole? Regulus suddenly inquires of Severus. Can it be said you administered a love potion to her? Is there any truth to that? Before Severus can reply, the others gaze at him in astonishment. Regulus. You should possess some understanding of your brother. His words often lack credibility. As they converse, Bentley and Ivy enter, seating themselves beside the group. They exchange glances, and all discreetly cast disillusionment charms upon themselves. Bentley seeks to converse with Ivy, suggesting they sit in the tavern, while Ivy simply wishes for a mug of butterbeer, prompting her agreement to enter. I have spent so much on gifts for you, Ivy. Surely you understand my intentions, Bentley proclaims. I do not comprehend, Mr. Jones, and besides, your gifts hold little value. Flowers, snacks? A few trinkets, yet all of trivial worth. Ivy responds, ordering a butterbeer. Her words not only embarrassing Bentley, but nearly inciting laughter from the others nearby. You, Ivy, I did not realize you place such importance on wealth. The essence of a gift lies in the sentiment. Do you not cherish money? What is sentiment worth? Ivy, uninterested in further dialogue with Bentley, savors her butterbeer before settling the bill and departing the tavern, leaving Bentley scrambling to catch up, presenting a rather comical sight. As he brushes past the others, Severus has already enacted a tracking charm upon him. Evan Rosier found himself at a loss for words when it came to describing the two individuals who had just departed. He lacked the eloquence to analyze others. As the evening unfolded, the banquet commenced with the majority of guests in attendance, yet the prominent figures Mr. Jones had mentioned were still absent. Just as Mr. Jones, wearing a countenance of regret, announced the beginning of the feast, a dark mark materialized in the hall, swiftly followed by a swirling black mist that heralded the arrival of figures cloaked in black and masked. They were Death Eaters. A voice cried out in alarm, while others launched into a frenzy of attack. In the chaos, most chose to flee, such as Bentley and Ivy, while others, like the Joneses and Ivy's grandmother, opted to fight. Mrs. Jones was the first to fall, and Mr. Jones retaliated against the Death Eater who had slain his wife. Severus and his companions joined the fray, but Evan appeared ill-equipped for battle. Had Severus not pulled him back, he would have met his end. Your wand. Do you think this is a dueling platform? Pay attention. Avada Kedavra. Severus's voice rang out, and his wand emitted a green flash, causing the man who had nearly slain Rosier to collapse lifeless on the ground. Rosier hastily rose to his feet, barely managing to express his gratitude to Severus when another green beam shot forth, creating a charred hole in the ground. Orion, leading the charge, had initially thought this assignment would be straightforward, unaware of the multitude of allies the Joneses possessed. Ivy, fleeing alongside Bentley, found herself without her wand, as her grandmother had confiscated it before the banquet, deeming it impractical to carry in her form-fitting dress, and fearing she might act inappropriately. Thus, Ivy had no choice but to follow Bentley, who fortunately led her to a secluded area, seemingly far from the tumult. Avada Kedavra. A green light struck Bentley, who fell before Ivy, and she soon beheld a Death Eater robed in black and masked. She braced herself for her imminent demise, recognizing that her lack of a wand and the conspicuous red dress rendered her an excellent target. Oddly, the Death Eater hesitated to strike her down. a stark contrast to the decisive manner in which Bentley had been killed. "Where is your wand? Had you not encountered me, you would already be dead," Severus admonished, his frustration apparent. In such perilous circumstances, being wandless was tantamount to courting death. "Take his wand and leave this place immediately." With that, Severus disapparated away. Ivy seized Bentley's wand and followed suit. The battle was brutal. Orion Black perished, as did the Joneses and their son. Ultimately, it was Severus who located the hiding Mr. Jones and dispatched him, ensuring their mission did not end in failure, aided by his tracking spell. Voldemort commended Severus, and then tasked Lucius with taking over the Jones family's business, expressing regret for Orion's demise, as his death left the Black family devoid of adult male wizards, placing this ancient pureblood lineage in jeopardy of extinction. "Master, the Cattermole family is now also facing an economic crisis. Should we take action?" "No need for that. The Cattermoles are akin to a tough bone, devoid of any meat. If we were to pursue them, we might lose a few teeth in the process. The old matriarch is wise enough to have exchanged much of the Jones family wealth for her own benefit. We are not fools like the Joneses. Let the Cattermoles fatten up before we strike." Chapter 30, Boyfriend. This Christmas Eve, the toll of the Death Eaters was heavy, with many lives lost. Ivy's grandmother returned after her, stumbling towards the study, where she opened a concealed door to reveal a chamber housing the Cattermole family tree. What she discovered left her in disbelief, and she collapsed to the floor. After a considerable time, she emerged, handing Ivy her wand with a serene demeanor as she announced the death of Mr. Elvis Cattermole, Ivy's father. Ivy learned that her father had not even attended her engagement banquet. Later, she discovered he had been present, but had watched from afar. During the Death Eaters' attack, he could have escaped, yet he had recklessly rushed in, ultimately falling victim to Orion's killing curse. The Death Eaters had also suffered losses, with Orion Black being the first among them. When his mask was removed, the Aurors were astonished, never expecting such a significant target to perish there. Ivy's emotions were tumultuous. It was only upon Mr. Cattermole's death that she felt the pangs of paternal love, yet he had left no portrait behind. "He always despised me, loathed this family, and refused to return even in spirit." Ivy peered through the ajar door, watching her grandmother seated on the floor, conversing with her grandfather's portrait, clutching a photo album, her sobs echoing in the silence. The funeral was arranged by her aunt, who laid Mr. Cattermole to rest beside her grandfather. Few attended, primarily Mr. Cattermole's confidants, while her aunt informed friends and other prominent families of the event. Ivy's grandmother must have been utterly devastated, for on the last day of Ivy's Christmas holiday, she proposed visiting Ivy's mother, and the two donned dark cloaks as they made their way to Knockturn Alley. "Shall we go inside, grandmother? My mother should be in there." "Not today, I will come by myself next time. Let us go." Ivy boarded the Hogwarts Express with her cousin Gilderoy. Recently, her aunt's family had been attentive to Ivy's emotional state, yet she found herself not overly sorrowful. Though they were father and daughter, her encounters with Mr. Cattermole had been few. Engaging in conversation with Gilderoy provided a welcome distraction. It seemed he was quite popular among the girls in Ravenclaw, having inherited his mother's beauty. "Cousin, if you ever desire sweets or candies, I have plenty. You know I am quite favored by the girls." As soon as they boarded, Gilderoy began chattering, likely due to his aunt's prior admonishment to look after Ivy. "I do not care for snacks. You are 11 now. It is time to wean yourself off those sweets, lest the girls who admire you quickly lose interest." "Oh, cousin, I do not like sweets either. I merely assumed you would." Gilderoy had innocently believed that Bentley's gifts were to Ivy's liking. As they conversed, the compartment door swung open, and Severus entered, supporting himself with one hand on the door as he surveyed the two within. "Forgive my intrusion upon your conversation with this blonde Ravenclaw, but perhaps you have something to explain to me? Or have you already set your sights on a new target in such a short span of time?" Severus's gaze bore into Ivy, as if seeking to decipher something from her expression. "Severus, it is not as you think. Gilderoy is my cousin." Ivy glanced at Gilderoy, realizing he appeared intimidated by Severus, sitting silently. "When we arrive at Hogwarts, I will explain everything, all right?" Ivy leaned closer to Severus, her lips barely parting to whisper, "You had best keep your word, Ivy." Severus wrapped his arm around Ivy's waist, his tone cold and detached. Ivy understood he was angry. Since Halloween, her avoidance of him had been apparent, especially during the engagement banquet when she stood alongside Bentley. She felt utterly at a loss for words. Ivy pulled Severus into the compartment, while Gilderoy looked on in shock at the scene before him. What was he witnessing? His cousin, who had just lost her fiancé, leaning against another man, who had his arm around her waist. This tableau left his mouth agape. "Allow me to introduce "This is my boyfriend, Severus Snape," Ivy clarified for Gilderoy, hoping to alleviate his bewilderment, while Severus appeared quite comfortable with the term boyfriend, tacitly accepting Ivy's declaration. Gilderoy was well aware of Severus, a Slytherin who appeared aloof and enigmatic. Many Ravenclaws shared this sentiment, and some of his classmates were even infatuated with Severus. However, Gilderoy could never fathom that his beautiful cousin would associate with someone like Severus. He was utterly astonished, as he had no idea they were acquainted. The two individuals opposite him seemed disinclined to clarify the matter, with his dear cousin comfortably leaning against Severus while engrossed in her reading. It was only when the train approached Hogwarts that Severus rose to depart, allowing Gilderoy to exhale in relief. "Wow, cousin, are you really dating Snape?" he inquired. "Indeed. But please keep it to yourself," she replied. I understand, confidentiality is key. Cousin, may I ask if I could learn a few spells from my new brother-in-law? I witnessed him dueling with some Gryffindors the other day, and his spell work was truly remarkable." "The other day? Where did you see this?" "Near the Whomping Willow. In that area where the professors prohibit us from approaching." "I see. When I have the chance, I will inquire on your behalf." Upon returning to Hogwarts, it seemed that many were already aware of the events that transpired during Christmas, though evidently, the Slytherins exhibited little sympathy. Ivy was intercepted at the library entrance by several girls, including Annie Taylor, the girl who constantly trailed Regulus. "Carter, if I were you, I would have no shame in coming to school after being abandoned by James, only to immediately pursue Bentley. Yet, he would rather perish than become engaged to you. You are just like your philandering father, truly a disgrace to our house." Taylor spat, her expression filled with disdain and jealousy, as if she yearned to strike Ivy in the next moment. James happened to emerge from the library just then, caught in a dilemma upon hearing Taylor's harsh words. He was about to intervene on Ivy's behalf when suddenly, a resounding slap echoed through the air. Taylor stumbled backward, only to be steadied by her companions. Ivy stood opposite her, flexing her fingers as she pondered how to deliver a slap without injuring her hand. It was best to deal with such a foul-mouthed individual directly. "How dare you strike me?" Taylor exclaimed, clutching her cheek in disbelief. She attempted to retaliate, but Ivy seized her wrist. Just as Ivy prepared to deliver another slap, James intervened, stepping in between them, prompting Taylor and her companions to storm off in anger. Ivy, initially intending to visit the library, found her mood utterly soured and redirected her steps toward the castle's exterior, with James trailing behind. "Are you alright, Ivy? Don't let what they said bother you. Surely you know that it's all untrue?" "I don't mind. I merely feel a bit down and wanted to get some fresh air." Ivy settled on the stone steps at the castle entrance, gazing at the snowy landscape outside. "I believe I can understand," James said, joining her on the steps. He was aware of the news regarding Mr. Carter's passing. "During the Christmas holiday, Professor McGonagall accompanied me home to sort through my mother's belongings, and I discovered the letters you sent to her. I was surprised. Your correspondence was far more frequent than mine. Her final letter was even addressed to you. I feel like a most unworthy son, while you, Ivy, have been so significant to her. I owe you an apology for my previous foolishness." James seemed to have transformed, and although his words may have appeared trivial, they offered Ivy a degree of comfort. "All is forgiven, James. Your mother cared deeply for you. She spoke of you often, and I shall bring you her reply, as it may hold more importance for you." With that thought in mind, Ivy rose to retrieve the letter from her dormitory for James. "I will accompany you," James declared, feeling that Ivy was the sole connection he had to his parents, and he wished to converse with her a little longer. This Christmas was the worst James had ever experienced. He had never realized how profoundly his parents loved him. As Ivy entered the common room to organize her letters, she extracted Mrs. Potter's reply. Meanwhile, James waited in the corridor of the dungeons, feeling somewhat uneasy amidst the Slytherin students passing by, receiving several provocative glances. In the past, he would have charged at them, hurling curses in return. But now he merely stood there, awaiting Ivy, until he spotted a familiar figure. "Snape, what are you doing here, Potter?" Chapter 31. I will take responsibility. As Ivy exited the common room, she beheld the confrontation between Severus and James, their innate energies clashing. However, at this moment, Severus was flanked by a number of Slytherins who regarded James with ill intent. "Since we are all here, take what you need and leave," Ivy approached, handing James a stack of letters tied with a green ribbon. James intended to say something further, but was silenced by Ivy's glance, as he could not comprehend the nature of Severus and his entourage. "I shall take my leave then. Do take care of yourself," James belatedly warned, fearing he might embroil Ivy in trouble before departing. "I was not aware that Miss Carter still had dealings with Potter," Severus remarked, casting a penetrating gaze at Ivy before striding away. Ivy understood they were headed to the club, as the new defense against the dark arts professor would be instructing them in combat, and the unforgivable curses, which were not covered in class. Undoubtedly, the new defense against the dark arts professor was a Death Eater, sent to Hogwarts to groom young followers for the Dark Lord. The following day Mia, who had not been seen for some time, sought out Ivy in the potions classroom. During the Christmas holiday, she had persuaded her parents to allow her to transfer schools, and she was eager to share this news with Ivy. Mia, do you know how to make the Whomping Willow stop? Ivy, why are you asking that? Because Severus is still investigating Lupin. He would never abandon his pursuit. However, I have been preoccupied with too many events lately to notice. Well, what I know is that if you press a knot on one of the branches, the Whomping Willow will become immobilized. But I have never attempted it. How do you plan to stop Severus? I cannot stop him. However, the last incident inspired me. Since I cannot prevent him, I might as well join him. Isn't that dangerous? Mia pondered for a moment, instinctively sensing that things would not unfold as Ivy suggested. Even though Severus claimed he wanted an explanation from Ivy, she found herself with no opportunity for private interaction with him. Ivy stared contemplatively at the two-way mirror in her dormitory, yet she hesitated to call Severus's name, fearing disappointment. Perhaps he had discarded the mirror long ago. Damn it, when did she become so timid? Sunny reminded her that her hair was still dripping, prompting Ivy to set the mirror aside and gently dry her hair, before applying various potions from her desk as per her usual routine. Ivy, your skin is already so flawless. Why bother with such upkeep? Are you trying to make us feel inadequate? Sunny teased, observing Ivy's melancholy demeanor. I'm simply accustomed to it. I can't sleep without doing these rituals. My grandmother sent a plethora of products. You and Eve should take some as well, as I can't use them all. Eve, come quickly. The Carter family's skincare potions are quite expensive. Let's select a few. The two eagerly rummaged through the items, with Ivy occasionally offering recommendations, showcasing her expertise, completely oblivious to the sounds emanating from the mirror. When Eve used the light-dimming charm to turn off the lights, Ivy lay on her bed, listening to the flowing water outside, before finally opening the two-way mirror and calling Severus's name. She expected no response, yet to her surprise, she saw Severus in the mirror, sitting at a table in a white shirt, his tie loosened, an unusual sight of him being so relaxed. Ivy, Severus inquired uncertainly, as the mirror was shrouded in darkness, making it difficult to discern a figure. Severus, I wish to see you. Ivy buried her head in her blankets, gripping her wand to cast a Lumos spell. I shall seek you out tomorrow morning. But I want to see you now. Ivy gazed at Severus as he set down his quill. I will wait for you in the common room, he stated before terminating the connection of the two-way mirror. Rising from her bed, Ivy donned her attire and exited the dormitory. The lights in the common room had already dimmed, with only the flickering green glow of the fireplace illuminating the space. Severus sat on the sofa, lost in thought as he stared into the flames, oblivious to his surroundings until Ivy approached, prompting him to rise. Ivy felt ensnared by the figure before her. He needed not utter a word, merely standing there was enough to captivate her entire attention. A single glance, a subtle movement could stir her emotions to the core, rendering her utterly irrational, more potent than the most fearsome of curses. Before Severus could speak, Ivy enveloped him in an embrace, gently resting her head upon his shoulder. He reciprocated, holding her close as her hair brushed against his ear, inhaling the delicate scent emanating from her neck. Severus's actions led Ivy to believe that his anger had dissipated, yet she soon realized she would still face his interrogation. Severus, will you remain angry with me indefinitely? Ivy tilted her head to meet his gaze, her demeanor alluring and endearing. Spare me your charms, Ivy. Were it not for Jones's demise, you would presently be his fiancé, he replied. I had no other option. Would you have preferred to witness my expulsion? She countered. Severus, even if you had not taken his life, I had contemplated poisoning him myself. Your arrival merely disrupted my plans. This cannot be deemed a betrayal of my word. And what then? Will you seek another betrothed? He inquired. Severus, you have slain my fiancé. Do you not feel compelled to take responsibility? Ivy feigned contemplation for a moment before smiling at him, acutely aware that Severus had taken her words to heart. Of course, I shall assume responsibility, Severus replied, tilting his head with a faint smile that mirrored Ivy's own. The following day, the first class was Defense Against the Dark Arts, where the Death Eater professor was elucidating the incantation for the Patronus charm. Indeed, he even conjured his Patronus, which astonished Ivy. It seemed this professor was no ordinary individual, a fact that explained his appointment to such a position. When the practice phase commenced, Ivy felt a lack of enthusiasm, while her companions, Sunny and Eve, eagerly began their exercises. They were aware of their Animagus forms and wished to see if their patron uses would mirror them. If they differed, it might suggest they had developed feelings for someone, a notion that intrigued them. Ivy, why not give it a try? Perhaps your Patronus resembles someone you know? Eve winked at Ivy, her wand's tip already shimmering with silvery mist, indicating some success. Very well, I shall attempt it, Ivy said cautiously, reciting the incantation, while focusing on the joyful memories as instructed by the professor. However, nothing transpired. As before, she was unable to produce a Patronus. What could be the reason for this? Sunny pondered aloud, examining Ivy's wand, fully aware of Ivy's usual aptitude for spells. It is futile. I have tried previously. And perhaps this charm is simply not suited for me, Ivy responded nonchalantly, though she felt a tinge of disappointment at the thought of not being able to conjure a Patronus akin to Severus's. The classroom buzzed with students successfully summoning their patron uses, and Ivy discreetly caught sight of Severus's, a deer, bounding joyfully towards the window, exuding an undeniable charm. Ivy recalled that James's Patronus was also a deer, robust like his Animagus form, yet not as delicate and endearing as Severus's. Ivy's inability to conjure a Patronus intrigued not only Eve and Sunny, but also Severus, who later devoted considerable time to guiding her. He surmised that Ivy's understanding of her joyful memories was flawed. Ivy, what joyful memory came to your mind just now? He inquired. It was a shopping trip with my grandmother, she replied. That is insufficient, Ivy. You require a deeper sense of joy. This fleeting happiness will not suffice. You must draw upon memories that genuinely evoke a profound sense of bliss, he insisted. Severus, I do not necessarily need to master this spell. It is designed solely to combat dementors, which are not omnipresent, Ivy retorted, though she recognized that her true reason lay in her lack of those blissful memories he described. Such feelings were foreign to her, and these were truths she could not share with Severus, her inadequacies. The Patronus charm is a formidable spell. Mastering it will serve you well. Ivy, Severus stated earnestly. Very well, since you insist. I shall practice once more, Ivy conceded, vexed at her inability to uncover a joyful memory to support her Patronus. This endeavor seemed futile, as her wand emitted not even a glimmer of white light. Severus, may I see your Patronus? She asked. Absolutely not, he replied firmly, his tone abrupt and unyielding, which struck Ivy as peculiar. Typically, he would indulge her reasonable requests. Was it her lack of dedication to mastering the Patronus charm that was the cause? Are you angry? She probed. Perhaps my ineptitude with this spell has frustrated you. Severus had spent the entire afternoon assisting her, yet she had achieved no results. Anyone would be irked under such circumstances. No, you have performed admirably. Perhaps other factors are at play. I shall devise another approach. Chapter 32, Lily's Patronus. Perhaps if Ivy perfected the Patronus charm, Severus would be pleased. The texts indicated that practicing the Patronus charm required emotional stability and relaxation, with success more likely in open environments such as forests or lakes. Thus, early on a day off, Ivy took her book and ventured to the edge of the Black Lake to practice. At this hour, the surface of the lake was still shrouded in mist. Despite casting a warming charm, a chill lingered in the air. After practicing for a while, she encountered the quartet and Lily. Specifically, it was James leading the group towards Ivy, as they typically frequented the opposite side of the lake. Evie. What brings you here? James approached Ivy, while the others maintained their distance, Remus and Sirius regarding her with a hint of caution. I am practicing the Patronus charm, Ivy replied curtly, casting a brief glance at the others before averting her gaze once more. Would you like me to assist you? I noticed you seem to encounter some difficulty, James offered. No thank you, James. Perhaps you have overlooked your friends, Ivy indicated toward the group behind him. Their expressions decidedly off-kilter, save for Peter, who appeared unaffected. Hey Remus, Sirius, don't be like that. Ivy is merely James struggled to articulate, prompting Remus to step in and ease the tension. Although Lily felt somewhat uncomfortable, she was accustomed to James's obliviousness and chose not to dwell on it. Subsequently, James spent some time teaching Ivy, explaining how he conjured his Patronus and the memories he drew upon. Yet it proved fruitless. The group engaged in a discussion about Ivy's inability to summon a Patronus, the earlier awkwardness dissipating. Perhaps this was the warmth of Gryffindor camaraderie at play. James and his friends demonstrated their patron uses for Ivy. Even Peter, who usually took the longest, managed to conjure a silvery mist that shimmered on the lake's surface. Ah, Lily, your Patronus resembles Severus's, Ivy exclaimed. Ha, you guessed correctly, Ivy. Lily and I share a pair. Mine is a stag, hers a doe. Quite cool, don't you think? James interjected, draping his arm around Lily's shoulders while boasting to Ivy. Lily, may I see your Patronus again? It appears quite beautiful, Ivy inquired. Of course, Lily replied. A hint of shyness evident, yet she graciously showcased her Patronus once more. Indeed, it was truly magnificent. Ivy's gaze followed the fawn as it danced away, showering it with praise. Ivy, your Patronus will be splendid too. Perhaps a silver serpent? That would be delightful, James speculated, basing his conjecture on Ivy's Animagus form. James, you needn't constantly offer me consolation. It feels rather peculiar and leaves me unnerved. James always manages to perceive her emotions in a timely manner, treating her with utmost care. She despises this feeling, as it makes her feel special and evokes memories of the past. After conversing with James, Ivy realized she had soured the atmosphere. Yet upon seeing Lily's Patronus, she found it exceedingly difficult to maintain her composure while engaging in conversation with them. I'm sorry, perhaps I just can't learn, she said. I'll take my leave. The others were momentarily taken aback. James, do you think Ivy still has feelings for you? Otherwise, why would she react like that upon seeing Lily's Patronus? Sirius, don't speak out of turn, James interjected. Lily, don't heed Sirius's nonsense. Ivy must have other reasons. I'll go ask her. He hurried off in Ivy's direction. Lily, don't take it to heart. James has been unusually kind to Ivy due to his mother's situation. We've all seen him bringing back numerous letters, Remus comforted, observing Lily's expression. It's nothing, Lily replied, though her heart felt heavy. Originally, she had invited James out to confess her feelings, having been advised by Mia that if she didn't seize the opportunity, she would regret it. Lily wished to avoid regret. But who could have anticipated that James would bring Sirius, Remus, and Peter along? This made it impossible for her to speak her mind, and she thought that was the worst outcome, until she encountered Ivy. Ivy continued walking forward, finally understanding why Severus was reluctant to reveal his Patronus. It was indeed this very reason. Oddly enough, the warming charm seemed to take effect just then, unlike before when she felt so cold. Regret began to wash over her. Why had she learned the Patronus charm? Why had she even read those books? Had she not done so, she wouldn't be feeling this way now. Ivy, wait. What do you want, James? You should be going back to find your Lily, rather than relentlessly pursuing me. Ivy pulled her wrist free from his grasp, her tone frosty. Ivy, what are you angry about? Do you truly share the feelings Sirius suggested, that you still like me? Does being angry equate to liking you? What is there to like? Ivy rolled her eyes at him, turning to leave, only to be grasped by the wrist once more. Then why are you angry? James posed the question, determined not to release her until he had an answer. It's none of your concern, James. Don't presume to understand me. Let go. Unless you tell me why you're angry. Because I can't master the Patronus, I've given up. Can I go now? I'll teach you, Ivy. I'll make sure you learn, James replied, finally releasing her hand, his confidence returning. No thank you, James. Some people are simply incapable of mastering the Patronus charm. I no longer wish to learn it. Alright, if you wish to learn something else, you can come to me. James, I understand you feel indebted to me and want to make amends, but it's truly unnecessary. Your actions only serve to confuse us both. Ivy barely heard what James said next. She had already walked away, yearning for solitude. Hagrid was patrolling the forest when a centaur approached him, informing him that a student had encountered a colony of acromantulas in the Forbidden Forest. It was Ivy, but Hagrid was too far from her position. By the time he arrived, it seemed the battle had concluded, with only a few acromantulas slowly retreating and numerous corpses littering the ground, some still oozing blood. Ivy stood alone amidst it all, mechanically reciting the spell for the disarming charm, until she heard Hagrid calling her name. Turning to face him, her disheveled appearance momentarily rendered Hagrid unable to recognize her. Ie me fine, Hagrid. Upon hearing Ivy's words, Hagrid's heart ached as he surveyed the fallen creatures. Though he couldn't fathom why Ivy had ventured into the Forbidden Forest, he invited her to his hut, and poured her a cup of hot tea. Would you like to see the owls? Some of them just had babies. No thank you, Hagrid. I don't want to transfer my negative emotions to the animals. Very well. Seemingly reminded of the acromantula's grim fate, Hagrid nodded. Ivy didn't linger long, as curfew was approaching. Once inside the castle, she cast a disillusionment charm upon herself. Although the castle was empty, she didn't wish for anyone to see her in such a state. She made her way to the room of requirement on the 8th floor, where she found a room identical to her own containing her belongings. Upon entering, Ivy promptly removed her blood-stained scarf, outer robe, and skirt, then stepped into the bathroom, sinking into the bathtub. As she lay there, she gazed at the world outside. Listening to the sound of her heartbeat beneath the water, her mind uncontrollably drifting to memories of Severus. In the end, it had all been a game played solely by me. Ivy grasped the edge of the bathtub and abruptly rose, coughing violently, her eyes reddening and tears streaming down her face. If only she could survive, if only she could endure this period, there would be a turning point. Was she not already with Severus? Severus had not seen Ivy all day, and the two-way mirror remained unresponsive. Initially, he assumed she was in her dormitory, but later he inquired with Eve and Sunny, who often spent time with Ivy. We haven't seen her either. She left in the morning and didn't join us for dinner. She might be in one of the potions classrooms. Severus had already checked the potions classroom, leaving only one place unvisited. Chapter 33, Grudges. Emerging from the bathroom in her bathrobe, Ivy entered the room of requirement and spotted Severus seated on the sofa, perusing the book on the Patronus charm she had just placed on the coffee table. Ivy lowered the towel she had been using to dry her hair, a hint of confusion evident in her voice as she called his name. Severus, what brings you here? She appeared composed, which eased Severus's worry, for upon entering the room of requirement, he had noticed her bloodied clothing on the floor. I came to find you. Severus rose, setting down the book and approaching Ivy. He employed several spells favored by Madame Pomfrey to check on her, and then he noticed Ivy gazing at him with a bright smile. Severus, do you know? I truly like you. Watching Severus's movements, Ivy yearned to embrace him, but he gently pulled away, instructing her to stand still. Once the examination was complete, Severus earnestly inquired, what on earth happened? Why is there blood on your clothes? I ventured into the forbidden forest, and encountered acromantulas. Ivy's voice dwindled, her discomfort evident as she stood before Severus. What were you doing in the forbidden forest? Do you not realize how perilous it is? Before Severus could finish, Ivy wrapped her arms around his neck and stood on her tiptoes to kiss the corner of his mouth, her skin still fragrant from her bath. She looked at him with sparkling eyes, seemingly eager for his reaction. Severus embraced Ivy, lowering his gaze to meet hers. Her eyes held an irresistible allure, momentarily causing him to lose focus, and he felt his ears heat up under her gaze. If you insist on going to the forbidden forest, next time, invite me to accompany you. Understood. Ivy's obedient demeanor filled Severus with a sense of satisfaction, as if she belonged solely to him, having always held a special place in her heart for him. Severus was not oblivious to love. Rather, he was quite sensitive to it, much like how he had recognized his feelings for Lily early on, and discerned that Lily's feelings for him were merely platonic. Unbeknownst to Ivy, Severus harbored deep affections for her, which is precisely why she hesitated to broach the subject of the Patronus charm. As a cunning Slytherin, she understood that she could not act like a Gryffindor, as that would only lead to disaster. The following day in the library, Mia spotted Lily approaching, and inquired about the outcome of her confession from the previous day. Lily likely needed an outlet, as she recounted her awkward predicament to Mia. Indeed, with Sirius and the others present, it was quite difficult to articulate. Mia nodded in agreement. They have been inseparable all day, and I find myself unable to seize any opportunity. Sigh, how oblivious James is. Even your Patronus is in a romantic relationship with him, yet he remains completely unaware. There was a chance at first, but then he pursued Ivy, and I distanced myself as well. When he later inquired about matters, I chose to remain silent. How did it come back to Ivy? Before Lily could respond, Mia's enchanted watch began to beep insistently, drawing the ire of Madame Pants. Sorry, Lily. I must attend class now. Goodbye, Mia. This heartfelt exchange was abruptly cut short, and Lily waved regretfully at Mia. Fortunately, Severus soon entered the library, having spent an eternity selecting books, and approached her with a towering stack in his arms. Wow, Sev, I recall you've read most of these already. Why do you need so many more? There are some topics I wish to study, he replied. Are these all about the Patronus charm and memory? Severus. Can't you conjure a Patronus? Lily pondered aloud, as their recent classes had been focused on the Patronus charm, and the professor had assigned homework. No. I'm merely curious about its principles, particularly why some individuals cannot produce a Patronus. You could ask Ivy, she seems to struggle with it. James spent ages teaching her yesterday, and we discussed it for a while. As Lily mentioned this, a wave of melancholy washed over her. Her innocent demeanor revealed her thoughts all too clearly. How could she possibly be with Potter? Upon hearing this, Severus halted his page-turning. Lily then recounted the events of the previous day, pouring out her frustrations without noticing the increasingly grim expression on Severus's face. Severus, do you think it's possible that Sirius was right, and Ivy still harbors feelings for James? She does not. Do not heed that fool Black's wild speculations, Lily. But there is no but. I assure you, Ivy does not have feelings for Potter. Her anger is not due to you and Potter. But Severus, how can you be so certain? Because she is my girlfriend. Lily was momentarily taken aback, but quickly realized there had always been clues pointing to the connection between Ivy and Severus. At that moment, Severus lost all desire to continue his research. I'm sorry, Severus. I had no idea you and Ivy were together. I should congratulate you. You two are well matched. Lily offered her congratulatory words, which felt somewhat forced, yet sincere. Severus did not linger in the library for long, taking his books to the potions classroom where Ivy often spent her time. As Ivy arrived, she found Severus engrossed in a particularly thick tome. Peering over his shoulder, she noticed it appeared to be related to memory studies, indicating that Severus had not given up on helping her learn the Patronus charm. Ivy, do you still wish to see my Patronus? Severus was uncertain how to explain himself to Ivy. Perhaps honesty would be the best policy. No, Severus. I don't want to see it. I hold grudges. Though she was unsure why Severus would ask her that, she still remembered how disheartened she had felt when he had told her it was impossible, and how painful it was to discover the truth. Severus, are there any other secrets you're keeping from me? Ivy leaned against him casually. Yes, Severus replied with a sigh. What is it? The day Mr. Cata died. I was present. You did it, didn't you? Yes. I had no choice at that moment. I'm sorry. There's no need to apologize. You had no idea who he was. Severus, you may not believe me, but I can't even recall what he looked like. Was his death painful? Severus shook his head. He lied, hoping this answer would ease Ivy's mind. Perhaps it's for the best. At least he met you early on. Ivy. Severus. I know it might be too late to ask, but can you escape from the Death Eaters? Have you been marked? Unfortunately, Ivy did not hear Severus's response. She only noticed his left hand slightly retracting. Well, Lucius could recognize your talents, so it stands to reason the Dark Lord would too. Would you leave me because I'm a Death Eater? Ivy, Severus said, wrapping his arm around her waist and caressing her, his gaze revealing a hint of danger. Of course not. But Severus, heed my words. I don't care whether you're a Death Eater or what tasks you have. I want you to stay alive. Do you understand? Chapter 34. Resolving Grievances. Upon hearing Severus's affirmative response, Ivy felt satisfied enough to release the grip on his tie. Severus had to admit that the imperious Ivy possessed a unique allure. At that moment, Ivy was readying Severus's tie, adjusting the collar of his shirt. When he grasped her hand, Severus looked into Ivy's eyes, and she tilted her head slightly in confusion, drawing him in with an irresistible allure. His gaze traveled from her clear, bright eyes to her flawless skin and finally to her lips, soft and inviting as rose petals. Suddenly aware of the tension, Ivy felt her cheeks flush and recalled her impulsive kiss, her heart racing uncontrollably. She attempted to flee but found herself ensnared by the strength of his embrace. Severus leaned in, capturing her lips with his, gently savoring and exploring. Ivy's mind blanked, and she obediently closed her eyes, her previously rigid form melting under his touch. He kissed her sweet, soft lips, the faint scent of flowers wafting past his nose. The fragrance he had once disliked became utterly enchanting. He felt the composed and restrained version of himself teetering on the brink of losing control. As the kiss ended, Severus held Ivy tenderly in his arms, and she breathed softly against him. He employed a mental clarity charm to regain his composure, forcing himself to redirect his gaze to the book. Severus, is this about memory? Yes, concerning memory and the soul. Is this from the restricted section? Yes, Professor Smith authorized my borrowing it. He is the current defense against the dark arts professor. Severus. You need not exert yourself trying to find reasons for my inability. I no longer wish to learn that spell. Professor Smith has said that some people simply cannot produce a Patronus. I belong to that group. Ivy sat up straight, retrieving a fresh piece of parchment. Ivy, do you realize that only wicked individuals cannot conjure a Patronus? I do not believe you are evil. I lean towards the idea that there is an issue with your memory. My memory is perfectly fine. Ivy pouted, quietly rebutting. Then tell me, what is your happiest memory? I've already said, Severus, I'm tired and do not wish to ponder this question. Ivy's voice was tinged with frustration. She had always been a product molded by her grandmother, allowing herself to be manipulated. She didn't feel pity for herself, as she enjoyed dressing beautifully. That alone was her happiest memory. Do you feel happy when you're with me? What if I were to help you test your Patronus? Severus remained fixated on his academic inquiries, his expression earnest. I'd rather not. When your Patronus changes, then we can discuss this matter, Ivy teased, mimicking Lily's tone, leaving Severus at a loss for words. She then resumed her assignment. Though Severus was not always available, he found himself spending an increasing amount of time with Ivy. Their hands intertwined as they strolled along the shore of the Black Lake. Shall we return? It's rather chilly outside. In truth, Severus's warming charm was quite effective, but he preferred to keep their relationship discreet. While the lakeside was relatively empty at noon, the afternoon would bring more people due to Quidditch practice. Are you free tonight? Severus? Not today. I have some matters to attend to. Ah, it seems that I too have matters to attend to. Ivy is aware that Severus intends to visit the Whomping Willow this evening, for tonight marks the full moon. He has been investigating Lupin's affairs for several months, and Sirius has divulged the secret regarding the willow to him, ensuring that Severus will undoubtedly attempt to approach it. As evening fell, Ivy stealthily made her way to the vicinity of the Whomping Willow, awaiting the unfolding events. Before long, she spotted James, Sirius, and Peter, skillfully evading the branches of the willow. Sirius even glanced back deliberately, as if to signal something, before pressing a finger against the scar on the willow, allowing the three to enter the tunnel. The tunnel sealed itself, and the Whomping Willow resumed its menacing stance. Shortly thereafter, Ivy observed Severus approaching, standing still as he regarded the willow, appearing hesitant for a moment. Ivy hurried over, plagued by an ominous premonition. Ivy, what are you doing here? His inquiry was laced not with concern, but with suspicion. I wish to accompany you. It seems you were already aware. You shouldn't be here, Ivy. Severus's tone was flat, leaving Ivy somewhat perplexed, yet she stubbornly remained by his side. Was it Potter who informed you? Severus gazed at Ivy, but did not wait for her response. He stepped forward, pressing his hand against the scar of the willow, causing it to halt and reveal the tunnel behind it. However, Severus did not enter the tunnel. Instead, he poured a vial of black potion onto the roots of the willow, then pressed his wand against the scar, reciting an extensive incantation. The roots of the willow began to writhe beneath the ground, and the previously visible tunnel vanished. What is this? The spell was unstable, and Ivy hoped the trio would be swift, lest they find themselves sharing eternal rest in the earth with their werewolf companion. So Severus, you were aware all along that Lupin is a werewolf? Then why? Naturally, it was to resolve our grievances once and for all, Ivy. They intend to use the werewolf to eliminate me. But Severus, behind James stands Professor Dumbledore. What if? Ivy had not finished before she heard the Whomping Willow behind them emit a violent noise, as if in anguished distress. The long tendrils began to lash out indiscriminately, forcing the two apart. The trunk emitted a dazzling white light, as if striving to break free from its constraints. An impending explosion caused by the clash of magical forces, a phenomenon Ivy had read about in her grandfather's tomes. Ivy's last recollection was of Severus calling her name from a distance, followed by darkness enveloping her, plunging her into oblivion. A month later, in the hospital wing, Ivy, in a haze, heard someone speaking softly beside her, rousing her from slumber. Ivy, are you awake? It was Mia, expressing her astonishment in hushed tones. What has happened to me? Ivy surveyed her surroundings, realizing she was in the dimmed hospital wing, likely past curfew, with Mia having sneaked in. Ivy attempted to rise but found herself lacking strength, prompting Mia to swiftly adjust her pillow. You've been unconscious for an entire month. Mia gestured emphatically at Ivy. What transpired? Ivy inquired, her memory hazy. Severus got himself into quite the predicament that day, nearly facing expulsion from the school. Why? Because of you. Don't you recall how you lost consciousness? You were caught in the blast while trying to save Severus, which is why Professor Slugghorn was so incensed. Severus nearly destroyed the Whomping Willow. Had it not been for Professor Dumbledore placing protective charms on it, James and the others would likely be dead. Is that so? Upon hearing Mia's words, Ivy began to recollect the events of that day. She remembered using the Levicorpus spell to propel Severus to safety just before the explosion. But she had been unable to shield herself in time. Chapter 35. We are not Merlin. The following morning, after Ivy awoke, Professor Slugghorn hurried to her side, immediately reprimanding her. Have you forgotten that you are a Slytherin, Ivy? Have you disregarded the wisdom of self-preservation that I imparted to you? Were it not for Professor Dumbledore's late-night vigilance, you would now be resting beside your father. Ivy sat silently on her hospital bed, recognizing that engaging with her grandfather at this moment would be unwise, as he was still in a rage. Horace, it's the first time I've seen you so incensed. Dumbledore entered with a smile, winking at Ivy, thereby providing her with a reprieve. Thank you for saving me, Professor Dumbledore. No need for thanks, Ivy. It was merely my duty as headmaster. Perhaps you would like to see your friends? Behind Dumbledore, Mia and James entered, but Severus was conspicuously absent. Dumbledore gently urged her grandfather to give the children some space, and he complied, departing with Dumbledore. How are you, Ivy? James wanted to come see you, so I brought him along. I feel fine, just a bit weak. Madame Pomfrey said I am completely healed, but must be observed for a few more days. I brought you some fruit, Ivy. James presented a bowl of freshly cut fruit, as if it were a treasure. How thoughtful of you to remember my favorite fruits. Ivy smiled, finding James's sudden attentiveness rather disconcerting. Of course, I recall that you used to give me the ones you enjoyed. James did not linger long. For as head of the student council, he had duties awaiting him. Ivy, guess what? I think James has a bit of a crush on you. I know. You know? Then why accept his fruit? If I refuse, he will only devise another way to make amends. Never mind that. I have something very important to discuss with you today. Mia's demeanor had turned unusually serious. Go on. Ivy, what if I told you that I hail from a distant future? Would you believe me? I know many outcomes for people. Since arriving here, I wish to save many, yet the events of history march forward relentlessly, and I feel utterly powerless. It's a disheartening sensation, much like this instance. I could never have anticipated it. Is it because of the war? Will people die? Yes. This war will last far longer than people imagine. Many lives will be lost. Severus will die, won't he? Because you initially said you wanted to save him. Many will perish, Ivy. I cannot say whether you will be among them. Those we know, Lily, James, Sirius, Remus, Peter, the Dark Lord, and even Professor Dumbledore. Severus is merely one among many. Why tell me this? I wish to save them, but I cannot do so alone. Why are you so determined to save everyone? We are not Merlin, Mia. Ivy, if you were aware of all that lies ahead, you would act as I do. Perhaps with even greater tenacity, for you love Severus, and all of this is intricately tied to him. Do I love him? Of course. Otherwise how could a Slytherin forget the wisdom of self-preservation? It seems you insist that I must become Merlin, Mia. Ivy smiled at Mia. Thank you for believing in me. Ivy. Of course we are friends, are we not? As Ivy beheld Mia's earnest expression, she smiled back, pondering how easily Mia might open her heart if she knew the truth. The complete recollection of that day in the Forbidden Forest surged forth. Do you possess the art of divination? Able to foresee the future? Ivy, seeing Mia's conviction, playfully probed, her eyes filled with sincerity. Why not partner with me? I think you are much easier to communicate with than Lily. I can ensure you won't become collateral damage. As you said, I excel in divination, and can help you avoid risks. Mia puffed out her chest. Oh, but I have always preferred to maintain control. Ivy replied with a playful grin, feeling as though she had discovered a delightful new game. Perhaps you are familiar with the art of mental occlusion, Mia? Of course, Severus is quite adept at it. Mia boasted about her knowledge of Severus. And you, do you possess that skill? Ivy inquired. Such daunting challenges could only be mastered by a genius like Severus. Mia's tone carried a hint of regret. She had undoubtedly attempted to learn at the moment she traversed into this world. Yet her limited talent rendered her unable to even grasp the threshold. Oh, so you cannot do it? That simplifies matters considerably, Ivy remarked with a smile, reciting the incantation for the memory charm and delving into Mia's mind. It seemed as though Ivy truly glimpsed the future. Hogwarts yet to come, the future Severus, Harry Potter. She witnessed those fates, yet the memories appeared veiled behind a screen, distinctly different from ordinary recollections. The sole solace lay in the fate of her grandfather, who, as promised, preserved his own safety within that veil. Ivy was astounded and, just as she contemplated probing further, she was forcefully expelled from Mia's mind by her resistance. Mia, in a state of panic, felt genuine fear for the first time. Fortunately, Ivy remained oblivious to her identity as a traveler, a secret that, if unveiled, would surely lead to her being subjected to dissection for study. There's no need to thank me for my free lessons. Now let me think. This incantation should suffice. Obliviate. The memories fade away. After an extensive conversation with Ivy in the infirmary, Mia departed, with only Severus failing to visit her, perhaps having slept excessively during the day. Ivy felt no fatigue after curfew and soon encountered Severus. He approached her bedside leaning in, and the sudden kiss took her by surprise. Her unfinished words drowned in the embrace. His lips were cool, greedily capturing her essence before he abruptly pulled away. Are the fruits delectable? Are you feeling jealous, Severus? Chapter 36, The Gossipmongers. Severus appeared considerably haggard, and Ivy tenderly caressed his face. I'm sorry. Severus averted his gaze, seating himself at a distance. His demeanor was troubling, his entire being numb and rigid, which stirred a profound empathy within Ivy. He always embodied such contradictions, as he seemed to care deeply about James's existence yet never inquired excessively about it. It was merely an accident, Severus. Ivy rose from the bed. gently lifting his chin, caressing his face, compelling him to meet her gaze. Severus, you must understand. You are the most special person to me. I will only take the initiative with you. She leaned in, bestowing a somewhat inexperienced kiss upon his lips, persistently striving to affirm something. A flicker of confusion crossed Severus's eyes before he ultimately succumbed, embracing Ivy and deepening the kiss. Why, Ivy, I believe I possess nothing worthy of your affection. Severus, how could you think that? You are undoubtedly deserving. Did someone say something to you? Ivy regarded Severus with suspicion. He was not a person prone to self-doubt. Even if he hesitated in matters of the heart, they were already together. Could it be that someone had developed feelings for Severus, and spoken ill of her in his presence while she was unconscious? No, nobody knew of their relationship. Severus remained silent, yet Ivy understood this as tacit consent. The topic was unsuitable for further discussion. She utilized a mental blocking spell to clear her thoughts and shifted the subject. Severus, how did you explain things to the headmaster after I fell unconscious? Ivy stepped back to sit at the edge of the bed. I told him you were trying to stop me and then saved me. Severus's voice was devoid of inflection. Why did you say that? No wonder my grandfather wanted you expelled. Couldn't you have said it was I who was involved? Ivy frowned, appearing somewhat irate. What if you had truly been expelled? It's all right now. Professor Dumbledore has contained the incident. I can remain at school. The condition being that we keep Remus's identity confidential. Simply put, apart from the four of us and a few heads, only a select few know about this matter. Did my grandfather punish you? Nothing serious, just a year of detention after classes. Severus spoke lightly, yet in reality, he had scarcely slept during that time. Professor Slugghorn had assigned him a multitude of unaddressed potion materials, some of which could be dangerously toxic if mishandled. You've endured much, Severus. I know my grandfather isn't as easygoing as he appears. While Ivy lay in a coma, the quartet was chatting with Lily by the Black Lake, where they often gathered. Not only Mia had noticed James's unusual behavior towards Ivy, it was Sirius who had first observed it. At that moment, he was dragging James away from the group to a secluded spot, leaving Remus and Peter to converse with Lily. James, what madness has overtaken you? Have you forgotten how long you've pursued Lily? What you just said. Are you afraid Lily might discover your fickleness? Sorry, mate. I'm not sure what is happening to me. Listen to me, James. I understand Ivy better than you do. She is absolutely not your type. You are merely captivated by her appearance, deceived by the letters she wrote to your mother. We all know her intentions behind those words. Do you truly believe she is gentle? Enough, Sirius, stop right there. Even if. James, do you not realize the motive she had in approaching you? If you had possessed no wealth, no value, she wouldn't have glanced your way. I fear you might regret this later. Both of their emotions ran high. Completely oblivious to Peter, who was eavesdropping with a makeshift listening device, his expression awkward as he glanced at Lily. He was about to switch off the device when Lily pressed down on his arm. I want to hear more, Peter. I'm fine. Lily felt a calmness she had never experienced before. She wished to understand where she had faltered. Sirius, you don't comprehend. I've seen all her correspondence with my mother. I know you view her as manipulative and detest her. I once shared your sentiments. She spoke candidly with my mother about her interests, daring to seek what she desired. Yet she also understood the sacrifices necessary to obtain such things. 5 years. Can you commit to giving to one person for 5 years? Moreover, it's not just me. There are my parents as well. I, their biological child, have not been as good to them as Ivy has been. The brooch my mother cherishes most was a gift from her, as were trinkets my father adored. I am at a loss for words to express the emotions I felt upon seeing those things, and I cannot articulate them to you. But James, you have always loathed Slytherin, haven't you? You are simply overwhelmed by emotion. Apart from that, what else do you like about her? I don't know, Sirius. I just feel Ivy is different from those Slytherins. She doesn't even have many friends in Slytherin. Wake up, James. The reason she lacks friends isn't due to her being aloof and disdainful. It's because she is genuinely cruel. James ultimately found himself at a loss for words. Have I persuaded you, James? James sighed, a resigned smile gracing his lips. So, can you go back and have a proper conversation with Lily? Let us go. The two returned, only to find Lily had already distanced herself, while Remus and Peter exchanged helpless shrugs. After overhearing the conversation between James and Sirius, Lily initially anticipated feeling furious, but the more enraged she became, the calmer she felt. She was aware that Ivy was now with Severus, yet she questioned whether Ivy's intentions in being with him were truly pure. In other words, did Ivy truly understand what love was? After all, she was someone who couldn't even cast a Patronus. Lily hesitated to inform Severus until she observed him struggling to concentrate during potion class that day. Ivy had taken an extended leave, and though the reason remained unclear, Lily surmised that Severus's state was due to Ivy. Lily, do you need something from me? Severus. I hesitated for quite some time before seeking you out, but as friends, I feel compelled to share something with you. It pertains to you and Ivy. As I inadvertently overheard a conversation between James and Sirius. Speak your mind, Lily. Severus found himself at a loss as to how to confront Lily. With Ivy still lying in the hospital wing, and what mischief was Potter up to this time? James has developed feelings for Ivy. So what? Ivy would never reciprocate. That is precisely my point, Severus. It is due to the tragic demise of James' parents that she has shifted her affections. I must convey a harsh truth, Severus. Individuals like her have substantial reasons for their affections. The object of their admiration must possess sufficient charm, capabilities, worth, wealth, and other commendable traits to capture her favor and love. I apologize, Severus. I do not mean to undermine you. I merely fear for your heart. Even if she loves you now, there remains the risk that it could fade at any moment. Lily spoke calmly, having seemingly matured significantly over time. I understand her better than you do, Lily, so refrain from such comparisons in the future. Chapter 37. A sense of security. Grandfather, how can you subject Severus to such torment? With this plethora of potion ingredients, how could he possibly finish today? Ivy emerged from Professor Slugghorn's storeroom of potion materials, and though Severus attempted to stop her, he was unsuccessful. Professor Slugghorn, observing the two standing before him, found the situation amusing. Ivy, if Severus has not complained, it indicates that my punishment is not overly harsh. Slugghorn chuckled, spreading his hands in a gesture of mock helplessness. Very well, it's merely potion ingredients. I shall assist him, he needs rest. Ivy turned to return to the storeroom, but froze upon hearing Slughorn's next words. All right, but today's materials include the tentacle of a slime worm, the excretions of a spotted fungus, leeches, caterpillars, and a poisonous toad that can cause an entire body to break out in rashes if one is not careful. Listening to her grandfather's description, Ivy felt as though rashes were already emerging on her own skin. Go back, Ivy, I can manage this. I will help you. Ivy initially intended to assist. Yet watching Severus deftly handle the potion ingredients, she merely took on the role of passing him knives and scissors. Some of the methods for handling the potion ingredients were rather gruesome. Severus would often instruct her to turn away, not to watch, and Ivy would obediently comply, only turning back when Severus indicated it was safe to do so. She relished Severus's protective nature over her. Although she felt neither fear nor cruelty, she found it somewhat distasteful. If only potion making could be as simple as crafting skincare products, requiring only magical plants and flowers, she might very well achieve an outstanding. It was not until midnight that Severus completed processing all the potion ingredients. The time seemed to pass much more swiftly than usual, rendering the experience less arduous. If only I were Lily, at least I could help share the burden. Ivy gazed at Severus, suddenly feeling somewhat inadequate. You are you and Lily is Lily. There is no need for comparison. Severus was taken aback by Ivy's words, surprised to discover such emotions within her, and he responded earnestly. Let us depart. Severus extended his hand to Ivy, who grasped it without hesitation. His hand was cold. It seemed that only upon holding Ivy's hand did he truly feel the chill, prompting him to cast a warming charm upon himself. Did you not cast a warming charm for yourself, Severus? The storeroom's temperature was quite low, yet he had clearly cast a charm for her. I forgot, it's nothing, let us go. Ivy suddenly felt a tinge of sadness. She finally understood why Madame Pomfrey would say that Severus neglected his health. Gently holding his cold hand, which was pale and bony yet beautiful, she hesitated to grip it tightly, fearing it might hurt him. It felt strange. Although Severus was undeniably formidable, Ivy perceived him as a fragile being, in need of careful handling. Good night, Severus. Good night. Ivy began to earnestly study potions. Her previously blank potion textbook slowly filled with writing, and with newfound determination. The once dreaded potion ingredients no longer seemed so terrifying. Severus gradually noticed that the potion materials prepared by Professor Slugghorn were becoming scarce. Some of the easier materials had vanished, leaving only the more challenging ones. Occasionally, Ivy would observe him as he worked. Other times, he found it difficult to reach her. Until one day when he visited the hospital wing to deliver potions to Madame Pomfrey, and saw her treating Ivy's injured hand. Hello, Severus. Madame Pomfrey. What has happened to her? She accidentally cut her hand while handling potion ingredients and ended up poisoned. She even used a plant that is toxic. Now I must incise several of her fingers to cleanse the toxins. Madame Pomfrey carefully cut open Ivy's fingers, applying medicine as blood flowed. Yet Ivy still managed to greet Severus. Once Madame Pomfrey had bandaged Ivy's hand and instructed her to return for another treatment that evening, Severus waited for her by the door, watching as she approached, clutching her hand wrapped in white bandages. Does it hurt? Yes. You know I do not require your help with those potion ingredients, and we learned about the application of that plant in our second year. How could you make such a mistake? Severus struggled to suppress his concern for Ivy. I know, I was just a bit flustered at the time. Upon hearing Ivy's words, Severus could almost envision the scene she described, prompting a light chuckle from him. Ivy had discovered who the troublemaker was, Lily. It was not difficult to guess, as Mia had revealed what Lily had said to Severus. Ivy finally understood why Severus had become so insecure after she awoke from her faint. It was as if he were prepared to leave at any moment. Ivy found herself harboring intense resentment towards Lily, despite her deep affections for Severus, even willing to risk her life for him. How could she be perceived as someone who did not understand love? It was particularly frustrating that Severus always buried everything deep within himself. At the entrance of the Ravenclaw common room, "Cousin, what brings you to seek me?" "I am quite busy composing a love letter to myself." "A love letter to yourself? Never mind, I came to request your assistance with compensation." "Cousin, do tell." Just after Severus' care of magical creatures class, he was halted by someone tugging at his robes. "Jador?" Severus glanced down at the hand gripping his clothing, prompting Jador to immediately release him. "Brother-in-law, have you broken up with my cousin?" She was crying by the Black Lake, utterly heartbroken. Jador spoke rapidly, though there remained a hint of theatricality in his tone. Severus did not rush to the Black Lake, instead waiting a considerable time before arriving. Ivy sat in a chair, her expression unreadable, but it was certainly not the sorrowful scene Jador had described. "Severus, Lily said you intend to break up with me. Is that true?" "I refuse to accept this. You would leave me for such a reason?" Ivy stood up, advancing towards Severus. "Severus, I was born a pureblood of the Carters. I am intelligent, beautiful, sensible, and discerning. What is wrong with seeking better opportunities? What is wrong with pursuing my own interests?" Ivy's tears fell, and Severus finally noticed the glistening droplets in her eyes. "Ivy, I did not." But Ivy interrupted him. "I understand why Lily said that. It is because I have never experienced a life like hers or Mia's, never had happy memories tied to cream cakes. You see, to me, they are merely fattening foods. I have never celebrated a birthday, for I perceive no day worthy of such commemoration. I remain perplexed on how to love others." At this point, Ivy found herself at a loss for words, but as if a realization struck her, she continued, "Perhaps Lily is right. I am unworthy of your affection. Severus, if you wish to depart now, I shall fully understand. In truth, I may require a complete erasure of my memories." Chapter 38, Lindsay's Identity. "I do not know whom you have heard from, but I have no intention of parting ways with you, Ivy. But I have waited for you for an eternity. And you never came." Ivy did not shy away from her calculations, for she was acutely aware that Severus was gradually distancing himself from her. It was rather evident. Was it not? If he truly cared, he would not have arrived so late. "Ivy, even if I desired to leave you, I would inform you personally. This matter concerns only us." Severus, ever the embodiment of composure, perhaps had already contemplated his departure, a sentiment Ivy could sense. "Have I done something wrong, Severus?" "No. You have done nothing amiss. The fault lies with me." He drew Ivy close, enveloping her in an embrace. A flicker of turmoil crossed Severus's eyes as he recalled Professor Slughorn's words. "Severus, you are exceedingly intelligent. You must understand that Ivy has fallen for you." "I love her as well, Professor Slugghorn." "Do you truly love her, Severus? Forget love for a moment. Do you genuinely care for her? You only place her in jeopardy." "I do not merely refer to this incident. Ivy now lies in the infirmary. This occurrence serves merely as a warning. You will be a turning point in Ivy's life. She would never place herself in danger for anyone. Severus, I have long since arranged everything for Ivy. She can live safely and happily away from the war, provided she does not fall in love with the Death Eater. Do you comprehend? You may be friends, just as you were with Lily. Is that not splendid? I do not wish for you to sway Ivy's choices. Do not harm her, Severus, considering she risked her life to save you." "I understand, Professor." "Of course. I knew you would grasp it, Severus." For an extended period, one that spanned the thawing of ice and the rejuvenation of flora, Ivy ultimately did not receive an explanation from Severus. She could never fathom what had transpired, and her pride forbade her from inquiring further. It seemed she could only resign herself to the reality of Severus drifting further away. At times, Severus would explain his tardiness by claiming he was busy, only for Ivy to subsequently witness him departing with Lily. By the Black Lake, Ivy was instructing Mia in combat training. Ivy possessed considerable skill, adhering strictly to the standards set forth by Lindsay. Even while at Hogwarts, she had abstained from indulging in greasy foods. This time, it was Mia who had gained a bit of weight, prompting her to seek Ivy's assistance in shedding it. To be honest, you might as well be heartbroken, Ivy. Mia sighed as she lay back on the grass. But he promised to tell me if he were to leave. Do not be foolish, Ivy. A man's word is unreliable. Perhaps he has loved Lily all along. If he loves Evans, then why was he with me? Isn't it simple? Because you are beautiful. I too would not refuse you. Ivy, Mia quipped, raising an eyebrow at Ivy. But he was the one who said it first. Mia's jest evidently did little to alleviate Ivy's sorrow. Clearly, even Severus was not exempt from the whims of fate. You know, Ivy, Severus loved Lily his entire life. Even marriage, motherhood, and death could not extinguish his affection. Is Lily truly that remarkable? What could possibly make him so utterly devoted? Observing Ivy's demeanor, Mia found herself at a loss for words, feeling that Severus's actions were rather cruel to Ivy. Such a manner of parting inflicted considerable emotional harm. Ivy, summer is fast approaching. We should discuss our plans once we arrive in America. Perhaps it is only in your absence that Severus will recognize what he has lost. Perhaps. But the reality is that even if I were to leave, he would remain oblivious. Once summer vacation concluded, Mia would embark on the journey to Ilvermorny School of Witchcraft and Wizardry alongside Ivy. Mia's plan was to evade the most tumultuous and frenzied years of the Death Eaters. Then return to Hogwarts to apply for a teaching position, eliminate Voldemort's Horcruxes, and assist Dumbledore in vanquishing Voldemort. Mia spoke of it lightly. Yet Ivy understood that achieving such feats would be fraught with challenges. First and foremost, hone your occlumency, Mia. Otherwise, should anyone discover your intentions, do you not think it would cost you your life? During the holiday, Ivy again visited Lindsay, as Cart had taken over part of the Jones family's business, leaving her grandmother exceedingly busy, and thus once more consenting to her grandfather's proposal. Upon reuniting with Ivy, Lindsay appeared exceedingly pleased. She held a fondness for Ivy. Later, Ivy learned that many years prior, Lindsay had a daughter who shared her gray eyes. Initially, Ivy found it hard to believe, given Lindsay's youthful appearance. Powerful magic can prevent one from aging easily. Ivy, strive diligently, Lindsay encouraged. Until that day, as she and Lindsay returned from a shopping excursion, the usually vibrant community was now littered with bodies sprawled across the ground, the area having been subjected to a muggle-repelling charm. Suddenly, Ivy was shielded behind Lindsay. Catching sight of a wizard approaching them, he halted a short distance from Lindsay, maintaining a safe distance, yet Lindsay remained vigilant, even pulling Ivy back a step. It is you. Lindsay, why did you leave without a word? I have searched for you for ages, never expecting you to reside in the Muggle world. Ivy observed as the wizard removed his hat, revealing a strikingly handsome visage. Yet Lindsay firmly grasped Ivy, disregarding the inquiry. Lindsay, perhaps I have wronged you in some way. But you will forgive me, will you not? Tom, on what grounds do you presume I would forgive you? What right do you have? You have deceived me time and again. I have lost everything and possess nothing to offer you. What do you mean by that? At the very least, I now know you are alive, do I not? Ha! Did you not already take my life? Have you forgotten? Your soul experiments. Was I not your test subject? Had it not been for Professor Slugghorn, I would have perished long ago. The wizard named Tom did not exhibit the slightest discomfort at Lindsay's words. Subsequently, more Death Eaters emerged behind him, and at that moment, Ivy realized the identity of the man conversing with Lindsay. Is this Professor Slughorn's granddaughter? Lindsay did not respond to Voldemort, yet it was evident that someone among the Death Eaters had provided clarification. Master, she is Ivy Cart, the granddaughter of Professor Slughorn. It was Lucius. Ivy could recognize his voice. I recall, Severus, you were classmates. Indeed, this is Severus. Lindsay and Ivy were taken to Malfoy Manor by Voldemort, leaving behind a scattering of shopping bags on the ground. In the Grand Hall of Malfoy Manor, Ivy witnessed as Voldemort confiscated Lindsay's wand, subsequently assigning tasks to the Death Eaters before carrying the unconscious Lindsay in another direction. Many Death Eaters retreated, leaving Ivy standing alone, bewildered, as Voldemort seemed to have forgotten her presence. Severus, perhaps you would be willing to keep an eye on your classmate. Voldemort suddenly turned to Severus, prompting several Death Eaters to chuckle maliciously. Severus entered the room once more. Yes, Master. Chapter 39 Growth. Ivy remained rooted in place, clad in a Muggle-style black sundress. a stark contrast to the ancient decor surrounding her. She awkwardly adjusted her exposed arms, her fair skin stark against the dimness of the room. Fortunately, the Death Eaters in the hall soon departed, leaving only Severus and Ivy in each other's company. Ivy never anticipated encountering Severus in such a predicament, leaving her momentarily speechless. Realizing her current status as a captive, she deemed it wisest to remain silent. As Ivy's mind spiraled into chaotic thoughts, she observed Severus removing his mask and loosening his cloak, draping it over her shoulders. She lifted her gaze to meet his, the dim light casting eerie shadows across his brow and eyes, foreboding and frigid. Yet she could feel the warmth emanating from him, the cloak enveloping her in a comforting embrace. The Gunther manor was simply structured. This was the anteroom, and stepping outside would lead her directly to the main door. It was imperative not to push the door open recklessly, but to first knock on the handle before turning it. Exiting would bring her to the back of the castle, where a path meandered into the woods. Following this trail for a few hundred meters would allow her to disapparate. Do you understand? Severus secured the cloak around Ivy and placed the hood over her head before continuing. Now grasp your wand and attack me. His tone brooked no dissent. And this was presumably her best chance for escape. Hesitantly, Ivy lifted her wand, aiming it at Severus. Severus, you needn't concern yourself with me, Ivy wished to taunt him. But her words came out laced with bitterness. I have no obligation to explain myself to you. Your immediate task is to leave this place. I have no desire to harm you, Severus interjected with a chilling tone. You have already inflicted harm upon me. Ivy concealed the sorrow in her eyes as she lifted her wand, casting a barrage of offensive spells that shattered the surrounding furniture and paintings. Yet, Severus remained unscathed. Standing resolutely, as Ivy sidestepped past him, she cast a glance over her shoulder. Her eyes were red-rimmed, the sorrow within them piercing to the core. She departed swiftly, leaving Severus standing alone for an extended period, quietly burying their shared past in the recesses of his mind. With the commencement of the new academic year, Severus advanced to his 6th year, still the pride of Professor Slugghorn. After Ivy's departure, Slughorn's demeanor towards Severus softened considerably. James and Lily had become an item in the new term, and James no longer harbored animosity towards Severus. The dynamics had shifted significantly since last semester when Severus had nearly harmed several individuals. Following the OWL's exam and the ensuing tumult, nothing transpired as anticipated. James did not seek to provoke Severus, and the rapport between Severus and Lily remained intact. Perhaps the severity of the altercation involving the cursed willow had prompted a mutual restraint. Ivy complied with her grandfather's wishes and transferred to Ilvermorny School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Her grandfather arranged everything for her in America, her studies, employment, accommodation, and more. She understood his intent. He likely wished to prevent her return to England. Accompanying her to America were Mia's family and a house elf. During this time, many witches and wizards had fled England, predominantly those of mixed or Muggle heritage. The Death Eaters were increasingly active, instilling fear throughout the wizarding community and even among Muggles. The daily death toll reported in the newspapers escalated alarmingly, and being an Auror became the most perilous occupation, with the ministry enacting new decrees permitting Aurors to employ the unforgivable curses. 3 years later, the skies over England had lost their hue, the ministry thoroughly under the Dark Lord's dominion. The wizarding world had plunged into its darkest era, with a systematic purge of half-bloods and Muggleborns unfolding insidiously. This was a macabre revelry, as Death Eaters wreaked havoc without restraint. Acquaintances who greeted you by day might be claimed by death come nightfall. Fear of the Death Eaters was omnipresent, and the mere mention of the Dark Lord's name prompted dread. In the year following graduation, Severus ascended swiftly within the ranks of the Death Eaters, rivaling Lucius in influence. His bloodstained hands had procured all he had yearned for during his student years, power and wealth, yet joy eluded him. Lily had joined the Order of the Phoenix, and in the 2 years since, many of its original members had perished. Fortunately, Lily, James, and others had graduated last year, and thrown themselves into the noble cause of opposing the Dark Lord, becoming a faint glimmer of hope amidst the encroaching darkness. In a modest dwelling, Dumbledore convened a meeting, as recent activities had intensified, drawing the attention of the Death Eaters. Arthur Weasley had sustained injuries, prompting Dumbledore to suspend all Order operations to avoid further casualties. Recently, Horace Slugghorn had submitted his resignation to Dumbledore, recommending his student, Severus Snape, for a position. Dumbledore declined this suggestion, persuading Horace to remain for another year, though Horace was reluctant, fearing the Death Eaters would soon overrun Hogwarts, making future departures exceedingly difficult. Dumbledore recognized that both the Order and Hogwarts faced internal and external threats, yet as long as the Order existed, it could preserve hope and save more lives. After graduation, Ivy did not heed her grandfather's directive to take a languid position at the American ministry. Instead, she served as an orar for a year. Mia took on the ministry position, expressing, "Ivy, you fail to grasp your grandfather's good intentions. You are unaware of the benefits of this role. Civil service is notoriously challenging to enter, and I have reluctantly accepted it on your behalf." Well, at least I haven't squandered his goodwill, Ivy thought. Counting the days on the calendar, Ivy realized it was time to return to England. "You resigned and returned?" Mia inquired, waving her wand to pack her belongings upon seeing Ivy's return. "No, my resignation was not accepted, but they granted me an extended leave. As long as it's not urgent, it shouldn't affect me," Ivy replied before stepping into the bathroom. The prisoner she had interrogated earlier had been particularly unruly, casting furtive glances her way. In a fit of rage, she had blinded him, resulting in a bloody mess that now necessitated her immediate cleansing. In truth, she could not blame the prisoner. Such incidents were commonplace during her year as an orar. Though Ivy often wore an expression of cold aloofness, her captivating eyes and enchanting figure drew attention. Standing there, every curve was perfectly accentuated, and even a voluminous robe could not conceal her graceful form. As Ivy removed the adornments from her hair, her waist-length locks cascaded down in gentle waves. She reclined contentedly into the foamy water, having already cleared away her clothes. After a year as an orar, her wardrobe had taken quite a toll. Chapter 40, Obsessive About You. Upon returning to England, "I wish to see Severus," Ivy remarked, clad in her nightgown as she settled beside Mia. "Ivy, you still think of Severus? There are so many admirable men in the American wizarding community. Have you not found one to your liking? Vincent, who escorted you back, is quite charming after all. Do you think I am like you, falling for every man I meet?" Ivy frowned at Mia, who seemed to switch partners with alarming frequency. "Do not speak so, Ivy. I invest wholeheartedly in every relationship. I am simply concerned for you. A new romance might help you forget Severus. I understand, but I find no interest in anyone else. My mother once told me that one should only love one person in a lifetime. I did not believe her, for my father loved many, and the outcome was far from favorable. I am the same as her. We discern love through pain. You may not believe it, but I truly cannot love anyone else." Ivy gazed out the window, pondering how her mother was faring. Mia pursed her lips and sighed. "Ah, such is the nature of Slytherin. Go seek him out, Ivy. Find Severus and share your feelings with him. Make him fall for you. You accomplished it before, so there is no reason you cannot do so now." Mia appraised Ivy from head to toe. A woman like Ivy would be irresistible to any man. "Do not regard me with those eyes, Mia." Ivy cast a piercing glance at Mia and continued, "I do not wish for anything extravagant. I merely yearn to see him, just once will suffice. With my understanding of you, this seems implausible. A mere meeting would not satisfy you. You would inevitably reveal your feelings to Severus, unable to restrain your desire for him." Mia smiled with a sense of triumph. Having spent 3 years in Ivy's company, she knew her too well. "Even if you are correct, should he not reciprocate my feelings, I would be left with nothing but that fleeting encounter." Ivy swiftly changed the subject. "Have Eve and the others written recently?" "Yes, they sent this newspaper, detailing the latest movements of the Death Eaters. Compared to the past, it is relatively safe now. As long as one refrains from speaking out, survival should not pose a problem." Ivy had returned to England discreetly, while Mia would reside in America with her parents for a few months, as she was uncertain when they might reunite after returning to England. Professor Slugghorn's resignation letter submitted in June at Hogwarts would not be approved for another year, meaning he would remain in England for a year before heading to America. Thus, Ivy's return was clandestine, unbeknownst to Professor Slugghorn. Presently, England lay entirely under the dominion of the Dark Lord. Following the eradication of most Muggle-born wizards and a number of dissenters, the chaos that once engulfed the land had diminished. The Dark Lord did not seek to annihilate all wizards, as long as one did not provoke the Death Eaters or ally with the Order of the Phoenix. Adhering to the rules and refraining from any disparaging remarks about the Death Eaters or commendatory comments regarding the Order, living was not difficult. Deaths were no longer a daily occurrence. The Death Eaters merely kept a vigilant watch over the Order, a reflection of the Dark Lord's animosity towards Dumbledore. Severus stumbled into Spinner's End, having just returned from Gunter Manor via apparition. His mission had failed, inciting the Dark Lord's wrath, and his temper had grown increasingly volatile, a relentless torment. He spotted a figure standing nearby, discernibly a witch by her attire. Severus, gripping the rusted railing, silently retreated, tightening his hold on his wand, concealing himself in the shadows. This place had long been abandoned. Who could it be? As Ivy walked, she surveyed her surroundings, noting that they had deteriorated significantly, now resembling a desolate wasteland. The once clear river had turned murky and foul, exuding an unbearable stench, while dilapidated houses loomed, their windows appearing dark and lifeless in the night. Amidst these crumbling structures, Ivy located number 19 Spinner's End. She gazed up at the house before her. The window from which Severus had once leaped had been boarded up with rotting planks. Lost in thought, she was suddenly struck by a stunning spell. Instinctively taking a step back, but still falling to the ground. Was it a Death Eater? So reckless to have found their way into his home. Severus stepped forward, his eyes narrowing in surprise. He had contemplated numerous possibilities, but had never imagined it would be her. Ivy had only just awakened in the evening, and upon failing to locate her wand, she instinctively huddled at the head of the bed. Seeing Severus seated nearby, she felt a wave of relief wash over her. Drink this. It will mend your magical injuries. Severus rose and approached her, offering a vial of potion. Yet Ivy did not reach for it, merely observing him. He appeared taller, his face bearing an ashen pallor, his dark hair cascading around his ears. The plain black wizarding robes he wore, combined with his elongated form, imparted an otherworldly grace. Where is my wand? Once you drink it, I shall return it to you. The tone was reminiscent of coaxing, yet more akin to an interrogation. Ivy accepted the potion from Severus, and drank it in one swift motion before returning the vial to him. Does Professor Slugghorn know you are back? Severus inquired, seemingly nonchalant. I am unaware. Ivy did not grasp why he posed such a question, yet he did not press further, merely turning to exit the bedroom. It was only then that Ivy began to examine the room. Neat and tidy, furnished with only the essentials, devoid of any superfluous items or colors. The only bright hue was the pristine white bedding on her bed, and her own coat was nowhere to be found. Wait. Had Severus assisted her in removing her coat and shoes? Well, being beautiful is not a misfortune. Even Severus could find himself captivated by beauty, Ivy mused, touching her face. Severus re-entered, placing Ivy's wand and suitcase aside, remaining silent. Assuming this was his way of signaling her departure, Ivy, understanding, stood to put on her shoes. Just as she was about to dress, Severus grasped her arm. Where do you intend to go at such a late hour? I have just returned to England and have no place to stay. If you do not take me in, I shall have to reside in Nocturne Alley with my mother. Upon seeing Severus's reaction, Ivy suddenly conceived a brilliant idea. Nocturne Alley? Shall I remind you of your age and gender? I recall the Caros have their own estate. Severus remarked, skepticism flickering in his eyes as he had just glimpsed Ivy's aura credentials tucked within her coat. But I escaped from America. I cannot return to the estate. If it burdens you, I shall go to Nocturne Alley. It is certainly preferable to being homeless. As she spoke, Ivy donned her coat and took up her suitcase, making her way toward the door. Stop the charade. I shall agree, but my place is no safer than Nocturne Alley. You would do well to consider this carefully, Ivy. Severus leaned against a nearby cabinet, arms crossed, observing her. Ivy, undeterred, allowed his scrutiny. Why return so suddenly? Do not claim it is for my sake. I shall not believe it. Severus's voice was measured, his dark eyes betraying no emotion. Ivy remained silent, her gaze lowered, long lashes casting shadows over her eyes, concealing her disappointment. Observing Ivy's demeanor, Severus cursed internally, realizing it was indeed because of him. Gazing at Ivy before him, he felt a pang of guilt towards Professor Slugghorn, who had just assisted him with a recommendation letter and promised him the position of Slytherin head of house for the following year. Chapter 41. At a loss. What troubles you? Why the distress? Severus approached, taking the suitcase Ivy still held in her hand and setting it aside. His voice was gentle and resonant, reminiscent of how he had spoken to her long ago, sending Ivy into a momentary reverie. I almost thought you loved me, Severus. Ivy wished to respond, but if she could articulate her feelings, it would hardly qualify as distress. In Severus's presence, she recognized that despite her affection, she had grown fearful of being hurt. Ultimately, she loved herself more. I am fine. Thank you for your willingness to shelter me, Severus. Ivy composed herself, offering him a polite smile. No need for thanks. It is late, you should rest. The bathroom is to the left outside the door. Opposite is my laboratory. Ivy nodded in acknowledgement, and Severus departed. Once he was gone, Ivy shed her coat, kicked off her shoes, and lay upon the bed. Although her heart still fluttered at the sight of Severus, she was not returning solely for him. She had a mere few months, hoping to leverage Severus's connections to gain access to Gunter Manor. She needed to rescue Lindsay. Having corresponded with her and sensing her deteriorating mental state, Lindsay had begun to harbor suicidal thoughts. Ivy felt utterly powerless, unskilled at providing hope, and could only focus on bringing her to safety. Ivy stood, surveying the room. The bedroom was sparse, containing a table, a chair, a wardrobe, and a bed. The table bore no items, while the wardrobe housed Severus's clothing. Few black robes and suits hung there, indicating that this was indeed his room. The pristine cleanliness rendered the atmosphere unusually desolate. As Ivy opened the door, the scene in the living room startled her. The atmosphere was entirely discordant with that of the bedroom. Dust lingered in the air, and not a single piece of furniture adorned the desolate space. The walls and floors were in a state of disrepair, chains hung from the walls, and numerous scratches marred the surfaces. As if the place had been a confinement akin to St. Mungo's psychiatric ward, presumably utilized by Severus for his experiments. Stepping into the bathroom, Ivy felt a sense of relief wash over her. It was impeccably clean. Even the bathtub gleamed brightly enough to reflect light. Yet, it was suffused with the unmistakable scent of hospital disinfectant, mingled with a faint metallic tang of blood, compelling Ivy to confront her earlier apprehensions. Though her tenure as an Auror had been brief, she could still sense the peril that Severus embodied. Forcing herself to dismiss such thoughts, she set down her belongings, crouched by the tub, filled it with water, and added some bath products. Soon, the floral fragrance enveloped the space, obscuring the more unsettling odors. Severus gazed into the pensive before him, filled with memories of Ivy. The recollection of her distant smile lingered in his mind. In the past, he had been unable to protect her, only able to let her go. Now he had the capability to do so, yet she felt irrevocably lost to him, leaving his sudden encounter with her feeling surreal. The following morning, as Severus emerged from the laboratory, he was greeted by the enticing aroma wafting from the kitchen. Following the scent, he found Ivy waving her wand over a culinary creation. "You can wash up now, Severus. I've prepared fried fish, eggs, and oatmeal," she announced. A fleeting glance was exchanged, but Ivy quickly diverted her gaze. Severus, clad in a white shirt that subtly revealed his collarbone, and still bearing the hazy aura of having just awoken, elicited an involuntary blush from Ivy, prompting her to turn her head away awkwardly. "I recall the kitchen lacking in ingredients?" Severus queried, a frown creasing his brow as he regarded Ivy. "I went out to buy some this morning," she replied, feeling that Severus had understated the situation. The kitchen was not merely devoid of ingredients but entirely barren. Ivy found herself questioning whether Severus had subsisted solely on potions. Fortunately, she had brought her magical cooking utensils, or else she would have been left to survive on potions alone. After leaving the kitchen for the bathroom, Severus returned to find breakfast laid out on the table, surprisingly appealing and delicious. He recalled that Ivy had not been one to cook in the past. Once they had finished their meal, Ivy flicked her wand, and the plates soared back to the kitchen, where she began washing them. "Cooking isn't that difficult. It's far simpler than potion making. Eva mestert potions. So how could this be any harder?" she explained, sensing Severus's inquisitive gaze upon her. Severus paused, momentarily distracted by a memory of Ivy. Her pitiable expression as she raised her finger, pleading with him when she was in pain. Throughout the morning he remained in the laboratory, while Ivy ventured out to gather intelligence regarding the Order of the Phoenix. Information concerning the Death Eaters had become largely public knowledge, often disseminated like directives from the Ministry of Magic. Ivy's day yielded little in terms of useful information. It appeared that the Order had almost entirely ceased its activities, rendering her hopes of leveraging them to rescue Lindsay futile. Perhaps she would need to resort to using Severus after all, or wait a few days to see if she could reach out to a member of the Order. Upon returning to Spinner's End, Ivy encountered a dilemma. She seemed unable to unlock Severus's door, which was further protected by an anti-apparition enchantment. Thus, when Severus saw Ivy, she was crouched by the entrance, seemingly merging with the shadows. He approached her, lifting her to her feet and teaching her the unlocking charm. Their proximity made Ivy feel somewhat disconcerted. "What's wrong?" he inquired. Nothing at all," Ivy stuttered, anxiously pulling her wrist away from his grasp. She retreated into the room, heading straight for the bedroom, shutting the door behind her. The room was dimly lit by the soft glow of moonlight. She shed her outer garments and buried herself beneath the covers, struggling to articulate her anguish. She felt an overwhelming loss of courage, morphing into a coward. Mia had clearly misjudged her once again. After a while, Ivy heard a knock at the door, but she lacked the will to rise. The person outside was not particularly patient. After a few knocks, she heard the unlocking charm being uttered, followed by footsteps advancing toward her. Ivy slowly closed her eyes. She sensed Severus approaching the bedside, his cool hand brushing against her face. Ivy could not suppress a flutter of her eyelashes, which did not escape his notice. Realizing she had likely been discovered, she opened her eyes, sitting up to meet his gaze. The light behind him obscured his expression, and she had always found him inscrutable. At times, she felt he must love her deeply. Yet at others, it seemed as though he had never loved her at all, as if their past affections were nothing but illusions. Severus, may I ask you why you chose to end our relationship? Ivy's tears cascaded down her cheeks as she spoke. Severus's hand instinctively lifted as if to wipe away her tears, but he hesitated, withdrawing his hand. She stood and moved closer, gently grasping the fabric of his robes. Em sorry. You know that is not what I wish to hear. If I have faltered in any way, I have been striving to amend it over these past 3 years. I am no longer so willful. I care for others now. I have made the changes Lily spoke of. Can you not grant me another chance? I miss you deeply, truly. The taut strings of her composure seemed to snap, tears flowing freely down her cheeks. Ivy swayed slightly, her grip on his robes loosening. Severus sensed her distress and instinctively caught her. You need not change, Ivy. You need not change anything. I have always loved you, and that has never altered. I am so sorry, so very sorry. Ivy felt herself enveloped in Severus's embrace. His voice laced with urgency. It was the first time she had witnessed him in such a state, but his subsequent words became a blur. As her consciousness began to wane, her head spinning, her perception of the surroundings fading, Ivy dreamt a vivid dream, one in which she seemed to witness an interminably long tale unfold. Chapitre 42, à favorable outcome. Don't believe it? You should see for yourself. You were meant to die at 6. With a wave of his hand, a blinding light transported Ivy to a familiar scene from her childhood. There she lay, curled up in bed, gasping in agony until her breathing finally ceased. How did I die? She inquired, though deep down she already knew. Her demise had been the result of her mother's cruciatus curse. Her hand instinctively moved to her heart. You perished due to your mother's abuse. A voice echoed in her ears, tinged with regret. However, she will soon join you in death. As if to validate his statement, Ivy observed her mother approach her bedside. Her once haughty demeanor replaced by disbelief. She watched as her mother crumpled to the floor, trembling fingers reaching out to touch her face. Do not engage in such unladylike behavior. Ladies do not sit upon the ground, Ivy, a voice seemed to whisper in her ear. Though it was no longer Ivy who was behaving improperly. Her mother's blood splattered widely, yet it felt close to Ivy. She was devoid of sensation, but someone sought to shield her from further sight. The small room in Nocturne Alley vanished before her, and she found herself back in a pristine white space. After your mother perished, your father followed suit, and then your grandmother. The Karth family has no heirs, and she too succumbed to despair, passing away prematurely. My grandfather is not dead, is he? How do you know that? I have seen it. Though some elements elude my understanding, that is the true future, is it not? Not necessarily, he pondered before responding to Ivy, then continued, in that world, both you and your mother died, and your grandfather would never have ventured to Nocturne Alley, thus never encountering Lindsay. Lindsay would have been unable to escape, and Voldemort's soul experiments would have succeeded, leading him to further fragment his soul. But then, something must have gone awry, because of me. I do not comprehend why I have not perished. Due to the sympathy of another child, you know, Ivy. You are aware of why you have not perished. You simply refuse to acknowledge it. Ivy felt a tinge of embarrassment as she spoke. In her childhood, Ivy had a companion whom only she could perceive. They were of similar age, and due to the ethereal nature of their existence, Ivy could not discern her appearance, only knowing that they shared the same eye color. They often conversed, yet to her mother, it appeared exceedingly strange, for even in the dilapidated alleyways, Ivy was subjected to her mother's stringent lessons on propriety. She was not permitted to grow into a peculiar child who spoke to herself. Henceforth, Ivy ceased communicating with her spectral friend, disregarding her presence, much like the adults who appeared oblivious to her existence. No, she was even colder than those adults, devoid of understanding regarding the concept of harm. Yet in the end, she saved her. Ivy vividly recalled the events of that fateful day, a memory that lingered in her mind. She could not fathom how it transpired. She merely awoke to find her friend had vanished. That child belonged to Lindsay. And when Lindsay revealed that her child also possessed gray eyes, Ivy commenced her investigation. Had she also been here? Ivy surveyed her surroundings, questioning. No, she could not come here anymore. The figure shook her head in response. Indeed, kindness does not yield favorable outcomes. Ivy spoke in a matter-of-fact tone, devoid of melancholy. What constitutes a favorable outcome? Ivy found herself at a loss for words when queried. Can I return? Someone is still awaiting me. Of course you may. But before you do, would you like to know of another future? I possess some knowledge, albeit limited, yet it suffices. Ivy was not eager to gain an exhaustive understanding. Do you not wish to know how Snape met his end? knowing could save him. Was his death agonizing? You may witness it for yourself. Ivy realized she existed in a spectral form, traversing into Hogwarts. The narrative was clearer and more complete than the tales in Mia's mind. She beheld Harry Potter, observing as he completed the story, and beyond the throngs of newcomers, she caught sight of the figures seated at the faculty table. Yet she felt isolated, unable to embrace or hold hands. In her dream, Severus perished, and upon arriving at the Shrieking Shack, she saw Severus alongside the Dark Lord, passing through walls, and glimpsed Harry. How vibrant it was. The Dark Lord's serpent slithered through Ivy's form, sinking its fangs into Severus's neck. She stood before him, listening to his agonizing cries as he collapsed. How excruciating must it be? Severus, you who could endure the Dark Lord's piercing torment in silence. Severus lay on the ground, watching as Harry and the others moved away. In his dying moments, he finally discerned the soul standing beside him. He did not recognize her. Yet a sense of familiarity enveloped him. Confusion flickered in his eyes, and memories unbidden surged forth in his mind. Yet they dissipated quickly, leaving him blind, with only a voice echoing in his ears before everything faded into silence. Do you wish for me to save you, Severus? I almost forgot. I am selfish, and need not consider your opinion. Ivy opened her eyes, feeling as if she had emerged from another realm. Severus was seated beside her, holding her hand. She gently withdrew her hand, smoothing back his hair, prompting him to snap back to reality. Realizing that Ivy had risen from her bed, Ivy got up, opened her trunk, and retrieved a vial of potion, drinking it down. Her eyes ached from the tears shed the previous day. She glanced in the mirror. She still looked well, save for her slightly disheveled hair and reddened eyes. Before she could finish her inspection, Severus embraced her from behind. She froze momentarily. His breath against her neck made her cheeks flush. In the mirror, she saw Severus, his eyes momentarily flashing with coldness, instilling in her a sense of danger. Severus. Ivy turned her head, wishing to speak, but her words were silenced by a kiss. The lingering bitterness of the potion on her lips caused her to instinctively turn away. Severus, I am hungry. It is time for breakfast. Ivy felt a flutter of anxiety, attempting to explain her lack of response. Are you afraid of me? Severus released Ivy, sensing her unease, guiding her to face him. No. Ivy quickly denied this. She would never admit to Severus's insinuation. She was an Auror. How could she fear a Death Eater? Compared to before, I have indeed changed somewhat. I can give you time to contemplate. Severus cupped Ivy's shoulders and kissed her cheek, then released her, retrieving a set of clothing from the wardrobe before stepping out. Ivy was eager to nod in agreement, nearly overwhelmed with joy, yet she remained rooted in place. Once Severus exited the bedroom and closed the door, she flopped onto the bed, rolling about in delight. However, it struck her that Severus believed she needed to consider. Was she truly that lacking in confidence? Ivy contacted Mia through the two-way mirror. It appears you were correct once more, Mia. Severus and I are to reconcile. See, I told you. As long as you play to your strengths, Severus will have no power to resist, for he has yet to evolve into Professor Snape. What strengths? Your beauty and physique. Of course. You are well aware of the allure of beauty. You have used it to capture criminals, so do not feign ignorance now. Mia shot Ivy a disapproving glance through the mirror. Listen, Ivy, if you do not act swiftly, and should some unforeseen circumstance arise later, you will regret it. Capturing Professor Snape is a lifelong aspiration for many who traverse dimensions. I now entrust this task to you. Best of luck, Ivy. And do report back to me with the details. Before Mia could finish, Ivy abruptly terminated the connection. Her cheeks instantly flushed with embarrassment. She had employed Mia's tactics of allure before, but that was in the context of work against criminals. In the case of Severus, well, she could not dwell on it any longer. Chapter 43, A Gift. At the Gunther Manor, Lucius and Severus walked side by side, engaged in casual conversation regarding the recent directives issued by the Dark Lord, exchanging information about their latest missions. Lucius was one of the few individuals with whom Severus was willing to converse. From Lucius's perspective, Severus was the only rational individual among the Death Eaters, navigating the shadows. He firmly believed that enduring without friends was an arduous existence. Narcissa's birthday is approaching. On July 9th, I will host a small gathering at Malfoy Manor, and Severus, I hope you will attend. I have arranged for you to meet a young lady from the Crab family. She is exceptionally beautiful, and I believe you will find her to your liking. Lucius smiled at Severus, tilting his head. Crab? Ha, that family whose heads are filled with nothing but food? Do not speak so disparagingly, Severus. Sometimes women need not possess great intellect, do they? Oh, then why did you marry Narcissa? It seems I must have a word with her regarding her husband's profound insights. Severus, you must understand that I am doing this for your benefit. You cannot expect to remain chaste for that Evans forever. I warn you, Lucius, do not utter such nonsense. Evans and I are merely friends. And I do not require your well-meaning interference. Severus pointed his wand at Lucius, glaring at him, then waved his wand, conjuring a few muffliato charms to prevent any prying ears from overhearing. I already have a girlfriend, so there is no need for Mr. Malfoy to concern himself on my behalf. Severus's declaration stunned Lucius, leaving him momentarily incredulous. Oh, is that so? In that case, how fortuitous. I am heading to Diagon Alley to select a gift for Narcissa. Would you care to join me? Lucius inquired tentatively. Surprisingly, after a moment of contemplation, Severus actually agreed. And as he walked ahead, Lucius even began to wonder if Severus had indeed brought that Evans from the Order of the Phoenix back home. In a jewelry shop nestled in Diagon Alley, Severus was observed meticulously selecting pieces, which nearly caused Lucius to betray his composure, further solidifying his suspicions, and prompting a resolute decision to visit Severus's home. Sir, this is our latest collection. Aside from the exquisite moonstone, which is quite valuable, it also boasts a protective charm crafted by a master alchemist, making it truly worth its price, the sales associate fervently recommended. Naturally, a guest brought by Malfoy would not face any financial constraints. Just as Lucius approached, having chosen a gift of his own, he remarked, "Excellent choice, Severus. A woman becomes even more enchanting adorned with jewelry, though one must consider whether the wearer is indeed suitable." Lucius gazed at the silver necklace, its diamonds glimmering brilliantly under the shop's lighting, undeniably beautiful, yet seemingly at odds with Evans's demeanor. "It is quite fitting," Severus replied as he handed over a bag of gold galleons, silencing Lucius's further thoughts. However, truth be told, Lucius believed that Evans was unworthy of such an ornament. Following this, Severus accompanied Lucius to a magical plant shop, which also offered ordinary flowers. Fresh blooms can preserve love. Narcissa has recently developed a fondness for lavender's fragrance. So I am here to purchase some for her, Lucius stated, his previous arrogance momentarily absent. This shop lacked the sophistication of the jewelry store. Perhaps due to the lesser value of mundane flowers, they were carelessly wrapped in brown paper and handed to Lucius, the green stems left exposed. Severus surveyed the scattered flowers, uncertain of what to select, as he was unaware of Ivy's preferences. Perhaps roses, the quintessential expression of love, Lucius suggested, noticing Severus's hesitation. Or lilies. He sought to gauge Severus's reaction, yet he was destined for disappointment, as Severus chose a bouquet of white roses and made his purchase instead. Lucius was baffled, returning to Malfoy Manor still pondering this peculiar incident. So, was Severus's girlfriend truly Evans? The notion that Severus had a girlfriend was indeed startling news. Unlike Lucius's convoluted thoughts, Narcissa had always believed Severus to be disinterested in women. "Narcissa, you find this hard to believe as well, do you not?" He said it himself. "Could it merely be a formality to deter you from introducing potential partners?" Narcissa contemplated before responding. "If he were merely placating me, Severus would not spend such a sum on a necklace. Concocting a story about a girlfriend who enjoys potion ingredients would be more his style. And what of Crabbe's request? I have already discussed this with Severus. I doubt he would be interested in his daughter, even if he were single. We cannot assist. It will fall to you to decline him, Narcissa." Lucius grasped Narcissa's hand across the dining table. Ivy was enjoying some fruit, having prepared dinner, and now waiting for Severus, when the two-way mirror in her pocket suddenly chimed, "Vincent." Ivy snapped back to reality and answered the mirror. Vincent, also an Auror and Ivy's partner, had always worked seamlessly with her, and their time together had never felt burdensome. For a year, Ivy had not changed partners. With her taking leave, Vincent was reluctantly forced to do the same. Although he did not mind, Ivy still felt a twinge of guilt. "Ivy, I am aware of the current situation in Britain. The documents I submitted have been approved, and I have contacted the Aurors at the ministry there. If you require intelligence, you may go. I've made the necessary arrangements." "Thank you, you always know what I need." "No need for thanks, Ivy. You know I would never hesitate to help you. We are friends, are we not?" "Indeed, we are friends." After exchanging a few words with Vincent, Ivy ended the conversation just as Severus returned. "Severus, I made dinner." "Oh, how lovely are these white roses," Ivy exclaimed, accepting the flowers from Severus, who must have purchased them at the magical plant shop, their size exceeding that of ordinary roses. "I was unsure of your floral preferences, hence." Ivy was inexplicably moved by the bouquet, embracing Severus and whispering in his ear, "Regardless of my previous favorites, from now on, my most beloved will be these white roses." Come, dinner awaits, she said, leading Severus to the dining room. Thanks to Ivy's decor, the kitchen had taken on a semblance of order, albeit some elements were merely transfigured and not meant for long-lasting use. She had prepared a medium-rare steak, a vegetable salad, and fruit. However, the bowl of fruit had already been largely consumed by Ivy. Severus had never imagined such a scene would unfold here, at number 19 Spinner's End, as if compensating for certain unfulfilled regrets. This is for you, Severus said, presenting a box to Ivy, something he had been unable to give her before, but could now. Severus, you truly astonish me. I never expected you to visit this shop. Ivy opened the box for a brief glance before closing it again. Do you not like it? No, I adore it. It is simply that this garment is not quite suitable. After dinner, Severus retreated to his laboratory, where he mentioned he was working on some potion modifications. Ivy, freshly bathed and selecting her nightwear, contemplated pairing it with the necklace Severus had gifted her. Perhaps it would be better if he helped her put it on. After all, it was a gift from him. A gentle knock on the door interrupted Severus's stirring of the cauldron. He muttered a spell over the cauldron before opening the door, revealing Ivy in a black spaghetti-strap nightgown, her toes peeking out from fluffy slippers, startled by the sudden opening of the door. Severus. I was wondering if you could help me with the necklace? Of course, but what precisely are you wearing? Severus scrutinized Ivy, a frown creasing his brow. My nightgown? Ivy questioned, glancing at her attire. While it was not overly revealing, it should have appeared quite alluring. Why was Severus reacting this way? Chapter 44, Reconciliation. Comain. Severus stepped aside to allow Ivy entry. It was Ivy's first time in this room. Severus's laboratory was spacious, and as she wandered about, she observed the tall cabinets brimming with potions. Some tracks beneath suggested the cabinets could move, while others emitted a cool mist. It resembled her grandfather's laboratory. Closest to the entrance was a table adorned with a lamp, books, documents, and parchment, behind which stood shelves filled with texts. A few standardized cauldrons rested on one side, and opposite the table was a sofa and coffee table, all in the signature Slytherin green aesthetic. Hand it over. I shall assist you with it. All right. Ivy extended her hand, presenting the necklace to Severus while sweeping her hair aside. As the necklace encircled Ivy's neck, Severus studied the method of fastening it with the same intensity he would apply to a challenging potion ingredient. Is there no reaction to this? Ivy began to doubt herself. Though his focused demeanor was undeniably handsome, the one who intended to entice found himself ensnared. Unable to resist, Ivy leaned in and kissed Severus, the soft contact causing his hand to falter, the valuable necklace slipping from her shoulder and landing on the carpet beneath the sofa. Her moment of hesitation was brief, merely a gentle kiss, as she eagerly awaited Severus's response. Severus gazed at Ivy, who was biting her lip in a subtle smile, avoiding his gaze, as if the mischief were the work of someone else. Ivy, Severus called her name with a soft smile. What is it, Severus? Ivy bit her lower lip playfully, her expression mischievous, as if extending an invitation. The response to Ivy was Severus's kiss and the arm he wrapped around her waist. She obediently closed her eyes, responding awkwardly as she allowed the intertwining tongues to caress. Ahem, Severus, you really ought to clean your fireplace. Lucius emerged from the fireplace, covered in soot. Upon hearing the commotion from the living room, Severus quickly regained his composure, grasping Ivy's hand as she attempted to loosen his collar, and turned to listen to the sounds outside the door. It was Lucius. What was he doing here? Severus rose from the sofa, signaling Ivy to remain silent, before opening the door and stepping outside. Lucius, I don't recall extending an invitation to you to my home. It's rather urgent, Severus. Narcissa heard you have a girlfriend and thought it would be nice to meet her beforehand. So she asked me to invite you both to Malfoy Manor tomorrow for a gathering. I hope it's not inconvenient for you. Inconvenient. Severus pondered for a moment before declining. Ivy should not make an appearance. Otherwise, if Professor Slugghorn learned of Ivy's return from America, it would likely lead to complications. I see. Is there something you're concerned about? Severus, you know we are friends. The Malfoys have always valued friendship. I assure you I will keep your secret. So, you might as well share a bit about your relationship with Miss Evans. Lucius spoke slowly, his expression laden with implications. What are you insinuating, Lucius? When did I ever tell you that my girlfriend is Evans? But it seems obvious, doesn't it? You rarely interact with women. And the only one you do is that Aurora Evans. Naturally, I assumed it was her. So you rushed over to my home to check and see if I have been in contact with members of the Order of the Phoenix. You know as well as I do that Lily leans towards the Order. I would not seek trouble at this juncture, Lucius, so you may rest assured. Don't be like that, Severus. At least part of my reason is out of genuine concern. Severus, why not tell Lucius that I am your girlfriend? I believe Lucius and Narcissa would keep our secret. I certainly do not want you to be perpetually misunderstood as having ties to Evans. Ivy emerged from the room, wrapped in Severus's outer robe, and stood beside him. Lucius was internally astonished, but maintained his usual demeanor. You are Ivy Colt, aren't you? Long time no see, Lucius. Do you remember? You once told me to keep my distance from Severus. Ivy jested with Lucius. Ivy has just returned from America, and I would prefer that this matter remain known to as few people as possible, particularly Professor Slugghorn. It could jeopardize our plans, and you know the consequences, Lucius. Very well, I believe I understand. It seems I have arrived at an inopportune moment. I shall take my leave. But let me add that my invitation with Narcissa remains open. Tomorrow, Narcissa and I will be awaiting both of you at Malfoy Manor. I assure you, it will be a truly private gathering. With that, Lucius gave Severus a mischievous pat on the shoulder before departing through the fireplace. Severus, are you worried that my grandfather knowing I am back will affect your position at Hogwarts? Whether I go to Hogwarts is of little consequence. My concern is that Professor Slugghorn will remove you from my life. My grandfather wouldn't he do that? He holds you in high regard and believes you will become a master of potions. You were his only potions assistant during your schooling, and no amount of praise for Lily ever granted her that role. Severus listened to Ivy but did not refute her. He simply urged her to get some rest, as he needed to complete the potion he had not finished brewing earlier. I want to stay with you. Ivy followed Severus into the laboratory and sank onto the sofa. I have a similar sofa. It is perfect for sleeping. Severus lifted the curse off the cauldron and continued adding potion ingredients. He noticed Ivy settled on the sofa. This scene had appeared in his mind countless times, yet seeing it in reality felt surreal. Once Severus completed the potion, he discovered Ivy had fallen asleep on the sofa, wrapped in his robe. He watched her, unable to articulate what he found so endearing about Ivy. She simply felt extraordinary to him. In the past, he had been oblivious to his own feelings, thinking love was but a trivial matter. He believed he had made the best choice. But only after Ivy truly departed did he realize the depth of his longing. Ivy stirred when Severus carried her to the bedroom. Severus, are you going to sleep in the laboratory these next few days? Ivy grasped his hand. It appears you remain unaware. There is only one bedroom here. Ivy was certainly aware, but merely looked at Severus in confusion. Can we return to how things once were, Severus? I do not know. But I will not let you leave again. All right, you should sleep now, Ivy. At Malfoy Manor, Narcissa exclaimed, you would never guess who Severus is with. Don't keep me in suspense, Lucius. Ivy called, it is indeed hard to believe. I do not share your disbelief. Do you recall the engagement banquet between the Joneses and the Colts? In the end, it was Severus who completed the task, and Ivy's fiancé was also slain by Severus. Are you suggesting they were involved back then? How else do you explain the sudden connection between two seemingly unrelated individuals? True, it seems we graduated too early and missed out on many intriguing developments. Chapter 45, Pretending. At Malfoy Manor, the four of them sat at the table, appearing to enjoy each other's company. Ivy had anticipated learning some secrets, but unfortunately, throughout the meal, Lucius and Narcissa exchanged not a single useful word, only discussing trivial matters such as the weather, clothing, jewelry, the etiquette of the last century's nobility, and the Goblin Rebellion. She had never realized the Malfoy couple possessed such a loquacious trait. Severus spoke little, engaging in casual conversation, while Ivy also exchanged pleasantries with them, relishing the familiar ambience reminiscent of past gatherings. Soon after, Severus and Lucius received a summons from the Dark Lord, and Narcissa insisted that Ivy remain at Malfoy Manor to await Severus. Subsequently, Lucius and Severus departed through apparition. Ivy was puzzled as to why Narcissa insisted she stay at Malfoy Manor, only to see her instruct the house elf to clear the table of food and replace it with dessert. Ivy, you have just returned to England and are unfamiliar with the Dark Lord. Being a Death Eater is not a light burden. Narcissa's words carried a hint of melancholy, yet she did not elaborate further. Ivy understood that she was concerned for Lucius. For Narcissa, her husband and son were paramount, and with her not yet pregnant, Lucius was undoubtedly her most significant person. As for the Dark Lord, what was he to her? I have heard whispers in America. Every choice comes with its price. Are you not worried about Severus? You will be fine. Ah, I did not expect you to remain as carefree as you were in childhood. Narcissa gazed at her disapprovingly. Ivy had probably not anticipated that Narcissa remembered her from childhood. She nearly choked on her tea. I am quite certain I have changed immensely, Narcissa. Feel free to speak your mind. Can I trust you, Ivy? Narcissa sighed, as if steeling herself, and continued, "A few days ago, Lucius brought home a very sinister dark magical artifact. Initially, I was unaware of what it was, but later someone informed me it was a Horcrux." "Who told you?" "I do not know. I only know she is imprisoned by the Dark Lord at Gaunt Manor. She informed me that the Dark Lord has split his soul, and he will only become a brutal madman in the future. I initially dismissed it until Lucius returned home injured time and again, suffering under the Cruciatus curse at the hands of the Dark Lord. Can you imagine?" Ivy did not respond to Narcissa's words. She need not imagine, as she had witnessed it firsthand on several occasions. "I wish to destroy that vile object. It fills me with dread every day, yet I am powerless to do so. I feel as though I am losing my mind." Does Lucius remain unaware of this matter? "He remained oblivious, and I lacked the courage to disclose the truth to him. He continues to revere his master. But why should I confide in him? I presumed our positions were aligned, believing you held concern for Severus." "Of course. I care for him. I appreciate your candor. In fact, I intend to pursue the same course of action as you, Narcissa." The Malfoy Manor. Voldemort was deeply incensed by the outcome of this affair, for the incursion into the Muggle world had not unfolded as seamlessly as anticipated. Rather, the losses were substantial. It seemed to echo the words spoken to him by Lindsay. He was woefully ignorant of the perils posed by the Muggles, destined to fail. Contemplating this, Voldemort's gaze grew ever more inscrutable. At the long table, the Death Eaters sat in 2 rows, each maintaining a grave silence. Young Barty lay writhing on the ground, convulsing from the Cruciatus curse. This mission had cost him many followers, and such a punishment seemed rather lenient. "Lucius, share your thoughts. I recall you possess ventures in the Muggle realm." Voldemort retracted his wand with an air of elegance. "My lord, Malfoy acts merely out of self-interest. I believe this incident was merely an unfortunate accident." "An accident? Only a fool would entertain such a notion. Do you consider yourself foolish, Lucius?" "No, my lord. You are aware that the Malfoy family has always shunned association with Muggles." Lucius promptly rose, responding with trepidation to the Dark Lord. "Humph. Wizards and Muggles have historically been adversaries. I fail to comprehend why Dumbledore perpetuates the notion of safeguarding Muggles, protecting one's enemies. The achievements we have garnered thus far were not intended to serve as fodder for the arrogant. Our objective is to dominate the Muggle world. We seek to repeat the wars of yore, where victors revel in power, and the vanquished become slaves, rather than allow the wizarding world to cower in a confined space, reveling in their own peculiar abilities." Indeed, the assembly echoed in unison, some Death Eaters' eyes gleaming with fervor. Subsequently, Voldemort assigned further tasks before dismissing them, leaving Severus and Lucius alone. "Severus, you should be among the least punished of the Death Eaters. I recall the most severe infraction occurred years ago when you allowed your classmate to escape here. I have always perceived a resemblance between us. We both crave power and strength, yet the human psyche is oftentimes complex. I did not expect you to show compassion for a mudblood. I have been informed that your last mission's failure was intentional. Is that so?" Severus knelt, a flicker of panic in his eyes. Yet before he could utter a word, the Dark Lord unleashed the Cruciatus curse upon him, the incantation continuing until Severus collapsed to the ground. Yet this also provided him solace. As long as he remained of value, the Dark Lord would not slay him. "Take him away, Lucius." "Yes, my lord." Avery utilized apparition to transport Severus back to Spinner's End, assisting him onto the bed before heading to the laboratory in search of a potion to mitigate the curse's effects. In the third cabinet, on the second shelf, Severus leaned against the doorframe, appearing precariously unsteady. Avery retrieved the potion and promptly supported him. Once Severus had consumed the potion and reclined in bed, the elixir seemed tailored for counteracting the Cruciatus curse, or contained elements related to the elixir of life. Soon, Severus drifted into slumber, though it was not a peaceful one. Avery held his hand, seated at the bedside, wiping the sweat from his brow. Fortunately, she could finally touch him and care for him directly. As night fell, Severus's condition improved, at least allowing him to sleep more soundly. She dared not ponder the punishment he would face upon leaving her at Malfoy Manor, focusing instead on his cruel words, intentionally disregarding the cost of his departure for her sake. Regret filled her heart. Had she known they would be unable to meet for such an extended period after their last encounter, she would have never left, no matter the trials that lay ahead. The following day, Severus awoke to find himself in the bedroom, the sheets carrying a faint fragrance. Avery was not in the room. She came in after a while. "You're awake, Severus. Are you experiencing any discomfort?" Avery sought to conceal her worry, fearing it might burden Severus further. She had acted similarly at Malfoy Manor the previous day. Given the perilous nature of Severus's work, She could not afford to be a hindrance. I'm fine now. I likely frightened you yesterday, Severus said, sitting up and offering her a faint smile. Though he appeared weak, Avery knew that he saw through her facade. Indeed, how could she not be afraid? She quickly suppressed her urge to cry and stepped out of the bedroom. Upon returning, she held a cup of milk, appearing to have regained her composure. Chapter 46, Contact. Avery ventured out to procure some provisions, and discovered Severus already attired and seated in the laboratory, furrowing his brow as he inscribed something onto parchment. Severus, you haven't fully recuperated yet you are still working? Yes, I'm drafting potions for the inferi banshees. And I still need to address the werewolves. The Dark Lord requires me to enhance the wolfsbane potion to win over the werewolves, so I must act swiftly. Avery remained silent, closing the door behind her. After a while, she entered with porridge and fried eggs. I've placed it here. Remember to eat, Severus. I must step out for a while, and will return tonight. You'll need to manage lunch yourself. There's steak I've marinated in the kitchen. With that, Avery exited, leaving no opportunity for Severus to inquire about her whereabouts. Avery changed into attire befitting an Auror, donned a hat, and departed. She intended to visit the Ministry of Magic to examine past case files, as recent years had witnessed a surge in cases, and the Ministry's records were in disarray. Investigating these cases to uncover the traces of the Order of the Phoenix required immense patience. Yet unfortunately, she did not uncover much useful information. However, it was noted that the location where the Order had appeared most frequently was Godric's Hollow. Avery recognized it. She had been a guest at the Potter home on more than one occasion. Carrying the documents, Avery exited the ministry and apparat to Godric's Hollow. It appeared to have been secured. She could not locate the former Potter estate, but she did spot a familiar door key atop a tree, a broomstick crafted by Mr. Potter for James, enabling the playful James to return swiftly to the house. James had always relished climbing trees. It seemed fortune favored her. Perhaps this place served as the headquarters of the Order of the Phoenix. Avery, in her high heels, nimbly ascended the tree and grasped the broomstick's handle. Suddenly, she appeared in the room, catching James and the house elf off guard. James was struggling to put on a pair of Muggle-style jeans, while the house elf chastised him for wearing Muggle clothing, clearly indicating that this was James's bedroom. James. Avery had not anticipated that the door key would lead her here. After a moment of surprise, she spoke first. James, too, was taken aback by the unexpected encounter with Avery. He quickly adjusted the ill-fitting jeans, fastening the button. The awkwardness soon dissipated as, under the house elf's guidance, Avery was led downstairs to the sitting room for tea, while James changed into a different outfit before joining her. Avery, what brings you here? Savoring the fragrance of the tea, James could not resist taking a sip, only to cough it up due to Avery's unexpected declaration. He had yet to discern its flavor. I wish to join the Order of the Phoenix. Do you realize what you are saying? Avery, this is noyest. You could be tortured or even killed by Death Eaters. I am aware. Are you not also a member of the Order? Certainly, though I have always been. This is not suited for you, Avery. James's expression reflected concern. To him, Avery seemed somewhat fragile, and the female members of the Order, Lily and Molly, appeared far stronger. Clearly, you do not have faith in my abilities, Avery remarked, producing her credentials. I served as an Auror in America for a year, responsible for tracking, apprehending, and interrogating. That should suffice to demonstrate my prowess. James picked up the document and studied it, seemingly in disbelief. The Ivy he remembered was a noblewoman who had sought refuge in America during the war. He never imagined that upon their reunion, she would have achieved such remarkable accomplishments. I still possess intelligence regarding the Death Eaters and the Dark Lord. Very well, I trust you, Ivy, but we are in a precarious situation. And I must ensure the safety of the other members of the Order of the Phoenix. Therefore, our communication must remain strictly one-on-one, until your information can be verified. After which you may formally join us. I understand, and I can share with you the latest news. The Dark Lord will soon have an improved wolfsbane potion to win over the werewolves. You should consider recalling Lupin from the werewolf camp. Otherwise, he will soon be in grave danger. How can that be? Lupin has persuaded the majority of the werewolves, and their leader has already given his approval. He has made significant progress. That is of no consequence, James. Without tangible benefits, mere ideals of justice will not secure reliable allies. From what I understand, the enhanced potion will greatly alleviate the agony of transformation, allowing them to retain their rationality. In the absence of the debilitating weakness that follows transformation, the werewolves' combat capabilities will be markedly enhanced. Do you truly believe they will not align themselves with the Death Eaters? Ivy had reviewed the experimental data written by Severus. Thanks to Severus's potion, The werewolves will undoubtedly side with the Death Eaters. Very well, I comprehend. There is one more matter. At the Gunther Manor, the stronghold of the Death Eaters, a woman is being held captive. She must be of considerable importance to the Dark Lord. If we could rescue her, her intelligence might prove invaluable to the Order. Ivy, how do you know so much? I have been closely monitoring the movements of the Death Eaters. This information is what I have uncovered. You can trust me more, James. You know my father was killed by the Death Eaters, so I cannot be an enemy of the Order. Ivy herself was indifferent to the hatred, merely seeking to bolster her credibility in James's eyes. They established a method of communication, agreeing to meet at a pub in Diagon Alley, after which Ivy departed from the Potter residence. Once Ivy had left, James promptly made his way to Grimmauld Place. Recently, there had been a dearth of favorable news for the Order, and he hoped Ivy's information would serve as a breakthrough. At Grimmauld Place, as James entered, he had yet to share his findings with the others when he was met with Lily's reprimand. By this time, Lily had fully embraced the demeanor of a Gryffindor lioness, exuding a commanding presence that even Sirius occasionally found daunting. James, did I not instruct you to meet my sister today? Why are you still clad in wizarding robes? And you are an entire hour late. In that moment, James recalled his oversight. So preoccupied with sharing Ivy's news, he had neglected to change his attire. The recent cessation of activities within the Order had placed his and Lily's relationship in focus. He had already met Lily's parents, and now that her sister had given birth, Lily intended to pay a visit. She had repeatedly warned him that her sister and brother-in-law despised everything related to the wizarding world. Yet James still made such a blunder, forcing him to endure Lily's chastisement while occasionally casting a glare at the smirking Sirius. Time was of the essence, and James contemplated saving the discussion for the evening meeting when Professor Dumbledore and Mad-Eye Moody would also be present, though before he knew it, Lily was dragging him out to purchase clothing. Number 19, Spinner's End. Severus, a Death Eater, has discovered a member of the Order in the Muggle world. The Dark Lord has specifically requested that you lead a team there, and Regulus will assist you. I understand. What is the exact location? Number 12, Grimmauld Place. Chapter 47, The Capture. Grimmauld Place. Sirius and Peter were conversing, with Sirius expressing his envy for James. He too wished for a woman like Lily to keep him in check. Peter feigned agreement but inwardly scoffed at Lily. He recalled her defense of Snape during a meeting, where she claimed he had deliberately allowed her to escape. While this had granted Peter some recognition in the eyes of the Dark Lord, he still held Lily in disdain. He could discern that Sirius harbored feelings for Lily, pretending to be a dashing rogue while secretly longing for her. Remus was similar. Though taciturn, his eyes betrayed his feelings. Among their group, Peter was the one who understood Remus best. As for Severus, he couldn't fathom what so many saw in Lily. He only found her to be rather capricious, with a loud voice and an inclination to meddle in others' affairs, nearly exposing him on several occasions. Thus, he decisively left Grimmauld Place to relay information about Number 12 to the Dark Lord. Cloaked and hooded, Severus walked along the path, his wand in hand. A mask donned over his face. He knew escape was impossible. The Dark Lord had tasked Regulus with watching him. If Lily had any inkling of this, his grip on his wand tightened. Severus was the last to arrive. Regulus had evidently been waiting at Number 12 for some time, identifiable through the mask he wore, accompanied by several unmasked Death Eaters. Where are the Dementors? Over there, Regulus gestured, unsure why Severus had requested the Dementors' presence. What purpose do they serve? Most members of the Order are capable of conjuring a Patronus. Do you intend to search room by room? I do not have the luxury of waiting for you to engage in such fruitless tasks. Once a Patronus is summoned, we will know their whereabouts and, consequently, who among the Order is present. Severus's expression darkened as he refrained from voicing the latter half of his thoughts. You make a valid point. You all disperse and investigate. If you encounter anyone, cast the dark mark immediately. Regulus instructed the Death Eaters behind him, knowing Severus's temperament would prevent him from reprimanding him for taking charge. Compared to the Death Eaters, Lily and James arrived a bit late. Lily was currently lamenting that James had not adequately absorbed the Muggle Studies course, resulting in their causing numerous gaffes in the shop. James, when will you learn to be considerate of others? Do you have any idea how exhausting it has been for me to be with you lately? You've made my parents dislike you, and they do not understand me. I can only hope my sister can speak well of you, yet you continue to behave this way. Lily, I genuinely got delayed by some matters. I have explained this to you numerous times. It was not intentional. James's gait was somewhat awkward, as all his previous clothing had been tailored. The jeans he wore now felt ill-fitting. The two remained absorbed in their quarrel, oblivious to the eerie atmosphere surrounding them, which felt unusually quiet. Stop, Lily, something feels off. At James's prompt, Lily regained her composure from her anger and cast a glance around. It's the Dementors. We must leave immediately, James urged, pulling Lily back as two Death Eaters in black cloaks appeared behind them. The street was deserted, and James and Lily could only seek refuge in a neighboring yard. But while they managed to evade the Death Eaters pursuing them, they could not escape the Dementors. A silver stag burst forth from a window, accompanied by the ominous emergence of the dark mark in the sky. That fool Potter, to fall for the same ruse a second time. Severus seethed as he recognized the familiar stag Patronus. He knew Potter must have Lily with him, just as he had last time. Just as expected of you, Severus. Unlike Severus, Regulus visibly relaxed at the sight of the stag, relieved it was not his brother. Perhaps there is more than one person. It's possible Potter's close friends are present as well? Black. They are nearly inseparable. Regulus, I trust you will not show any leniency, Severus said, his voice laced with coldness, for aside from the Dark Lord and Lucius, no one else was privy to the specifics of this mission's target. Regulus was timid, making him easy to manipulate. I certainly will not show any mercy. Everyone knows he has been disowned by the Black family. Let us hope it remains that way. After Severus vanished through the apparition to the location indicated by the mark, Regulus, harboring a deep-seated resentment, pursued him closely. Indeed, traces of paw prints were still visible on the ground. The moment Regulus arrived, he overheard Severus speaking, and his mind became a tumult of confusion. He did not even take the time to scrutinize the ground before concluding that his brother was with James. After all, Severus was known for his keen intellect, rarely making erroneous deductions, and had no reason to deceive them regarding this matter. The area was heavily laced with the restrictions of apparition, limiting their escape, and they pressed on in pursuit. Severus's voice remained steady, devoid of any hint of tension, while Regulus stood silently beside him, a recent graduate still somewhat naive despite his fervent admiration for the Dark Lord. Lily, listen to me, James implored. We cannot always count on encountering Snape. Nor can we rely on him to let us go unscathed each time. If this continues, none of us will be able to escape. You must find a place to hide while I divert their attention. No, James, I will go. If I encounter Severus, I am confident he will not harm me. Lily, as your boyfriend, it is my duty to protect you. I do not require Severus's mercy. With that, James concealed Lily in a cabinet and dashed outside. James was captured, and both Severus and Regulus appeared quite satisfied with this outcome, revealing no signs of error before the Dark Lord, as if their testimonies had been meticulously prearranged. Fortunately, James's mental occlusion was quite proficient. Whenever the Dark Lord attempted to delve into his mind, he was swiftly expelled, unable to withstand the intrusion, and succumbed to unconsciousness, collapsing to the ground. My lord, I possess a truth serum that might be administered to him. I recall he has a companion. Despite our exhaustive search, Regulus and I could not locate them. Oh, Regulus, is that so? Indeed, my lord. We left no stone unturned. Regulus stood, slightly anxious, a demeanor typical of his usual excitement in the presence of the Dark Lord, which no one found peculiar. Of course, this was a ruse, having captured James. Both men simultaneously departed, and no one mentioned continuing the search. Regulus was uncertain why Severus chose to lie, but it served his interests, prompting him to echo the sentiment. The Dark Lord was thoroughly pleased, believing his loyal servant had returned, having ensnared a key member of the Order of the Phoenix. Although this individual held little intrinsic value now, he was nonetheless a significant blow to the Order. Severus, you have performed admirably this time. I am aware of your past grievances with him. Thus, I shall leave his fate in your hands, be it the truth serum or any other method. Do as you see fit. The Dark Lord had delved into Severus's mind and understood the depth of his hatred for James, wielding both reward and threat with keen insight. Thank you for your mercy, my lord. I shall not allow him to perish so easily, not until I have exacted my revenge. Severus's gaze momentarily flickered with hatred before curling into a menacing smile. Chapter 48. Settling the score. That evening, Ivy returned home laden with shopping bags, having purchased a multitude of items. The living room light was still aglow, indicating Severus's presence. However, upon entering, Ivy was taken aback to find a familiar figure, James, bound and semi-reclining on the floor, unconscious. She was bewildered as to when the Death Eaters had become so efficient. Had Severus discovered her earlier endeavor to locate James? That seemed unlikely. Upon hearing her return, Severus emerged from the room. Severus, what is this? James Potter. Do not tell me you do not recognize him, a crucial member of the Order of the Phoenix, now reduced to a prisoner. Are you going to kill him? Ivy inquired as she set down her belongings. In truth, she did not wish for James's demise. Beyond its potential impact on her plans, numerous other reasons loomed. The foremost being her fear that if James were to die prematurely, Lily might pursue Severus. What if Severus ultimately became Harry's father? The thought of that scenario compelled her to exclaim, "You cannot kill him, Severus." In her moment of desperation, Ivy regretted her outburst. Curse it. She must have been influenced by Mia's whimsical notions. Why not? Give me a reason, Ivy. Severus's eyes narrowed as he approached her, his demeanor cold. He had no intention of slaying James. Rather, he merely needed to detain him for a time to maintain appearances, then orchestrate an accident to ensure his departure. Yet Ivy's reaction provoked deeper contemplation. The pressure emanating from Severus compelled Ivy to step back, but the wall obstructed her retreat. Before her stood Severus's impassive gaze, and she found herself at a loss for words. Perhaps it was unnecessary to remedy her slip. Merely shifting the blame would suffice, bringing them to an understanding. With this thought, Ivy felt her tension dissipate. Should James die, Lily would undoubtedly be heartbroken. You do not wish for Lily to be in pain, do you, Severus? Ivy's tone was melodic, yet it ignited a flicker of anger in Severus's previously indifferent eyes. Do not invoke Lily's name, Ivy. Severus understood Ivy's sensitivity towards Lily. Much like his own towards James, Ivy stubbornly averted her gaze, and ultimately, Severus relented, taking a step back. Ivy presumed Severus had acquiesced, that the matter was settled, only to be met with the incantation, Expecto Patronum. A luminous serpent emerged from the tip of Severus's wand, gliding through the room, seemingly dispelling the darkness within. Ivy gazed at Severus's Patronus, her mouth agape, momentarily at a loss for words, fully aware of its significance. Patron uses only transformed under profound emotional upheaval or trauma. Ivy felt a twinge of guilt. She embraced Severus and murmured, "I love you too. Severus, you haven't dined yet, have you? Allow me to prepare a steak for you." Ivy extricated herself from Severus's embrace, her eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. Very well. The following morning, Ivy was roused by the sounds of a heated argument emanating from the living room. "Give it up, Snape. I will not divulge anything." James, though uncertain of his whereabouts, spoke with considerable volume. "Do not think that merely resisting legitimacy assures your safety. There are myriad ways to extract answers from your mind. Care to test me, Potter?" Severus's tone was harsh, his eyes glimmering with disdain. "If you have the guts, kill me, Snape. Do you think I lack the courage?" Severus reflected that his gravest error had been not dispatching James with an Avada Kedavra at Malfoy Manor. "Listen well, fool. There is a traitor within your order. I could let you go, but you must return claiming you escaped on your own to spare me any trouble. What nonsense is this? Snape. We in the order stand united. I will not be swayed by your provocations." "Then how do you explain that before you even reached Godric's Hollow, the Dark Lord had already dispatched forces to ambush you? Think carefully with what little brain remains. Who could possibly know of your intent to go to Godric's Hollow with Lily?" Upon hearing this, although James's expression remained furious, he was unable to suppress a moment of contemplation, for this was not the first instance. Whenever they ventured beyond Grimmauld Place or the manor, they invariably encountered Death Eater pursuits. Ivy quietly opened the door, intending to sneak to the restroom, but before she could step outside, Severus blocked her path. "Do you wish for Potter to see you, Ivy? But I cannot remain cooped up forever, and besides, it wouldn't matter if he saw me." James observed Severus seemingly conversing with someone, his tone laced with concern, and then he witnessed Severus being embraced by a pair of fair arms, nearly causing his jaw to drop in disbelief. "You must change your clothes before coming out, Ivy." "Understood. By the way, Severus, I bought you some clothes yesterday. I noticed you hadn't prepared for Narcissa's birthday party tonight. You won't hold it against me for taking the initiative, will you?" "Of course not." Severus's response came out somewhat stiffly. In truth, had Ivy not reminded him, he might have entirely forgotten about the occasion. Ivy changed into a long-sleeved pajama set before making her way to the bathroom, deliberately ignoring the astonished James. Considering Severus's temperament, Ivy intended to act as if James were non-existent. The door to Severus's laboratory stood ajar, where he sat engrossed in his writing. "What would you like for breakfast, Severus?" Ivy inquired, unable to resist admiring the diligent manner in which he worked. She had always found herself powerless against his serious demeanor. Perhaps fried fish, sans lemon juice." Severus contemplated before responding. "Very well." "Ivy, wait. How did you end up with Snape?" James interjected. "Perhaps it is simply because we are in love," Ivy replied before heading into the kitchen. James wished to inquire whether Ivy was aware of Severus's affiliation with the Death Eaters, but her abrupt response left him momentarily speechless. This, however, was not the most challenging aspect of his predicament. Soon the tantalizing aroma of breakfast wafted from the kitchen, stirring his hunger. Especially since he had not eaten all day. Yet, he could only watch from afar as Ivy and Severus shared laughter over their meal, prompting memories of Molly's cooking to resurface. Severus, perhaps you should offer him some food. He looks as though he might burst into tears. Noticing James's distress, Ivy felt a twinge of concern. What if his hunger led to some misfortune? Where would she find such an easily manipulated member of the Order of the Phoenix? Severus acquiesced, rising to retrieve a bowl of porridge, which he then handed to James, much to Ivy's relief. Given the peculiar atmosphere in the room, Ivy sought out Narcissa, whose life of luxury paled in comparison to her own. She often found herself confined to Malfoy Manor. Upon stepping from the fireplace, Ivy encountered Narcissa, who appeared significantly improved, her elegant gown accentuating her figure perfectly. After exchanging a brief embrace, Ivy said, "Happy early birthday, Narcissa. I regret that I cannot attend your birthday celebration. I shall rely on you to keep an eye on Severus." "You need not worry about that, Ivy. Severus has always been a man of integrity," Narcissa replied with a slight smile. In many respects, Narcissa resembled Ivy. Both women were acutely aware of their desires and, once a decision was made, were unwavering in their pursuit. This was the reason for Ivy's collaboration with her. Narcissa had access to the Gunter estate and might offer Ivy invaluable assistance. Chapter 49. I can explain. Upon returning from Malfoy Manor, Ivy found Severus having freed James from his chains, both seated at the dining table. "Are you releasing James?" Severus inquired. "I have released him. He stubbornly refused to leave until you returned," Ivy explained. "Very well, Severus, I can elucidate." Severus turned his gaze toward Ivy, his expression conveying a clear message. "Then by all means explain." However, to truly explain would likely take some time. And with Narcissa's birthday celebration drawing near, Ivy suggested, "Let us discuss this upon your return, shall we?" "I shall await your return." Severus, charmed by Ivy's playful tone, leaned forward to kiss her cheek before retreating to change his attire. He had long anticipated Ivy's behavior, but chose not to contest it in James's presence. "Listen to me, James. What I told you that day was entirely truthful. I wished to join the Order of the Phoenix, and the intelligence I shared was genuine. However, Severus is correct. There is a traitor within the Order, and I know it to be Peter. You must inform Dumbledore of this immediately, but do not disclose it to anyone else. Furthermore, regarding my relationship with Severus, including his decision to let you go, you must confide in no one but Dumbledore." Ivy spoke quietly to James as Severus entered his room. How could it possibly be Peter? James, taken aback by Ivy's serious demeanor, could only nod in acknowledgement of the grim reality. "Additionally, you must remain hidden for 6 months. If you must appear, use Polyjuice Potion." Understood. James recognized Ivy's intentions to protect Severus, and did not contest her directive. "You should have no objections to my employing a binding spell to restrict you. That is acceptable. At times, I struggle to keep secrets. With a contract in place, it ensures that no one, aside from Headmaster Dumbledore, will be aware of it. Severus released me. I have no cause to betray him." James regarded Ivy, a bittersweet smile gracing his lips. She remained strikingly beautiful, and he could not deny that his mother's judgment had been astute. He knew that she had valued Ivy as a person rather than the Caterwall family. Yet, his rebellious nature had intensified his disdain for her at the time. Fortunately, he now had Lily by his side. Severus should be envious of him. The atmosphere at the birthday celebration was pleasant, as many attendees were familiar faces. Even amidst underlying tensions, they would spare the Malfoys any public disputes. After conversing with Igor Karkaroff for a short while, Severus retreated to a corner, preferring solitude. He had never been fond of socializing, and while he once felt compelled to engage, he now found it exhausting to navigate such encounters. Severus assumed that any intelligent individual would understand that his presence in that corner signified a desire to avoid conversation, but evidently, this common sense eluded a certain lady. "Miss Crabbe? Your father is over there." "Oh, I am aware, but it is rather loud over there, is it not? This area seems much more tranquil," she remarked before taking a seat opposite Severus. As a colleague of Mr. Crabbe, Severus was reluctant to dismiss the young lady too brusquely, so he remained seated, maintaining a stoic demeanor. Seemingly familiar with Severus's character, Miss Crabbe appeared quite pleased with the situation. After all, besides his lineage, few among the Death Eaters could rival Severus. As her father often said, Severus was handsome, well-built, abstained from vices, and was devoid of any detrimental habits, an ideal candidate for a husband. Thus, she remained unfazed by his aloofness, finding him all the more captivating. "May I have the honor of dancing with you, Severus?" Miss Crabbe rose, extending her hand toward him. I do not enjoy dancing, Miss Crabbe. You may offer this opportunity to someone else. Then I shall not impose further. With a somewhat awkward smile, Miss Crabbe departed. Yet she remained undeterred, having devised alternative strategies. It seemed that with someone like Severus, there was only one course of action to take. With this thought, she summoned the Malfoy house elf, Dobby, and instructed him to pour something into a glass of wine, perhaps fearing that Severus would not acquiesce willingly, or perhaps lacking confidence in her own allure. Miss Crabbe ensured a generous dose of the potion, then sent Dobby to substitute Severus's drink while she awaited her opportunity. After engaging in a few conversations, Severus took a sip of his wine, puzzled by its scent. Soon he began to feel unwell, just as he contemplated leaving. Miss Crabbe approached, supporting him closely, exacerbating his discomfort. Severus never imagined that the woman before him would dare to act in such a manner. The gathering was intimate, and many attendees noticed Severus's peculiar behavior, although most merely condemned Miss Crabbe's actions. Some, who had aligned themselves with the Malfoy family, seemed eager to curry favor with Severus, while others were simply there to witness his embarrassment, until Narcissa and Lucius discerned the commotion. As Severus prepared to cast the killing curse upon the fallen Miss Crabbe, Lucius swiftly intervened. Severus, you are intoxicated. Both Lucius and Narcissa recognized Severus's condition. Lucius pulled him aside and procured a vial of antidote from the Malfoy collection, encouraging Severus to drink. You possess such an antidote? Narcissa inquired, astonished. My dear wife, you should be aware of just how popular your husband is. As they conversed, Severus drank the potion, gradually regaining clarity. I shall take my leave now, Lucius. Please inform Miss Crabbe that this matter is far from resolved. Severus's eyes were tinged with a lustful hue, turning a deep crimson as he spoke, and then strode towards the fireplace. Recently, Crabbe had indeed been rather restless, daring to entertain such notions at your birthday celebration. If he were to succeed, it would surely tarnish the Malfoy name. Ah, you've returned, Severus, Ivy remarked as she opened the bedroom door, having been roused from slumber by the noise. No sooner had she spoken than Severus kissed her, pushing her back into the room, the door slamming shut behind them. Ivy found herself thrown onto the bed, and even in her dazed state, she sensed something amiss with Severus. She attempted to push him away, but the warmth of his breath rendered her limbs weak. Desperately, she reached for her wand at the bedside, wishing to be with Severus, yet not in such a manner. Overcome, she collapsed. Severus fell atop her. Allowing Ivy a moment to catch her breath, she could distinctly feel his weight. Though Severus was slender, she had not anticipated him to be so heavy. After a brief respite, Ivy finally managed to push Severus away. Her expression cooled slightly as she detected the scent of perfume lingering on him. Ivy had never used perfume herself, finding its fragrance often uneven, lacking in authenticity. She wondered which lady from the soir had left her scent on Severus. Suppressing the urge to tear that garment to shreds, Ivy began to unbutton his shirt, intending to change his attire. She recalled having purchased nightclothes for him the day before, though the sheer volume of her shopping had left her somewhat forgetful. I'm merely changing your clothes, not deliberately trying to gaze upon you, Severus. Severus possessed a fine physique, something she could feel with every embrace. Yet this was the first time she had encountered such a scene. Her fingers traced from his chest to his abdomen, revealing scars that stretched from one shoulder down to his arm. As her fingers grazed the scars, the anger she had felt earlier dissipated. With a flick of her wand, she deftly changed Severus into his nightclothes and tucked him beneath the covers. Turning off the light, Ivy slipped under the covers beside him, wrapping her arms around one of his. Before dawn, perhaps due to the sudden presence of another, Ivy awoke early. She noticed Severus lying beside her, his arm under her head, and they were quite close, allowing her to see his eyelashes clearly. Unable to resist, she pressed a gentle kiss to the corner of Severus's lips. Severus's sleep was light. Having awakened once the previous night, he stirred at her touch, his eyes still clouded with confusion. Upon recognizing Ivy's action, a smile graced his lips, uncertain of her intentions, recalling that Ivy had rendered him unconscious the night before. Severus, those scars on your arm, are they from a werewolf? The improved wolfsbane potion inevitably requires contact with them. Severus closed his eyes and pulled Ivy closer, disallowing her further examination of his scars. Severus, what happened yesterday? I can explain, but let me hold you a while longer. Chapter 50. A bet. The hovel. Lily sat on her bed, perusing photographs, initially motivated by her longing for James, yet her gaze drifted to another picture. She harbored a secret within her heart, one she had never divulged to anyone. She had once held feelings for Severus, not merely as a friend, but in her youth. She was overly concerned with the opinions of others. She feared that being with Severus would subject her to ridicule, for at that time he often found himself in disarray, landing in embarrassing situations. She could be his best friend, but could not assume any other role. Lily despised her former self, loathed her subtle disdain for Severus, and detested the vanity that arose from James's affections. Severus must have seen through her, for he was astute, yet he remained unchanged in his regard for her. His kindness was unconditional. It was not an exaggeration to say that had circumstances been different, she might have been able to persuade Severus to betray the Dark Lord. Before Mia informed her, she had been unaware of Severus's feelings for her, as he had never voiced them. Subsequently, as Ivy and Severus drifted apart, she had hinted at her feelings, even directly inquiring, but Severus had shown no response to her subtlety. Perhaps she had been too vague? Caught in a conflict of emotions, she occasionally distanced herself from Severus while spending time with James. Yet Severus seemed unfazed. Although James was a good man, he could not compare to Severus of the past. James lacked the attentiveness that Severus had, and the comparison made her increasingly critical of him. However, now that she had lost James once more, Lily wept over the album, unsure if her tears were for James or for her own missed opportunities in love. Unbeknownst to Lily, at that moment, James was cloaked in invisibility alongside Dumbledore, making their way to the headmaster's office. After listening to James, Dumbledore pondered for some time before advising him on their next steps. But headmaster, what if Peter is not a traitor? We cannot direct our suspicions towards him based solely on conjecture. You are correct, James, but we must exercise caution. Since you cannot appear at the hovel, I hope you will maintain contact with Ivy. That lady she mentioned? You might consider reaching out to Ivy. We need more intelligence. Ivy awaited Severus's explanation. Yet as the improved wolfsbane potion seemed to reach a critical juncture, Severus had been preoccupied in the laboratory for several days. However, Narcissa informed Ivy of the events that had transpired that day, and additionally confirmed the layout of the Gaunt Manor. It was likely that when the Dark Lord summoned the werewolves, a banquet would be held at the manor, making her presence there less peculiar. Severus's potion was complete, and the banquet should be approaching. Ivy nodded. Her visits to Narcissa had been to study her expressions, demeanor, speech patterns, and habits. She intended to assume Narcissa's identity to infiltrate Gaunt Manor, at least to meet Lindsay. As expected, when Severus returned that evening, Ivy received news of his impending journey to the werewolf tribe. I promise I will return swiftly, Ivy, Severus said, sensing her silence and assuming she was displeased. Is there truly no one else the Dark Lord can utilize? Must he send a potions master like you to such perilous grounds? What if you are harmed? What if you become a werewolf? I cannot brew the wolfsbane potion. I will be fine, Ivy. I am an unregistered Animagus. Do you not remember? We discussed it before. Severus found Ivy's concern somewhat peculiar, yet continued to explain. Very well. I shall await your return. Do not think of me too much, Ivy sighed. Knowing there was no room for refusal regarding the Dark Lord's orders to persuade the werewolves to join the Death Eaters, Severus ventured to the werewolf tribe, accompanied by Barty Crouch Jr. and Knot. The werewolf leader proved as troublesome as the Dark Lord had described. Even with the improved wolfsbane potion as leverage, the werewolves were not easily swayed. It was a laborious task. Within a chamber of the werewolf tribe, Severus and his companions had been there several days, engaging in a tedious stalemate with the werewolf leader. Snape, spare Crabbe, he meant well, albeit with misguided methods. What, now you are speaking on Crabbe's behalf, not? When Crabbe is mentioned, Severus's expression twists with disdain. During their last encounter, Crabbe sought Lucius's assistance, yet Lucius chose to remain aloof, leaving Crabbe no choice but to appeal to Knot. Knot, it would be prudent for you to refrain from meddling in this trivial affair. Snape will not perceive it as a kindness. Young Barty Crouch, seated nearby, chuckled maliciously, ignoring the glances thrown his way by Severus. As a fellow Death Eater, he considered himself no less worthy than Snape, having graduated with straight Os. In his view, Snape's current achievements were merely a consequence of his earlier graduation. This time, accompanying Severus to the werewolf's lair to subdue the creatures, he aimed to prove his point. It appears, Crouch, that you are quite receptive to such benevolence. Thus, you shall not refuse my offer to arrange a few werewolf brides for you at this banquet. Oh, I nearly forgot. Given your potion-making prowess, you likely cannot turn them down. Snape, might I remind you that my potion grades are also OS, and I am not inferior to you. Barty suppressed his anger, his voice laced with barely concealed venom. Indeed, but do you comprehend the distinction between us? Though we share the same grades, my OS were earned because the highest score is only an O. Let us wager, Crouch, on whether you will find yourself in the bed of a werewolf bride by tomorrow. Severus understood that purebloods like Barty would feel utterly insulted at the thought of mingling with werewolf bloodlines. Very well, I accept your wager. The victor shall claim the glory of this endeavor. Barty fixed his gaze intently on Severus, his previous failure weighing heavily on him. And he was in desperate need of a chance to redeem himself. Excellent. Not, you shall serve as our witness. Not, standing aside, remain non-committal. Both of his peers were formidable in their own right, favored by the Dark Lord, making it unwise to offend either side. Chapter 51. The banquet during the evening's festivities. Barty was on high alert, refusing to consume anything, even declining the werewolf leader's drink, fearful of falling into Severus's trap. Yet the following day, as he gazed at the woman beside him, Barty felt a torrent of anger that nearly rendered him unsteady, perhaps also due to exhaustion. He hastily approached Severus, barely having donned his clothing. Snape, what have you done to me? It seems you have realized I have triumphed, Crouch. Would you not prefer to dress properly before conversing with me? Severus busied himself with the rare herbs gifted by the werewolf leader, casting a sidelong glance at Barty as he approached. Humph, you are indeed cunning. This victory belongs to you, Snape. No, it appears you have yet to meet Not. This accomplishment is yours. I merely seek these potion ingredients. Ha. You are too kind, Snape. What trickery are you up to? The credit is yours. But you shall soon find yourself betrothed to a bride of werewolf lineage. The woman with whom you shared an intimate moment last night is the daughter of the werewolf leader. Clearly, Crouch, you have single-handedly facilitated this partnership. You dare to do this? Barty staggered back in shock, nearly losing his balance. How could a pureblood like him marry a werewolf? Why not? I act for the sake of our master's mission. Yet you are the true beneficiary of this endeavor. I have conveyed this to the master without embellishment. As Severus finished packaging the last herb, he observed Barty still standing there, fists clenched, and continued, You ought to gather your belongings. Our journey will conclude sooner than anticipated, and we must return to report. Barty unclenched his fists, turned to leave, but was incited by Severus's parting words. Do not forget to bring your werewolf wife. The master has specifically requested to meet her. At that moment, Barty seemed to grasp the gravity of the situation, regaining his composure and affirming, I understand. As he strode forward, Gunter Manor the Death Eaters had never witnessed such a complete gathering, many wearing expressions of amusement. Even Narcissa, a family member, sat beside Lucius. While the long table was filled with attendees, all gathered to celebrate the werewolves' inclusion, a notion tacitly approved by the Dark Lord. Leading the werewolves was Fenrir Greyback, who entered Gunter Manor, confident that with the werewolves on their side, the invasion of the Muggle world would be assured, for there were no better victims than werewolves. The Dark Lord praised Barty, then turned his inquiries to Severus. Crouch's loyalty to you fills me with admiration. I have merely performed a trifling deed, my lord. Severus maintained his customary tone, utterly indifferent to Barty's struggle to maintain his composure. With werewolves present, Barty was no fool. Despite his fury, he sat quietly in his chair, earning him a measure of respect, as few in attendance would willingly accept the prospect of marrying a werewolf. Soon, the banquet commenced, and Gunter Manor hosted a multitude of guests, primarily relatives of the Death Eaters. Although the Death Eaters were notorious for their madness, the atmosphere at this banquet remained relatively normal, filled with dancing and conversation. Far more attendees than at the previous birthday celebration at Malfoy Manor. Lucius, I am weary. I shall take my leave for a while, Narcissa informed Lucius after mingling with a few guests, feeling fatigued from standing. Lucius, trusting her judgment, permitted her to rest. Observing the Dark Lord engaged in conversation with the werewolves from a distance, Narcissa exited the main hall, encountering numerous couples stealing kisses in secluded corners. Such soirees typically extended into the following day, with the Dark Lord imposing no restrictions on the Death Eaters' behavior. After victory, revelry was essential for release. Now, Narcissa resembled Ivy under the influence of the polyjuice potion. Ascending the staircase, she cast a disillusionment charm upon herself, and made her way to the room Narcissa had mentioned. Activating an alchemical device she had purchased days prior, designed to allow passage through walls, as the door to this room was sealed by an entry restriction charm, Ivy stepped inside, expecting to find a laboratory, for Lindsay was a subject of the Dark Lord's experiments. However, she was greeted by the sight of Lindsay quietly lying on the bed. The room ordinary yet for her pale complexion, and the furrowed brows of her slumbering form. Lindsay, Ivy approached, rousing her. Seeing the dazed expression in her eyes, she added, It is Ivy. You came. I knew you would, Lindsay smiled, though her weakness rendered even her smile laborious. What ails you? Has the Dark Lord tormented you? No, I simply wish to cease existing. He will not allow me to die. Why? Do you comprehend why he refuses to let me die, Ivy? anticipating Ivy's response. Lindsay remained silent regarding Ivy's queries. Is it because he loves you? Ivy hesitantly speculated. Not at all. Lindsay smiled at Ivy's expression, finding her naivety endearing, and then began to recount her tale. Once, I too believed he loved me. I was young and thought that with enough love he would change. How mistaken I was. As Professor Dumbledore said, he does not understand love. He desires my existence only to witness how he will ultimately fail. I possess within me the knowledge he seeks. I only recall making one grave mistake. I loved him too deeply, and he was too clever. I feared that one day I would reveal to him that he would bring about the world's destruction. So long ago, I employed a memory charm on myself to forget everything, never imagining I would still be ensnared. Now he seeks to exploit my thought processes to conquer the Muggle world. Lindsay, I shall save you. You need only to wait a little longer. Upon hearing Lindsay's revelations, Ivy's tone shifted to one of urgency, her astonishment palpable. I am weary, Ivy, and wish no longer to be used by him. You cannot save me. What binds me is not confined to this room. Lindsay, I do not understand. Why must it come to this? You are still young and perhaps do not comprehend the complexities of love. Those who have truly loved will always feel a flutter in their hearts upon encountering their beloved again, regardless of the passage of time or the disappointments endured. Yet, I cannot allow myself to fall for Tom again. I must not repeat the same mistakes as before. Ivy gazed at Lindsay, stifling her tears, remaining silent. Do not despair. Ivy, I have experienced many joyous years, living freely and pursuing my desires without regret. I am now an Auror, just like you. That is wonderful. But I was formidable in my own right. To emulate me, you must strive diligently and not squander what I have taught you. I understand. I must take my leave now. Will you still write to me, Lindsay? Ivy rose and walked towards the wall through which she entered, turning back to inquire. Yes. I will write to you, Lindsay replied, attempting to wave goodbye, but her arms felt heavy, and she could only muster an apologetic smile for Ivy. Ivy returned to the soiree in the guise of Narcissa. By evening, she bid farewell to Lucius and departed from the Gunter Manor, making her way back to Malfoy Manor. You have finally returned, Ivy. Narcissa approached her, understandably anxious under the watchful eyes of the Dark Lord. So, have you discovered the method to eliminate Horcruxes? Ivy informed Narcissa that she had met a witch at Gunter Manor who might possess such knowledge, which is why Narcissa agreed to assist her. Well, she mentioned the Fiendfire curse, but that is far too perilous. The other option involves the venom of the basilisk. Both of those seem considerably more dangerous than the Horcrux itself. Narcissa sighed, gazing at her own reflection resigned. Very well, let that cursed book remain in the basement. We must ensure it does not inadvertently absorb any life energy. Chapter 52. I miss you. Miss Crabbe? Avada Kedavra. Just as Crabbe turned to respond, she collapsed to the ground, her perfume vial shattering, releasing a fragrant cloud that mingled with the shrieks of her companions. When they turned to see the source of the spell, only a fleeting glimpse of a blue dress remained at the alley's entrance. Ivy wandered through Diagon Alley. It seemed that Spinner's End lacked everything. Severus's only demand for the room was its practicality. Aside from the careful handling of potion ingredients, he appeared indifferent to all else. Yesterday, she had waited at Malfoy Manor for the polyjuice potion to wear off before returning to Spinner's End. Severus had not yet returned by the time she left, which was not surprising given that the gathering was organized due to the presence of a werewolf. He was likely occupied. At Gunter Manor, it is you, I assent it? You killed my daughter. Severus, finally realizing the accusation, cast a spell to repel the middle-aged man who lunged at him, still plagued by a hangover. His patience was wearing thin. Why did you kill her? What wrong did she commit? Crabbe, rising, charged again but was intercepted. I do not know what you are talking about. Crabbe, calm down. Severus had been at Gunter Manor the whole time, having had no opportunity to harm his daughter. Who else could it be? He was poised to strike that day. Crabbe pointed his wand at Severus, grief rendering him reckless, though he hesitated to utter the incantation. It was not Severus he feared, but the Dark Lord, for they were still within Gunter Manor. Inevitably, the confrontation reached an impasse, only to be resolved when the Dark Lord intervened. When Severus returned, it was already afternoon. He found only a prepared lunch on the table, and no sign of Ivy. In Hogsmeade, Ivy had arranged to meet Hagrid, eager to inquire about the Dark Lord's past with Lindsay. Long time no see, Ivy. Indeed, Hagrid. You will never guess what gift I have brought you. Ivy carried a cage draped in black fabric as they walked towards his hut. Hagrid's fondness for Ivy stemmed from their shared love of animals. Unlike others from Slytherin, he held no disdain for her, appreciating her affection for the more adorable creatures. Ivy often gifted him magical creatures she could not care for, much to her grandmother's disapproval. Oh, a niffler. This is rather extravagant. Isn't it adorable? It can unearth treasures for its owner. I have always believed there are many treasures in the Forbidden Forest. It will bring you joy, Hagrid. The niffler was indeed expensive, nearly depleting half of Ivy's salary from the past 6 months. However, she had little time to cultivate their friendship. A valuable gift was a more effective means of winning his heart, especially with someone as innocent as Hagrid. Hagrid, I came to ask you some questions about the Dark Lord. I know you were classmates. Ivy, why do you want to know about him? Hagrid grew wary at the mention of the Dark Lord. Do not be alarmed, Hagrid. I am not probing into anything sensitive. I simply wish to understand his romantic history. Do you have any insight? That. Hagrid hesitated, then seemed to ponder deeply. He excelled in academics and was fascinated by dark magic. But when it came to matters of the heart, nothing stood out in his memory. He was friendly with Malfoy, but a relationship with him seems implausible. I see. Do you know a girl named Lindsay Hall? Hall. I know her, she is a Gryffindor. Nothing else? I cannot recall much. She seemed like a good person, but had no friends. Hagrid furrowed his brow in thought, but failed to provide more details. Ivy suspected Hagrid had been subjected to a memory charm, complicating matters further. All that Lindsay had shared with her was already known, and even her grandfather would likely possess no greater knowledge. Yet, she was powerless to prevent Lindsay's tragic fate. Ivy collected her emotions with a mental occlusion spell and returned to Spinner's End. The sounds emanating from the bathroom indicated that Severus had returned. As he emerged, Ivy sat at the dining table, arranging a newly purchased vase with flowers. Observing her delicate figure clad in a blue dress, Severus found it difficult to suppress certain thoughts. Did you go to Diagon Alley today? Why do you ask? I go there every day, Ivy replied without turning, absorbed in her floral arrangement. Did anything occur in Diagon Alley today? Yes, I heard someone was murdered there. Was it your Death Eaters, Severus? Finally adjusting the flowers to a visually pleasing arrangement, Ivy turned to Severus with a smile. It was not, he replied. Although Ivy's response was impeccable, Severus was dissatisfied with her demeanor. He leaned in from behind, wrapping his arms around her and asked, Do you not miss me at all? Severus's damp hair brushed against her face and neck, sending shivers down her spine as gentle kisses fell upon her collar. She struggled to articulate that they had met just the day before, sitting almost directly across from him. I miss you dearly, Severus, Ivy replied earnestly, her gaze turning dreamy. Everything seemed to flow naturally as Severus lifted her into his arms, carrying her to the bedroom, where they sank into a moment of clarity, soon enveloped in tender kisses. The following day, Ivy curled up within her blankets, resolutely refusing to emerge until Severus had dressed and exited the bedroom. Only then did she cautiously reveal her head, her cheeks flushed and her eyes glistening with unshed tears. The soreness between her legs rendered Ivy both embarrassed and frantic, and as she glanced at the faint red marks on the bed, her face seemed to redden further. She had not anticipated that Severus would re-enter the room, and thus could only clutch the blankets tightly while sitting on the bed. Although a night had passed, she instinctively recoiled as he drew near, unable to maintain eye contact with him. Chapter 53. The Termination of Revenge. Noticing Ivy's demeanor, Severus raised an eyebrow and inched closer. He remembered that yesterday, Ivy had not exhibited such shyness. Ivy, I was unaware that you could be so capricious. I was merely overwhelmed by emotion at that moment. Severus found her endearing, while Ivy remained oblivious to the implications of his smile. I need to get dressed, Severus. Could you please step outside? After uttering these words, Ivy affectionately kissed Severus's cheek. Just as he opened his mouth to respond, the hooting of an owl echoed from the living room, accompanied by the sound of tapping against the window. Severus followed the sound and opened the window to retrieve a letter, which turned out to be from Lily. A cursory glance revealed that Lily subtly inquired about James, marking the first time she had written to him since learning of his affiliation with the Death Eaters. After feeding the owl some treats, Severus habitually unrolled a piece of parchment to compose a reply, intending to assure Lily that James was safe. However, he hesitated and ultimately decided to let the owl depart without a response. When Ivy emerged from the bedroom, Severus had prepared a lavish breakfast, though it was not his own culinary creation but rather purchased, filling the long table with an array of Ivy's favorite dishes. Severus, you know I cannot eat too much, yet you've bought all this delicious food to tempt me. Despite the complaint, her tone betrayed no hint of discontent. Severus exited the kitchen, presenting a bowl of chopped fruit before Ivy. Upon seeing the fruit, Ivy's eyes sparkled. It was indeed a treat to witness the potion's master wielding a knife for her benefit. Yet, as her gaze lingered on his hands, she found her cheeks flushing once more, prompting her to discreetly engage her mental shielding. At noon, after Severus had departed, 2 unexpected visitors arrived in Spinner's End. Ivy was in the garden tending to a magical plant she had purchased the day before, a vine reminiscent of ivy, akin to the variety found at Kettle Manor. Albeit younger, while it lacked the protective qualities of the Whomping Willow, it served to purify the surrounding environment and subtly affect the senses, an influence negligible for wizards but requiring advanced magic to render it unnoticeable. Once she had planted it, Ivy intended to clear the area around the house to provide ample growing space. As she stepped back inside, she caught sight of 2 figures clad in black robes standing outside through the window. Would there be others coming here? Pondering this, Ivy stealthily maneuvered behind the 2 men. Even in the midday gloom of Spinner's End, the alley was shrouded in darkness, and their hoods concealed their identities, allowing her to remain undetected. You'd better not be mistaken, Severus lives here? Crabbe commented disdainfully as he surveyed the nearby filthy drainage. He lives right here. Not many know about it. And you have no idea how much effort I expended to find out. Humph. I wonder what his peculiarities are. As if sensing the traces of magic nearby, Crabbe begrudgingly accepted the other man's words. Rest assured he resides here, the man asserted as they began to move away. Unbeknownst to them, Ivy had overheard their entire conversation. Clad in black cloaks, they appeared to be Death Eaters, and judging by their words, they seemed to be Severus's adversaries. Would it be inappropriate to eliminate them without invitation? Excuse me, gentlemen, do you happen to know where this place is? I seem to have lost my way, Ivy said, smiling awkwardly yet politely as she stepped out from a nearby alley to address them. The 2 men paused, clearly taken aback by the unexpected encounter in such a desolate place. You've come to the wrong person for directions, beautiful. Since you're lost, how about I escort you back? They exchanged glances, their eyes glinting with mockery, as though they viewed her as a foolish lamb, their malicious grins suggesting they anticipated her retreat. That would be most appreciated, Ivy replied, advancing toward the unsuspecting duo. 10 feet, 5 feet. Crabbe and his companion watched her approach, akin to a predator eyeing its prey. Were Death Eaters truly this complacent? Severus was always so cautious, Ivy mused inwardly before casting a spell to slice the throat of the unmasked Death Eater. Blood splattered onto the other man's mask, momentarily stunning him. By the time Crabbe attempted to draw his wand, the disarming curse had already struck him, sending his wand flying into Ivy's grasp. Crabbe reacted quickly, immediately turning to flee. Don't turn your back on your enemies. Do you not know this? How do you call yourself a Death Eater? Ivy could not resist commenting as she watched the man dangle helplessly. His hand reached toward his left wrist. Don't waste your energy. This area prohibits apparition. Your dark mark 1T save you, Ivy declared, waving her wand to sever Crabbe's hand as it grasped for his arm, his palm falling to the ground and thwarting his attempt to summon aid. Who are you? Just wait a moment while I fetch something, Ivy replied, hastily returning to Severus's laboratory to retrieve a small vial of potion before rushing back. She removed Crabbe's mask and poured a drop into his mouth with a flick of her wand. What did you make me ingest? A truth serum. You needn't worry about its quality. It rivals that of a potion's master. Upon hearing it was a truth serum, Crabbe visibly relaxed. He had no desire to meet his end just yet. Would you care to tell me why you are here? If I am in a good mood, I might let you go. Ivy smiled, yet from Crabbe's suspended perspective, her expression appeared decidedly sinister, her lipstick appearing more vivid than blood. Perhaps a result of the blood rushing to his head. I'll tell you. I came here for a future plan. We intend to kill someone. Whom do you plan to kill? How do you intend to do so? Severus Snape. We plan to ambush him. An ambush? So you have no plan at all? How can you be so confident of success? Not just me. There will also be Barty Crouch Jr. He is quite formidable, and Severus specializes in potions. Not a match for Crouch, Crabbe explained, relaying information provided by Crouch. Why do you wish to kill him? Because Severus killed my daughter and orchestrated Crouch's marriage to a werewolf. Oh, so you are Miss Crabbe's father? Indeed, I seek revenge for my daughter. In that case, you have wrongfully accused Severus. He did not kill your daughter, I did. You may now rest in peace. Farewell, no forever, Mr. Crabbe. Crabbe gazed into Ivy's eyes, filled with pity, before he felt himself plummeting from the air. Yet something felt amiss. If he was falling, then whose body remained suspended? Chapter 54. A sense of belonging. Spinner's End had always been shrouded in darkness, and now a headless corpse dangled in the center of the road, a pool of blood staining the ground beneath. Severus picked up the mask from the ground, finally recognizing the identity of the fallen. Aside from the faint glow of wands, only the distant lights of houses remained illuminated, a warm contrast to the surrounding gloom. Severus gazed toward the light and dedicated himself to clearing the path. Severus, you have returned. Allow me to show you the garden I cultivated today. As Severus stepped inside, Ivy eagerly led him to the backyard, which had undergone a remarkable transformation. The garden was now adorned with an array of magical plants, not particularly rare specimens, but rather those chosen for their aesthetic beauty and fragrant aromas. Some of the fast-growing varieties had already blossomed, while the slower ones were but mere sprouts. The once dilapidated wooden crates, glass bottles, and old newspapers had been neatly stacked aside, adorned with delicate tendrils of vines, and several ceramic pots were scattered about, illuminated by lights that floated gently in the air. Though many of the trees have yet to fully develop, the flowers are indeed lovely, are they not? In the future, we could even adopt a cat or a dog, Ivy suggested. Yes, they are beautiful, Severus replied. I feared that the garden might harbor items of significance, so I merely organized everything without discarding them, Ivy explained, acknowledging that everyone possesses different sentiments towards memories. Even the unpleasant ones could hold meaning for Severus. Severus remained silent for a long while, his expression not one of admiration. Thank you for returning, Ivy, he finally said, turning to her. His deep-set eyes shimmered with an ethereal light, their clarity reminiscent of the youthful gaze that had once captivated her heart. You know I love you, so I would surely come back. Ivy wrapped her arms around Severus's, leaning against his shoulder. Why? You always had numerous choices. Severus, how can you not see this? There are plenty like me in Slytherin, yet loving you is effortless. Ivy was exasperated by his tendency to undervalue himself, both mentally and physically, displaying an indifferent attitude towards his own worth. Severus gazed at her, and Ivy felt his grip on her hand tighten. My father murdered my mother, and I took her one to kill him, right here in this garden. My mother was preparing to escape with me. I thought I had finally found a way out of this house, but in the end, I was still trapped. Ivy listened intently, her eyes filled with compassion. Although she had not experienced such trauma, she understood Severus's feelings, his lack of belonging and security, his self-loathing, and his yearning for validation from others, easily swayed by mere praise from the Dark Lord. He wanted to kill me, and he nearly succeeded. At that moment, my mother trembled as she grasped her wand, stopping him. She declared she would leave him due to his alcoholism and the fact that he had nearly taken my life. Regardless, I must leave you, Tobias. Your addiction nearly cost Severus his life. Yes, I did intend to kill him. He was a wretched little creature. I should have smothered him at birth. You claim I am a drunkard? Which man in this country does not enjoy a drink? Even if you are an evil witch. I still chose to be with you. Why can you not tolerate me? For you, I severed ties with my family. What have I gained now? Eileen. I am not a bad man. I simply have a difficult temperament, but that is not my fault. I tell you, if you wish to leave now you cannot. Then he had pulled the trigger on my mother, who collapsed with her luggage. Severus, I will always be here for you. Even if you try to push me away, I will remain. Ivy longed to embrace Severus, but instead found herself enveloped in his arms. After a considerable time, he led her into the room, where they sat at the dining table adorned with the dinner Ivy had prepared. I recall you were not wearing this outfit during the day. Oh, that garment? It got stained while I was tending to the plants, so I changed. Is there something wrong with this one, Severus? Nothing at all, he replied, casting a glance at Ivy before inquiring, are you unhurt? No, Ivy shook her head, feeling somewhat guilty, but fortunately, Severus did not press further. Severus had returned late that evening, and they had both eaten little. After showering, Ivy noticed the laboratory door ajar. Was Severus working? She stepped inside and stood beside him for a moment. Severus, is what you are writing about souls? Indeed. The Dark Lord wishes for me to develop a potion to mend souls or memories, and he has provided me with the Gunther family's collection for reference. How is it that Lucius, a fellow Death Eater, seems so leisurely, either attending galas or discussing collaborations, all while leveraging the Dark Lord's influence? Ivy thought to herself. I will accompany you, she said, settling beside him and perusing a nearby book. Do you know why books about souls are classified as forbidden? Because they can inflict harm on the mind? Correct. They can severely damage one's mental state, and any author of such texts inevitably descends into madness. Observing Ivy with her hair cascading down as she earnestly flipped through the pages, Severus took the book from her hands. Then I have nothing to assist you with? Ivy suggested. How about I write for you? Not necessary. I am going to take a shower now. Return to the bedroom and await my arrival. Once Severus left, Ivy's face flushed crimson, and she used her hair to cool her cheeks. She retreated to the bedroom and buried herself under the covers, taking a while to compose herself. She had replaced her bedding with new ones, predominantly green, believing that the color might soften the redness on her face. Perhaps it was merely a psychological effect, but she indeed felt much better. At this hour, she would typically feel fatigued, yet sleep eluded her. Upon hearing Severus's footsteps as he entered, she closed her eyes and pretended to be asleep. Soon he gathered her into his arms, though the position was not particularly comfortable. Ivy felt constrained by her pretense of slumber and could not move. She expected a sleepless night, but to her surprise, she drifted off to sleep. When she awoke the next day, Severus was already gone, and a breakfast, preserved by a warming charm, awaited her on the dining table. At the Gunther Manor, one individual was absent from the day's meeting, Crabbe. "Master, I believe Severus knows where Crabbe has gone," little Barty remarked, snorting through his nostrils. "Master, it seems Crabbe may not be able to attend." "Oh, he sought to kill me. I simply acted in self-defense and ended his life," Severus stated bluntly, as if prepared for the Cruciatus curse. Let this be a warning. The Dark Lord seemed utterly unconcerned about Crabbe's demise. Rather, he was more focused on whether it would disrupt his plans. Little Barty appeared taken aback by the Dark Lord's nonchalant dismissal, but said nothing further until the meeting concluded, at which point he followed Severus. "Snape, you can deceive others, but not me. You did not kill Crabbe, did you? You lacked the intent to end his life. He would never dare confront you directly. This renders his death quite suspicious. If you did not commit the act, why claim it? An accidental killing? You? Impossible. I will uncover the truth, Snape. I will reveal the secrets you hide. Just wait, Snape." Chapter 55, Nothingness. In August, the weather was capricious, alternating between sunshine and rain. Accompanied by the white noise of rain tapping against the window, Ivy lay on her bed, counting the days. Next year, the boy who lived, Harry Potter, would be born between July and August. Severus would attend an interview at Hogwarts, where he would hear the prophecy uttered by Sybil Trelawney at the Hog's Head Inn. Ivy circled Trelawney's surname with her pen, recalling the legendary priestess Cassandra Trelawney, whose prophecies were invariably accurate. Yet, having revealed the secrets of fate, she was cursed by Apollo, leading to a cruel irony. Her predictions were disbelieved, despite their truth. She could foresee calamity but could neither prevent it nor intervene, forced to witness disaster unfold. She possessed an eternal life, a boon she had solicited from Apollo, yet she neglected to request the gift of youth, resulting in her singular longing to embrace death. Many regard this as mere folklore, yet Ivy is acutely aware of her authenticity. Sybil, as a descendant of this lineage, remains ensnared by the curse. It is a tragic irony that a great seer must drown her sorrows in drink, drifting into madness day after day. Ivy, fearful of unforeseen complications, refrains from approaching Sybil, instead leveraging her position to gather scant information. However, since her return to England, she has been bereft of any news regarding Sybil. The inefficiency of the Ministry of Magic now rivals that of the Death Eaters. Even though all are aware of the terror they represent, the Ministry operates as if blind, offering the Death Eaters unfettered access while nearly obliterating the Order of England. Ivy, though internally critical, has adapted rather well to this England. In America, various laws constrain her, and she faces penalties daily due to the stringent regulations imposed upon Aurors, leaving her perpetually discontented. As the rain outside finally ceased, a drenched owl began to tap against the glass of her window. Ivy let it in, employing a drying charm before retrieving the letter it carried. It was from James, inviting her to meet at Potter Manor, where he mentioned faking his own death and hiding there. Potter Manor. James. I assumed you would have changed the location of the key. Exiting James's bedroom yet again left Ivy feeling vexed. The manor is expansive. What could be more convenient than directly apparating to the bedroom? James sat sprawled on the couch outside, shrugging. Not particularly convenient for me, James. But Ivy, you seldom visit. So, what do you need me for? I have no useful news to share with you lately. Ivy had long ceased to expect the Order of the Phoenix to assist her in rescuing Lindsay, at least at Gunther Manor. Voldemort would go to great lengths to ensure Lindsay's survival, but venturing out could be perilous, potentially subjecting her to the Order's scrutiny. Hence, Ivy refrained from divulging any details about Lindsay to James. You are correct. Peter indeed betrayed us. How did you come to know this? The revelation of Peter's treachery evidently struck a chord with James, who rarely adopted a serious demeanor. Is it you who seeks to know? Or is it Professor Dumbledore? Perhaps we all crave the truth. The moment I learned it, I nearly lost my mind, considering we had never wronged him. I suspect he did not act of his own volition, at least not initially. You must concede that Peter lacks the courage of your lot. So, how did you ascertain this, Ivy? I deduced it, a woman's intuition. It is a gift. Ivy perched herself on the side of the sofa, admiring her freshly manicured nails with an air of nonchalance. Deduced? Your expression is one of exaggerated disbelief, James. Indeed, I hadn't anticipated you to be so accurate. Perhaps I too possess the gift of prophecy. No one would take Ivy's flippant remarks seriously, yet James would. This is intelligence. What are you playing at, relying on conjecture? James exclaimed, resting his head in his hands, feeling on the verge of fainting at Ivy's unreliability. The very essence of intelligence lies in its accuracy, do you understand, Ivy? Calm down, James. Do you have any precise intelligence to share with me? Ivy's expression revealed her impatience. No one relished being spoken to in a condescending manner. Well, no. Not really. At this, James's voice dwindled. All right, then you may directly inquire about such matters in your letters from now on. Ivy stood to take her leave, but then paused as if remembering something. May I borrow some books from your collection, James? I would hate to have come all this way for nothing. Of course. I've been spending my days in the study anyway. Come, I'll show you. Potter Manor was indeed vast. The castle itself nearly twice the size of the Caterwall estate, yet its layout was not overly complex. James guided Ivy through a few rooms until they reached the study. As they entered, an excited voice rang out, and Ivy looked up to see the portraits of the Potters. Ivy. James, you finally rid yourself of that Lily. Haven to you? Mrs. Potter's voice was exuberant, and Mr. Potter smiled at Ivy. Father, Mother, it's not as you think. Ivy is merely visiting. And Lily and I are on good terms. James hastily clarified, clearly embarrassed by the implication. Good afternoon to you both. James speaks the truth. I already have a boyfriend. Ivy greeted politely, aware that portraits could not dwell too long on matters. After exchanging a few pleasantries, the Potters departed for another room. James. Don't you categorize your books? Ivy inquired as she approached the nearest bookshelf, frowning. Oh, there was once a system, but I've rather disarranged it lately. What subject are you interested in? I can help you find it. I'll browse at my leisure. You needn't concern yourself, James. Ivy sought tomes concerning souls or memories. After perusing the first floor, she ascended the staircase to the second, where the floor was covered in dust, indicating that James did not often attend to the books up there. She selected a dozen or so forbidden tomes on souls, along with intriguing titles such as The Comprehensive Guide to Magical Plants, The Secrets of House Elves, How to Care for Caterpillars, and Alchemy is Not as Difficult as You Think, among others. How to Care for Caterpillars. I never would have guessed you had such eclectic reading tastes, Ivy. Not so bad, is it? At least it's quite practical. Don't you think? Upon returning to Spinner's End, Ivy had barely a moment to rest before receiving another letter, delivered by a large owl reminiscent of those used for international flights. The letter bore the Caterwall family crest and was encrypted. It was from her grandmother, urging her to return from America post-haste due to an incident involving her aunt's family. Chapter 56. The Vase. The letter from her grandmother was terse, indicating that her aunt was currently at St. Mungo's, imploring her to return quickly, yet it offered no details regarding the incident. Traversing past the old-fashioned red brick department store, she noted the large sign indicating it was closed for renovations. It had been quite some time since she had last visited, yet nothing seemed to have changed. After exchanging a few words with a mannequin, which nodded in response, Ivy walked through the glass doors and made her way to St. Mungo's, heading directly to the 5th floor's curse-damaged department. The area was bustling with patients and healers clad in green robes. Upon arriving at her aunt's ward, aside from a few comatose patients, only her grandmother and Gidron were present, while Gidron's 2 sisters sat at a distance, surrounded by luggage. Ivy, you've arrived. Gidron was the only one to greet her, looking somewhat fatigued. His sisters remained silent, appearing quite reserved, likely due to their limited interaction with other witches and wizards. Grandmother, what has happened? Ivy asked, gazing at her aunt lying in the hospital bed, as well as her uncle in the adjacent bed. They were on a family trip during the summer and inadvertently encountered Death Eaters. Fortunately, Gidron had the key. Her grandmother sighed, not out of sorrow, for encountering Death Eaters and still being alive was a stroke of luck, especially since Gidron was a half-blood, and her aunt's husband was a muggle. Ivy recalled her grandmother mentioning that her grandfather had arranged for her aunt to marry a muggle due to business interests in the muggle world, a rather desperate measure. This thought led Ivy's gaze to Gidron's sisters, who despite their good posture, had inherited their father's less than appealing looks, though they did possess their mother's dark hair and fair skin, making them merely plain. In contrast, Gidron seemed to embody the qualities their sisters lacked, inheriting the wizarding bloodline, his father's blonde hair, and his mother's features, making him the most cherished child of the family. What did the doctor say? Ivy inquired, casting a glance at the sign hanging by the bed, indicating curse damage. Your aunt is in a rather grave condition, having been afflicted by the Cruciatus curse several times. Her muggle husband, however, seems to be faring better, though muggles are not as resilient as wizards. Grandmother harbors a disdain for muggles. which is why Ivy has had no contact with her aunt's family since the last time she saw them at her father's funeral. Grandmother engaged Ivy in a discussion about business matters. The Cart family primarily deals in cosmetics and skincare products. Yet such enterprises have been increasingly difficult to manage in the wizarding world, particularly after grandfather's death, which led to a significant decline. Now, under grandmother's stewardship, the business has begun to show a glimmer of improvement, having monopolized the Potter's best-selling shampoo line, and taken over a portion of the Jones family's apparel business. In some respects, grandmother has achieved her objectives. Unfortunately, Ivy is utterly ignorant of business, much like her aunt, destined to be a mere decorative vase that spends rather than earns. Grandmother recognized early on Ivy's lack of entrepreneurial talent, and has cultivated her in the direction of a mere ornament, albeit unlike grandfather. She perceives beauty as a weapon in most circumstances, perhaps to compensate for her earlier disappointment with her daughter. Grandmother never wished for her meticulously groomed daughter to end up married to a Muggle merchant, all because of grandfather's assertion that she was utterly incompetent in business. Have you considered expanding the business to America? The situation in Britain is precarious. With the business beginning to flourish, we should plan ahead before attracting envy, Ivy suggested, as she has long desired for her grandmother to venture to America, knowing the endeavors she and Mia wish to pursue would be perilous. Only by leaving would Ivy be free to act in Britain without constraint. No, our business here has just begun to stabilize. We cannot afford to lose personnel. At least not for another year. Grandmother pondered for a moment before firmly rejecting Ivy's proposal. At the very least, let us arrange for Aunt and her family to leave Britain. Uncle could also help you explore the market in America. I have heard that Muggle merchants exist within the American wizarding community. Ivy compromised, although she lacked business acumen. Her observations had granted her some insight. The Cart family's business was ill-suited for the current climate in Britain, where everyone is fraught with anxiety, who would still wish to adorn themselves. America, on the other hand, boasts a robust system, ensuring the safety of both wizards and Muggles, thereby allowing for consideration of other necessities. Very well. Let us wait until they are out of danger before proceeding. I shall give it careful thought. Upon seeing her grandmother's nod, Ivy understood that she had acquiesced, though her grandmother was never one to speak too definitively. As twilight approached, the sky outside was painted in hues of red from the setting sun. Grandmother, why don't you take them back to the manor to rest? I shall remain here, Ivy suggested, knowing that St. Mungo's required the presence of an adult wizard for accompaniment. No, I am too old and require little sleep. You should take them back. Grandmother waved her hand dismissively, revealing her intent to wait for Aunt to awaken. Ivy did not press further. Gideon and the sisters quickly gathered their belongings and departed with Ivy, clearly intimidated by their grandmother. I am Ivy. May I inquire about your names, cousins? Once outside the hospital room, she finally asked, but the sisters appeared taken aback by Ivy's question, momentarily forgetting to respond, which was rather impolite. This is my elder sister, Jane, and my younger sister, Tina, Gideon introduced, his sorrowful demeanor failing to mask the superiority in his tone. Then let us be on our way. Exiting St. Mungo's, Ivy used several galleons to hire a carriage for the three, knowing that the night bus would be uncomfortable for ordinary folk. The carriage moved at a steady pace, yet it took considerable time to reach the Cart manor. Once she settled the siblings, Ivy returned to her room to rest. Fortunately, life at Cart Manor had always been comfortable. The house elf, Minnie, had already prepared her bed anew, with cushions arranged exceptionally plush, and a warm bath drawn. She anticipated a restful night, but upon lying down and gazing at the soft moonlight outside, she found herself missing Severus, wondering if he thought of her. In Spinner's End, Severus tapped his fingers on the table, lost in thought as he gazed at the parchment before him, which bore Ivy's handwriting. I am out on business. Do not worry about me. Yes, there are books on the table that I have collected. The handwriting appeared somewhat hasty, indicating she had left in a rush. Severus then realized that he had no means of contacting Ivy since the shattering of the two-way mirror. When Ivy had approached him after the OWL's exams in their 5th year, she had informed him of her intention to transfer schools, stating that if he wished her to stay, she could promptly speak to Professor Slugghorn about not transferring to America. Yet he had said nothing, and the matter had concluded with Ivy breaking the mirror. When they next met, neither brought up past matters, and naturally, they lacked a means of communication. Severus was reluctant to rely on owls for correspondence, as it felt too distant. Chapter 57, The Oblivion Charm. Cart Manor. In the morning, Ivy emerged from her bedroom, fully dressed only to hear the sounds of an argument downstairs, specifically, a quarrel between Gideon and Tina, with Jane attempting to mediate. Ivy did not rush down. Instead, observing from above, their dispute seemed trivial, stemming from Gideon's reluctance to return to school. Tina suggested he could consider attending a Muggle school, a comment that irked Gideon, leading to an exchange where they disparaged each other's identities. Gideon, you are vain and insufferable. You are the worst brother in the world. You are nothing but a Muggle. You do not deserve to be my sister. Their faces flushed with anger. It was evident to Ivy that Jane was suffering from a headache. Ivy descended the stairs and used the silencing charm to halt their verbal onslaught. Minnie, could you please bring up breakfast? Ivy commanded. Come along, Jane. Let us partake in breakfast. And what about them? Jane hesitated, rising to inquire. If they have the energy to argue. I presume they are not hungry, Ivy replied, leading Jane to the dining room, with Tina and Gideon following behind. The four took their seats at the table, yet only Ivy and Jane enjoyed their breakfast, as Gideon and Tina were bound by the silencing charm, unable to speak or eat, while Gideon attempted to use his wand to break the spell, but could not articulate the incantation. Gideon. Students are not permitted to use magic outside of school. Did you not know? Or do you wish to pry your tongue loose with your wand? Ivy remarked, frowning as she saw Gideon nearly attempting to shove his wand into his mouth, before finally releasing the silencing charm. Cousin, what kind of spell was that? Now, explain why you are so unwilling to return to school, Ivy said, wiping her mouth as she regarded Gideon across the table. The Slytherins at school have somehow acquired a list of students and discovered that I am a half-blood. And so what? There are plenty of half-bloods at Hogwarts. Besides, you are merely a Ravenclaw. Why would they target you? Well, I have been rather conspicuous at school. Gideon hesitated, his words trailing off. Have you been bullied? Ivy asked, noticing Gideon's conflicted expression, which did not seem to indicate such. I cannot show my face anymore, cousin. They made me bark like a dog. Could you speak to grandmother about helping me transfer schools? Gideon's voice quivered, tears welling up in his eyes, a stark contrast to his usual self-conscious demeanor, appearing somewhat ludicrous. Gideon, being a half-blood is not an excuse for others to attack you. Weakness is. Besides, how old are you now? Crying over something that could be resolved with a simple spell? What spell? Once we return from St. Mungo's, I shall teach you, Ivy replied, then took a bundle from Minnie, containing breakfast for grandmother. Ivy transported Gideon to St. Mungo's via apparition, while Jane and Tina remained at the manor. My parents will be all right. Won't they, cousin? As they passed through the glass into St. Mungo's, Gideon appeared somewhat anxious. I do not know. But grandmother did not send any letters back yesterday, so there should be no bad news. From outside the ward, I caught sight of my grandmother, her expression one of profound sorrow, unmistakably pained for my aunt. It wasn't until Ivy and Gidro approached that her demeanor shifted. Although she had emerged from the clutches of death, it remained uncertain whether she would awaken again. Grandmother, where is my father? Gidro inquired, pointing to another bed. He is unharmed. The healer has taken him for an examination and shall return shortly. Let us eat first, she replied. Ivy extracted a lunchbox from her bag and placed it on the adjacent table. Grandmother then rose to sit at the dining table, where she could gaze out the window, and Ivy joined her in looking outside. I have arranged a caregiver for your aunt. You and I shall attend a soiree this evening, grandmother announced after breakfast. Grandmother. I already have a boyfriend, Ivy interjected, fearing her grandmother was about to employ her usual tactics again, but was promptly interrupted. Do not fret. Few would dare to take the risk of marrying you. However, as the family heir, it is essential that you familiarize yourself with business dealings. Of course, should your affections wander, I would not stand in your way. Grandmother. Ivy exclaimed, her indignation rising. You resemble your mother greatly. Both possess a detached visage, making it seem difficult for you to love another. Yet do not emulate her belief that love for someone equates to a lifetime commitment. I believe a touch of detachment is not inherently detrimental. After all, one must be a bit selfish. I am unconcerned with who your boyfriend is. For now, only we remain of the Cart family, and I am growing old. I wish to impart as much wisdom as I can while I still draw breath. Consider it a favor to me, will you? Ivy, seeing the earnest plea in her grandmother's eyes, sighed and ultimately acquiesced. She understood that her grandmother's intentions were far from simple, yet she could not refuse. As for your suggestion regarding sending your aunt and uncle to America, I have consented. I just conferred with Mr. Roart. Once your aunt's condition stabilizes, I shall send someone to escort them to America. I wonder what the medical standards are like there? Ah. And we must bring along her 2 Muggle daughters. According to Roart, both Jean and Tina possess commendable sales and computational skills, which could prove useful. As her words faded, several healers returned with Mr. Roart in tow, seemingly intrigued by the Muggles. Grandmother lifted her chin and huffed lightly. then quietly reminded Ivy of the evening's soiree's protocols before allowing her to depart and prepare. Once outside St. Mungo's, Ivy disapparated to Spinner's End. Severus was absent at that hour, but she was to attend a soiree that evening and wished to leave him a message. She did not want to break her promise to remain by his side. Vanishing the very next day was unacceptable. At Cart Manor, Ivy had scarcely returned when grandmother entered with Gidro. After exchanging pleasantries with Ivy, they ascended the stairs, presumably to prepare for the evening's glamour and select a gown. Ivy handed Gidro a book. "What is this? A book on the Oblivion Curse? Indeed, it is through this very tome that I learned. Once you finish reading, you shall comprehend that losing one's memory is the pinnacle of torment, a spell that devours memories, annihilating the soul. In truth, it is far more intolerable than the unforgivable curses." The malice concealed beneath Ivy's smile sent a shiver of fear and excitement through Gidro. He sensed the imminent possibility of avenging those who had wronged him. "Remember to practice when you return to school. I do not wish for the Ministry of Magic to pay a visit to Cart Manor," Ivy remarked, her tone shifting as she concealed her mirth. "Understood, cousin," Gidro replied. Grandmother, clad in a bathrobe, descended the staircase and handed Ivy a list. "Here are the guests for the soiree tonight. Memorize their faces and names." "Very well," Ivy responded, taking the list and heading upstairs. While she recited the names in her mind, she remained unaware that tonight's soiree was merely the beginning. In the subsequent fortnight, grandmother filled Ivy's schedule to the brim. In addition to the regular soirees, she was to attend afternoon teas with society ladies and occasional dinners with prominent figures in the wizarding community. Grandmother insisted these ladies and dignitaries were significant clients, and she always had a plethora of reasons to justify such engagements. Ivy could only steal moments to return to Spinner's End for a semblance of presence. The worst part was that grandmother had informed her grandfather of Ivy's return to Britain. He had set a final deadline for her. By June of next year, the same month he would resign from Hogwarts, Ivy must return to America. Caught between these two shrewd elders was no easy feat, yet it aligned with Ivy's intentions. She was confident she could persuade grandmother to leave Britain before June of next year. At number 19 Spinner's End, Severus received an invitation from Lucius for a business soiree. "Why have you sent me an invitation, Lucius? You know I have no interest in attending such gatherings." Severus accepted the invitation, glancing at it with mild disdain. "Apparently, you are unaware that Ivy's grandmother has been ostentatiously escorting her to various soirees of late. What could be her motive? You ought to be well aware, Severus. I shall keep the invitation. You may leave now. Would you like me to introduce you to a companion? Having a partner can lend a certain ease to one's demeanor," Lucius suggested, as Ivy returned and found him standing by the fireplace, seemingly preparing to depart. Lucius, taken aback by Ivy's presence, had assumed she had separated from Severus. He opened his mouth to speak, but Severus interrupted. "Enough, it is time for you to leave, Lucius." Chapter 58. Sobering up. "Good evening, Severus." Ivy had consumed some wine, the alcohol flushing her cheeks and rendering her smile exuberantly carefree as she waved at Severus. He approached her, steadying her as he recognized her inebriated state. Was that Lucius? Honestly, does the Dark Lord's penchant for late-night meetings stem from someone else's influence? Staying up late can lead to hair loss, you know. Hehe. The Cart family sells hair restoration products. You Death Eaters should each have a bottle. Ivy's genuine emotions spilled forth, her words becoming disjointed under the influence of alcohol. "You are intoxicated, Ivy." Severus was well aware of her poor tolerance for alcohol. Just a few drinks would send her reeling. "I am not drunk. I have only had a little." Ivy gestured to indicate the height of the wine she had consumed, stumbling into his embrace and murmuring indistinctly. "Shall I fetch you a mirror to see how you currently appear? Ivy, this is truly enough." Severus sighed, exasperated, as this marked the third instance of her inebriation. "I am so tired, Severus." "Why are you tired?" Severus casually responded, using a summoning charm to bring over a chair for Ivy to sit on. "There are many things I have yet to accomplish." "Such as?" he inquired, returning from the kitchen with some yogurt for her. Though he was preoccupied with pondering whether adding some draft of living death would improve its taste. "Such as taking a bath. I need to shower." Ivy declined the yogurt, kicked off her torturous high heels, and hurried into the bathroom, locking the door behind her. Severus stood there, staring at the door, cursing under his breath. Did he truly have such a connection with alcoholics? Once in the bathtub, Ivy felt somewhat revived and remembered she needed to remove her clothing, accessories, and makeup, and brush her teeth. After addressing those matters, she finally reclined back into the bubble-filled tub with a contented sigh. Approximately 20 minutes later, Ivy suddenly emerged from the tub, struck by the realization that she had not brought any sleepwear and was now without shoes. Clad only in a towel, she stood before the door, praying that Severus was in the laboratory. With that hope, she opened the door and stepped out. While the previous moments had been awkward, she could rationalize them as drunkenness. Now, however, her sobriety left her feeling utterly vulnerable. Thank Merlin. Uncertain whether her prayers had been answered, Ivy found that Severus was indeed absent from the living room. Barefoot, she made her way toward the bedroom, her delicate feet leaving a trail of imprints upon the floor. The inadequacy of her short towel compelled her to take minuscule steps, only to be confronted by an obstacle ahead. Is this some form of performance art? I forgot to wear my slippers, Severus, Ivy murmured. Her head bowed in embarrassment as she curled her toes, fully aware that Severus referred to the footprints on the ground. Allow me to assist you. The living room is rather unkempt, Severus replied, his tone unchanged. Preoccupied with her own awkwardness, Ivy did not lift her gaze, thus failing to notice the flicker of longing in his eyes. When he did not wait for her to ask for her shoes, he gently lifted her chin, unable to resist the urge to capture her lips with his. Though somewhat taken aback, Ivy seemed to understand the reason, her delicate wrist no longer resisting. Her slender fingers grasped the fabric of Severus's robe, swiftly acquiescing to his intent. Yet another night devoid of peaceful slumber ensued. In the morning, although Ivy awoke, she found herself too weary to even lift her fingers. If you do not rise soon, Ivy, you shall only have lunch to look forward to, Severus remarked with a smile, observing her slumped against him. Ivy lifted her gaze, noting the contented expression on Severus's face, which left her feeling somewhat disgruntled, particularly as he dared to smile at her. Just as she was about to retort, the voice of her grandmother emanated from the two-way mirror on the table. Oh no. Ivy suddenly recalled the invitation from Mrs. Bryan to select new seasonal dresses together, realizing she was now too late, and would have to rely on her grandmother. I apologize. Grandmother, since you are already late, let it be. Just do not forget about the Bryan family's soiree this evening, her grandmother advised, rubbing her forehead. Observing Ivy's demeanor, she surmised the events that had transpired. However, Ivy, I would appreciate an explanation of which gentleman escorted you away yesterday, her grandmother concluded before severing the connection. Ivy stood there, momentarily dazed. She should have tidied herself before activating the mirror, though she did not need to see her reflection to know her current state. After a brief moment of distraction, she noticed Severus had dressed and was fastening his shirt buttons. In a fit of frustration, she seized the nearby pillow and tossed it at him, lacking any true force. Yet he effortlessly caught it. In the confines of the room, Severus could also hear the conversation from the mirror, understanding her vexation. Why do you remain silent, Ivy? Severus inquired, placing the pillow on the bed and stepping closer to her. What do you wish to hear? Perhaps you could share what you've been occupied with lately? Our affairs and your grandmother, he suggested, his hand gently caressing her shoulder as he whispered into her ear. It is not yet the appropriate time, Severus, Ivy replied, furrowing her brow as she averted her gaze from him. What do you mean? Are you still contemplating marrying according to your grandmother's wishes? You misunderstand, Severus. As the heir, I must attend the soiree to meet certain individuals. It is merely business, Ivy retorted, avoiding his eyes. The last thing she heard from him was a simple, rest well, before he departed, fully aware that her flimsy excuses could not deceive him. That evening at the Bryan estate, Narcissa had just helped Ivy rid herself of a persistent suitor when they engaged in conversation. Narcissa, is it not normal for couples to quarrel? There is no need for concern, Ivy reassured her friend, as if trying to console herself. After exchanging a few more words, she returned to her grandmother's side. Upon entering the hall, Severus caught sight of Lucius, who inclined his head slightly, beckoning him closer. I knew you would come, Severus. Ivy is over there. Lucius indicated with a glance. Following his gaze, Severus spotted Ivy standing there with a perfectly poised smile, her expression lacking the vivacity he usually associated with her, and certainly not the sociability Lucius had described. She merely stood there, responding briefly to those who approached her, employing a gentle smile to maintain her distance. Truthfully, it matters little whether I attend or not. I have already inquired about everything that needed asking. Did Ivy decline your proposal? Lucius speculated. Proposal? One might consider it a rejection, Severus replied with a self-deprecating smile, recognizing that she wished to keep their relationship a secret. I suspect there must be some underlying reason. You ought to test her resolve, Severus. How should I do that? Lucius flashed a knowing smile, soon returning with a female companion, drawing Severus aside to whisper a few words to him. What are you suggesting, Lucius? I will not dance with her. A simple embrace will suffice, provided that Ivy can see it, Lucius insisted, feigning compliance, seemingly regretful about Severus's reaction. Before long, Ivy spotted Severus with the woman beside him, nearly losing her smile as she excused herself and approached them. Who is she? Ivy's eyes flashed with ire, mingled with scrutiny as she regarded them. We need to talk, Severus said, smoothly retracting his arm as if nothing had occurred, turning to stride toward the garden outside the banquet hall, with Ivy following closely behind. You have yet to tell me who she is. Am I to divulge her identity so you can eliminate her? Severus's tone grew sharper at Ivy's inquiry. Do you still blame me, Severus? Very well, I shall go and kill her now, Ivy declared, turning to re-enter the banquet hall, only to be halted by Severus grasping her arm. Have you forgotten that I wish to converse with you? About what? Anything at all. But I desire to hear the truth. He gazed into Ivy's eyes, his own filled with an inscrutable tenderness. So this is the reason you brought a companion today? To provoke me? I refrained from revealing the truth to protect you. Yet you retaliate like this. Ivy realized that her earlier excuses would not placate him. But she had not anticipated Severus's actions. It was always so. You relied on the fact that I cared for you. Severus remained silent, simply observing her. Ivy knew that unless she achieved her goal, nothing she said would elicit a response from him. He had always been this way. How am I to tell you? Severus. My father was murdered, and my aunt still lies in St. Mungo's in the magical injuries ward. How am I to explain this to my grandmother? How can I tell her that my boyfriend is a Death Eater? A flicker of anguish crossed Ivy's eyes as she slowed her speech, continuing. It is painful to speak of, but it is the truth, is it not, Severus? I am weary. I shall take my leave. Severus understood Ivy's distress but remained silent, unskilled in the art of explanation. He wished to clarify that he was unaware of her aunt's situation, but recognizing the implications of his identity, he felt there was little justification to offer. Chapter 59 Judgment. I once loved you dearly, yet you were the one to cast me aside, Severus. Ivy stepped from the shadowy garden into the blinding light of the banquet hall, enduring the discomfort without allowing her gaze to falter. The harsh illumination seemed to separate them into two distinct realms. Ivy understood that this predicament was not Severus's fault. It merely reminded her of the past when Lily had similarly entwined her arm with his, appearing utterly innocent. Then she had heard Severus utter the words, "Let us part," unwilling even to engage her in further conversation. Severus had imparted a lesson to her. No matter how intelligent she believed herself to be, she could never compete with the simplicity of another's gaze. He felt sullied and unworthy of Lily. Yet with someone as spiteful as Ivy, the potential for harm seemed inconsequential. During her time with Severus, she had found joy that seemed to overshadow her other emotions, but those memories lingered, neither painful nor benign, yet undeniably present. Perhaps her reaction had been excessive. It was understandable for Severus to be irritated, but having experienced abandonment, how could she not guard her heart against outside influences? How could she dare to lay everything bare? This was the reason behind her deception. Smack. Smack. Crouch clapped his hands and emerged from a shadowy corner. What a spectacle! Severus! I had no idea you enjoyed such fortune. Crouch. You have been following me. A flicker of surprise crossed Snape's eyes. He had not anticipated Crouch would personally engage in such antics. Do not speak so harshly. If you can attend, why can't I? Quite the coincidence, I must say, to stumble upon such sensational news. But you and Karth? When did that transpire? Little Barty chuckled, reveling in the opportunity to catch Snape off guard, who had always been elusive. And what of it? What do you intend to do with what you have seen? Severus expressed disinterest in continuing the conversation with the younger man, turning to depart. Crabbe was slain by Karth, wasn't he? Rest assured, Crabbe is already deceased. I wouldn't be foolish enough to seek justice for a corpse. Little Barty stood there, grinning, his expression twisting as he watched Snape's retreating figure. His master had warned him against confronting Snape, but now that Severus had deceived his master, perhaps he would not need to intervene after all. Severus could suffer without his assistance, or he might just collect some interest first. Ivy sat near the entrance, sipping her drink, catching a glimpse of Severus as he entered. He approached her, seized her glass, drained its contents, and placed the cup back before her. I merely wish to adjust my mood. I shan't become inebriated. I hardly know that person. She is not my companion. I am aware. You have never been fond of such gatherings, so why bring a companion? Then why do you still harbor anger? I am not merely angry. I am also deeply saddened. My anger stems from my concern for you, while my sorrow arises from your tone, which makes me feel aggrieved. However, fret not. I shall recover swiftly. With that, Ivy reached for another drink. Severus settled opposite Ivy, observing her as she drank. He found himself at a loss regarding how to manage the situation. His mind too occupied with the person before him to reflect on his recent encounter with Crouch, losing the clarity he once possessed. Given the events of the morning, Ivy's grandmother had been attentive to her during the gathering, keenly observing her interactions with Severus. As Ivy noticed her grandmother approaching, she saw the scrutiny in her gaze directed at Severus, tinged with both curiosity and caution. "Ivy, it is getting late. We should return." Her grandmother's words were accompanied by an unrelenting appraisal of Severus. Severus Snape. Finally, Severus could no longer withstand the scrutiny of Ivy's grandmother, and stood to introduce himself. "I know, I've heard of you." The grandmother's tone was less than amiable. Being from a pureblood family, she had her own channels of information, and was well aware of the inner workings of Death Eaters. "I shall not return today, grandmother." Ivy stood, interrupting her grandmother, who did not insist further but simply remarked, "Take care of yourself," before departing. Ivy understood her grandmother's reticence stemmed from Severus's status. Severus took Ivy's hand, guiding her toward Spinner's End, as she had expressed a desire to visit Lindsay's house. "Severus, have you ever pondered what the wizarding world will become? The Death Eaters are unhinged. Your clarity is a mistake. The ministry is corrupt. Your integrity positions you as their adversary, while everyone else looks after their own interests." The following day, after a fortnight of silence, James sent another letter stating that Headmaster Dumbledore wished to meet her. Ivy decided to return the borrowed book and made her way to Potter Manor. "Just a moment, Ivy. Headmaster Dumbledore will arrive shortly." James handed Ivy a cup of tea, seemingly brewed by himself, its appearance not particularly appealing. Glancing at the time, she realized she had arrived a bit early, so she settled onto the sofa to wait. Dumbledore was punctual, and upon seeing Ivy, he began conversing with her about her grandfather, subtly suggesting he wished for him to continue in his position. Otherwise, the pressure from the board would result in the next potions professor being a Death Eater. "Thank you for your trust. But I have not yet joined the Order of the Phoenix. Your request is one I can decline. I am simply curious as to why you wish to meet me. Because I can see that you are not a Death Eater." Dumbledore's gaze was eternally wise, as if he could see into the depths of one's soul. Yet Ivy, having graduated, felt less need to tread carefully. "But my choices are numerous, Headmaster." Ivy smiled, wishing to spare the elderly man any discomfort. "Headmaster Dumbledore, I wish to pose a few questions. I hope you do not mind." "Of course." Dumbledore nodded readily, indicating she could proceed. "What do you intend to do after defeating the Dark Lord? Will you attempt to reform the wizarding world, or will you do nothing? Will everything be all right once the Dark Lord is vanquished? What of the Ministry's corruption and the future challenges? Do you believe these matters do not concern you?" "No, Ivy. They concern every witch and wizard. However, I cannot dictate the actions of others." "Headmaster Dumbledore, you certainly can influence others should you choose to." "Then how would I differ from Tom?" "Ivy." Dumbledore chuckled softly, Ivy's stubbornness reminding him of his younger self. "There is a distinction. You are not he. And that is the greatest difference. One must understand that humanity is complex, devoid of clear definitions of good and evil. Had I endured what Tom did, perhaps I would have become the next him." Dumbledore merely smiled at Ivy's affirmation, his tone imbued with a sense of storytelling. His words rendered Ivy silent for a moment. She had not anticipated Dumbledore's understanding of the Dark Lord, nor his comprehension of her adversary. "Perhaps you are correct. Ultimately, you and the Dark Lord merely hold differing worldviews. You revere moral principles, while he idolizes authority. You stand for conscience, while he aligns with the victors. Your efforts for the wizarding world are aimed at an ideal existence for people, whereas his endeavors are for wizards to ascend to power. I do not know how to judge who is right or wrong. To me, it is of little consequence." Chapter 60 Conditions. James led Ivy and Headmaster Dumbledore to a dimly lit room. Half of the ancient manor's lighting was rather poor, and a large table occupied the center, surrounded by several grimy sofas. The walls bore patches where frames had once hung but were now absent, rendering the space devoid of portraits, even neglected by house elves. The glass doors of a cabinet containing files stood ajar, paper strewn across the floor, indicating it was a meeting place for the Order of the Phoenix. Ivy understood that Dumbledore deemed her trustworthy, signaling his approval of her potential entry into the Order. "Actually, I am quite curious as to why you have returned, Ivy. I had assumed you would heed your grandfather's counsel," Dumbledore inquired as he took a seat. "Would you care to hear a story, Headmaster?" "James, you may wish to listen as well." With some time until the meeting commenced, a tale seemed the perfect way to pass the moments. "The story I have to tell is about a man and a woman. The man is named S, and the woman is named L. They were very good friends, childhood companions, yet their years of friendship shattered due to a single insult from S. Their allegiances divided, one aligning with darkness and the other with light. A seer foretold that Elle's child would defeat the Dark Lord in years to come. The Dark Lord? James interjected involuntarily. James, let Ivy continue. Oh, but Headmaster. Ivy speaks of the Dark Lord. Well, I shall remain silent. Upon receiving Ivy's glance, James promptly fell quiet. Upon hearing this prophecy, the Dark Lord sought to eliminate that child preemptively. S approached the Dark Lord, pleading for Elle's safety, to which the Dark Lord acquiesced, albeit with uncertainty. Thus, S sought out the Light's champion, offering everything he had in exchange for Elle's protection. The Light's champion consented, yet Elle still met her demise. The Dark Lord did not directly slay Elle. Rather, when he attempted to harm the child, Elle stood in front, sacrificing her own soul to protect her offspring, ultimately rebounding the Dark Lord's own malice upon him. Everyone was elated, for the Dark Lord had met his demise, save for S, who berated the White Wizard for deceiving him, leading to the death of his most beloved. Yet the White Wizard informed him that Elle's child still lived and required his protection, for the Dark Lord would inevitably return. Exploiting S's love for Elle, he acquiesced, secretly safeguarding the child that belonged to Elle. When the Dark Lord resurfaced, S, burdened by pressure and misunderstanding, became a spy for the White Wizard, ultimately sacrificing himself according to the White Wizard's scheme, unceremoniously left unburied. Ivy ceased her narration. Perhaps her storytelling prowess was commendable, her voice melodious enough to leave even James momentarily stunned. Could there truly be another Dark Lord? To hear a bizarre prophecy and seek to murder a child? James's thoughts were indeed peculiar. Elle referred to Lily, and S, Severus? A flicker of surprise crossed Dumbledore's eyes as he began to reflect carefully on Ivy's tale. The headmaster and Ivy engaged in conversation, leaving James's bewilderment unanswered. Indeed, Headmaster Dumbledore. Severus is my reason for returning, and a condition for my joining the Order of the Phoenix. It appears you possess more information than I initially presumed. Ivy, perhaps you might elaborate on your terms. I can assist you in confronting or even eliminating Voldemort, provided that you ensure Severus's safety at all costs. As I am not yet formally a member of the Order, I shall take my leave for now. I will compile the specific terms into a document and send it to you for your perusal, Headmaster Dumbledore. Ivy rose, preparing to depart. With Peter as an undercover agent within the Order, she wished to avoid entanglement. Fear not, Ivy, the headmaster has summoned you privately. Peter will not be present here. James seemed to discern Ivy's apprehensions and offered an explanation. Still, I must decline. Ivy shook her head, rejecting the offer. She had to escort her aunt to America and could not squander the morning on this matter. Her aunt was currently a comatose patient and St. Mungo's had dispatched medical personnel to coordinate with the American hospital. Ivy's primary concern was ensuring her aunt's well-being. As for Uncle Lockhart and his 2 daughters, grandmother had sent several wizards to assist him. They were not burdened with the same responsibilities Ivy faced, having arrived in America days prior and settled in. This time, Uncle Lockhart even discussed American business opportunities with Ivy, mentioning exchange rates and the like, terms she found perplexing but understood to imply substantial profit. By afternoon, Ivy finally completed the admission procedures and settled the fees. After instructing her uncle on how to enter the hospital, upon hearing that there were some Muggle doctors within, the 3 of them sighed in relief. Ivy then gracefully withdrew through the fireplace back to England. In Spinner's End, provisions were running low. Ivy prepared to venture to Diagon Alley with a basket in hand and contemplating, also grabbed a stretchable bag. Her shopping was never truly complete, and a basket with expanded space was evidently insufficient. The items in her room were accumulating. Perhaps it was time to acquire additional furniture. Gazing at the elegant set of furnishings and the exquisite floor lamp at the foot of her bed rendered Ivy momentarily immobilized. However, such matters required consultation with Severus. What if he disapproved of her choices? Miss Carroll? Do you remember me? It's young Barty Crouch. We met at school. Young Barty wore a forced smile, making it difficult not to suspect ulterior motives. Oh, it's you? So you are Crouch. Ivy hesitated briefly before returning his smile. Ultimately, Ivy chose not to purchase the furniture and accepted Barty's offer to accompany her home. Barty calculated his next move, masking his intentions well, believing himself to be in a position of control. However, upon reaching Spinner's End, he was disarmed, subdued and bound. He gazed in astonishment at Ivy, who appeared fashionable, carrying a basket, seemingly no different from the women of pureblood families, yet capable of disarming him with ease. Your colleague met his end here, did he not, Crouch? I had no need to inquire further. Ivy raised her wand, her expression calm, which sent Crouch into a panic. For he recognized that look in her eyes, the gaze of one who regards the dead. You cannot kill me. You wouldn't want anything to happen to Severus, would you? If I die, the Dark Lord will surely kill him. Barty exclaimed loudly, his mind racing back to childhood memories of Caro, selfish, beautiful, yet far from a mere decorative vase. Ah, so you are aware of our connection. However, knowledge alone is futile. The Dark Lord would never kill Severus, for he is far too valuable. Yet you will. And the sensation of a blade hovering above your head is unpleasant. Thus, you will join your colleague. Ivy leaned in to converse with Barty, as if to offer solace. Before uttering the killing curse, an unexpected turn of events ensued as Ivy's wand was suddenly knocked from her grasp. The green light veering away from Crouch and striking the wall opposite. Severus? Snape, how did you end up here? Crouch broke into a cold sweat upon seeing Severus's figure in the distance. How could he be there when he had been imprisoned in Azkaban? Severus appeared disheveled. Covered in wounds and blood, his clothing tattered. He had just escaped from Azkaban, a retaliation orchestrated by Crouch, who had been entrusted with the Dementors by the Dark Lord. Severus? What has happened to you? Who did this? Ivy dropped her basket, her wand forgotten, rushing to Severus's side. Stay back, it's filthy. You'll soil your dress. Severus retreated slightly upon noticing Ivy's white gown. If it gets dirty, I shall simply buy another. Severus. Are you in pain? Ivy anxiously pressed her hand against his bleeding wounds. Severus gazed at her, recalling their first conversation when she had frowned, fearful of contracting germs, yet now drenched in blood. She seemed unperturbed. I am fine, Ivy, do not fret. It was he, wasn't he it? Ivy pointed at the prone form of Crouch, clutching his wand. Ivy. It is not yet time to kill him. Severus grasped Ivy's hand, and upon observing Severus's expression, Ivy ultimately refrained from casting the killing curse. Excruciating. Chapter 61, Transformation. Barty's wand was made of yew, a material intricately connected to its master, rendering it ineffective in the hands of others. Ivy struggled to wield it effectively, the curse lacking potency, allowing Severus to breathe easier. Barty posed no threat to them. Severus confined Barty to a room Ivy had never encountered before. As if a door had materialized from thin air, leading to a space thick with dust. Severus led her to the laboratory, skillfully retrieving potions from the cabinet and consuming them. Ivy stood by with a white flower, waiting for him to finish before approaching to assist him in unbuttoning his clothing. The dark outer robe had cleverly concealed his wounds. Only the blood-soaked area on his abdomen betrayed his injuries. Once the robe was removed, Ivy discovered that his back bore wounds as well, the white shirt stained red and tattered, with remnants of fabric adhering to the injuries. Likely from Severus's earlier application of a blood-replenishing charm. Severus leaned against the table, permitting Ivy to tend to him. Though her movements were deliberate, she was gentle. He watched her, and Ivy remained oblivious. Few matters could command her serious attention, and he was one of them. From the moment he escaped Azkaban, he anticipated her reaction. What surprised him was Ivy's adeptness in treating his wounds. It was clear she was indeed a skilled orer. No longer the naïve potioneer who would even misuse the most basic of ingredients, he recoiled at the changes within her, as if they incessantly reminded him of his past transgressions. Although Professor Slugghorn played a part in this, he had indeed made choices that were ultimately for the betterment of both. Love is not the entirety of existence. He would not lose his sanity over it as his mother had. Ivy had tended to all other injuries with the proper potions, but the wound on his abdomen was deeper, having fractured a rib. It had been treated and bound, and with a few days of potion he would be well. Severus understood his condition better than she did, and when he looked up he found Severus staring at her, lost in thought. Why do you gaze at me so, Severus? Are you contemplating when to kiss me? She teased. I hadn't even spoken, yet you've already guessed it. Severus smiled in acknowledgement, wrapping his arms around her waist to draw her closer. Considering your injury, I suppose I'll indulge you. Ivy, in her heels, rose slightly on tiptoe and pressed her lips to Severus's. She had always harbored feelings for him. 1 year, 2 years, 3 years, her affection had never wavered. As the kiss concluded, Severus and Ivy began to discuss young Barty and his grievances. I had no intention of doing that, but since he doesn't mind, and it allows me to leave the werewolf clan sooner, why not? So Severus, how did you manage to make him drink the potion? Quite simple. I used the Cruciatus curse on him, then made him forget the entire incident. As he spoke, Severus donned the shirt Ivy had recently fetched for him. Ivy had expected some sophisticated method of administering the potion. She was surprised it was so straightforward. If Crouch had that memory, he would certainly think twice before troubling you. He believes you are merely skilled in potions. He would know that I possess far more spells than he currently comprehends, having been aware of them since my first year. Severus spoke with disdain, for ever since young Barty discovered his relationship with Ivy, he had begun to investigate him. Barty's father was the head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, one of the first to openly oppose the Dark Lord, and was now under the secret protection of the Order of the Phoenix. Severus could not fathom why the Dark Lord continued to trust Barty, even granting him partial power within the department. Barty's abuse of power was evident. Many of his father's friends and subordinates remained imprisoned in Azkaban, even those who had only brief acquaintance with him. Severus could see that Barty was desperately seeking his father, intending to offer him to the Dark Lord. However, Barty's actions had enraged many, leading a number of wizards to form a resistance. According to Severus's knowledge, some small newspapers were criticizing Barty's conduct and had published Dumbledore's statements, turning Barty into a target for the Order. As Severus and Ivy discussed the intelligence regarding Barty and the recent movements of the Order, Ivy asked, "Aren't you going to inform your master of this? This matter does not concern me nor you, Ivy. Crouch is currently ensnared in a vortex. Should you kill him, you would become an enemy of the Death Eaters, a shield for the Order." "Alright, I understand. I only wish to eliminate him because he seeks your demise." It took Ivy a while to grasp that Severus was warning her against recklessly confronting Crouch, and it made her feel rather foolish. "He wouldn't dare harm me. He has always regarded the Dark Lord's words as gospel. Are you not the same, Severus? I recall you once held the Dark Lord in high esteem." "Ivy, you must understand that I respect the strength one deserves, not blind adoration like Crouch and Bella," Severus countered. Yet Ivy found his response unconvincing and somewhat juvenile. "By the way, Severus, the room where you keep Crouch, I've never seen it. That room was my parents' bedroom, filled with their belongings. After their passing, I collected their things there. It is somewhat messy, but if you wish to see it, I can tidy up." He did not guard himself against Ivy, even aware of her connections to the Order, for he trusted that she would not betray him. The affection Ivy showed him was unlike any other, and he had sensed her feelings for him long ago. "Since they are your parents' belongings, it's essential to organize them properly. I can assist, of course, once you recover." The laboratory, designed to store potions, was lightproof, and Ivy only realized how dark it had become when she stepped outside to find it raining. Following Severus's instructions, she opened the door and released young Barty, allowing him to leave, though she did not return his wand. Barty did not utter any threats. He merely expressed surprise at how easily Ivy had let him go, his expression complex as he understood this was Severus's directive. "Don't think too much. Severus does not derive pleasure from tormenting others. Leave quickly before I change my mind." "Emph," Barty huffed, stepping through the door and into the rain. Ivy mused that he would likely have to walk through the downpour all the way to the leaky cauldron, then briskly shut the door and proceeded to the kitchen to peruse the recipe book. Chapter 62. The Traits of a Death Eater. Ivy was unaware of how Severus had requested leave from the Dark Lord. For the past few days he had remained at home, and she felt as though they were cohabiting. One afternoon, Ivy and Severus were cozily nestled on the sofa, immersed in a book, one of the romance novels recommended by Penny. Speaking of Penny, Ivy did not often write to others, but she found it impossible not to respond to Penny's letters. Penny was quite delightful, her topics always engaging to Ivy. After receiving a letter from Penny thanking her for the blemish-removing potion, they corresponded every so often sharing amusing grievances about Lily and James before Penny would share snippets of her life. Ivy learned through Penny that Severus still resided in Spinner's End, and about the circumstances of his parents' passing, as Penny had described. He wore his long robe, drenched by the rain, clinging to his body like a blanket draped over his shoulders. Regrettably, after marrying, Penny moved to Privet Drive, which was not only distant but also inconvenient due to the abundance of muggles. Otherwise, Ivy would have relished the chance to converse with her more often. At that moment, they were witnessing the protagonists of the novel parting ways due to a misunderstanding, leaving Ivy feeling somewhat disheartened. Turn the page, Severus. It is merely a story, Ivy. Those characters are but figments of the author's imagination, unworthy of your emotions. Noticing Ivy's melancholy, Severus attempted to offer what he believed was comfort. "I'm merely empathizing. You've never been jilted, so you cannot comprehend. I am worse off. At least he loved her, which is why they parted. Perhaps due to their increasingly intimate relationship." Ivy spoke to Severus with less reserve than before. "I feel the same, Ivy. There is no difference." Severus finally realized that Ivy had been grappling with something. "I thought you might have guessed at least some of it, which is why you returned to find me without informing Professor Slugghorn." "Guess what, Severus?" Ivy straightened from his embrace, her eyes filled with confusion. "Professor Slugghorn does not want you entangled with the Death Eaters. Being with me would force you into that world. Much like Narcissa, I cannot provide you the protection that Lucius does. and thus I had to end things. Ivy suddenly understood that it was her grandfather she should have anticipated, and memories flooded her mind, only serving to ignite her anger. So you could decide everything without telling me? Ivy, you know that my intentions are not to argue with you, correct? Severus hesitated for a moment before speaking, struggling to comprehend Ivy's line of thought. He flipped through the pages of the book, recalling that the protagonist should have felt moved upon discovering the truth. Or was it something the male lead had said? You mentioned it was merely a fleeting thought, so why continue to dwell on it? Ivy rose, snatching the book from Severus's hands, casting a condescending gaze upon him. He sighed and looked up at her. Ivy, do you have any idea how many lives have been lost at the hands of the Death Eaters? Narcissa dares not step foot outside the manor. Once the Aurors began wielding the unforgivable curses, the casualties among the Death Eaters were countless. What if I am unable to protect you? What if you were to perish? I can protect myself, Ivy retorted stubbornly, turning her head away. She understood that Severus spoke the truth, but could a few light explanations truly mend her wounds? Why should that be the case? How do you plan to protect yourself? Do you know why the Death Eaters and the Order of the Phoenix have ceased their hostilities? Because many formidable Aurors and Death Eaters have perished. Dumbledore dares not initiate war again, and thus has allowed this uneasy peace to persist. Professor Slugghorn is right. Given the correct options, you would choose incorrectly every time, which is why I assist you in making decisions. Since you and my grandfather resonate so well together, perhaps you should simply be with him instead of me. Ivy, flushed with anger and embarrassment, prepared to leave, but Severus could not permit her to go so easily. He was taken aback by her words and stood, grasping her wrist. Do you even realize what you are saying? Of course, Ivy began. But her words were silenced by Severus's kiss, her slender waist ensnared within his embrace. Unable to escape his kiss, she could only gasp. Severus released Ivy, licking the blood from his lips and lightly touching the area. Apart from the somewhat intimidating gaze, it is rather alluring. But this is not the time for such thoughts, Ivy thought as she stepped back, turning towards the door. Just as she was about to exit, there was a loud bang. The door slammed shut before her. Ivy stiffened and turned, seeing Severus standing a short distance behind her, his wand in hand. Perhaps he had bitten her a bit too harshly. It seemed as though she was being unreasonable. How could she resolve this now? Should she let him retaliate? No. That would only affirm her own unreasonable behavior. A myriad of thoughts raced through Ivy's mind, yet her expression remained composed. Severus noticed Ivy standing still, gazing at him, and was about to speak when he saw a single tear cascade down her gray eyes. It was as if a switch had been flipped. Her eyelids soon reddened, and tears flowed without emotion, rendering her utterly pitiful. Won't you come over and embrace me, Severus? Ivy implored. When Severus enveloped her in his arms, she finally felt a sense of relief. Sometimes he intimidated her. Do you think I am willful? She asked. Not at all. You need not change to become more sensible. When Ivy's grandmother contacted her via the two-way mirror, Ivy was seated at her desk in her bedroom, having not returned to the manor for several days. Ivy, must I explicitly state my disapproval of your association with that Death Eater? They are a band of cruel lunatics. Severus is not as you claim, grandmother, Ivy replied, her tone laced with resignation. Do not be naive, Ivy. He is a confidant of the Dark Lord. Their pursuits have never been truth or reason, but rather blind obedience, cruelty, obsession, and fanaticism. If you still possess the capacity for thought, then distance yourself from him. Rubbing her temples, Ivy gazed out the window, uncertain how to explain herself to her grandmother. She merely assured her that she would return the following day, prompting her grandmother to conclude the conversation. Outside the window, the magical plants had grown taller than the surrounding walls, vines sprawling up to the roof, lush and vibrant. The scent of the outside world had dissipated, replaced by the gentle fragrance of flowers and the freshness of grass wafting through the open window. The bedroom window faced the courtyard, which was also the reason Ivy had initially wanted to tidy it up. She relished the sound of rain pattering against the leaves, and the courtyard was beginning to show signs of improvement. Seated at her desk by the window, Ivy flipped through the thick tome before her, its weight causing her fingers to ache. This was a book she had acquired from the Caterwall Manor, focusing on the construction of spatial scenes and imbibing objects with spatial magic, knowledge typically mastered by wizards who built homes. The spells within were used to enchant the roofs of Hogwarts Castle, a far more advanced form capable of preserving its state indefinitely. She wished to enhance the courtyard's beauty, employing magic to address the unsightly walls surrounding it. Thus, after breakfast, she had settled down to study, but her efforts bore little fruit. The text was filled with specialized terminology and academic language, necessitating frequent dictionary consultations, and it involved extensive calculations in arithmancy, making it exceedingly complex. After several unsuccessful attempts to cast the spells, she found herself growing restless, especially after her conversation with her grandmother. Chapter 63. Ivy's memories. Ivy set aside the book that troubled her, and made her way to the laboratory, traversing rows of potion cabinets until she reached the back. A large table held a dozen identical cauldrons, each containing potions, while scattered nearby were many dark potion vials. Severus stood to the side, a parchment floating next to him, a quill diligently recording something. He always approached potion making with utmost seriousness. Severus, have your potions finished brewing? What is it? Severus turned to Ivy, and the quill ceased its writing. I would like to borrow your pensive if I may? You have one, right? I saw you put it away the other day. When Severus remained silent, Ivy stepped closer and tugged at his sleeve. Please, Severus. The pensive was a rather private item and quite costly. Ivy's remaining wages were scant, rendering her unable to afford one. Why do you wish to use the pensive? Severus thought he had grown immune to Ivy's pouting, yet he found himself succumbing once more. My grandmother insists that I return home. You know she forbids me from being with you. What if she were to cast a memory charm on me? Such occurrences are common in pureblood families, Severus. You wouldn't want me to forget you, would you? She explained, as if accustomed to such matters. Severus said nothing but opened the cabinet behind Ivy, revealing the pensive, with some memories swirling within. Ivy felt a twinge of curiosity about the memories Severus had placed inside. Yet she lacked the audacity to inspect them in his presence, knowing they were private. Ivy extracted a portion of her own memories with her wand, then informed Severus that it was sufficient. Is this all the memory you have of me? That seems rather unusual, Severus instinctively remarked, sensing something amiss. This is enough. If I were to truly forget you, I would still fall in love with you with this memory. Seeing Ivy speak with such sincerity piqued Severus's curiosity about the memory she had inserted. Having completed the potion assigned by the Dark Lord, Severus ventured to the Gaunt Manor that afternoon, and did not return until late into the night, later than usual. He surmised Ivy had likely fallen asleep by then. After showering, he entered the bedroom, only to find the lamp still aglow. Of course, Ivy was already asleep, her fair arms exposed as they embraced the blanket, clad in a familiar style of nightwear. It seemed he had missed out on some benefits that evening. The following day, after Ivy had departed, Severus examined the intriguing memory from the previous day. It depicted the earliest moments he had tutored Ivy in potion making. What had seemed to him a mere normality of teaching her potions appeared distinctly different from Ivy's perspective. This feeling was peculiar. He could even sense her slightly frantic heartbeat. Had Ivy developed feelings for him at that time? The memory continued, revealing Ivy clumsily completing the brewing of shrinking solution. And then she and Severus made their way to the cellar lounge. She blushed, deliberately maintaining a distance from him, inching toward the wall's edge. Severus paid little mind to this. Perhaps the young lady wished to express her disdain in such a manner? Many had found fault with him, and he had long since ceased to care about their opinions. In truth, the potions classroom is quite close to the Slytherin common room. However, within this brief distance, an unexpected incident occurred. Ah! Severus heard a piercing scream, and by the time he turned around, Ivy had already vanished, leaving only a recently closed wall in her wake. Ivy. Severus. Ivy could hear Severus calling her, separated by merely a wall. Stay where you are, do not move. I will find a way to rescue you. Okay. Ivy pressed her lips together and softly responded, refraining from voicing her fear. She thought that soon Severus would summon her grandfather to save her. Her eyes had yet to adjust to the darkness surrounding her. She could see nothing but a distant object shimmering with a blue light, illuminating the eerie sound of a dilapidated harp playing a raspy melody, which rendered the atmosphere exceptionally terrifying. Just as Ivy contemplated crouching down to cover her ears, she saw Severus being pushed in through the wall, much like herself. Severus, how did you get in here? Ivy gazed at him in astonishment as he surveyed their surroundings, feeling less frightened in his presence. There was an entrance restriction spell on the wall, which I dispelled to enter. I have checked. This is a one-way entrance. And there should be an exit as well. As Severus explained to Ivy, he waved his wand, uttering a spell to illuminate the path ahead. Intending to approach the distant harp, Ivy hurriedly followed behind him. Why aren't you looking for the professor? Do you wish for me to abandon you here alone? Upon hearing this, Severus halted, turning to question Ivy. In the midst of the confusion, Ivy felt Severus grasp her hand, his firm grip causing her heart to race even more than before. Enveloped in darkness, Severus seemed unconcerned, which alleviated Ivy's anxiety considerably, allowing her to follow him as he led the way. On either side stood unknown tall shelves, and the ground was cluttered with miscellaneous items. leaving only a narrow path for passage. The confined space reminded Ivy of the disarrayed storage room from her childhood, similarly filled with clutter, and leaving only a thin gap for her to traverse. Her mother often instructed her to walk through the narrow path while balancing old books on her head, training her poise. No, she could not dwell on such memories. Ivy felt the surrounding darkness and unsettling atmosphere continually engulfing her, akin to the sensation of being on the brink of death. She gasped for breath, instinctively tightening her grip on Severus's hand. What is the matter? The clutter at their feet made it difficult for Severus to turn around, so he quickened his pace, leading Ivy to the area beside the harp, where the space was comparatively larger and illuminated by a faint light, lessening the oppressive atmosphere. Ivy crouched beside the harp, placing her other hand over her heart. It's all right. Why don't you wait here for me? I'll find the exit and return for you. Severus released Ivy's hand, considering that he might be more efficient alone. No, I'm fine. Ivy slowly rose to her feet, her face appearing pale in the glow, looking rather fragile. Severus furrowed his brow, recognizing her facade of strength, but he did not insist she stay behind. He had never been one to indulge in sentimentality. Since Ivy believed herself capable, he would not deter her. His assistance was merely due to their current contract. Otherwise, he harbored no excess compassion. He advised Ivy to use the illumination charm, suggesting that a bit more light would be beneficial, and proceeded forward. The space had become less constricted, and Ivy felt significantly better, mimicking Severus's actions by using the light from her wand to examine the surrounding items. What is this? Ivy suddenly halted, directing her wand towards a textbook labeled Prince. The sound of creaking, akin to a cabinet scraping against the floor, echoed ominously in the darkness. Upon hearing the noise, Severus glanced at Ivy, who was adamant that she had not touched anything, shaking her head to indicate it was not her doing. Suddenly, a teapot fell to the ground, shattering into numerous porcelain shards at her feet. Before Ivy could react, Severus had shielded her with his body, uttering a spell as several large spiders descended from the cabinet. Fortunately, Severus's incantation was timely, preventing the spiders from landing on her. Ivy stood behind Severus, watching as he deftly dispatched the arachnids with his wand. I believe I know how to exit. Follow me. Severus illuminated the area above with his wand, offering Ivy a faint smile. The dim light accentuated the contours of Severus's features, making his smile appear more pronounced. For a moment, Ivy was taken aback, quickly averting her gaze and redirecting her wand towards the textbook labeled Prince, successfully diverting Severus's attention. I recall you are of the Prince family? Ivy remarked, having seen the name inscribed on Severus's potions book. In the past I might have cared about that surname, but I am a Snape. I shall not be elevated by the mere mention of Prince. Severus chuckled self-deprecatingly, but still approached and rifled through the old textbook. There's also a pendant box, which seems to belong to the Prince family. Would you like to take it? No, these do not belong to me. I possess nothing that is truly mine. Even if I did, it would be impossible to retain. Severus shook his head, placing the textbook back where he had found it. The exit was located in a hole in the ceiling, and Severus climbed onto a table to reach the highest shelf, appearing quite at ease. Then he belatedly considered something. Looking down at Ivy, can you manage to come up here by yourself? I cannot. Ivy gazed up at him, somewhat speechless. Why would he assume that a lady would possess the ability to climb a cabinet? At that moment, Ivy's physical condition was far from optimal. She had not yet undergone training with Lindsay, and was but a frail young lady. How much do you weigh? Let me see if the levitation spell will support you. Severus jumped down to inquire. Severus, there is a notable difference between a person's weight and that of a feather. How would you know without trying? Severus's suggestion was feasible, yet the thought of being levitated made Ivy uneasy. Perhaps it would be better if I simply rendered you unconscious. Were it not for their current contract that prevented him from disregarding Ivy's wishes, he would have already taken action. Ivy successfully stood atop the high cabinet. Though the height made her legs tremble, she noticed that Severus had already exited through the ceiling, and perhaps due to his haste, she failed to see his outstretched hand and collided directly into him. The soft sensation of his lips against hers jolted Ivy, causing her to stumble back a few steps, covering her mouth with the back of her hand. Let us go. It is time to return. Unlike Ivy, Severus exhibited no reaction, merely adjusting his clothing before stating this, and the two made their way back to the Slytherin common room together. Good night, Severus. After speaking, Ivy quickly entered her dormitory, leaning against the door with a sigh of relief. Ivy's recollection concludes here, while Severus lifted his head from the pensive, also reflecting on his memories. At that time, he had believed Ivy to be afraid of the dark, but in retrospect, her demeanor did not seem to stem from fear of darkness. Rather, it resembled the state she had been in when she fainted that day. It seemed she was aware of her condition. He had later checked her and found nothing amiss, allowing the matter to fade into obscurity. Chapter 64, Obstacles. In the headmaster's office at Hogwarts, an owl had just delivered a letter, signed by Ivy Carter. Dumbledore gazed at the extensive parchment before him, feeling somewhat overwhelmed. It was not the nature of the request that troubled him. Indeed, it appeared quite reasonable, but the terms were far too detailed. He had encountered similar documents at the Ministry of Magic, yet had never seen one so densely packed with text. Just as he believed he had finished reading, new lines appeared, adding supplementary clauses, and the parchment became inundated once more. Dumbledore adjusted his half-moon spectacles, sighed, and continued reading, feeling more mentally fatigued than he had during the most arduous phases of the war. Upon a thorough reading, it becomes evident that Ivy's thoughts are rooted in a profound self-distrust. Her intentions do not revolve around combating or vanquishing the Dark Lord. Rather, she yearns to safeguard certain individuals. Notably, alongside Severus, she emphasizes Lily and James, a rather peculiar fixation. In truth, the contract was not penned by Ivy, but by Mia. On that fateful day, Mia reached out to Ivy to ascertain the timeline of her return to England, as September was fast approaching. Ivy merely shared her plans, and Mia took it upon herself to refine them, believing that negotiating with Dumbledore was no trivial matter and required utmost caution. The notion of protecting Lily originated from Mia, who successfully persuaded Ivy to embrace it. Consider this, Ivy. If Lily were to perish, she would become Severus's unattainable ideal, a haunting memory. How could you possibly compare yourself to a ghost? Surely, you do not wish for Severus to spend the rest of his life reminiscing about Lily. Reflecting on Mia's words, Ivy was suddenly struck by the image of Severus's poignant silhouette many years hence, which prompted her to acquiesce to Mia's proposal, insisting that James must also be included in their plans to bind Lily, just to be safe. Once Mia had drafted the letter, Ivy found no fault in it. Although it appeared somewhat cumbersome, exercising caution was prudent, and thus she allowed Mia to dispatch it to Professor Dumbledore. At this juncture, Ivy remained oblivious to the mental torment that letter inflicted upon the elderly gentleman. She was currently at Calthorpe Manor, engaged in trivial conversation with her grandmother. Ivy was acutely aware of her grandmother's unspoken desires, yet the elder woman refrained from voicing them. Ivy had no choice but to endure these discussions. Outside the manor, the sun shone brightly, and a selection of exquisite confections adorned the table, of which only Jador partook. Following his departure, the cakes were replaced with red tea at her grandmother's behest. Jador was due to begin school in a few days, and Ivy, burdened with her own obligations, was informed that it would be best for her to escort him to the station, providing an opportunity for him to spend a few days in their company, as the manor felt rather desolate. Her grandmother smiled at Ivy, knowing her temperament well enough that such a suggestion would be readily accepted. Once Jador commenced his studies, would her grandmother not lament that Ivy would be left alone in the manor? Ivy knew her grandmother too well. She would prefer a more forceful stance that would compel her to sever ties with Severus, thus igniting her rebellion. Instead, her grandmother employed a merchant's cunning, masking her true intentions with veiled excuses, believing that a victory for her would not equate to a loss for Ivy. Ivy, you must be more mindful of my feelings. You know I have always respected your perspective, and I have recently begun to peruse the correspondence from America, her grandmother remarked, raising her teacup with a knowing smile that conveyed depth of meaning, one that Ivy understood all too well. Ivy sighed inwardly. Her grandmother's respect for her thoughts did not extend to her actions. This implied that as long as Ivy complied with her grandmother's wishes, the latter might contemplate an early departure from England. Pondering this, Ivy remained silent, while her grandmother sipped her tea, her countenance cheerful as she gazed into the distance. I shall not part ways with Severus, grandmother, Ivy finally declared after a lengthy pause, turning to face her grandmother earnestly. Of course, you need not end your relationship, provided you do not bring him to the manor, her grandmother replied nonchalantly. There was no anger in her tone, nor any desire to delve into the matter further. She was resolute that Ivy would not marry a Death Eater. Time apart, no matter how profound their feelings, would ultimately lead to nothing. The chaotic gatherings of Death Eaters could very well result in Ivy herself proposing a separation. Grandmother, I am serious. I will marry him. Ivy, I am equally serious. I do not consent. The fact that I have not demanded you to end things immediately is already a significant concession. Her grandmother's voice was stern, and as she placed her cup down, the tea splashed onto the pristine white surface of the table, creating an unsettling contrast. Grandmother, you are well aware that I care deeply about your opinions. Why can you not support me? You disdain his identity, yet your relationship with Mrs. Black remains amicable. And she too is a Death Eater. They are different, Ivy. The Blacks are purebloods, lacking in ambition and the constant need for advancement. Their allegiance to the Death Eaters is driven by self-interest, thus they act with caution and restraint. The truly frightening ones are half-bloods like Severus, who clawed their way up from nothing. Do you truly believe he is a suitable candidate for your husband? Reflect on Slytherin House. Why are the conflicts among half-bloods the most savage and frenzied? Her grandmother's tone bore the weight of earnest concern. In truth, she had always favored James Potter, a pureblood with a straightforward heart, yet fate had dealt a cruel hand to the Potters. Grandmother, this is prejudice. You refuse to even attempt to understand him. Ivy sighed and uttered these words flatly, choosing silence thereafter. It dawned on her that her grandmother's definition of Death Eaters was exclusively directed at half-bloods. Further discourse would be futile, as both her grandmother and Mrs. Black had been molded by the same education, steeped in a deeply entrenched belief in blood purity. Was purity synonymous with virtue in their eyes? It was a notion that they found entirely logical. In truth, Ivy, we harbor no fundamental disagreement. You cannot possibly be on the verge of marrying him, can you? Or do you suppose your feelings can endure without physical presence? If your love is genuine, I would be willing to understand this Mr. Snape for your sake. Especially since I have accepted Mr. Lockhart, a muggle. Observing Ivy's demeanor, her grandmother softened her tone, realizing that such matters could not be forced too sternly, lest they backfire. I hope you will earnestly consider the prospect of going to America. I am rather fatigued and shall retire to rest. Very well, her grandmother replied, using her wand to clear the tea stains from the table. She understood that Ivy had yielded, and that she would likely remain in the manor for the time being. At Gunther Manor, Lindsay lay in bed, observing a pair of figures standing at her bedside. The woman clung to the man, her pale shoulders exposed, her eyes shimmering with affection and desire. These two were Voldemort and his faithful servant Bellatrix. Lindsay lay expressionless, watching the scene unfold. Were she not incapacitated, she would have gladly relinquished the bed to them. Yet now, all she could do was close her eyes. Enough, Bella. Go summon Severus. Yes, my lord. Bella seemed reluctant but obediently knelt, adjusting her garments before exiting the room. Admit it, Lindsay, you still love me. Otherwise, why would you care about Bella's presence? Although Voldemort held love in contempt, he had no qualms about leveraging it for other gains. He neither needed love nor desired to love another. I desire nothing but to cease existing. What care do I have for such things? I pity that girl named Bella. She reminds me of my former self. You revel in her adoration and love for you, basking in the satisfaction of your vanity, profiting immensely from her devotion. Yet, you have no intention of marrying her, nor even the desire to court her. Before Lindsay could finish, Severus knocked and entered, having overheard part of their exchange, though he feigned ignorance. He had assumed the two would exhibit some decorum in his presence, yet Voldemort showed no intention of halting the conversation. Lindsay, do not forget that it was you who betrayed me first. You promised to prove your love, yet you fled. Voldemort disregarded Severus entirely, leaning closer to Lindsay, locking eyes with her, his tone calm yet laced with madness. What more must I do to prove myself? My sacrifices have surpassed my limits. I am human, not your pet. I cannot be grateful for mere praise, nor can I love you with tears after enduring torment. Lindsay spoke with natural conviction, though she recognized that she had once been that obedient dog at his side, the most docile and understanding of them all. Occasionally, in moments of good humor, he might offer her a sliver of acknowledgement, and for that fleeting response, she would have gladly sacrificed everything. A perverse form of love that she could no longer suppress. Once I was like her, and now Bella is my reflection? You possess that knack, yet I shall not be deceived again, Voldemort. Call me Tom Lindsay. The only response from Lindsay was the closing of her eyes, clearly signaling her reluctance to continue the conversation. Chapter 65. Mia's heartfelt sister experience card. The room was suffused with bright light as Severus conducted an examination of Lindsay's mind at Voldemort's behest. Emotionless, he reported his findings, which were far from the results Voldemort had anticipated. The outcome mirrored his previous assessments, revealing an irreversible obliteration of memory. In other words, she is of no further use. Is she Severus? Voldemort inquired, his gaze fixed upon the slumbering Lindsay, as if seeking affirmation from himself. My master, perhaps stimulating her mind with potions may yield some results. Severus suggested cautiously, fully aware that such measures would prove futile, at best merely keeping Lindsay's mind active. Then let us proceed with that, Voldemort declared impulsively, sweeping out of the room with his robes billowing behind him, Severus trailing closely in his wake. Voldemort had brought him there today because, Following Lindsay's ingestion of the potion the previous day, he had witnessed a plethora of her past memories flickering through her mind. Faces of strangers she had encountered long ago, remnants of memories buried deep within her consciousness, now faded yet undeniably present. While the erased memories remained elusive, the evidence of the potion's efficacy was unmistakable. Once they departed, a solitary tear trailed down Lindsay's cheek. The clarity of those memories tormented her, a reminder of the unforgotten anguish of humanity. It was this torment that birthed the spell of complete obliteration. She mused, wishing for death yet rendered immobile. Day in and day out, only her battered house-elf watched over her, providing companionship and care. At the Karth estate, grandmother had invited the long-absent Sunny for a brief stay, ostensibly to allow her to reminisce with Ivy. In truth, Sunny's role was to shadow Ivy, serving as a guiding light to prevent any inappropriate actions on Ivy's part. "Long time no see, Sunny," Ivy greeted her with a smile. Sunny had noticeably filled out, her face round and undeniably endearing. "Long time no see, Ivy," Sunny responded, mustering a smile that resembled more of a grimace. "Do not worry, I harbor no resentment towards you. I understand you were powerless to resist," Ivy said, affectionately ruffling Sunny's hair. "Oh, I knew you were the best, Ivy," Sunny exclaimed, enveloping Ivy in a bear hug that nearly toppled her. "My goodness, Sunny, just how much weight have you gained?" "I told you to watch your diet back in school," Ivy remarked with a frown. While Sunny now appeared exceedingly charming, Ivy pondered the importance of beauty over mere cuteness. It seemed Sunny had entirely relinquished her self-control. In the afternoon, Ivy sat in her bedroom penning a letter to Severus, informing him of her inability to return and mentioning the presence of a human surveillance monitor. This monitor, Sunny, lay on her bed, devouring fruits delivered by the house elf while chatting with Ivy about the dismal circumstances of recent years. Eve, too, had taken refuge in the Muggle world with her family, and Sunny had remained at home for several years, resulting in her weight gain. "Honestly, I cannot fathom why your grandmother would obstruct your path. Severus is precisely the type she would approve of, wealthy and influential," Sunny said as they exited the courtyard, observing Ivy secure her letter to the owl's talon. Sunny revealed that she had seen Severus at a previous gathering. "She desires my future partner to be of pure blood. Ever since my aunt wed Mr. Lockhart, my grandmother's obsession with blood purity has been apparent. She forbade my father from marrying my mother, due to her half-blood status. And now she certainly would not allow me to wed a half-blood either. Really, is blood status of such paramount importance? Of course it is. In the wizarding world, bloodline signifies a shortcut to success. Yet some who take the shortcut may still find themselves outpaced by Severus," Ivy replied, gazing up at the owl soaring into the distance. She was determined to make her grandmother aware of this reality. In America, following a Quidditch match, Mia tearfully bid farewell to a handsome keeper. Having savored the moment long enough, now she must return to Britain to fulfill her role as a savior. As the uncertainty of life and death loomed ahead, she wished not to encumber others with her presence. Mia had already said her goodbyes to her parents, and was now packing her belongings at Ivy's house with the assistance of Ivy's house elf, Nana, whom Ivy had left behind, anticipating Mia's culinary inadequacies. As the duo busied themselves with packing, a sudden knock echoed from the door. Though puzzled, Mia approached to open it. "Ivy, is that you back?" she exclaimed, only to find Vincent standing there. "Sorry to disappoint you, Mia." "Ivy has not returned," he said, his head bowed as he entered and slumped at the table. Nana kindly poured him a glass of water, and Mia, unable to suppress her curiosity, almost urged him to share his story. Yet she refrained. For her time spent with Ivy had already revealed Ivy's feelings toward Vincent and vice versa, particularly how Vincent's attitude toward Ivy had shifted. Ahem. "The tale begins when Ivy graduated and became an Auror," Mia recounted. At that time, Ivy had just started her career, and Mia had already been working at the newspaper for a year. Ivy, now an Auror, had managed to secure a position at the Ministry of Magic, albeit one of lesser significance compared to Ivy's more tumultuous role. American Aurors were expected to follow orders and work collaboratively, a notion Ivy found challenging. Every law or unwritten rule seemed to trigger Ivy's ire, leading to frequent infractions due to her impetuousness. Those who partnered with her faced deductions in points or salary. It was during this period that Vincent encountered Ivy. As the least favored of the new Aurors, Ivy found herself without a partner until the commander had no choice but to assign her to work alongside the notably competent Vincent. Mia, involved in confidential work and occasionally crossing paths with Aurors, could attest that Vincent initially held a disdain for Ivy. Their personalities were polar opposites. He was gentle with criminals, adept at employing a soft approach, while Ivy exhibited no sympathy for suspected offenders, and harbored a discernible disdain for men, which piqued Vincent's curiosity. To prevent Ivy from jeopardizing his salary and promotion prospects, he sought Mia's insight into his new partner. Mia remembered cryptically informing Vincent that Ivy's demeanor was a result of a failed relationship. She could hardly divulge that Ivy had always been thus. After all, when Mia first met Ivy, she had already possessed such a disposition. It was Ivy's support that had allowed Mia's work to flourish. And Mia wished for Ivy to receive some compassion to ease her professional path. Whether Mia's words had an effect or not, Ivy and Vincent gradually began to work in harmony. During moments of conflict resolution, Vincent assumed the role of the amiable diplomat while Ivy became the imposing figure, a strategy that proved effective in gathering intelligence and interrogating suspects. Vincent taught Ivy many things, including how to foster friendships and integrate into the collective, all while achieving her objectives through amicable means. He was a gentle soul, exuding warmth and charm, and was quite popular among the ladies. Even those at the ministry who had exchanged but a few words with him secretly harbored affections, with Ivy being the notable exception. By the time Vincent reached out to Mia again, he had developed feelings for Ivy and sought Mia's counsel, bringing her a week's worth of snacks in exchange for a glimpse into Ivy's past. How could someone so beautiful have been dumped? Vincent questioned, his tone laced with incredulity, while Mia's expression revealed an unspoken sympathy. Yet another young man deceived by Ivy's exterior. What led to their breakup? Did he fall for someone else? Though reluctant to respond in such a manner, Mia conceded, in a sense, yes. It was quite abrupt. Ivy saved him from a near-death experience, yet upon awakening, he changed entirely, showing no initiative to reach out to Ivy, indifferent to her existence. Why would he treat her this way? That I truly do not know. Even Ivy herself is perplexed. You must have discerned that if she were aware, she would not have transformed into her current self, Mia sighed, furrowing her brow and signaling Vincent to lower his voice. Clearly, now was not the opportune moment for confessions of love. In summary, you need only to be aware. Refrain from foolishly pursuing her to avoid dragging me into complications. I want to elaborate further, lest Ivy take my life. Subsequently, Vincent heeded Mia's suggestion, and became good friends with Ivy. Ivy's only friends were Mia and him. One day, Ivy yearned for romance. She would inevitably encounter him. He believed that, in due course, they would unite, without the need for haste. However, he never anticipated that Ivy would return to England. A few days prior, when he contacted Ivy through the two-way mirror, he heard a male voice beside her. He listened as Ivy playfully teased that individual, brandishing a bandage as she explained to him that she was her friend from America, then turned to the two-way mirror with a smile, inquiring if he had anything urgent to discuss. In a moment of panic, he hastily replied that it was nothing and ended the call, and since then, he had not reached out to her again. The Ivy reflected in the two-way mirror was undeniably beautiful, yet even the last remnants of her smile were not directed at him. He had suggested to Ivy on numerous occasions that she ought to smile more, jokingly remarking that it would be a pity for such a lovely face to remain somber. It turned out she was not devoid of laughter after all. Upon noticing the light emanating from the house, Vincent assumed Ivy had returned, prompting him to knock on the door. Mia, do you know if Ivy is in a relationship now? Have Ivy and that person reconciled? Vincent confided in Mia, seeking a listening ear to alleviate his inner turmoil. Well, how should I put it? I'm not certain. Mia internally recoiled at the notion, realizing that Ivy's romantic entanglements were now her burden to bear. Despite having previously hoped for a union between Ivy and Vincent. Alas, how foolish of her to be swayed by mere snacks, entangling herself in this mess. How does he compare to me? Vincent disregarded Mia's peculiar comment and earnestly inquired. I would prefer not to discourage you. Perhaps you could pose a different question? Vincent was undeniably a charming blonde, yet in terms of temperament, few could measure up to Severus. This was a comparison made without filters. Why? Am I lacking? No. Not at all. You are exceptional. It's just that I genuinely do not know how to respond. You are entirely different. You are warm, outgoing, chatty, and gentle. But you bear no resemblance to Ivy's preferred type. Then what is that person like? Well, he is taciturn, perhaps even a bit acerbic, possessing both ambition and strength, with a rather assertive personality. Listening to Mia's description, Vincent fell silent, realizing that Ivy favored a person so unlike him. Vincent, you must let go. Ivy is not suited for you. Right now, you can only see her merits, while her flaws are entirely overlooked. No, not overlooked. You simply do not understand her. Mia, acting as a caring sister, earnestly advised him. Perhaps I do not know her, but that person should have lost his chance long ago, should he not? He has harmed Ivy. Vincent seemed perplexed as to why Mia was no longer supportive of him. Love, after all, is fraught with pain, is it not? Quite normal. Mia remarked, concealing her conscience with her hand. And do not think of comparing yourself with him. A gentle and kind girl like Yana would be far more suitable for you. Yana was a cheerful archivist, responsible for organizing the archive room. And there was not a soul who did not adore her. Chapter 66, Favoritism. Ivy was aware that her grandmother would not intercept her letters. Yet she only received Severus's reply that evening. The letter contained a few succinct phrases acknowledging Ivy's situation and offering her several solutions given the circumstances. Severus's wording was meticulous, prompting her to chuckle. She could certainly resolve the issue with Sunny, but she could not do so, for if she fled, Sunny would be in dire straits. Her grandmother was all too aware of her vulnerabilities, hence bringing Sunny to the manor. Upon opening the accompanying package, she discovered a new two-way mirror. Severus always seemed to know what she needed, or perhaps he simply wished to avoid being disturbed by owls. Looking on the bright side, it was possible that Vincent had sought her out through the two-way mirror, which had stirred a hint of jealousy within him. Ivy settled at her vanity, the various bottles and jars still uncapped, and activated the two-way mirror, with only the floor lamp beside the vanity casting a warm and gentle glow in the dimness. Severus? Ivy softly called his name, and upon his appearance in the mirror, a fleeting moment of awkwardness crossed his features. She observed him as though he were closing a cabinet. Before stepping closer to the table, he was clad in a black shirt, with the laboratory's shelves behind him. Is anyone following you now? Severus inquired. His gaze fixed on Ivy, whose unadorned beauty radiated softly in the warm light. No, Sunny is in the next room. But what were you just doing? Is that the cabinet for the meditation basin? Severus, did you peek into my memories? Ivy accused playfully, as if she had caught him in the act. No. I merely viewed my own memories. Severus seemed sincere, and Ivy felt a pang of disappointment. I perused your memories yesterday. Upon hearing this, Ivy's eyes flickered. I didn't realize your curiosity was so intense, she remarked, her cheeks flushing as her restrained smile fully illuminated her eyes. So do you know now? Severus. I realized I liked you back then. In fact, I had known for quite some time, remember? The scent you encountered in the love potion? Ivy suddenly comprehended, covering her mouth in astonishment. Was he inherently this perceptive? She gazed intently at Severus, seeking to discern his true nature. Severus's pallor remained, his silence cold as ice. Even his smile bore an aloofness, yet at that moment, the corners of his mouth gently curved upward, adorned with a hint of affection. His once icy black eyes now sparkled with unwavering determination, causing Ivy's heart to race. I should have devoted myself to studying potions back then, she mused, realizing how early she had revealed her feelings for Severus. Severus, you knew I liked you yet remained unresponsive? I did not wish to pierce through your facade. And sudden affections can fade just as quickly. I feared yours might be a fleeting whim. Not at all. It's akin to shopping. I can always spot what I desire at first glance, and nothing else compares to that initial attraction. The two continued their conversation, Ivy speaking more while Severus responded to her inquiries until Ivy reclined on her bed, her eyelids growing heavy, yet reluctant to part with the two-way mirror. Severus. When did you come to like me? You no longer have feelings for Lily, do you? Ivy murmured as she lay in bed. No. I no longer have feelings for her. Ivy soon drifted into peaceful slumber, her slender lashes casting delicate shadows. Severus watched her, contemplating her question. He had indeed pondered this after her departure. He recalled that summer when Ivy had just left. However, with the existence of the brain-locking charm in his books, he did not often think of her. He had always been able to control himself, employing absolute clarity and rationality to restrain his fervent longing. That was until the day he lost his parents, leaving him with nothing, even the faintest hint of familial affection. He had thought he had experienced the utmost agony with the Cruciatus curse, yet he had not anticipated that this common human emotion could be equally tormenting. Perhaps even more so than the curse itself. During the holiday he was preoccupied with funerals and Death Eater duties. He had no time to meet Lily, and his state was far from stable, bordering on madness. Perhaps Merlin, feeling pity for him, had arranged a surprise. One weekend morning, he was alone in the library as usual when Lily sought him out. Severus, Mia said you once liked me? Is that true? Severus remained silent, gazing at her with a hint of confusion, uncertain of the meaning behind Lily's inquiry, but she interpreted it as tacit approval. In truth, I liked you as well, Severus. Lily admitted, pausing momentarily to muster the courage to voice her thoughts, but before she could utter them, she was interrupted. It can't be. After a brief moment of astonishment, he responded with a wry smile, attributing his insomnia as the cause. His eyes were tinged with red, and the emotions lurking beneath them appeared somewhat terrifying to Lily. Why must such revelations occur at this moment? You should have informed me sooner. Why could you not have done so? To Severus, Lily's words seemed absurd, as if the world were perpetually mocking him. Lily could not decipher the smile he wore. Yet she could perceive Severus's anguish. I did not wish to withhold this from you, Severus. It was simply that you were exceedingly sensitive back then. You were in Slytherin, and I was in Gryffindor alongside James. I feared you would overthink it. Well, you are correct. I am not only sensitive but also plagued by insecurities. Fortunately, I no longer concern myself with such matters, for when they troubled me, you were absent. Severus sat across from Lily, gazing at her. She remained the warm light of his childhood, yet this light never shone solely upon him. To Lily he was merely one among her many friends, no different from Potter. Perhaps even less significant than her new friend Mia. Severus, I thought you wished for me not to witness your disheveled state. Lily retorted, though her tone softened as she looked at Severus, no longer raised as it often was. Yes, thank you for pretending not to notice, Lily. You have preserved my dignity. So we remain friends. As he spoke, Severus lowered his gaze to conceal the pain in his eyes, resuming his perusal of the book before him. He did not wish to disclose to Lily his disdain for her pity, her willful ignorance, and her self-righteous attempts to safeguard his self-esteem, as if he were destined to remain perpetually insecure. Severus, do you still have feelings for Ivy? If so, why did you break up with her? Mia claimed that Severus ended things because of her. Severus continued to stare at the book, offering no reply, yet Lily was insistent on extracting an answer. When did you develop feelings for her? I am not certain. Perhaps it was in our 4th year. We spent every day together, and I was oblivious. Was it simply because she is beautiful? Perhaps. Severus responded dismissively, feeling an urge to disengage from the conversation, hoping she would take her leave soon. I had thought you would differ from shallow individuals like Thomas. Severus. It appears your affections can be so easily swayed. Lily sensed his attitude, but she felt dissatisfied. After all their years of companionship, it seemed they paled in comparison to a mere pretty face like Ivy's. With that, she stood and departed. Shallow. Yet Ivy is undeniably beautiful. Severus continued to flip through the pages of the book, though his mind was far from it. Ivy was cruel to others, yet kind to him. He had never experienced such favoritism, leaving him perplexed, fearing she might have ulterior motives. Fortunately, he was not completely naive and understood that compared to an unattainable light, such favoritism was salvation. It was all too easy for him to fall for Ivy. From that moment on, he and Lily ceased to interact. Upon learning he was a Death Eater, Lily did not even write to him. He devoted himself entirely to the tasks assigned by the Dark Lord, yearning for an abundance of wealth, status, respect, and fear. Yet the more he obtained, the more hollow he felt. The memories in his pensive were solely filled with recollections of Ivy. He obsessively revisited their past, attempting to fill the void within him with her affection. Watching Ivy's sleeping profile, she remained unaware of the tremors in his hands as he prepared potions for her on their next meeting. Nor did she know how long it took him to force himself to regain composure. Although they possessed a two-way mirror, it did not allow for frequent conversations. Ivy believed this arrangement preferable, as it prevented her from becoming overly clingy with Severus, which he would undoubtedly dislike. For many days, it seemed she had garnered a measure of her grandmother's trust, enabling her to visit Severus under the guise of escorting Gilderoy to school, albeit in a 3-person outing with Sunny in tow. After sending Gilderoy off on the Hogwarts Express with Sunny, Ivy hurried to Diagon Alley, where Severus awaited her at the Leaky Cauldron, or rather, the two of them. Sunny was proving to be quite the effective third wheel, particularly today. It was rather warm. So perhaps we should forego the hugging, Ivy. You can hug me instead. I am cooler. Wait, holding hands is better left to girls, right, Severus? Sunny insisted on wedging herself between them. Oh. Ivy looked. Severus is glaring at me. Ivy felt overwhelmed by Sunny's chatter, who had even managed to spill ice cream on her. It was only in the fitting room of the clothing store that Ivy finally found a moment of peace. Realizing how loud one person could be, she and Severus had barely exchanged a few words. Uncertain of what her grandmother had confided in Sunny, Ivy only knew that Sunny bore a magical mark preventing her from straying more than 5 meters from Ivy. Otherwise, her grandmother would be alerted immediately. Outside the fitting room, "Are you going to follow us the entire time?" Severus inquired of Sunny. "I apologize, I know I am unnecessary, but if I do not, Mrs. Colt will have me killed. Do you not fear I might kill you now?" "Ivy would not let you kill me," Sunny replied resolutely, only to be met with Severus raising an eyebrow and revealing his wand from his sleeve. At that moment, Sunny remembered Ivy was in the fitting room. Though somewhat flustered, she pressed on. Now that Ivy is absent, you may as well kill me. Dying at your hands is preferable to being turned into a human perfume by Mrs. Colt. Sunny closed her eyes, striking a pose of martyrdom, while Severus silently scoffed and moved to the other side, wishing to distance himself from her. Severus, how does this look? Ivy emerged at just the right moment, and as soon as she did, Sunny clung to her arm as if grasping a lifeline. Sunny, what on earth is wrong with you? Ivy exclaimed. Ivy, you look good in anything. Please stop trying on more clothes. If you must, take me with you. Ivy glanced at Severus, who wore a displeased frown while watching Sunny intently, clearly aware of the unfolding drama. Shall we go to our usual CAF for afternoon tea? Ivy attempted to soothe Sunny, gently withdrawing her arm. All right. Sunny nodded, still holding on to her arm. Exiting the clothing store, Ivy felt a headache coming on as she looked at Sunny beside her. This was nothing like the date she had envisioned. It should have been her cuddling up to Severus, yet it had turned into this. Severus, perhaps you should head back first? Ivy suggested, glancing at the troubled Sunny beside her. Does she merely need to follow? Severus asked Ivy. I cannot stray too far from Sunny. If my grandmother finds out, it will be disastrous. What do you intend to do, Severus? I intend to do nothing. Severus did not elaborate but did not depart either. Chapter 67, A Flawed Plan. In the restaurant's private room, Ivy had already consumed half of the black cake before hesitating for a couple of seconds, putting down her fork. Are you full? Severus inquired from across the table, handing her a cup of strawberry juice, which Ivy accepted with a smile. Sunny sat between them, observing the shared smiles, feeling utterly superfluous. Moreover, this seemed to diverge from what Mrs. Colt had conveyed to her today. Severus appeared genuinely earnest in his treatment of Ivy. She had gone to such lengths. Yet his wild nature had not yet surfaced. Just then, Sunny was struck dumb, petrified, as she watched Ivy being led out of the private room by Severus. Severus? Just to the next room. It is not far. I booked 2 private rooms, he explained, opening another door and guiding Ivy inside. As Sunny watched Ivy being led away, she turned to say something only to be pulled into Severus's embrace in a swift motion. From the look in his eyes, Ivy understood he intended to kiss her but refrained, merely gazing at her. Ivy, what are your plans for after this? After this? Well, I intend to placate my grandmother so she will transfer the cult assets. As for the remaining matters, we shall discuss them when Mia returns in a few days. Ivy pondered for a moment, and then casually relayed her thoughts to Severus. She had recently received a response from Professor Dumbledore, but with Sunny present, she felt restrained and could only wait for Mia's return to facilitate communication with the headmaster. Severus regarded her, pinching her waist, seemingly dissatisfied with her answer. Yet, she had spoken no untruths. How perplexing. Ivy belatedly realized that what Severus truly wished to inquire about was their relationship, and her plans regarding it. Before she could contemplate further, Severus's kiss descended upon her like a form of punishment. Regardless of whether it was a kiss or something else, Severus always maintained absolute dominance. However, a sudden pain in his left arm prompted him to release Ivy, for it was the Dark Mark. The Dark Lord was summoning his Death Eaters. I must take my leave. You should swiftly return to the manor, Severus instructed Ivy before striding towards the door and disapparating away. Judging by his expression, it appeared that the Death Eaters were preparing for some significant maneuver. Complying, Ivy took Sunny and returned to the cult manor. Days turned into weeks without any contact from Severus, while the newspapers incessantly reported on the activities of the Death Eaters. However, unlike the previous glorifications, the press now championed freedom of speech, declaring that the Death Eaters could not extinguish everyone. Such fervent proclamations seemed to indicate that Dumbledore's manipulation of public opinion had endowed the Order of the Phoenix with a fighting chance against the Death Eaters. The Dark Lord, in his haste to capture members of the Order, seemed to forget that darkness could not simply obliterate light and assume the mantle of righteousness. He had fallen into Dumbledore's trap. The chain reaction stemming from the young Barty incident appeared to bear the old man's signature. Should the Dark Lord fail to yield any positive influence for the wizarding community this time, he would irrevocably forfeit the opportunity to rewrite history. During these days, Ivy occupied herself by assisting her grandmother in formulating new skincare products, spending her time within the laboratory. Her grandmother tirelessly drilled her with ideas, and Ivy reciprocated, neither able to sway the other, treating it merely as a diversion amidst their work. I do this for your own good, Ivy. For my own good. You ought to leave England at once. You've seen the recent reports. Britain is not safe. We are purebloods. How could we possibly be implicated? How could we not be implicated? The Dark Lord is not one for negotiation. With business prospering, it is not beyond reason that he might send someone to collect our profits. Ivy replied solemnly, aware of her grandmother's obsession with wealth. Am I to toil tirelessly to manage the business, only to end up enriching others? No wonder that Malfoy boy once transferred a portion of Jones's business to me. It seems he had ulterior motives. Her grandmother frowned, then as if struck by a sudden thought, tightened her grip on Ivy's wrist. Then you must not be with Snape. This could be the Dark Lord's trap. Marrying you could mean the majority of the cult fortune ends up in his pocket. That is precisely why I urged you to transfer the assets, grandmother, Ivy reasoned. Although her grandmother's views differed somewhat from hers, they ultimately aligned in purpose. Are you steadfast in your desire to be with him? You know his intentions are not pure. If you lose your assets, how can you be certain he still wishes to marry you? Her grandmother, exasperated, began to suspect that Ivy had been subjected to a soul-binding curse. For over half a month, she had been utterly unresponsive to reason. Grandmother, if that were the case, Severus would still marry me. Does that not imply he is not as you claim? Can you agree to that? Ivy continued her meticulous work, trimming the branches of magical plants, seeking her grandmother's approval, for it held significant weight in her heart. No, you should abandon this notion forthwith. Although this was not the answer Ivy wished to hear, her grandmother's rare hesitation did not go unnoticed. She recognized Ivy's determination. However, in matters of love, a woman's excessive affection could be detrimental, thus she maintained her disapproving stance. Ivy understood that even if her grandmother's heart softened, she would still adhere to her pureblood ideology, trapped within the confines of her own beliefs. Ivy had yet to conceive a means to break the stalemate, until she received an invitation from Narcissa. Her grandmother imposed no restrictions on this invitation, nor did she insist that Sunny accompany her. Upon arriving at Malfoy Manor, Ivy discovered that Narcissa was pregnant. Yet, given the recent fervor among the Death Eaters, Lucius had been absent from home for several days. So, I have become the chosen fortunate one? Ivy remarked with a quiet laugh, pointing to herself. Of course. You were informed of this news even before Lucius. I've been overly anxious these past few days. You know that Horcrux lies in the basement. What if it affects the child? Relax, Narcissa. You and your child will be perfectly fine. I'll help you retrieve that notebook shortly. Are you sure you're all right? It has been in the basement for such a long time without incident, hasn't he it? Better than letting you worry while pregnant. Yes, thank you, Ivy. No need for thanks. I have a favor to ask of you as well. Hearing Ivy's words, Narcissa's eyes brightened. No problem. The Black family always has peculiar and obscure potions. Later that evening at the cult manor, only 3 individuals remained. Ivy, her grandmother, and Sunny. The hall echoed with a more intense argument than usual. Are you not afraid of rendering me a fool by doing this? We were together during school. Are you confident you can erase so many of my memories? Grandmother, and now that I am pregnant, I can only marry Severus. Are you trying to drive me to madness? Ivy, how could you allow such a blunder to occur? Her grandmother, initially in disbelief, gradually regained her composure and attempted to cast a detection spell on Ivy. Ivy, however, remained unconcerned. She had just consumed the potion Narcissa had given her. A potion capable of simulating pregnancy, employed by many female criminals to evade incarceration in Azkaban, known only to a handful of pureblood families. Upon receiving the results, her grandmother fell into a prolonged silence before finally speaking. Sunny, help me draft a letter. I wish to invite Mr. Snape to Cult Manor, using that red stationery. Oh. Very well, Mrs. Calt. Sunny, ever compliant before her grandmother, cast Ivy a helpless glance as she cautiously retrieved the red stationery. Observing the letter, Ivy realized her grandmother was truly incensed. Previously, she had only employed howler letters with her father. This was troubling. It seemed she had landed Severus in significant trouble. The Dark Lord was convening at this very moment. She should not have acted so hastily without considering the consequences. It was all Narcissa's fault for insisting she consumed the potion at Malfoy Manor. What are you still standing there for? Come sit down. Do you not realize you are pregnant? Obediently, Ivy walked to the side and sat down, her mind racing with thoughts on how to intercept the letter. Chapter 68, Provocation. Watching as her grandmother neatly tied the letter with a ribbon and handed it to Sunny, Ivy began to panic. Actually, I was deceiving you, grandmother. Perhaps we should forego the howler letter? Severus might still be at Gunter Manor. What? Now you are concerned about embarrassment? I speak the truth, grandmother. I only drank that potion which caused this. Go and send the letter, Sunny. As Sunny took the letter and walked out, her grandmother turned to Ivy. The truth no longer matters. Did you not insist on marrying that Snape? I shall grant your wish. When he arrives, you are not to speak. I want to see just how strong your love truly is, so you may come to realize the reality of your situation. At Gunter Manor's banquet hall, a gathering was underway to bolster morale. Such events were often the most chaotic, as they could very well be the last moments of joy for many. The dim lighting and melodic music created an atmosphere where even the main hall occasionally echoed with sounds that could make one's face flush and heart race. Typically, those remaining at this hour were either compelled to attend for their families, or were motivated by their own desires to join the Death Eaters. In stark contrast to the tumultuous festivities outside, the conference hall was enveloped in an eerie silence. A dozen individuals were seated along the elongated table, their wine goblets before them, condensation forming on the glassware due to the chill in the air, droplets occasionally sliding down the sides. The center of the table was adorned with the same lavish spread as that in the banquet, yet none had partaken of it. At the head of the table sat the Dark Lord, his countenance serene. The unexpected resistance from the Ministry of Magic had taken him by surprise. While the loss of manpower was insignificant, the blow to his prestige was intolerable. His followers, the Death Eaters, might revel in chaos, but inciting public sentiment? That was a different matter entirely. An owl, quite out of place, alighted at the window, tapping against the glass, a most unusual occurrence. Voldemort furrowed his brow. Could this hall truly resemble the Great Hall of Hogwarts? Severus recognized the owl at once, its distinctive light brown feathers and rotund form identifying it as the messenger of the Caterwall family. But why would Ivy send him a letter at this hour? Under Voldemort's directive, the owl had delivered a letter before swiftly departing, as if fleeing from its contents. As the screeching letter hovered before Severus, a wave of astonishment washed over the assembly, including Voldemort himself. It was Bellatrix who could not contain her laughter, and soon thereafter, a disconcerting buzzing filled the ears of all present, snapping them back to reality. Severus had cast a silencing charm around him before finally opening the letter. The gathered crowd could not discern the letter's contents, but could see Severus's increasingly grim expression, and the way he shredded the parchment into confetti. I assumed you were indifferent to women, Severus. When did you achieve such progress? It was evident that Voldemort had circumvented the silencing charm through his own means, as he now regarded Severus with keen interest. My apologies, my lord. Severus glanced at the table, red paper fragments littering the food, the letter's contents rendering his thoughts disarrayed, and he uttered this in a daze. There is no need for apologies, Severus. This is fortuitous, and congratulations are in order. Whether it was due to his lack of further soul division or Severus's assistance in potion-making, Voldemort's emotions had remained remarkably stable of late. He raised his goblet in a toast, and though the Death Eaters were oblivious to the unfolding drama, they followed suit. Severus downed the wine in his cup, seeking the drink's sharpness to clarify his muddled thoughts, before excusing himself and departing the gathering early. At Caterwall Manor, Ivy sat earnestly upon the sofa, appearing composed. At worst, she would be the subject of ridicule, which was of little consequence, for her affair with Severus would eventually become common knowledge. Sunny occupied the sofa opposite Ivy, with their grandmother seated between them, cradling a cup of tea while scrutinizing Ivy. She frowned slightly. She knew her granddaughter well, never the most amiable of characters, and friendless to boot. What, she mused, could Severus possibly see in her? Her appearance? There were countless beautiful women, and those in her line of work knew that a bit of grooming could render anyone presentable. Regrettably, many chose to neglect themselves. Grandmother. Perhaps Severus will not come after all? Do we wait indefinitely? Ivy inquired, shifting uncomfortably as her posture was persistently corrected by her grandmother. Severus arrived hurriedly under the cover of night, his thoughts a chaotic whirl. The suddenness of this situation had left him unprepared for fatherhood, and he doubted his ability to raise a child. Given the current circumstances, it hardly seemed an auspicious time, yet this child was his and Ivy's. A flicker of unacknowledged anticipation crossed his mind as he entered Caterwall Manor, where silence reigned, illuminated only by the castle's lights, casting silhouettes in the hall. He approached, able to see clearly from outside. As Severus's gaze met Ivy's, she attempted to rise, only to be halted by a light cough from her grandmother. Following Ivy's line of sight, the grandmother appraised Severus as he approached, finding him to embody the cold, proud descriptions she had heard. Yet he was merely a young man in his early 20s, brimming with youthful fervor. After exchanging brief pleasantries with Severus, the grandmother swiftly got to the point, waving her wand to cast a silencing charm to prevent Ivy from overhearing their conversation. Mr. Snape, I must apologize if my wording in the letter lacked precision. I have just reconfirmed with Ivy. Perhaps this child is not yours. At this, she paused to sip her tea, noting Severus's gaze shift towards Ivy. Setting down her cup, she continued, You see, Ivy has been spoiled by me. She often engages in absurd antics. I wish to intervene, but my hands are tied. Now that she is with child. Do you still intend to marry her? I shall marry her, Severus replied, his attention returning from Ivy to the formidable Mrs. Catterwall, who proved to be as challenging as Ivy had described. "Oh, your declaration raises my suspicions regarding your intentions, Mrs. Catterwall. Even if I had ulterior motives, my desire to marry her remains unimpeded by you." Ivy, unable to hear their exchange, could only perceive the strain in Severus's expression. "I can indeed prevent it. Otherwise, you would not find yourself here, would you?" Mrs. Catterwall seemed emboldened, realizing that this Severus cared for Ivy more than she had anticipated. "You remind me of Ivy's father, who once stood before me with a lady in tow, only to meet his demise at the hands of the Death Eaters. In truth, I have investigated this matter, Mrs. Catterwall. You were well aware of the impending doom facing the Jones family, considering your long-standing alliance with the Black family. You calculated that the Death Eaters would strike the Jones family, thus hastening Ivy's engagement to Bentley to profit from the situation. Did you not? Therefore, Mr. Catterwall's affairs shall not pose an obstacle between Ivy and me. Indeed, as long as there is love, no barriers shall arise. Let us conclude for today." Upon seeing her grandmother lift her wand to dispel the silencing charm, Ivy instructed their house elf, Minnie, to prepare a guest room for Severus before ascending the stairs. Although her intuition warned her that her grandmother would not yield so easily, just as Severus emerged from the bathroom clad in a bathrobe, he heard the sound of a unlocking charm. It was Ivy, cloaked in invisibility, her hair disheveled and damp, a strand clinging to her neck. "Severus, did my grandmother give you any trouble?" she asked as he approached. "Why did you rush out without drying your hair?" He took a towel and began drying her hair. "I was eager to see you. Did that letter cause you any inconvenience?" "It has proven somewhat troublesome," Severus admitted, pausing in his actions as he contemplated his response. Ivy realized that her revelation was not what Severus wished to hear. Indeed, she had caused him trouble, and it was best to clarify things now to avoid further manipulation by her grandmother. "Severus, I must tell you something. Please do not be angry, all right? You aren't about to tell me that Ivy's appearance is hard to overlook? Actually, I'm not pregnant. I lied to my grandmother. I didn't anticipate she would send you that screeching letter." Severus exhaled in relief, his gaze softening as he looked at Ivy, regretting his earlier thoughts. But she misinterpreted his expression. "Are you eager for it, Severus? I thought you disliked children." She had not expected such a reaction from him, for Ivy herself had little fondness for children, often associating them with trouble. "Come here. Let me dry your hair." Severus pulled Ivy closer to sit in a chair, never appearing to hold her accountable. Ivy gazed up at him, her smile radiant and gentle. "Severus, will you marry me?" Severus gently brushed her hair aside, his voice low and resonant. Ivy's smile deepened as she wrapped her arms around his waist, nestling her head into his embrace. She could not resist indulging in playful affection with Severus, exclaiming, "I'm not marrying you." Severus momentarily halted, pondering, "You carry my child. Who else do you wish to wed?" "I've told you that it's not true. Just because we share a bed doesn't mean I'm obliged to marry you," Ivy replied, her gray eyes glistening with mischief. Listening to her, Severus set down the towel in his hand, lifting her effortlessly onto the nearby table, leaning over its edge to gaze at her intently. The proximity of their breaths sent shivers down Ivy's shoulders, causing her invisible cloak to slip away, revealing a golden slip dress beneath. The exquisite curve of her back darkened Severus's gaze, his hand lingering at her waist, his voice husky and perilous. "Say you love me." "I love you, Severus." Seemingly relishing in her vulnerable state, Severus's lips curled into a faint smile, warmth flickering in his eyes as he swept Ivy up in his arms, striding toward the bed. Chapter 69, Resemblance. Gunther Manor. Once the meeting concluded, Voldemort's departure allowed the gathered company to relax significantly, partaking in the festivities outside. Upon entering the room where Lindsay resided, Voldemort found her lost in contemplation, gazing out at the moon. "What is it? Yearning for freedom? If you were a bit more compliant, you wouldn't be confined to this bed all day," he remarked. "My thoughts are free, unbound by anyone or anything." "It is you who is truly imprisoned," Lindsay retorted, her mood buoyant. Upon encountering Voldemort, she did not instinctively close her eyes as she usually did, for the house elf had recently agreed to assist her in writing another letter. "Let us hear it." "Eternity, pursuing an unattainable goal. Isn't that a form of imprisonment? Only you know what I intend to do, Lindsay." Voldemort's gaze turned menacing as he gripped his wand, an uncontrollable urge to eliminate her surging within him. Fully aware that Lindsay sought to provoke him. "I do know, and I intend to inform others." "Imph. Who would believe you?" Lindsay, noticing Voldemort's calm demeanor, fell silent. "Almost forgot my purpose for being here." Ivy called, "Your little apprentice?" I never imagined she would end up with Severus. She is quite reminiscent of you, drawn to our kind. Voldemort observed Lindsay, who merely regarded him coldly. Her lack of intention to engage prompting him to continue. Severus and I are alike in many respects, bloodline, experience, talent, and now, even in matters of the heart. I foresee Miss Colt's fate will not be a favorable one. I understand Severus. He will not fall in love with another. He merely seeks to fill the void within himself with others' affections. Voldemort, that is merely your presumptuous conjecture. The truth is, Severus is different from you. Lindsay's expression morphed from disdain to pity, her tone softening. Yes, you are correct. Both of you require the affections of others, but you only know how to take, draining others of their last vestiges of worth. Severus, however, is willing to give for love. Have you forgotten? He defied your orders and let Ivy go. Do not be naive, Lindsay. That was merely a tactic. Ah, indeed, you were once skilled in such tactics. But dare you claim you never loved me, Tom? Today, you seem more talkative than usual, all because that wretched elf agreed to help you write a letter? Upon hearing this, Lindsay fell silent, turning her gaze back to the window, knowing Voldemort would soon regale her with his schemes to deal with Dumbledore and the folly of his minions. She found it laughable. Did the vast legion of Death Eaters truly lack anyone to listen to him? I am preparing to create the fourth Horcrux. You know I have already acquired Slytherin's locket and Hufflepuff's cup. I simply have not commenced the work after all these years. Must you force me to recall these memories? It is because of Angie's death that you fear to continue your fragmentation. She was not yet 6. Lindsay's calm demeanor shattered, her pallid face flushed with rage. I acted to grant her immortality by splitting her soul. As you well know, Lindsay. Voldemort's voice remained unperturbed. Back then, he had been working at the dark art shop in Nocturne Alley, preparing for the creation of the fourth Horcrux. Lindsay could have had a better life, but chose to live in a dilapidated flat with him, until she discovered the truth about her parents' and relatives' deaths. During which time she had loved him dearly. Perhaps you should consider why she was so frail? Both my daughter and I have been your experiments. Fortunately, so many years have passed that I have long since moved on. You have not changed at all, never believing yourself at fault. Go ahead and continue splitting your soul. May you meet the same fate as Angie. I will not die. I am better prepared this time. We discussed that book on souls in school. I have completed the ancient runes in the latter part. Not only will I survive, but I will also grow stronger, and the Horcrux I create will be perfect. Voldemort appeared resolute, unfazed by Lindsay's words. He had entrusted the diary to Lucius for safekeeping, the ring remained in his possession, and the diadem was hidden in a place within Hogwarts that no one could locate. Everything was proceeding according to plan, save for the Order of the Phoenix and Dumbledore. The following morning, Ivy had not seen her grandmother at all. Logically, her grandmother should not have missed breakfast. Perhaps my grandmother has some matters to attend to. Severus. It's no trouble if you leave directly. Ivy sat before her vanity, having just finished her makeup, combing her hair while catching sight of Severus idly flipping through a beauty magazine on the sofa. Aren't you going out too? I'll accompany you. Severus's comment stemmed from Mia's recent contact via the two-way mirror. They had originally agreed to communicate solely through it. Yet Mia insisted on meeting Ivy in person due to some unforeseen circumstance. This struck Severus as odd, prompting him to accompany her. As Ivy emerged from the fireplace, Mia seized her hand. It's Vincent. He insisted on meeting you. I had no choice but to bring him along. Mia offered a helpless smile to Ivy, who noticed Vincent standing beside her. However, Severus's arrival rendered Mia unable to smile. She froze in place, wishing Ivy had informed her that Severus would also be present. This could turn disastrous. Mia silently prayed that Vincent would muster the courage to confess his feelings in front of Severus, lest she too faced the wrath of Severus's Avada Kedavra. Severus, this is Vincent, my friend from America. Mia, you know him, Ivy introduced, amused by Mia's evident fear of Severus. Hello, I'm Vincent Rodriguez. Vincent appeared at ease, smiling, though a flicker of subtle hostility glimmered in his gaze. Severus Snape. Severus and Vincent exchanged glances. Without needing to employ legilimency, Severus could sense Vincent's intentions, though Ivy remained oblivious. Mia hastily interrupted their stare down, proposing they all go for some butterbeer. A splendid idea, as the dreary weather was perfect for warming up with a drink. I must take my leave. I will contact you later via the two-way mirror. Do not drink, and keep your distance from that Vincent, understood? Severus draped an arm around Ivy's shoulders, whispering in her ear while suppressing the pain in his arm. After delivering his warning, he disapparated from the spot. Hey, why did Severus leave? Mia inquired, her heart lifting at his departure. Now Vincent can confess, and then we can send him back to America. He had some urgent matters. The three of us can go without him. Let us go, Ivy smiled, leading the way. The trio settled at a windowside table in the tavern, with Mia and Ivy ordering only butterbeer while Vincent opted for a specially crafted whiskey. Ivy, why do you only indulge in butterbeer? You ought to try a fruity concoction, Vincent inquired, sensing that Ivy seemed to have softened considerably. Not today, just butterbeer will suffice, Ivy replied. Let us not dwell on the matter of drinks, Mia interjected, her brow furrowed in urgency. I've already summoned Ivy for you, so if you have something to say, do so promptly. Ivy was somewhat perplexed. Just as she was about to question Mia, she observed Vincent producing a beautifully crafted wind chime, its diamonds sparkling and emitting a melodious sound. What is this? Ivy pondered. This is a gift for you. Such intricate craftsmanship. It appears quite laborious. I never anticipated you would truly create it. Ivy gazed at the wind chime floating in the air, recalling that she had merely whimsically suggested whether a diamond wind chime might sound even more enchanting. To her astonishment, Vincent had brought it to fruition. If you like it, then the effort is worthwhile. Vincent unabashedly expressed his affection for Ivy, his words taking on a more ambiguous tone. Well, I assumed you knew I do not harbor feelings for you. Reflecting on Mia's earlier remarks, Ivy could easily surmise Vincent's intentions. Why is that? Am I not good enough for you? Ivy, I can sense that your feelings towards me are distinct. Vincent's spirit waned as Ivy dismissed his affections. He had yet to confess his true feelings. Indeed, you are an excellent partner and a wonderful person. Then why can't you at least consider me? This is not a matter for consideration. Perhaps you should contemplate others as well. Ivy's tone was calm, reverting to the demeanor Vincent was familiar with, which in turn helped him regain his composure. You are correct. This is not a matter for consideration. I can wait. I have requested a transfer order to England, and from now on, upon the conclusion of my leave, I will require your assistance in continuing our work together, my dear partner. Ivy's indifference stung him. She seemed entirely unconcerned about his feelings, just as before. Ivy regarded him thoughtfully. Vincent was, after all, her superior, and she had no immediate plans to resign. Should she enter the Ministry of Magic, Vincent's abilities and character would undoubtedly be beneficial to the Order of the Phoenix. Very well. Ivy nodded, and the drinks ordered by the trio suddenly appeared on the table. Mia observed this scene with a sense of exasperation, gulping down her butterbeer. Why did events not unfold as she had envisioned? Surely, there would be trouble ahead. Chapter 70. No difference. This tavern served as a liaison point for the Order of the Phoenix. Just moments ago, Ivy had contacted James in the manner he had suggested, unaware of how long he would take to arrive. As Ivy and Mia sipped their butterbeer, they began discussing important matters, specifically the headmaster's reply. They made no effort to conceal Vincent's presence, yet avoided mentioning the Order of the Phoenix or Dumbledore, as such topics were not suitable for this setting. Mia was set to visit Potter Manor, and Ivy had already informed James. Mia had yet to find a place to stay. She couldn't reside in a hotel indefinitely. By joining the Order, Mia would gain access to all its information, and given her character, the Gryffindors would not be wary of her. This had been agreed upon early on, and they would not meet frequently, relying solely on the two-way mirror for communication. Mia opened her box and took out her house elf, Nana. Ivy wished to tidy up the room in Spinner's End, but her household magic was lacking, and she could not tolerate being dirty, so she had been waiting for Nana's return. Once James arrived, she would take Nana back to Spinner's End. Her free time was limited, and she was uncertain when her grandmother would summon her back. Vincent, do you have any plans? Or can you contact me directly about work, just like that? Ivy, do you really feel the need to draw a line so swiftly? Vincent chuckled, finding Ivy's response somewhat exaggerated. Severus might misunderstand. And we have not been friends for some time. At best, we are colleagues. Do not harbor any expectations of me, Vincent. Ivy had originally believed Vincent to be different from others, only to realize he was not so dissimilar after all. Alright, I understand. But may I still be a friendly colleague? Vincent, though smiling and appearing entirely at ease, felt a pang of bitterness within. He should not have been so eager. Was Severus truly that commendable? Vincent was a loquacious individual. Even if he did not fully grasp Mia and Ivy's exchanges, he could engage in light conversation, showing no signs of the awkwardness that accompanied a failed confession. As the three engaged in casual banter, someone approached Ivy from behind. Ah, Remus, is that you? Mia exclaimed, somewhat surprised. Good afternoon, Mia. Ivy. James sent me to find you. Lupin would never address her as Ivy. Alright, Mia, I leave her to you. I have matters to attend to, Ivy stated, waving to Lupin before promptly disapparating with Nana. Ivy, why did you leave so quickly? James asked, somewhat taken aback. as he had intended to inquire why she felt the need to protect him and Lily. Dumbledore had previously shared with him that exceedingly lengthy letter. She left already? Vincent questioned Mia, bemused at being left behind. You'll get used to it. It's likely related to Severus. Otherwise, she wouldn't typically be in such a rush. Mia remarked, taking another sip of her butterbeer. Indeed, Avie seemed to fare better with Severus. The way they had just embraced had been rather sweet. Noticing that Mia had not finished her drink, James refrained from urging her, fetching a bottle for himself instead. He settled into Avie's chair and exchanged pleasantries with Vincent, foregoing formal introductions, as they were both members of the Order and had learned to act cautiously over time. It's undoubtedly because of him. I can't fathom what Avie sees in him, James muttered, frowning as he took a swig of his drink, making a childish face that almost made Mia laugh. It was quite a feat for James to maintain his disdain for someone consistently. Are you two not on good terms? Vincent inquired, having assumed they were friends. I have no relationship with him. At best, we are two parties who cannot stand each other. You're still unfamiliar with England. Just keep your distance from him, James retorted. Whether it was due to Lupin's visage or the effects of alcohol, he appeared ready to vent further, but stopped himself just in time. While Vincent was intrigued by James's comments, he chose not to pursue the matter further. Number 19, Spinner's End. Nana snapped her fingers, and the dust vanished as if by magic. Severus's parents' room, as he had described, remained untouched. The dust dissipated, as if someone had continued to reside there. Avie decided against having Nana continue cleaning, opting to wait for Severus's return instead. Avie remained seated by the bedroom window, poring over a book on spatial magic, her feather quill scribbling notes beside her. A gentle breeze fluttered the curtains and caressed her hair. Outside, Nana tended to the magical plants in the garden. Expressing her fondness for the garden's aroma, time seemed to stretch indefinitely until, before the sun had set, Avie received a letter from Lindsay. In her letter, Lindsay extended her best wishes to Avie and Severus, while the rest of her message remained as usual, filled with her emotions and circumstances, but devoid of specifics. She mentioned wanting to accomplish something without elaborating, only stating that she was in good spirits and urging Avie not to worry. As Avie contemplated the letter, Severus returned. Avie. He opened the bedroom door, looking at her with surprise. What is it, Severus? You need to return, Avie. I have some research to conduct today. Severus's tone was hesitant, considering the two individuals in the living room, unsure how to explain to Avie. Research. The two high-ranking officials from the Ministry of Magic are somewhat uncooperative. I must resort to extreme measures, which may frighten you. Severus stepped closer, gently embracing Avie. Will it be gruesome? There's nothing to fear, is there? Well, they truly have nothing to fear. Just do as I say, and I'll escort you home. Severus lowered his gaze, taking the quill from Ivy's hand and placing it upon the desk. Ivy did not insist further. My house elf, Nana, is still here. Let her assist in taking care of you. Ivy remarked as she summoned Nana to stand before Severus. Although Ivy intended to accompany him, Severus suggested that he would send her home, knowing that traveling by apparition would be far more expedient. At the entrance to the estate, Ivy embraced him, reluctantly parting ways as she stepped into the manor. Severus watched her retreating figure before vanishing from sight through apparition. Compared to him, Ivy was pure-hearted. It had always been so. She believed he did not want her to witness the dismembered creatures, yet in truth, he wished to shield her from the horrifying sight of himself. This time was no different. Was it bloody? Not in the least. He could assure that both individuals would be unharmed while delivering their speeches the following day. However, the process of preparing them to deliver a speech endorsed by the Dark Lord would certainly not be a pleasant one. At the Cartwright Manor, Ivy returned to her room and pulled open the drawer of her vanity, revealing the Dark Lord's diary, a perilous magical artifact. Chapter 71, Friends. I am Tom Riddle. May we be friends? Ivy opened the diary, words began to materialize, and she paused at the mention of friends. In her childhood, she had always been the isolated one at the literacy school, claiming that she isolated others. Upon returning to Cartwright, her grandmother arranged for Sunny to befriend her. At that time, Ivy had told her grandmother that she did not need friends, to which her grandmother replied, "Then let her be your follower." In truth, she did need companionship. There were few who knew her shortcomings and still wished to befriend her. Vincent was one of them. While Sunny had no choice but to stay by her side, Eve sought refuge due to Ivy's casual offer of salvation, and Mia was drawn in by Severus. Vincent was indeed correct. She treated him differently because he was the first person she had managed to change his perception of her through her own efforts, earning his recognition, thus forming their friendship. Initially, she was the kind of person Vincent despised, criticizing her for her haughty demeanor, disobedience, penchant for deceit, and selfishness, claiming she was unworthy of being an Auror. Had he submitted the application, Ivy would have failed her internship and never become an Auror. Yet in the end, Vincent did not do so. Ivy believed she had secured her place through her abilities, only to discover she had taken a shortcut. Can you tell me your name? Another line of writing emerged in the diary. Ivy glanced down, aware that the fragment of soul within required consuming the lives of others to gradually transform into something akin to a living being. The triggering condition necessitated someone opening their heart to the Horcrux, establishing an emotional bond regardless of physical distance. Should one become overly fond of or dependent on the Horcrux, trouble would ensue, as it would drain their life to resurrect itself. I know you can see. Ivy closed the diary and returned it to the drawer. Noticing the time, she realized it was already dinner hour. As she entered the dining room, she encountered her grandmother emerging from the study, appearing quite pleased. Do you know how much your Muggle uncle has made in America? In such a short time, it equates to several months' profit in England. Who would have thought Muggle money could be so easily earned? Just by concocting ordinary plants, they have become remarkably popular. It's practically a windfall. It seems I shall recoup my investment shortly, her grandmother remarked, picking up a napkin from the table while conversing with Ivy. Grandmother, I heard Uncle Lockhart intends to build a factory there for product production. This would save on export costs, Ivy thought, pondering that if a factory were to be built, her grandmother would have to travel to America. Is that so? If in 3 months the sales remain at least as high as they are now, I shall agree. I am currently selecting agents or arranging for cooperation regarding matters in Britain to prevent stock shortages should sales increase. You know, a merchant cannot afford to miss an opportunity. Ivy understood that nothing pleased her grandmother more than making money, yet suddenly her grandmother shifted the conversation, directing her attention toward Ivy. Was it Severus who brought you back just now? A young lady ought to exhibit a modicum of restraint. Grandmother, you do not oppose it anymore? Ivy realized her grandmother was referencing the moment she had embraced Severus at the entrance. Caught off guard, she looked at her grandmother in surprise, unable to feel shy at that moment. What I fear is that the more I oppose, the more you will grow fond of him. He does seem to care for you. Let us leave it at that. Ivy, you know me well. Although I have caused your father and mother a lifetime of suffering, I cannot live perpetually in guilt. If your choices continue to bring you unhappiness, it will merely validate all that I have done. Conversely, if you thrive, consider it my recompense to them. Grandmother, I am more concerned about your impression of Severus, devoid of guilt. What do you truly think of him? To be frank, I have a favorable impression of him. I simply cannot fathom why he would take an interest in you. Ivy, you should find someone more innocent. You are aware of your propensity for deception. All right, grandmother, I understand that you think well of him. There is no need to elaborate further. In the depths of Spinner's End, Severus finished his tasks and entered his bedroom, only to find a letter resting on the table. It was the letter Ivy had opened earlier, carelessly left there. After a cursory glance, he was surprised to discover that Lindsay and Ivy were corresponding. He intended to use a cleaning charm to dispose of it, but as the spell touched the parchment, he noticed the words began to rearrange themselves, ultimately revealing only a few characters. Guide to Medieval Sorcery 743. Severus recognized this as the title of a book that had once served as a primary textbook in the history of magic, though it had quickly been banned due to its impractical content. Such books were not in demand, and could only be found in the corners of obscure bookstores, filled with nonsensical drivel that emphasized the gender dichotomy of the Middle Ages, portraying witches as embodiments of evil. Countless witches from Muggle backgrounds had perished in flames or met their demise by arrows and the guillotine, further entrenching the notion of witches as malevolent beings, while male wizards were viewed as learned scholars, synonymous with alchemists and physicians, with some Muggles even believing these male wizards were chosen ones. Severus pondered Lindsay's intentions, and why she would leave such a message for Ivy. After inspecting the magic on the letter, he successfully disposed of it, and resolved to visit the bookstore to procure a copy of the book. The following morning, Severus appeared at the Leaky Cauldron, locating the tome Guide to Medieval Sorcery. However, he found no page 743, nor any references to Chapter 7, page 7, or pages 4 and 3, leaving him with no discernible clues. Perhaps this was a code only Ivy could decipher? Lindsay's intentions must be related to the Dark Lord. Could it be concerning soul magic? The Dark Lord had been frequently requesting the soul stabilizer he concocted. Could it be that Lindsay's soul was in jeopardy? Severus paid for the book and left the Leaky Cauldron, hesitating over whether to inform Ivy. Upon returning home, he used the two-way mirror to contact her, initially expecting her to just be waking up. To his surprise, Ivy appeared in the mirror, already dressed and even wearing a light touch of makeup. "Severus, what is it?" Ivy inquired, her expression suggesting she was not at Cartwright Manor. "Where are you?" "I am at the Ministry of Magic, at work," Ivy replied, her demeanor somewhat aggrieved. Vincent must have been taking personal revenge, informing her early in the morning that there was work to be done, which turned out to be helping an elderly lady locate her lost kitten. Noticing the look of confusion on Severus's face, she further explained. Vincent applied for a transfer to England, and the ministry approved it. Chapter 72, Ivy's birthday. Although Ivy thought so, it was not a personal vendetta on Vincent's part. The Aurors in England simply did not trust them, assigning them tasks of this nature. "So you are working alongside him consistently? You are aware that he is my superior. Thus, Severus holds no significance for me beyond a mere colleague." This arrangement persisted for several days, during which Vincent became acquainted with the British Ministry of Magic, including the Death Eaters and the Order of the Phoenix. He had a heated confrontation with the director of the Department of International Magical Cooperation, after the latter publicly expressed support for the Death Eaters. Vincent approached his duties with utmost seriousness, clearly demonstrating his genuine desire to restore order in Britain. This altercation drew the attention of the Death Eaters towards Vincent. The Dark Lord, having adopted a more subdued demeanor than before to maintain his image, imposed certain constraints upon his followers. However, this did not imply that Vincent could evade danger. On September 26th, which happened to be Ivy's birthday, he used the task as an excuse to meet Ivy by a picturesque lakeside. A few Death Eaters had followed him as he exited a shop, cake in hand. At the lakeside, just as Vincent waved to Ivy, they were suddenly ambushed. He was struck by a disarming spell and sent flying. Although Ivy was at a distance, she cast a weather charm to assist Vincent, inadvertently drawing attention to herself and becoming a target for the Death Eaters. Unfazed by the peril, Ivy focused on preventing Vincent from being struck by the killing curse, which could jeopardize her own safety. It seemed that her weather charm had attracted a few more Death Eaters. As Vincent picked up his wand, attempting to rise, Ivy leapt to his side, and the killing curse narrowly missed them, striking the ground beside them and creating a charred hole in the grass. The Death Eaters' assault suddenly ceased. "Since we have already drawn the attention of so many, there is no need for further action. Do not forget what our master has instructed. I will handle this matter, and you may depart." Severus, donned in a mask, declared. Among the Death Eaters, only a select few could discern his identity, yet they recognized his mask and voice. Several Death Eaters exchanged glances, hastily dragging their injured companion away. Severus stood a short distance away, the morning breeze gently lifting his cloak as he gazed at Ivy and Vincent together, observing her restrain Vincent's arm, which was poised to attack. "Ivy, come here." His voice revealed no trace of emotion, yet Ivy approached him. Severus extended his arms, embracing her, feeling a measure of relief. Why go to such lengths to save him? Was it not said that he is inconsequential to you? "You are Severus Snape?" Vincent inquired, stepping closer. Severus released Ivy and with a flick of his wand, his cloak and mask transformed into a wisp of gray smoke, dissipating into the air. He then regarded Vincent and the scattered remains of the cream cake on the ground, turning back to Ivy with an irritable tone. "A date?" "Not at all, Severus," Ivy began to explain, only to be interrupted by Vincent's interjection. "What? Mr. Snape? Are you unaware that today is Ivy's birthday?" Vincent questioned, his expression tinged with wariness and animosity. Not only Severus, but Ivy herself was caught off guard. It suddenly dawned on her that her grandmother had reminded her that morning to return early for the evening's festivities. She had completely forgotten her own birthday, which had also been celebrated last year by Vincent and Mia. "He doesn't even remember your birthday, and his associates nearly killed us. Did you not claim to despise those murderers, Ivy?" Vincent's accusations prompted Ivy to finally react. "Severus is different, What makes him different? He is a Death Eater, notorious beyond compare. I trust Mr. Vincent will reconsider his choice of words. American law holds no sway here, and I am unperturbed by the prospect of adding another life to my hands," Severus stated, his gaze cold and unwavering, causing Vincent to involuntarily swallow hard and take a few steps back. "Vincent, might you take your leave? This concerns only Severus and myself." Vincent pursed his lips, and upon hearing Ivy's words, he finally disapparated, allowing her to exhale in relief. "Are you truly so afraid I would kill him? Or do you, as he suggests, despise my propensity for murder?" "Severus, do not heed Vincent's ramblings. I merely detest the troubles those criminals bring upon me. You know me, I am Ivy, and I am no more virtuous than you." Thus, it was clear that Ivy did not wish for Severus to harm Vincent. "Severus, unwilling to dwell further on the matter, transported Ivy to a dessert shop in Diagon Alley, where they ordered an array of cakes and sweets. Severus, I cannot consume so much. It is excessive. Severus ignored Ivy's protests and spoke only after the server had departed. You once disliked sweets, yet that day you indulged in desserts with Sunny. Not only that, you previously struggled to bandage a broken rib, but now you can proficiently tend to a wriggling fish. Ivy, you have changed significantly. Severus. Mia informed me that sweets could uplift one's spirits. Ivy was perplexed by Severus's sudden shift in conversation, but his tone left her feeling disoriented. There is no need for explanations. I do not resent your transformation, only lament that I was not part of it. As the server brought forth the desserts amidst the peculiar atmosphere, Ivy sampled only a few bites before requesting the remainder be packaged. Severus gazed out the window, while Ivy attempted to articulate herself multiple times, unsure of what to say. Upon leaving the dessert shop, Ivy grasped his hand and softly inquired, Severus, you will attend my birthday banquet this evening, correct? I shall be there. Lady Kettle has sent me an invitation. I will await you at the estate. The evening at Kettle Manor would be bustling with guests, primarily business associates of her grandmother and familiar faces from the guest list. As Ivy politely conversed with several elders, she stealthily searched for Severus. Clad in a French black gown, the dress appeared modest from the front. However, the backless design was its crowning glory, accentuating Ivy's elegance. Ivy, I suddenly have a headache. Please assist me in the laboratory to fetch a potion, or I fear I may not endure the evening. How could you suddenly have a headache? I will hurry, grandmother, please hold on. Once Ivy had distanced herself, Lady Kettle lowered her hand from her forehead, exhibiting no signs of discomfort. She beckoned 3 beautiful ladies toward her. Minnie also arrived, nodding to indicate her task was complete. Well done, Minnie. Now even the master of potions must surrender. Let us proceed, my lovely ladies. Yet, Lady Kettle's triumph was short-lived, for Severus did not react as she had anticipated. You seem mistaken. Perhaps you are unaware of my proficiency in potions. I will not fall for such a ploy twice. Severus clenched his jaw, subtly concealing his bleeding arm behind him, striving to maintain clarity. Impossible, you cannot deceive me. I will not make such a blunder. Minnie has already witnessed you imbibe it. Lucius is my friend. He often carries an antidote. He is present. Shall I summon him to confront you? Or do you believe these ladies can compel me to surrender? Lady Kettle hesitated at the mention of Lucius, recognizing that antagonizing the Malfoy family was unwise. After a lengthy pause, she regarded the still alert Severus, and ultimately departed with the 3 ladies. Let us leave. Once they had retreated, Severus resolved to locate Lucius as swiftly as possible. He could not afford to be ensnared by such a scheme again. Severus remarked that Lady Calteth was indeed quite adept with her potions, colorless, tasteless, and precisely measured. He remained completely oblivious to the effects until his body began to react, at which point he noticed Lady Calteth approaching from a distance. In a desperate bid to maintain his lucidity, he swiftly plunged a dinner knife from the table into his arm. It seemed that Lady Calteth was concerned Ivy might uncover her machinations, for there was no hint of disarray on Severus's face. Ivy, having encountered her grandmother, hurriedly presented the potion she had found. Witnessing her drink it, she moved behind her, only to discover Severus. Severus, I didn't realize you were here, she exclaimed. Was it truly the wrong moment for her to arrive? Your arm is bleeding. Ivy remained oblivious to Severus's distress, instead pulling him closer by his arm. As Ivy found herself enveloped in Severus's embrace, she felt the warmth at her neck and the kiss that fell upon it. Amidst the commotion, she could only softly utter, "To the bedroom." Upon entering the bedroom, Ivy had scarcely begun to speak when her lips were captured by his. Severus's hand cradled the back of her head, his soft tongue being fervently savored, leaving her defenseless and prompting her to push against him. Ivy winced at the aching sensation beneath her tongue, a single drop of blood cascading down her smooth back. Remembering Severus's injured arm, she retrieved her wand. Noticing her movement, Severus released her, his slightly reddened lips enhancing his allure, as he grimaced to contain the pain from his wound. Seeing Severus's condition, Ivy cast a blood-replenishing charm upon his arm, completely unaware that he had been drugged, believing instead that he was merely jealous over Vincent. After staunching the flow of blood, Ivy set her wand aside, and began to unfasten the hidden buttons on the side of her dress. Perhaps feeling a touch shy, she only succeeded in making a tangled mess, while Severus had no intention of allowing her to proceed at her own pace. At that moment, the pain coursing through her made her bite her lip and whimper. Her impeccably cared-for skin turned crimson at the slightest touch. Severus had never treated her this way. which made Ivy realize that this encounter was markedly different from the past, though regrettably, it was too late for such realizations. The absence of the birthday celebration's main character did not detract from the festivities, for with Lady Calteth in attendance, the guests were thoroughly entertained. Having heard the sounds emanating from Ivy's bedroom, she realized she had been deceived by Severus, yet she maintained a facade of cheerfulness as she mingled with the guests. The following day, upon hearing Severus rise from bed and enter the bathroom, Ivy dared to open her eyes. It was unnecessary to guess. She knew her grandmother was behind this. Every part of her ached as she struggled to sit up and glanced at herself, confirming the remnants of last night's escapade upon her once pure skin, now marred by uneven splotches. With great effort, she wrapped herself in the covers and descended from the bed, retrieving ointment from the cabinet beside her vanity. Lying back down, she applied the salve between her legs. But even this slight motion sent peculiar sensations through her body, forcing her to cease her efforts prematurely. Cautiously, she pulled the covers back over her, thinking that enduring the discomfort would lead to relief, entirely unaware that Severus was watching her, his gaze lingering on the rosy flush of her cheeks, the alluring curve of her lips, and the glistening in her eyes, as if she were a vision meant solely for him. Emerging from the bathroom, Severus hastily donned his outer robes, his hair still damp, and did not spare Ivy a glance. This slight made her heart ache, causing her to clutch the covers tighter. She should have known her grandmother would not relent easily, and she had not anticipated that Lady Calteth would resort to such tactics. Reflecting on Severus's wounded arm, she found solace in the fact that her grandmother had not succeeded, yet it was evident that Severus was upset, and she felt the brunt of his disdain as well. The Death Eaters regained some reputation thanks to the speeches delivered by two high-ranking ministry officials. This time, they emerged in full force, having taken control of several small newspaper publishers, the Cruciatus Curse proving to be a rather effective spell. With a wave of his hand, Voldemort orchestrated a celebratory feast for the afternoon, and by evening, the Gunter Manor was ablaze with lights. Ivy had come to the Gunter Manor with Narcissa, but when the two-way mirror yielded no response from Severus, she knew all too well of his cold demeanor, prompting her to seek Narcissa's assistance in coming here. Her dress concealed the marks upon her skin, and seated beside Narcissa, they were not disturbed by any intrusions. "You still haven't told me what transpired between you?" Narcissa inquired, her milk in hand, her laughter bubbling over as she reminisced about the previous mishap. "Did the last potion fail to convince Lady Calteth? You find this amusing?" "If it weren't for Severus's usual caution, I would have been in dire straits. Not only did I fail to persuade my grandmother, but I also landed myself in trouble." "Well, it seems to have resolved itself, hasn't it? If the Dark Lordess meeting isn't over soon, we should leave." "Why is that?" "Well, it's an unspoken rule." As they transitioned from the conference room to the banquet hall, Severus spotted Ivy amidst the crowd. The surrounding clamor and dim lighting appeared to unsettle her. She had not anticipated that the latter half of the celebration would unfold in such a manner. No wonder Narcissa had urged her to leave early. Ivy regretted her insistence on seeing Severus today, even if it was merely to apologize for her grandmother's actions. When Severus approached, Ivy's spirits lifted, and she made her way toward him, only to be drawn into a secluded corner. "Severus, I know about my grandmother's actions, and I apologize on her behalf. Please, do not be angry with me. If anyone should bear your ire, let it not be me." Severus was taken aback by Ivy's words. He moved closer, his voice steady and calm. "I thought you had already apologized last night." He stood near her, seemingly wishing to shield her from the surrounding noise. And Ivy could even catch a faint hint of potion lingering on him. "How do you know?" His words caused Ivy's cheeks to flush, and she took a small step back, realizing he had witnessed her. Indeed, he had seen everything. The sting of the dark mark had rendered him incapable of regaining his composure, compelling him to leave in haste. Severus regarded Ivy with a gaze that bore an almost imperceptible tenderness, his deep, resonant voice sending her heart racing anew. "Does it still hurt?" "Yes. You were always quite astute. Why this lapse in judgment now? You need not apologize." Chapter 73 Death. Ivy lifted her gaze to Severus, remaining silent. Had he not also changed? The proud youth of her memories had faded into something unrecognizable. She searched his eyes for remnants of the past. But the more intently she looked, the faster those shadows slipped away. At this moment, Ivy found herself empathizing with his feelings, though they had both transformed. She could not let go. Her gaze upon Severus wavered, lacking the conviction it once held, revealing that even now, she remained that same uncertain girl. Severus used apparition to transport them away from Gunter Manor, holding her hand as they strolled towards Spinner's End. The evening air was serene, filled only with the sound of the gentle breeze, which carried a subtle chill. Ivy hesitated to speak, her confidence wavering. Severus, will you change because I have? Before she could finish, Severus interrupted, his usual tone unwavering. No, my love for you will not waver due to any circumstance. Ivy was momentarily taken aback. What she had considered a fleeting thought sounded almost like a vow when he said it. Before she could respond, his voice drifted back to her on the wind. Ivy, marry me. I can no longer wait. His words left Ivy momentarily dazed, and then, as if struck by a sudden thought, she fell silent for a moment before replying. Severus, I need time to think. Her response prompted Severus to turn slightly, casting a disbelieving look at her from the corner of his eye. Consider? Ivy met Severus gaze. Their eyes steady, devoid of jest. Very well, I will grant you time to ponder, from here to number 19, Spinner's End. Severus gestured towards the depths of a row of houses in the alley. The two walked hand in hand, neither inclined to continue their conversation. The dismal surroundings of the alley were hardly conducive to further dialogue. Unlike their previous hurried pace, this time they moved more slowly, as if Severus wished to grant Ivy the time for contemplation. Ivy's thoughts were consumed by the handwriting that had appeared in her diary that morning. After arranging to meet Narcissa that afternoon, she sat before her vanity to apply her makeup, only to feel a familiar pain in her heart. In truth, such discomfort had not plagued her so frequently in the past, provided she could maintain her emotional equilibrium. She was uncertain as to why it had returned. Almost as if compelled by an unseen force, she found herself opening the diary, where a line of text awaited her. Do you know why you are feeling this way? A fissure has formed in your soul, slowly fracturing from your heart. The words from the soul artifact, though merely text, exuded a malevolent glee. You are aware of my condition? Ivy pondered, dipping her quill into ink to inscribe her query. Of course, no one understands your plight better than I do. Hesitating, Ivy refrained from writing further. Yet the diary responded once more. Are you inquiring about your predicament? Yet you fear I might siphon your life force. You need not worry. Given your current state, you likely have little time left. Sharing some of your vitality with me would be inconsequential, far better than letting it go to waste. Why will I not live much longer? Ivy wrote again, determined to unravel the mystery of her condition. She had visited Street Mungo numerous times in her youth, yet had never gleaned any answers. A problem with your soul, naturally, means you cannot expect to survive for long. In your present condition, perhaps a year at most. Is there no remedy? Ivy questioned, skepticism lacing her thoughts. She was reluctant to trust the words of a soul artifact, yet she yearned to comprehend her affliction. Mending a soul? Any magic concerning the soul carries significant risks. It is not entirely impossible, but one must tread carefully, lest you perish prematurely. Ivy could not shake the feeling that the ink of this last message appeared darker, rendering its implications even more ominous. She promptly closed the diary and tucked it away in the drawer. She wished to remain oblivious, yet could she truly provide Severus with the answers he sought? What if the diary spoke the truth? Ivy braced herself for the worst, uncertain if she would witness Severus in his role as a professor next year. Unbeknownst to them, they had arrived at the doorstep. Severus, if one day I were to leave you, what would you do? There is no if. I will not allow you to leave me. Now that we have come this far, you should know I will accept no other response. What if I were to die? Severus turned to her, a scrutinizing gaze upon Ivy. If you knew I was destined to die soon, would you still wish to marry me? Would it not bring you pain? What is the matter? Perhaps a minor issue, rather fatal in nature. I am uncertain of its veracity, Ivy confessed, unwilling to shoulder this burden alone. But do not fret. Regardless of how much time I have left, I am willing to remain by your side. If you do not mind. Severus said nothing, merely guiding her into the room, and having her sit on the sofa in the laboratory, where he meticulously inquired about her soul's condition. Many in my situation would choose to distance themselves from their loved ones. You too would likely think that leaving is for my benefit, even if I begged you to stay. Ivy reclined against the sofa, feeling considerably more relaxed, as though she had cast her worries onto another. Severus leaned against the table behind him, absorbing the gravity of the situation before speaking softly. Should I be grateful that you did not silently depart from me? You know I would never do that. Only you would, Ivy retorted, tilting her head to regard him. Her tone light. May I invite you to face death alongside me, Severus? Tomorrow, we shall go to the Ministry of Magic to register. Once I find a way to heal you, I will give you a wedding. Very well, Ivy replied, as if death no longer seemed so daunting, though the plan to vanquish Voldemort would need to be prioritized. Chapter 74. In the beginning. Look, Severus, this is a set of couple's loungewear. With the weather turning colder, it was time to don long-sleeved pajamas. Ivy stood in front of the wardrobe, displaying a black and a white set of sleepwear to Severus. Although she had yet to fully grasp the spatial magic of the yard, her previous attempts with the wardrobe had been quite successful, expanding its interior significantly. Before she could step out, however, she nearly stumbled due to the height difference between the wardrobe and the floor, regaining her balance with agility. Severus approached, visibly anxious to catch her, prompting Ivy to chuckle softly. "There's no need to be so tense, Severus. I'm not dying just yet. You show no signs of illness. When did you acquire Gryffindor's blind optimism?" Ivy's words clearly unsettled Severus, who took the garments from her hands, urging her to sit on the bed. "You should exercise caution and avoid any accidents. I shall look after you from now on." "Severus, if you cannot even care for yourself, how do you intend to care for me?" Ivy perched on the bed, gazing up at him, her smile tinged with disbelief. "You can trust me. At this hour, you should be preparing for sleep. But I haven't removed my makeup or bathed. Can you assist with that?" Ivy teased, a sly smile on her face. Severus responded with action rather than words, removing the hairpin from her hair, allowing her long locks to cascade down. Ivy paid no heed, simply looking up at him obediently. To conceal the marks from the previous night, Ivy had chosen a high-neck, long-sleeved dress. As Severus undid the 2 buttons at her neck, he caught sight of several dusky marks on her collarbone, his movements halting abruptly. "Enough. I am quite capable of taking care of myself. You need not fuss over me, Severus." Ivy dismissed the playful banter, rising to fetch her sleepwear, and exiting the bedroom. In truth, she was not as optimistic as she appeared. While keeping the diary was a form of wishful thinking, she was genuinely afraid of death. As the sound of running water filled the air, Ivy could no longer contain her tears, realizing her own fragility. She feigned optimism only to spare Severus from her troubles. She understood him well. If she remained silent or deceived him, the truth would ultimately cause him far greater pain, and he would eventually discover it. After she had cried enough, she turned off the tap and summoned Nana with a snap of her fingers to assist with the overflowing water, quickly addressing her makeup before enjoying the soothing warmth of the water, which alleviated her mood somewhat, the floral scent refreshing her spirit. As she lay in bed, her thoughts lingered on how Severus would cope after her death. Perhaps he would remember her fondly, much like he did Lily, or he might encounter another who resembled her. Such thoughts were comforting in their own way. She contemplated deeply, so engrossed that she failed to notice Severus entering the room until he extinguished the lights and wrapped her in the blankets, bringing her close. Only then did she cease her wandering thoughts, instinctively leaning against him. "Severus, how did you come to love me? Do you truly wish to hear the truth?" "Absolutely. Initially, I merely sought to understand what it felt like to be liked by someone, hoping to avoid Lily's disdain." "So you used my affection for your own gain?" Ivy immediately distanced herself from him, only to be pulled back into his embrace. "How cunning, James was right. That was merely my initial thought. Did you not also wish to use me? Besides, I offered you opportunities to leave later on. How can you label me as cunning?" Severus spoke in a relaxed tone, effortlessly calming the irate Ivy. "So, you mean I came to you willingly? That summer vacation? You deceived me. You said that it was because of Malfoy and Black that you couldn't get too close to me. I did not deceive you. That was indeed the primary reason." Ivy, momentarily at a loss for words due to Severus's response, reflected that perhaps believing in the truth was unwise. She buried her head in his embrace, allowing her hair to obscure her cheeks, and let out a muffled hum of agreement. Severus raised his hand to gently smooth her tousled hair, effortlessly soothing her emotions. He possessed such a magical ability. The following morning, Severus took Ivy out early. "Severus, why are we out so early? The ministry isn't even open yet." "I am aware. I intend to take you shopping for gifts. Don't you enjoy shopping?" Before Ivy could fully grasp the situation, they found themselves standing before Gringotts. With swift movements, Severus withdrew a substantial amount of galleons, undeterred by the goblin's disdainful expressions. "Severus, I had no idea you were so wealthy," Ivy exclaimed, gazing at the glittering vault that nearly filled the entire room. "It will also belong to you in the future. Indeed, I shall soon become Mrs. Snape." The two meandered through Diagon Alley, entering shop after shop. Severus patiently shrank the items Ivy purchased, watching her skip ahead joyfully with a bouquet of vibrant red roses, turning back to wave at him. Uncertain whether it was her radiant smile or the glaring sunlight, Severus felt an overwhelming sense of unreality, as if Ivy might vanish at any moment. He approached and took her hand, watching her animatedly converse with a woman nearby who was offering her congratulations. The gazes around them radiated warmth, unmistakably portraying them as a couple deeply in love or newlyweds. While Severus felt a twinge of discomfort, Ivy appeared at ease, smiling back at the onlookers. Though Diagon Alley was bustling with shops, their exploration inevitably came to an end, and Ivy felt a pang of disappointment as the morning slipped away unnoticed. Just then, Severus's voice broke through her reverie. Ivy, there is still one important thing we have yet to purchase. What is it? Severus, unsure whether Ivy was feigning ignorance or genuinely unaware, sighed and led her to a jewelry store. Are you planning to buy me jewelry, Severus? Do you see anything you fancy? Let me look at some earrings, Ivy replied, then discreetly leaned closer to Severus, avoiding the watchful gaze of the attendants. Severus, you needn't buy these for me. The prices here far exceed the value of the jewels themselves. Do you not appreciate them? Do you perceive me as someone so superficial? I do enjoy sparkling things, but the true essence of a gift lies in its sentiment, Ivy declared earnestly, eliciting a chuckle from Severus. I recall you did not express such sentiments when you were with that Jones fellow. That was because his affections were of little worth. Very well, in addition to earrings, we shall also procure wedding rings, Severus reminded her. Oh right. Speaking of which, I have yet to receive your engagement ring, Severus. I can purchase it for you now. No, it would lose its charm if I were to choose it myself. After some deliberation, Ivy soon selected a pair of simple silver rings, one slightly finer for her, unembellished yet to her liking. Meanwhile, Vincent spotted Ivy and Severus at the ministry, having failed to contact her throughout the day. To his surprise, he found her standing with Severus, holding roses, seemingly on their way to the registration office. Could they be? Vincent hastily pursued them. Just as he began to panic, thinking he had lost them, Ivy's voice called out, Vincent, how wonderful to see you here. Ivy understood Vincent's reaction, and asked Severus to wait for a moment while she spoke with him. Ivy, you must be with him to deal with the Death Eaters, right? You can't possibly marry him. I am marrying him because I love him. There is no other reason. Perhaps due to the brevity of life, Ivy had become more patient. Vincent, I appreciate your kindness, but I will not fall for you simply because you compliment me. Take me out for meals. Or pour me un drink. Many may treat me well, but only Severus makes my heart flutter. And what of him? How can you be certain he is not drawn to you merely because of your kindness? What if he encounters someone who captivates him? Then I shall let him go. Allowing him to pursue his happiness, Ivy replied decisively. I understand your perspective. From now on, we shall merely be colleagues, Vincent said, regaining his composure and turning to leave. Chapter 75. Reasons for Marriage. The staff at the ministry gestured for Ivy and Severus to extend their wands, confirming their names and placing the rings upon their fingers. The procedure was swiftly completed, and as they exited the ministry, Ivy still felt a sense of unreality. Surely her grandmother would soon seek her upon seeing the family tree. Severus, would you accompany me to see my mother? Ivy grasped Severus's hand tightly, feeling his presence would ease her fears. Of course. The dark and perilous nocturne alley had faded into a blur in Ivy's memory, save for the vivid recollection of the magical furniture shop. The store's entrance still bore the rusty bell, emitting a jarring sound. A woman with black hair adorned with a black veil sat with her back to the door, enveloped in smoke as she seemed to be smoking. Prices were displayed nearby, and customers were instructed to take what they wished and leave their galleons behind. Mother. It's me, Ivy said, lifting the hood of her cloak. Upon hearing her voice, the figure paused, then stood up, extinguishing the cigarette in her hand before approaching. She resembled Ivy's memories closely. It has been a long time, Ivy. Who is this gallant gentleman by your side? This is Severus. I have just married him. Ivy felt a surge of nerves. It had been far too long since she had seen her mother. Ivy, you've married and yet didn't he inform me? It's not that, mother. Due to certain circumstances, we did not hold a wedding. Is it because of that old hag, your grandmother? She forbids you from seeing me, and yet she dares to meddle in your marriage? Severus, is it? Come sit. Ivy's mother, Layla, cast a spell to lock the door, and led them to the parlor. Ivy sensed that her mother had calmed considerably since the death of Mr. Carth. She had released much of her madness, although Ivy remained apprehensive about what her grandmother had discussed with her mother. These days, very few witches dare to venture into Nocturne Alley. It seems your judgment is sound. Ivy, why does your grandmother disapprove? Severus, are you a half-blood or a muggle-born? Mother. Ivy thought Layla was being overly direct. Half-blood. Black hair and eyes. A prince. I presume? Layla nodded, her query seemingly more affirmative than uncertain. Do not be so astonished, Ivy. Our family has only produced your potions expertise that is subpar. Yet surely you have heard of the illustrious potions family? Ivy had intended to ask but found herself at a loss for words. Is your mother named Eileen? You two bear a striking resemblance, both in appearance and demeanor. Layla leaned forward, scrutinizing Severus closely, then reclined back on the sofa, summoning a photo album with a spell and flipping through its pages. Ivy and Severus exchanged glances, awaiting the outcome in silence. I said I wasn't mistaken. You indeed share a likeness. Layla produced a moving photograph to compare with Severus, then placed it back in the album, which returned to its original position. All right. Now that identity is settled, we can proceed to the questions that a parent ought to ask. Severus, why do you wish to marry Ivy? Do not claim that you love her. Anyone can love anyone, but that is not a sufficient reason for marriage. Please contemplate your answer before responding. Ivy too turned to Severus with curiosity, eager to hear his reply. Severus glanced at Ivy, pondering for a moment before speaking. I wish for her to remain by my side. I desire for us to share a life together. It seems that only marriage can facilitate this. Severus appeared composed, yet his ears flushed crimson as he cast a sidelong glance at Ivy. That response is quite agreeable indeed. I find myself rather satisfied with him, Ivy. Layla nodded at Ivy and deftly summoned a cigarette, lighting it with practiced ease. I understand your sentiments. I shall write to your grandmother. It is getting late, Severus. You should escort her home. Layla waved her hand dismissively from her place on the sofa, indicating she had no intention of seeing them off. Thank you, mother. Ivy stood and expressed her gratitude before departing. You are most welcome. Has your mother always lived in the Alley of Upside Down? Indeed, she is a remarkably powerful witch. And what of your mother, Severus? Do you believe she would like me? She would. In that case, let us return and sort through your parents' belongings, Severus. Very well. Nevertheless, once the two returned to Spinner's End and set down their purchases, Severus was called to attend a Death Eater meeting, leaving Ivy alone in Spinner's End. She contemplated seizing this opportunity to discuss her predicament with Mia. What if she did not survive until the birth of the chosen one? Time is of the essence. And I have but a year left. Goodness. Is it true, Ivy? Are you preparing to leave Severus? And then have me inform him that you do not love him? Nor have you ever? Mia's expression was exaggerated, yet she did not appear genuinely distressed. You are overthinking this, Mia. Then tell me, Ivy, how would you like me to assist you in deceiving Severus? I am well acquainted with the routine. Ultimately, you perish after many years. And when I can no longer bear it, I reveal the truth to Severus, culminating in a tragic conclusion. Wake up, Mia. I sought you out for our plan. I do not wish to adhere to the original timeline. I desire to expedite the plan. Expedite how? We cannot possibly allow Harry to be born prematurely, as he would cease to be Harry, and may instead become Hello, or something of the sort. If Harry is unavailable, let us use James. It is illogical for a son to achieve what a father cannot. He has always relished the spotlight. Being the chosen one is no great feat. But it must be done swiftly. Please help me ascertain the current whereabouts of Trelawney. If we cannot locate her, we shall have to concoct our own prophecy. Perhaps stating that James will wield the sword of Gryffindor to vanquish Voldemort? Something along those lines? Might the alterations be too substantial? Such changes could diminish our advantage. No. You have already assisted Professor Dumbledore in locating Ravenclaw's diadem, have you not? The diary is in my possession, and the remaining Horcruxes are rather perilous. Do not allow Professor Dumbledore to take risks. I shall further investigate the love spell that Lily employed. Chapter 76. No, this is incorrect. Malfoy Manor. Unlike the atmosphere of recent days, the air now felt almost stagnant. A keen observer would notice several empty places along the long table. Voldemort stood at the head, his scarlet eyes fixed upon the Death Eaters below. Even the usually boisterous werewolf sat upright, fearful of his sudden wrath. Severus was uncertain of what had transpired. Voldemort had summoned him to brew a soul stabilizer, yet apart from the two ministry officials on the day of the interrogation, he had engaged in no combat. Death is a resolution. The most disgraceful fate is to be captured. Voldemort's voice boomed, filled with fury, as the Death Eaters sat in silence, observing with rapt attention, not daring to move, as if competing in a game of statues, all awaiting the first to be punished. Observing his subordinates, Voldemort suddenly felt an overwhelming sense of powerlessness. They were a collection of foolish, incompetent individuals. Only Severus had mastered the flying spell he had taught. Otherwise, how could so many have been captured? Even his loyal subordinates, Barty and Bella, had fallen. Voldemort began to question himself. Were they truly so dim-witted, or did he lack the aptitude to be a professor? He found himself reminiscing about Abraxas and others. At least they did not sit idly like wooden dolls, doling out arbitrary punishments to those he found most displeasing. Relishing their pleas for mercy, he merely sought to vent his frustrations. How could he spare them? After releasing his pent-up anger, Voldemort finally took his seat. From this point onward, all tasks I command shall be delegated to my subordinates. I shall not make personal appearances. There are numerous supporters of the Order of the Phoenix present. I do not wish to hear news of anyone here becoming captured, thereby increasing the Order's prestige. Should such an event occur again, I shall personally cleanse this shame, without the Order's assistance. Voldemort continued to issue various directives, perusing the information provided by Lucius and others, assigning tasks one by one, still neglecting to assign any to Severus. He understood that Voldemort required him to concoct the soul stabilizer, a potion that demanded considerable time and precision. As for the soul, recently, many matters have revolved around souls. The soul stabilizer Voldemort required, the medieval witchcraft guide mentioned in Lindsay's letter, and Ivy all pertained to souls. It seemed that Voldemort was the foremost expert in soul research. He realized that the soul stabilizer might be something Voldemort was consuming himself. Perhaps he had a means to save Ivy? No, he was far too perilous for her. Severus thought, quickly dismissing that notion. Unless absolutely necessary, he would never seek Voldemort's aid. After enduring the lengthy and tedious Death Eater meeting, Severus returned to Spinner's End, only to find that Ivy, who should have been there, was nowhere to be seen. Ivy stood in the headmaster's office at Hogwarts, facing Professor Dumbledore, who wore a pointed hat and was performing an examination on her, using a language Ivy could not comprehend, casting an exceedingly intricate spell. I am deeply sorry, Ivy. It appears the Horcrux you mentioned is indeed genuine. Dumbledore lowered his arm, which had been raised with his wand, looking somewhat lost in thought. At this moment, he believed Ivy's earlier claim that a soul had saved her during her childhood, allowing her to survive. But could one soul truly rescue another? Dumbledore's words did not unnerve Ivy excessively. She knew well that such fortune was not destined for her. Am I beyond salvation, Professor? One must always harbor hope, Ivy. Dumbledore cast a sidelong glance toward James and Mia, urging them to speak. Yet alas, neither received the signal, remaining silent with covered mouths. I understand. Thank you. I must ask you not to inform my grandfather of this matter. Upon seeing Dumbledore nod, Ivy joined Mia on the sofa. During the ensuing discussion among the three, Ivy did not partake, merely sitting quietly, her expression despondent, before rising to leave. The scenery outside Hogwarts remained unchanged. The chilly wind by the lake seeped into her robes, causing her skin to tremble. Ivy felt the cold but pressed on, allowing the frigid gusts to strip her of warmth and the ineffable emotions within her. Where have you been? As Ivy stepped through the door, she heard Severus's voice, and he appeared before her, seemingly concerned. I am fine, Severus. I merely went for an examination. Ivy had not anticipated his swift return, yet she remained calm. You are not deceiving me, are you? You truly are unscathed? Severus gazed into Ivy's eyes, seeing only the tranquility within, unable to discern truth from falsehood. I am not. Why would I lie? Ivy was momentarily taken aback by his inquiry. She had not deceived him in a long time. Severus sensed something amiss with her, yet could not pinpoint it until she emerged from the bathroom, having removed her makeup, revealing her pallid complexion. What is the matter? Why do you keep staring at me? Ivy smiled at him, her demeanor unchanged from before. Oh, I used some whitening skincare products today. The effect is rather remarkable, which may explain my pallor. This was a falsehood. Severus took her hand, slipping a ring onto her left middle finger. The sapphire glimmered under the light, likely the largest gem available in that shop. He always managed to procure the finest. Your engagement ring. It's beautiful. I shall treasure it well. The sapphire ring appeared both stately and elegant. Ivy admired it for a moment before removing it once more, her smile radiant yet feigned, sealing the exquisite ring back into its box. Severus gazed down at the closed box, a chill and softness brushing against his lips. He merely tilted his head slightly and embraced her. What troubles you, Severus? You have been acting strangely since my return. Ivy's voice was muffled. His tight embrace left her a bit breathless. Her words prompted Severus to acknowledge his own unease. He released her, admitting that the book he had recently read about souls had affected him. It's nothing. I'm merely concerned for your safety. It has been rather perilous of late, with Crouch and Bellatrix captured by the Order. I worry seeing you absent. Severus casually offered an explanation. Ivy nodded, not questioning him. Mia had just informed her of the situation. Comparatively, her concern lay more with Severus. To her, the news bore both good and bad tidings. The good being the increase in supporters for the Order due to public sentiment, claiming the moral high ground. While the bad news was that little Barty was not dead but had been captured by his father, who sought to extract a list of Death Eaters through him. If Crouch has been captured, does that not place you in danger? It's fine. Crouch will not speak. Furthermore, Unless he is identified in the courtroom, the public will remain skeptical. We control the narrative of the mainstream press. But what if they use veritaserum? They won't. Veritaserum must be administered when the subject is unsuspecting. No one can give it to Crouch without his knowledge. Moreover, he can feign a throat obstruction, insisting on his innocence, or transform it into something else before it touches his lips. In short, veritaserum is ineffective in a ministry trial, as long as his testimony is invalidated. Even if the order obtains the list, they cannot publish it. Chapter 77. Rainy Day. The following day, Mia once again reached out to Ivy, saying that Professor Dumbledore wished to see her. Ivy assumed it was because Dumbledore had discovered the protective spell of love, a method to kill Voldemort without resulting in death. However, she was unprepared for the revelation that Dumbledore intended to send her to her demise. Why? Is it simply because I am already destined to die? Ivy struggled to find her voice, nearly losing it before she spoke. Ivy, I have no better option. If you refuse, I will send Lily. I will not agree. You may send her instead. Ivy interrupted Dumbledore, knowing full well that he would not consult Lily, as he could easily orchestrate events. War is brutal, Ivy. I believe you possess love within you and will make the right choice. Then let us discuss this when I am truly at death's door, Professor. Ivy turned away, closing her eyes and inhaling deeply. Her emotions teetered on the edge of collapse. Dumbledore understood her plight. He knew Ivy wished to expedite the plan to kill Voldemort in order to spend her remaining time with Severus. Yet given the current state of the Ministry and the entire wizarding community in Britain, her undertaking to eliminate Voldemort was deemed the most prudent course of action. In the ensuing days, Ivy did not venture beyond Spinner's End. With Nana around, she even ceased visiting Diagon Alley. Severus saw her every day, whether perched by the window with a book, tending to the garden, or renovating rooms using her increasingly adept building magic. She had organized her parents' room, categorizing their belongings, even scrubbing empty bottles to a shine. Yet he had not found the time to pay a visit. Ivy did not intrude upon him. Rather, she had not entered the laboratory for days. Meals were placed on his table by Nana, and she remained obedient to him. When he called, she responded. Yet she seemed to be like that ring from that day, confined, unassertive, devoid of expectations, and unwilling to discuss the future. Severus sensed these changes. Yet he could not comfort her with assurances that everything would be all right. He could only bury himself in the ever-growing pile of books on his desk. Until one morning, as rain fell outside, Severus entered the bedroom to find Ivy staring blankly out the window, as if she were weeping. The frequency of the rain masked the sound of her sobs, yet the oppressive atmosphere permeated the room, deepening its gloom. Ivy. At the sound of his voice, she turned her head, her eyes red and tears welling within. Upon seeing him, her tears paused momentarily, only to spill down her cheeks onto her clothing. Severus approached her, gently wiping away her tears with his hand. What troubles you? Severus, I am afraid, she murmured, her voice trembling, tears brimming anew, conveying a profound sense of injustice. Ivy. Trust me, will you? I will save you. We have a year left, and we will find a way. Ivy gazed at him, merely shaking her head. An unspeakable grievance lodged in her throat. She had witnessed Severus's recent actions. Despite having read so many books about souls, he managed to maintain a semblance of normalcy, even when researching for Voldemort. Please refrain from reading those books, will you? If it continues like this, perhaps it would be best if I did not burden you any longer. Very well, I shall not read them. Her words caused Severus to momentarily halt his breath. He responded instantly, as if a second's delay would result in Ivy vanishing. Ivy ceased speaking, her tears subsiding as she resumed watching the rain. She relished the sound of the rain, as it muted all emotions. She understood that Severus would not heed his own words. Yet this course would inevitably drive him to madness. After experiencing so much beauty, perhaps letting go now would be for the best. After all, beauty comes at a price. And for now, Dumbledore could still ensure Severus's safety, which was sufficient. Perhaps it was her heightened sensitivity, but Severus felt that Ivy's expression was amiss. As if devoid of attachment, numb to pain, perhaps even contemplating departure. He knew her well enough to decipher the meaning behind each glance, rarely misjudging. Lindsay. You received that letter she sent you the other day, did you not? What? Have you grown indifferent towards her as well, Ivy? What of Lindsay? Confusion clouded Ivy's eyes. As if she did not grasp Severus's intent. She mentioned wanting to accomplish something. The letter she sent you contained a coded message. Severus divulged all he knew to Ivy. There was no choice. He had to ensure she would not leave. His suspicions proved correct, as Ivy indeed understood Lindsay's insinuation. Ivy hesitated for a moment before rising and pulling Severus to sit in a chair. then began to recount her tale. Medieval wizards revered natural magic. They believed that when one became one with the wind, their soul could soar. They would open their arms to welcome burning arrows piercing their hearts. Experiencing their souls resonating with nature, as their hearts ignited, they adhered to this philosophy, believing that one must integrate with nature. The book speaks of a sacrificial method, inflicting harm on another while simultaneously inviting greater repercussions upon oneself, and the sacrificial individual must willingly accept. Sacrifice? Yes, it is said to be a pact with the devil. The number 7 symbolizes power and honor, yet Lindsay likely used it to convey time. She prefers to establish the time frame when writing. The 7th day of the week is also known as the Sabbath, aligning with the time of sacrifice. The number 4 represents certain limitations and circumstances she encountered. Evidently, her aim is the Dark Lord. The number 3 signifies the execution of a triad of deaths necessary for the sacrificial rite. The first death is neurological, wherein one loses all external sensory perception, sight, sound, touch, and so forth, rendering the soul ensnared within its corporeal vessel. The second death entails the soul's departure from the body as the flesh succumbs to decay. The third layer pertains to the realm of the soul, a desolate expanse devoid of response, which signifies utter despair. Have you ever heard of a place called the Veil? Indeed. There are whispers that the Veil exists at the intersection of life and death. But why would Lindsay share this with you? She is bidding me farewell in a veiled manner. This letter is not penned by her hand, but rather transcribed by the house elf of the Gunter family. As the elf cannot betray its master, this serves as her farewell missive. She harbors intentions to eliminate the Dark Lord. Chapter 78. The chill sets in. Upon finishing her words, a heavy silence enveloped the room, as Severus was taken aback by the unexpected turn of events. I wish to step outside for some fresh air. Severus. Shortly thereafter, Severus escorted Ivy out under an umbrella. Though Ivy merely desired a solitary stroll, having Severus accompany her was a welcome comfort. The straitened street was shrouded in mist and rain, as Ivy looped her arm through Severus's, strolling slowly. The rain fell intermittently. Glancing at the water stains on her shoes, Ivy surmised that her mood would likely not improve, prompting her to suggest returning. Ivy, you won't abandon me, will you? No, Ivy responded, though her agreement stemmed from uncertainty. Her thoughts were a tumultuous whirl, and she was at a loss for how to choose. She did not wish to die. If she were to perish, what would it matter how well Severus lived on, or how much he missed her? It would be more prudent to live out her remaining days joyfully, regardless of what lay ahead. Severus, do you regret joining the Death Eaters? Clearing her mind, Ivy began to seek assistance from the outside. I do not regret it, Severus replied without a trace of hesitation, continuing, if I were not a Death Eater, it would be even more difficult for us to be together. Such is the nature of this world. One may act with impunity, yet if one is impoverished and powerless, they are ridiculed and scorned. A flicker of dangerous fervor mingled with madness shone in his eyes. I understand, Ivy nodded. It appeared that Severus remained oblivious. She dared not compare herself to Lily as she had before, nor did she wish to mention that she had glimpsed his fleeting life. She had long grasped that this emotion was one she had pilfered from Lily. Severus was a paradox. He adored Lily yet remained unaware of it. He still did not comprehend that forsaking Lily in pursuit of power would lead to irrevocable regret. Yet this was no concern of hers. She was destined to die. And it would be better if Lily met the same fate. Ivy's existence in Spinner's End was marked by an unyielding routine, reminiscent of her summer at Lindsay's home. Engaging in exercise and reading, consuming tasteless meals, and those green-skinned oranges. She often reflected on Lindsay's words, corresponding with familiar friends and savoring her remaining days. Unintentionally or otherwise, she occasionally overlooked Severus, who seemed indifferent, thus she felt no guilt for her behavior. It was uncertain whether her misfortunes had run their course or if Merlin had rewarded her for her discipline. But upon returning to her room, Ivy received her first piece of good news. Her grandmother was departing from England, albeit reluctantly. Her grandmother had sent a thick letter, commencing with lengthy accusations against Malfoy's avarice and the brigandage of the Death Eaters, before she seemed to exhaust herself, lamenting her past actions that had torn them apart. Leading to this backlash, she confessed to having underestimated Severus, questioning how one so harsh to themselves could ever show leniency to others. Ivy was unaware of the specifics outlined in her grandmother's letter, but she sensed Severus's influence in it. No wonder he was so eager to marry her. She had thought it was a spontaneous decision, yet it was evidently a calculated move against the Cattermole family. Ivy felt a tinge of disappointment. She bore no ill will toward Severus, for the Death Eaters had likely plotted against the Cattermoles long ago, and her grandmother's refusal to believe it was merely tragic. That she could leave alive was already a considerable fortune. The latter part of the letter contained details regarding several shops left to her, the transfer agreement for Cattermole Manor, and a key to Gringotts. She was not required to manage these establishments, as a dedicated agent would handle operations. Her grandmother merely asked for her assistance in collecting payments. It was evident that her grandmother still cared for her, ensuring her financial support even in her flight from danger. The letter advised her to safeguard her inheritance to avoid ending up destitute like her mother, forced to scavenge in Nocturne Alley. Just as Ivy finished reading the letter, an owl swooped in, delivering 2 more missives addressed to Severus and herself. Upon opening hers, she discovered it was from James, inviting her to Potter Manor for a small wedding ceremony. He was to wed Lily. The letter emphasized that only trustworthy individuals would be present, assuring Ivy she could attend without concern. It was clear that James earnestly hoped she would come. A glance at the other letter indicated it was likely written by Lily, though it was doubtful that Lily would extend an invitation to Severus. With the letters in hand, Ivy made her way to the laboratory, where Severus was busy brewing potions. He could concoct many at once but only delivered a portion to his master, suggesting that the last batch had been exhausted. "You have a letter, Severus." Severus appeared bewildered, seemingly unaware of who might be writing to him. He had ceased perusing the stimulating texts, and his condition had improved considerably. His gaze regained clarity. As Ivy witnessed him accepting the letter, she began to move toward the door. "Wait. What is it?" "Never mind, it's nothing." "Oh." Ivy turned to leave. She had long since acclimated to and accepted his aloofness, always being the one to initiate warmth. Severus, evidently unaccustomed to her sudden chill, would need to adjust. Otherwise, how could he live in the future? After a while, Ivy noticed Severus donning his wizarding robes, as if preparing to depart. Was Lily summoning him for a meeting now? Ivy pondered, stepping forward to inquire about his destination. "I have some matters to attend to. I shall return shortly," Severus replied, bestowing a fleeting kiss upon Ivy's cheek before taking his leave. In truth, Severus had intended to inform her that Vincent had just written to arrange a meeting at the Leaky Cauldron, but he deemed it unnecessary to share this with her, driven by curiosity to accept the invitation. By the time Severus arrived, many wine glasses had already been emptied from the table. Vincent's face revealed no discernible emotion, save for the flush of intoxication. He was in fact in great torment, for he had yet to relinquish hope. He vividly recalled the moment he fell for Ivy, the frantic pounding of his heart. He had believed that time would bring Ivy's reciprocation, yet a year later, the circumstances had taken an unexpected turn. "You've arrived here." Vincent pushed a drink toward Severus. "I prefer to remain sober. You may speak now." Severus's expression was impassive. To him, there were myriad ways to alleviate suffering, and drowning oneself in drink was a coward's endeavor. "What is there to say? I was deceiving you. She never harbored feelings for me." Vincent chuckled, as if mocking Severus's disbelief, and then seemed to mock himself. "Indeed, I cannot expect a drunkard to comprehend my meaning. I sit here out of curiosity regarding your purpose for seeking me. If you have nothing to say then." Severus's gaze was cold as it bored into Vincent. "I simply cannot fathom why you deserve Ivy's affection. She has been planning to meet you, and I have witnessed her transformation. How she diligently shed all naivety and caprice to become rational and lucid, all in hopes of earning your admiration. I had hoped she would succeed, believing this would enable her to move on and embrace a new love. Alas, I underestimated your shamelessness. Do not speak recklessly without understanding the situation. I have my reasons. Is there anything else you wish to convey? Indeed, if you cause her further sorrow, I shall not stand idly by. Even if you marry her, I will reclaim her. I will ensure that all you Death Eaters find themselves imprisoned. At that point, Ivy will see your true nature." Vincent's voice was resolute. "Ah, you cannot genuinely believe that Ivy is unaware of anything and would choose to be with me, can you? She has merely been deceived by you." As Vincent's voice escalated in volume, it seemed to stem from a mixture of indignation and humiliation. Fortunately, they were seated in a private booth. "In truth, I would have preferred you to succeed, but alas, your naivety renders that impossible." Severus's tone remained unruffled. "You underestimate me far too much," Vincent asserted with a confidence born from years of experience as an orar. "It is not that I underestimate you, rather, it is that you lack the necessary malevolence." "What are you insinuating? Please clarify your statements." Vincent furrowed his brow, scrutinizing Severus as if he were unlike those deranged Death Eaters. "There exists a sinister organization that ensnares others, gathers acolytes, and transforms individuals into monsters for battle. In the quest to vanquish these monstrosities and save everyone, a person like you infiltrated this organization. Amidst countless skirmishes he succeeded, yet upon his re-emergence, he was met with terror-filled gazes, and when he gazed into the mirror, he realized that he had unwittingly transformed into the very monster he sought to combat. Severus leaned slightly forward and continued, "Is it not ironic? To effectuate good, one must be more ruthless, cunning, and merciless than the evildoers. Evidently, you possess none of these qualities. Why are you divulging this to me?" Vincent was perplexed by Severus's intent, only to hear him continue in a soliloquy. "However, should you decide to proceed, do not concern yourself with the opinions of others." Severus fixed his gaze upon him before rising to depart. Upon returning to Spinner's End, Severus was startled to find Ivy lying on the ground, and in a state of panic he rushed to check on her. To his relief, Ivy erupted into laughter in his arms, easing his worry. "I was merely jesting, Severus. Once you acclimate, my death will not weigh heavily on you." Ivy sought to chastise Severus for his meeting with Lily. "Do not jest in such a manner, Ivy." Severus helped her to her feet, his expression grave. Though his tone bore a hint of exasperation, Ivy merely regarded him in silence, not responding. He bore no fragrance indeed, he was unmistakably the non-perfumed Lily. "Lily invited you to her wedding?" "Yes, the letter conveyed that she is to wed Potter. She dares to invite you, a Death Eater. How will you gain access to the Order's stronghold?" Ivy was astonished by Lily's audacity and harbored some concern for Severus. "The polyjuice potion. In fact, James has also invited me. It appears you will be accompanying me, Severus." She smiled at him, somewhat vexed that Severus would risk danger to attend. "It seems I must go as well. I refuse to believe any misfortune could befall us while I am by your side." Severus found Ivy's sardonic remarks amusing, pondering what occupied her mind daily. Did she not realize they were already wed? Moreover, Lily was to marry Potter. "Why do you indulge in fanciful notions whenever Lily is mentioned?" "I have not been in contact with Lily for quite some time. She merely expressed gratitude for my releasing James, which is why she invited me to the wedding. I have said nothing to the contrary." "In that case, we need not attend together," Ivy muttered, attempting to distance herself, only to be pulled back into his embrace, leaving Severus seemingly exasperated with her. "I will accompany you." His voice remained gentle, and his embrace offered a familiar sense of comfort, which only deepened Ivy's reluctance and her fear of death. At the Gaunt Manor, Severus broached the topic of souls with Voldemort. "Are you aware of how to mend a fractured soul?" Not only Ivy, he too sought a glimmer of hope, even if it was one offered by the Dark Lord. "Oh, is your soul in distress, Severus?" Voldemort tightened his grip on his wand, narrowing his eyes at Severus, as if he had stumbled upon something significant. "It is Ivy. Her soul is troubled, and I am at a loss as to how to assist her." "Ivy, I must examine her condition. Bring her to me, Severus." Voldemort consented readily, for he indeed possessed profound knowledge regarding souls, though the cases available for experimentation were few, as not everyone could endure the agony that emanates from the depths of their soul. Ivy was brought to Gaunt Manor by Severus. He had previously informed her that perhaps Voldemort could save her, so she did not resist. Voldemort wasted no time, and began examining Ivy's soul. Of course, one could not expect his methods to be as gentle as Dumbledore's, yet they remained within Ivy's limits of tolerance. However, as the incantation's light flickered, surprise crossed Voldemort's face, which soon transformed into a far graver expression. Severus sensed something amiss with Voldemort. He had never before witnessed such an expression on the Dark Lord's visage. Once the spell concluded, Voldemort swiftly approached Ivy, his tone urgent. "Where did you reside in your childhood? Did you live in Spinner's End?" Ivy was momentarily taken aback by Voldemort's sudden approach, but Severus instinctively positioned himself in front of her, prompting her to quickly retreat behind him. "Did you discover something?" "My lord, there is indeed a discovery. I have ascertained the reason for her condition." Voldemort's gaze remained fixated on Ivy as he slowly spoke. "She lived in Spinner's End during her childhood, prior to the age of 10. Severus answered in her stead, his actions eliciting a measure of surprise from Voldemort. "Now Ivy, you may recount your childhood experiences. This is crucial to my ability to heal you. Can you truly heal me?" Ivy peered from behind Severus, disbelief evident in her expression. Chapter 79, Soul Fragments. Voldemort sat behind the desk while Ivy faced him. Although she had long schemed to eliminate Voldemort, sitting opposite him instilled a sense of dread. This was not solely due to his formidable power, but also the dim lighting that rendered the room reminiscent of a haunted house. It was difficult to fathom that this was, in fact, Voldemort's study. She finally comprehended from whom Severus had derived the aesthetic for his laboratory. Regaining her composure, Ivy straightened her posture and cautiously recounted to Voldemort the soul she had encountered in her youth, paralleling the account she had shared with Dumbledore. only mentioning that she had been saved by that soul. What was the nature of that soul? I cannot recall. I only remember it was a little girl. Though Voldemort's inquiry was casual, Ivy dared not respond lightly. However, the next question took her by surprise. Did you possess any particular toys that you cherished in your childhood? I have no recollection of that. I did not have any toys I particularly favored. As Ivy's words reached him, Voldemort leaned back in his chair, lost in thought as he scrutinized her. Severus, fetch her a vial of the potion meant for Lindsay. It may assist her in recalling. Very well. As Ivy heard Severus's agreement, she turned to look at him. The dim light obscured his expression as he lowered his head. He took a few steps back before turning to exit the study. Voldemort sat in contemplative silence, seemingly pondering something, within Ivy's soul. He had detected the presence of Angel's soul fragment. A soul fragment can only detach from a Horcrux under one circumstance. It must be absorbed from another's life. Had his earlier attempt to create a Horcrux for Angel actually succeeded? Severus soon returned, holding a vial of potion. Ivy reached for it, but he hesitated, retracting his hand before finally presenting it to her. Evidently, this potion would not be particularly pleasant. Ivy cradled her head, crouching on the ground as the sensations of recollection overwhelmed her, inducing dizziness and nausea. Recall your childhood memories. I cannot remember. All I know is that it hurt so very much. Ivy endeavored to follow Voldemort's instruction to recall her past, yet the more she delved into her memories, the more her heart ached, and she fought to remain conscious. Legilimens. Voldemort's wand shimmered with a silvery light as it delved into the memories of Averil's childhood. Initially, he anticipated sifting through a myriad of intricate details, only to encounter a series of voids, punctuated by fragments of her mother's teachings. He also glimpsed that soul, which was swiftly expelled from Averil's mind. Raising his wand, Voldemort contemplated casting another spell, but Severus intervened, blocking his path. My master, this cannot continue. You underestimate her. She possesses the tenacity to endure. Voldemort's malicious grin concealed his true thoughts. While he believed that the Cruciatus curse in Averil's memories was far more excruciating, the gaze of his loyal subordinate weighed heavily on him. Ultimately, he refrained from proceeding, slowly lowering his wand. Averil must have been subjected to numerous obliviate spells, rendering the past beyond recovery. Continuing to probe would prove futile. The fragment of Angel's soul within her sufficed as evidence. We can take her back now, Severus. Severus lifted the unconscious Avril from the ground and made his way towards the exit. Avril had not lost consciousness, rather, she was tormented by the memories swirling in her mind. The terrifying aspect of memory is that joyful recollections seldom resonate deeply, while painful ones remain vividly etched in one's psyche. With her eyes shut and brow furrowed, she buried her head in Severus's embrace, her fingers gripping his clothing with such fervor that they turned pale, as if clinging to a lifeline. Severus began to regret his impulsiveness. Even if he wished for her to stay, he could have devised alternative methods. As he departed with Avril, Voldemort gradually approached the room where Lindsay resided. Upon opening the door, he recoiled in shock at the sight within. Lindsay knelt on the floor, scribbling frantically, surrounded by a swirling mass of crimson runes. Bloodstains marred her garments, likely smeared on in haste. Have you lost your mind, Lindsay? Upon hearing Voldemort's voice, Lindsay did not turn around, her hands continuing their frenzied motions. She had not anticipated his visit today, but she was nearing completion. I've inscribed the outer runes. The sacrifice will soon be fulfilled. I will kill you, Voldemort. Rising abruptly, she spun to face him, the runes swirling around her summoning an erratic wind that tousled her hair. The exhilaration of impending revenge ignited a long-forgotten smile upon her lips. As the wind grew fiercer, and the runes accelerated in their dance. You intend to slay me? Do you truly believe that my pursuit of immortality renders me fearful of death? Lindsay, you greatly underestimate me. I shall not perish, but you will undoubtedly pay the price. Defying the gale, Voldemort wielded his wand to disperse the runes before him. Futile. Once the sacrifice commences, it cannot be halted. I shall await you in hell. Though the room was small, Lindsay's voice reverberated as if emanating from afar. Voldemort recognized the method she employed, one he had once imparted to her, now turned against him. He had to thwart her. As the winds intensified, a ring of ghostly white flames erupted around her. Anxiety began to grip Voldemort as he slashed his wrist with his wand, reciting incantations rapidly, his gaze fixed on the ever-rising flames. Upon completing the spell, the winds parted before him, and even the flames yielded, vanishing from sight. What have you done? Lindsay exclaimed, astonished to see Voldemort halt the sacrifice. Realizing his intense gaze upon her, she reacted instinctively, delivering a swift kick before stepping through the flames to seize his wand. She was aware of his vulnerability. Physical strength had never been his forte, a fact he had acknowledged by arranging for his future subordinates at Hogwarts to learn combat. How amusing! Avada Kedavra! A green light shot from the tip of her wand, striking Voldemort, yet failing to achieve the desired effect. He merely coughed up blood before staggering to his feet, unable to break the spell that suppressed Lindsay's magic. Cough, Lindsay, do you truly wish to kill me? Lindsay was taken aback that he had survived. Her hand trembled slightly as she raised her wand again, though the courage she had moments before seemed to wane. Avada Kedavra! Angel is not dead. The killing curse struck Voldemort once more, and though his luck held, he fell to his knees, spitting blood. What did you say? Lindsay asked, lowering her arm in surprise. Voldemort lay on the ground, silently laughing at his own fortuitous survival as he listened to her words. Give me your wand, and I shall share news of Angel. Do you take me for a fool? Voldemort, you better hurry and tell me. There is more than one way to kill you. Lindsay understood he was not prone to idle threats. Even in dire situations, his deceptions were often laced with truth. I have discovered a fragment of Angel's soul. Just as Lindsay was about to inquire further, she found herself petrified, a house elf emerging behind her, wand in hand. Aside from being relocated to a larger chamber, Lindsay's circumstances returned to normal the following day. She remained bound to her bed by a spell, unable to move. It had taken considerable persuasion to convince the house elf to assist in breaking the enchantment, leaving her back at square one. Voldemort sat at her bedside, his complexion pale, devoid of color even on his lips, appearing significantly weakened. Lindsay did not dwell on why Voldemort had refrained from killing her. She was more eager to learn about Angel. The wand has been returned to you. Can you now divulge the details regarding Angel? Do you think me a simpleton? Voldemort, he replied, his expression stern as he glared at her, his eyes icy. Voldemort echoed her words back at her, silencing her. With a dismissive huff, he began recounting his discoveries concerning Avril. Lindsay listened intently, her brow furrowing as she interjected with a question. So is she Avril or Angel? I cannot say. The dominant soul may be Avril or Angel. Their souls are intertwined, sharing common memories. Moreover, they were only 6 years old at the time. And given the passage of so much time, they may have already become one and the same. However, Angel is my daughter, and I am inclined to believe she absorbed Avril's life force, resurrecting herself through her body. Voldemort spoke with unwavering conviction, a smirk gracing his lips as he regarded Lindsay, seemingly in good spirits. Obsessive, Lindsay remarked, casting him a sidelong glance before turning away. Voldemort harbored no ire. Apart from his quest for immortality, he had achieved his other ambitions, yet the absence of someone to share it all with perhaps elucidated why he was reluctant to let Lindsay perish. Do you have confidence in healing Avril's soul? Of course. I have a lead. During my travels, I encountered a marshland where a particular orchid grows, known as the ghost orchid. This flower blooms only by absorbing the souls of others, luring them into the marsh with its fragrance. It thrives on oak trees, and when in full bloom, the entire tree appears to be entwined with the souls of vengeful spirits. I have studied this plant. Its purpose is to mend souls, though the challenge lies in the fact that it cannot be cultivated artificially, rendering it quite rare. Some tribal communities safeguard this plant, ensuring outsiders never catch a glimpse. Lindsay remained silent, aware of Voldemort's fascination with such dark and peculiar entities. The more obscure they were, the more he was compelled to explore them. Avril returned to Spinner's End, only rising from her bed once the effects of the potion had worn off. How are you feeling? Severus inquired from her bedside. Much better, though I still feel a bit dizzy. Avril rubbed her forehead, relieved that the sensation of vertigo had significantly diminished compared to before. Were you subjected to numerous obliviate spells in the past? I don't recall, but I have always loved animals, yet I have never owned any. Isn't that rather strange? Did you not give the pets you bought to Hagrid to care for? That was only after I found it peculiar that I hadn't. Ivy seemed to recall something anew, locking her gaze with Severus's. Severus, do you believe the Dark Lord can truly heal me? I have never seen that expression on his face. Perhaps he has indeed discovered something. Severus reminisced about Voldemort's demeanor. Strangely, his defiance had gone unpunished. Let us hope so. Ivy smiled at Severus, her hand gently caressing his face. Severus, I have been pondering that recent memory. Tell me, why do painful memories resonate more profoundly than others? You have treated me with such kindness, yet the clearest recollections are of how you have harmed me. Her words were not an accusation, merely a doubt cast upon herself, as confusion flickered in her eyes, rendering her somewhat innocent. For fleeting happiness inevitably fades, Ivy. You must understand that the pursuit of happiness from external sources is always transient. The true decision lies within you. I dare say you have yet to master the Patronus charm. You have not grasped this since that time. Severus gazed at Ivy, his heart aching as he tenderly stroked her hair. Do not punish yourself for my mistakes. The following day, Ivy resolved to visit the Gaunt Manor once more. For Lindsay intended to slay Voldemort, and before that, she needed to ascertain whether Voldemort could genuinely save her. Voldemort awaited them in the study, appearing even paler than before. Had he perhaps dabbled in some forbidden magic again? Ivy mused as she settled onto the sofa behind, listening to Severus and Voldemort's dialogue. Severus probed deeply into the intricacies of soul mending, engaging in an academic discussion that Ivy found hard to comprehend, merely sitting beside them, observing her surroundings until they broached the potential repercussions of soul repair. Upon hearing the term memory, Ivy's attention sharpened. They spoke of the necessity to separate portions of the soul to ensure success, implying the loss of memories, predominantly those tied to emotions, as they are easily stirred. Memories of habit and common sense, by contrast, are less likely to be lost. They remarked that emotions are inherently unreliable. Wait, what are you saying? Ivy interjected, rising to interrupt their conversation. So I will lose my memories? Ivy, this is to heal you, to save your life. Voldemort sat, arms crossed before him, seemingly oblivious to the necessity of choosing between losing memories and preserving life, a sentiment Severus evidently shared as well. Ivy stepped back, leaving the room, feeling a sense of dread from the two before her. They appeared as cold-blooded creatures, devoid of emotion. Ivy, wait. She hastily traversed the lengthy corridor, eager to escape this place, but the door to the outside required a knock first, which she did not recall. Seeing Severus stride toward her, she released the doorknob. I will not be treated. You must at least provide me with a reason, Ivy. Severus enveloped her in his arms and opened the door. Once I am healed, I shall no longer be myself. That will not happen. You will merely lose your memories. But that is not myself, at least not the me standing before you at this moment. Do you not understand? Ivy pushed Severus away, her expression earnest. I can use the pensive to help preserve your memories. That is not the same. Am I to be merely a vessel for memories? The pensive only allows me to glimpse another story. What of my feelings? Do you have any means to record my emotions? I will not undergo treatment. If you force me, I shall end my life here and now. Ivy raised her wand to her neck, for she could not afford to lose her memories. That would be tantamount to death. Very well. We shall return. Chapter 80, The Quarrel. In light of Ivy's agitated state, Severus recognized that further explanation would fall on deaf ears, especially within the confines of Gaunt Manor. He could only escort her away. Once outside the manor's boundaries and witnessing Ivy's demeanor settle, Severus began to elucidate. Ivy, the majority of your memories bring you suffering. So you might consider bidding farewell to the past. It is those pains that have shaped the current me. If you were in my position, would you relinquish your emotions? Would you forsake memories related to me? I believe I would. Severus halted, realization dawning upon him. Was it the desire not to forget him that motivated her? He turned to face her, his gaze softening, yet his response chilled Ivy to the bone. Is this truly how you feel? At times, I genuinely despise your rationality. Ivy comprehended his perspective but remained distressed. She could not approach matters with his level of logic. Love, after all, is intertwined with possessiveness, sensitivity, and a lack of clarity. It is emotional and impulsive. If one were to measure love solely through reason, it would lose all value. Contemplating this, Ivy withdrew her hand from Severus's grasp, forging ahead before vanishing into thin air. Severus watched Ivy's silhouette disappear, perplexed by her thoughts, not truly pondering the matter. He simply did not wish for her demise. Could feelings truly outweigh her life? They were already wed. The bonds of marriage were far more resilient than those memories. He assumed that even without that feeling, as long as he knew whom he loved, that would suffice. Number 19, Spinner's End. The moment Severus stepped through the door, he heard commotion from the bedroom. Ivy had left it ajar, rummaging through the wardrobe for a trunk, hastily stuffing clothes inside. She had donned a simple outer garment, a hood obscuring her disheveled hair. Upon spotting Severus at the threshold, Ivy cast a fleeting glance before averting her gaze. I will be residing at the manor for a while, she explained, her head bowed. Waving her wand to close the trunk, which then flew into her grasp, attempting to evade him as she moved to exit, only to have him grasp her wrist tightly. I wish to save you. I do not want you to die. Is that also an error? His voice trembled, his gaze fixated on Ivy at his side. You are not at fault. It is my error for being too greedy, always yearning for more. Perhaps it was the time spent together that made Ivy realize her tone mirrored Severus's. Yet a moment's reflection could not halt her desire to depart. Suddenly, she raised her eyes to meet his, a self-deprecating smile gracing her lips. Severus, have you truly ever cared for me? Have you ever felt the warmth of a blush? The racing heartbeat? The nervousness that renders one speechless? I seek the truth this time. Though Ivy posed the query, she interjected before he could respond. I nearly forgot. I've revisited the memories, and you have never held affection for me. If that is the case, you need not do anything. I do not require your salvation. Vincent was correct. You love me only because I love you. It would be the same with another. Ivy had never anticipated that such sarcasm would one day be directed at Severus. What have I done to evoke such feelings in you? Severus did not hear Ivy's reply, only sensing her attempt to retract her wrist. Do you not think it too late to draw a line between us? It is not about drawing a line, but rather I must accept the reality, as must you. My recent confusion, disbelief, and extremity have become burdensome even to myself. In a moment of distraction, Severus found that Ivy had already freed her wrist and exited the bedroom. You promised you would always be by my side, Ivy. Severus's voice echoed from behind her. Do you not understand me, Severus? I have a flaw. I tend to speak falsehoods. Ivy halted, her tone flippant. Yet her grip on the suitcase tightened as she left without a backward glance. Once again she had lied. She did not return to Gaunt Manor, but instead ventured to Hogsmeade, where Professor Dumbledore had informed her she could contact him from the Hog's Head Inn. Ivy remained in her booth until curfew at Hogwarts, after which Hagrid arrived to escort her into the school, and Professor McGonagall led her to the headmaster's office, where she finally met Dumbledore. I am ready to die now, Professor Dumbledore. Do as you see fit. My conditions remain unchanged. Ivy lowered her head, enveloped in a cloud of despondency. Ivy's words evidently left the elderly gentleman before her momentarily stunned. Although Dumbledore had long suspected that Ivy would seek him out, he had not anticipated her swift decision-making. In reality, he believed they should wait a while longer. He had already received news regarding Trelawney, and ought to ascertain whether any prophecies would shift. After all, the Order could not afford another failure. Making decisions amidst life and death was no trivial matter. It appeared that Ivy had given this considerable thought during her recent contemplation. Perhaps conversing with friends would prove beneficial. Dumbledore suggested that Ivy visit Potter Manor, which was currently abuzz with activity as preparations for Lily and James's wedding were underway. The guests consisted solely of familiar faces, allowing James and Sirius to concoct a plethora of amusing ideas for the ceremony. Observing the desolation of Caterwauling Manor, Ivy heeded Dumbledore's counsel. After corresponding with James, she followed his instructions to enter Potter Manor, which indeed brimmed with excitement. The garden had become a chaotic mess, trampled by a throng of Quidditch enthusiasts. Fortunately, due to the wedding festivities, the interior of the manor was adorned splendidly, with decorations and flowers that showcased the meticulous efforts of those involved. Once Lily learned of James's survival, they had promptly registered their marriage at the Ministry of Magic, as Mia had previously informed her. James greeted her at the entrance of the manor, guiding her as he elaborated on the arrangements. Isn't it inappropriate to hold a wedding given the current circumstances? Ivy inquired. Lily is pregnant. She deserves a wedding regardless, James replied with a smile, his face radiating the warmth of impending fatherhood. The enthusiasm of Mia and James did not render Ivy out of place. Rather, Lily's friendly demeanor towards James fostered a welcoming atmosphere. Mia and James busied themselves with various wedding preparations, while Molly was occupied with catering. It seemed that Ivy was the only one with ample leisure. Lily chuckled softly, noting that all wedding matters were being handled without her involvement, leaving her somewhat bored. Thus, Ivy often spent her time in Lily's company. Is that a wedding ring, Ivy? Are you married? Lily pointed to the ring adorning Ivy's hand, prompting Ivy to raise her hand and examine the ring. Yes, I am married, Ivy replied. Mentally calculating the days, it was already October, and Harry Potter had been born in July. The savior was already nestled within Lily's womb. According to Dumbledore's line of reasoning, if she did not cooperate, they would likely wait until Harry's arrival, allowing events to unfold naturally to avoid any unforeseen complications, or perhaps they could even gain another double agent through Lily. Why have you never mentioned this before? Lily teased Ivy. Mention what? My husband? Ivy replied, realizing she had made a promise to James not to disclose her relationship with Severus. Mia would certainly never divulge such information either. There's nothing much to say. I married in America, and it was quite ordinary, rather dull to be honest. The more Ivy downplayed it, the more curious Lily became. However, lacking Mia's gossiping spirit, Lily refrained from probing further. Dumbledore's suggestion proved effective for Ivy. During her stay at Potter Manor, although she interacted with few individuals, her mind was at ease and free from turmoil. Soon, the wedding day arrived and more guests appeared. Members of the Order, including the Weasley family and Moody, along with Severus, who had transformed into another persona via a polyjuice potion. Severus, you've arrived. Have you seen Ivy? If she weren't already married, I would have wished for you two to rekindle your romance. I often feel regretful about having separated you back then, Lily remarked. As she hurriedly approached Severus amidst her wedding gown fitting, she steered clear of discussing Death Eaters and the Order, having outgrown that childish phase. Lily, you know she is married, but do you not know to whom? Severus asked, astonished as he held a glass of wine. Yes, I believe he is an American. And Ivy described him as rather dull. Lily replied nonchalantly. Lily opted for an outdoor wedding, with the venue set on the grassy expanse. Ivy sat in the last row, listening to the wedding music as she watched Lily gracefully approach, adorned in her bridal gown, capturing the gaze of all present. Applause and flower petals cascaded towards her. Although she appeared slightly bashful, her smile radiated happiness. The midday sun bathed the wedding scene, glimmering upon her white gown, which reflected the light as dazzlingly as it had years ago. A girl like Lily, regardless of her choices, would find happiness. Ivy, amidst the crowd, clapped her hands, tears unexpectedly escaping her eyes. She hastily wiped them away, grateful to be seated in the last row, when suddenly a handkerchief was offered to her. She had been so engrossed that she hadn't noticed someone had taken the seat beside her, presumably one of James's friends. Thank you. You're welcome. As his words faded, Ivy's hand froze. It was Severus. Although his voice was different, Ivy recognized his habitual enunciation and emphasis. Am I so dull? Severus's reaction indicated that he realized she had recognized him. As Lily and James exchanged vows on stage, Ivy felt unable to rise and leave, compelled to gaze ahead and feign ignorance of his remark. Fortunately, he too was intently focused on the ceremony, remaining silent. Once the ceremony concluded, Ivy intended to retreat to her room. She had not planned to attend the reception. However, Severus intercepted her in the corridor, his unfamiliar face causing her some discomfort. Are you truly this heartless? Is this not drawing a line between us? It's merely a temporary separation. I need to gather my thoughts. It is for both our sakes, Ivy murmured, leaning against the corridor wall. Do you have any idea how long I have searched for you? It shouldn't have been long. I'm here, after all, attending the wedding. Mia informed me that you were here. After Severus spoke, Ivy fell into silence for a moment before replying. Once I've sorted out my emotions, I will come find you, Severus. I am not in a good place right now. You need not accommodate me. She despised her current state, aware that anyone with her would not find joy. Bad emotions tended to be contagious. She had always understood the reason for her grandmother's memory charm. Memories erased included not only her childhood experiences, but also recollections of her suicide. Thus, her grandmother had incessantly urged her to persevere, assuring her that everything would eventually pass. In her youth, she had not been isolated at the language school from the outset. She had initially had a friend, but that child had taken her own life, leading others to label her a murderer. Teachers would chastise the students, yet deep down, she knew the truth. She had inadvertently caused it, murdering her friend with her own emotions. I can accompany you if you're feeling down. I don't need that. Ivy shook her head, appearing somewhat unfeeling. But I do need you. Can you come back with me? You do not wish to lose your memories. I will seek other means. You are quite peculiar, Severus. I am clearly a burden. Yet you need me? Yes, I need you. Will you return with me? Ivy tilted her head to meet his unfamiliar but resolute gaze, nodding slightly. That potion not only evoked memories of past pain but also something else. She recalled her grandmother's words spoken at her bedside. When you grow up, you will understand that a truly good relationship can allow you to forgive the burdens life has placed upon you, and everything will eventually pass. There is nothing to fret over. The reception was filled with merriment, thanks to the games designed by Mia. No one noticed the two departing with a suitcase in hand. Severus held Ivy's hand, leading her back to Spinner's End, as if guiding a lost pet home. Throughout the journey, Severus remained silent. Upon entering the room, he embraced her, and Ivy nestled against him obediently. Severus, I feel a bit tired. Severus cradled Ivy in his arms as he carried her to the bedroom. She settled onto the bed, embracing him while he assisted her in shedding her coat and shoes. Let us have a child, Severus, Ivy articulated, her words causing his hands to freeze in place. He comprehended the implications of her statement, and chose to remain silent. A year had passed. Surely that time was sufficient. No, I have no fondness for children. Severus promptly interrupted Ivy, resuming his previous task. But isn't it said that children are the continuation of life? If you find it bothersome, perhaps I could have my grandmother raise the child. Once she has nurtured it to be well-behaved and sensible, you can take it back. What do you think? Aren't you tired? Severus did not respond to her suggestion. Yet Ivy remained undeterred, rising to plant a tender kiss upon his Adam's apple, tugging gently at his clothing.